Chapter 1, Withdrawal of Marriage, Murder and Execution of the Heart, Tianzhou, Qin Family Compound. I, Li Guorong, by order of the family head, have come here today to break the marriage contract between the family's daughter, Li Shui, and the Qin family's young master, Qin Zhan, that was made 3 years ago, accompanied by the loud announcement of Li Guorong, the second uncle of the Li family in the provincial city. The crowd of the Qin family in Jiangzhou did not feel too surprised. 3 years ago, the young master of the Qin family, Qin Zhan, had become the first supreme genius in the martial arts world since ancient times to give birth to a dragon ridge. According to the legends of the Summer Kingdom from ancient times, a martial artist who gave birth to a dragon spine would surely reach the pinnacle of martial arts in time, writing epic legends of invincibility through the ages. Therefore, as soon as the Li family, the #1 family in the provincial capital, received this news, they quickly rushed to Tianzhou overnight, promising all kinds of the most favorable conditions. Li Shui, the only daughter of the Li family, was promised to Qin Zhan, and even solemnly promised that after 3 years, Qin Zhan and Li Shui would formally consummate their marriage when they reached adulthood. After that, will be the Li family all-family business all to Qin war. Just who did not expect? 2 years ago, a rainy night, there is a mysterious strong man infiltrated the Qin family. Will be practicing Qin Zhan knocked out, Ra dug away his dragon ridge. The former genius with an endless future was reduced to a useless waste overnight. Qin Zhan's parents were the first to chase after him at that time, and once they were gone, they lost all news for 2 years. AI, it's a pity. The heavens have not blessed my Qin family. If the second young master had not been subjected to traitors digging up the dragon spine, my Qin family would have been destined for splendor in the future. Although the Qin family's crowd had long guessed this outcome, they still could not help but sigh. While sighing, they looked towards Qin Zhan, who had his hair draped in the middle of the crowd. Qin Zhan's gaze was empty and lifeless. He didn't care about the dissolution of the marriage contract. He just missed his parents who had no messages for 2 years. Mr. Li, we gladly accept this result. The Qin war who lost his dragon spine is indeed not worthy of the Li family's daughter. Qin Wushwang stepped forward, not in the least bit frustrated. Instead, a hint of imperceptible smugness appeared at the corner of his mouth. Li Guorong nodded his head with a cold expression and said, as the premier magnate of Shangnan, my Li family, only a supreme genius can be worthy of Li Shui. In the past, Qin Zhan was born as the dragon spine with an unlimited future, but now he is a waste. So naturally, the marriage contract is cancelled. While saying this, Li Guorong and Qin Wushwang simultaneously glanced at Qin Feng, who was standing on one side, out of the corner of their eyes. And right at this moment, Li Shui took a step forward and calmly asked, where is that waste of a man? Qin Zhan? The crowd was a bit curious and looked towards this Li family's daughter-in-law, not understanding what she meant. I, Li Shui, was born noble. 3 years ago I made a marriage contract with this waste, but now it has become a stain on my life. Today this young lady wants to meet this waste. Rubbish, don't get out yet. Didn't you hear what Miss Li said? At this time, Qin Feng snorted coldly, grabbed Qin Zhan with one hand and violently pushed forward, pushing Qin Zhan out from the crowd behind him. Qin Zhan was thrown to the ground and stood up in a bit of a mess, looking up at this former fiancé that he had never met before. You're Qin Zhua? Li Shui surveyed Qin Zhan with some surprise, unable to hide her disdain. You don't deserve me anymore. I won't marry a loser like you. To think that I had made a marriage contract with you, this is the greatest shame of my life. Alright, at this moment, Li Guorong once again spoke, not even glancing at Qin Zhan. The marriage contract between Li Shui and Qin Zhan has been completely dissolved, but from this instant, Li Shui will be betrothed to Qin Feng, the youngest master of the Qin family, and the marriage will be consummated on a certain date. What? This? The moment these words came out, even decadent Qin Zhuan froze, looking incredulously at his cousin Qin Feng. Seeing this, Qin Feng stood out, clasped his hands together, then let out a cold shout as a powerful martial qi erupted from within his body in an instant. His back was even very exaggerated as a golden light visible to the naked eye surged out. The moment that light surfaced, even Li Guorong, Qin Wushwang, a powerhouse of this level felt a natural suppression. That's the dragon spine light. Heavens, the eldest young master has actually given birth to a dragon spine as well. Qin Feng clenched his fists, his aura very powerful, wrapped in the light of the dragon spine, and confidently said, 2 years ago, I had already given birth to the dragon spine, and this is precisely the light of the dragon spine. Qin Wushwang was extremely proud, saying, my son Qin Feng has an invincible posture. A martial artist who gives birth to a dragon spine is destined to become a myth in the martial arts world in the future. My son Qin Feng is destined to become a legend in the martial arts world of the Summer Kingdom in the future. At this moment, Qin Zhan stood frozen in place, his mind filled with thoughts. He looked at his cousin, looked at the familiar dragon ridge glow, and then looked at his eldest uncle's smug appearance, recalling everything in the past 2 years. He understood. Even a fool would completely understand. What blood is thicker than water? What affection? What family honor and disgrace are all false? How could he not expect that the real culprit behind knocking himself unconscious and cruelly digging away his dragon spine 2 years ago was actually his own dear great-uncle? Ah, the 2 years of suppression, disheveledness, turned into infinite rage at this moment. Xinjiang clenched his fists and roared. Why? Why on earth are you digging up my dragon spine? In the face of Xinjiang's sudden roar and questioning, in an instant, everyone slowed down from their shock, and all of them came to a sudden realization. A martial artist who could give birth to a dragon spine was rare throughout the ages. How could Qin Feng suddenly give birth to a dragon spine 2 years ago? Obviously, the dragon spine in Qin Feng's body belonged to Qin Zhan. 2 years ago, Qin Zhan was knocked unconscious and forcibly dug out the dragon spine, and to this day, the murderer has not been found. Along with the family head, Mr. and Mrs. Qin Wuji, who were seeking revenge for their son and searching for the deed, have also disappeared together to this day. Now everything has come to light. The one who dug away Qin Zhan's dragon spine was not someone else. It was precisely the Qin family's great master Qin Wuhuang's lineage. Why? Qin War went completely crazy, his eyes red, hissing as he took a step towards Qin Wuhuang. Qin Wuhuang was now in charge of the entire Qin family, and he did not feel any guilt in the face of his own nephew's questioning. Rubbish, since you already know, then I will simply tell you, Qin Wuhuang exclaimed. That's right, the dragon spine is rare throughout the ages, and it would be a waste to grow it in your body. That's why 2 years ago, it was me who found someone to dig up your dragon spine and forcefully plant it in Qin Feng's body through a secret method. Anyway, they are both members of the Qin family. Sacrificing you to fulfill Qin Feng would be no loss to my Qin family as usual. You, Qin Wuhuang. Qin War went completely crazy, hissing madly and calling out Qin Wuhuang's name. He did not expect that the murderer that he had been tracking for 2 years was actually his own elder uncle. Rubbish, what are you calling? Qin Feng suddenly let out a cold shout and took a step out to in front of Qin Zhan. He quickly struck out, and with a hand on Qin Zhan's neck, he said, Dragon spine, only the strong deserve it. You're nothing but a waste. The dragon spine is now fused with me. The one who opens the myth of Xia's martial arts is destined to be me, not a waste like you. After saying that, Qin Feng directly threw Qin Zhan out with one hand and ruthlessly fell on the ground. Qin Wuhuang, Qin Feng, even if I become a ghost, I won't let your family go. However, in the face of Qin Zhan's madness, no one from the entire Qin family stood out to say a word. Ever since Qin War's dragon spine was dug out and the family head, Mr. and Mrs. Qin Wuji, had disappeared, Qin Wuhuang had completely taken control of the entire family and said nothing. Qin War, Qin Feng said cruelly, did you think that your parents could come back alive after going away for 2 years and disappearing without a trace? What did you say? Qin Zhan clenched his teeth tightly and stuck his hands in the dirt, forcing himself to stand up, his body shaking. Rubbish, to tell you the truth, your parents have long since entered under the dragon abyss, and will never be able to appear in this lifetime, Qin Feng said in a cold voice. Chapter 2, Blood Feud, Dragon Abyss. Qin Zhan's entire body was like a thunderbolt. Dragon Abyss, that was the most treacherous Jedi in the Summer Kingdom. Those who entered had never come out alive. Bastard, dog scum, Qin Wuhuang, Qin Feng, you shall not die. Your family shall not die. Qin Zhan roared in frenzied rage, rushing directly towards Qin Wuhuang despite everything. Scram! Qin Wuhuang did not blame himself in the slightest, lifting his hand and waving it, directly flipping Qin Zhan out, saying, who told the old master to pass the family headship to him on his deathbed back then? Since ancient times, the eldest is not the youngest. The Qin family, only in my hands can we move towards glory. Since you're already a waste, it's a waste of food to stay in the world. How can I say that you're also my own nephew? So let's keep this rotten life of yours. My good brother, don't blame me. The dragon spine is pure waste in your body. Only in my body can you create a legend. I'm destined to become a myth of the Summer Kingdom, and the Qin family will surely create unprecedented splendor. As for you, you'll honestly become a waste and witness me start an immortal legend. Qin Feng also stood out, stomping on Qin War with a smug look on his face. Qin Zhan's eyes were red and he was already covered in blood. After having his dragon spine gouged out, he became worse than an ordinary person, unable to withstand even a wisp of Qin Feng's qi. Qin Zhan, will not let your family go even if I become a ghost. And you, these uncles of the Qin family. Qin Zhan despaired. He suddenly laughed out loud and kept spitting out blood as he looked at these clansmen. Aside from Uncle Fu, who wanted to stand up for himself, but he was under dead weight, every clan member's face was covered in indifference. Being a ghost, is it? Right at this moment, Li Shui suddenly shouted, Her eyes were incomparably cold as she looked down at the wretched Qinjan, unable to hide her disgust. A lowly waste like you can only wash away my stain by completely disappearing from this world and erasing all traces of your existence. When the Qin family members heard this, their hearts were shocked, not realizing that this bright-eyed and white-toothed young girl's mind was so vicious. Well, to my Li family, Xiao Shui married a genius who is one in a million. It doesn't matter if it's Qin War or Qin Feng. What matters is just who has the dragon spine. Li Guorong also spoke up at this time. He had received a secret letter from the Qin family before he came and already knew everything that had happened in the Qin family. To the Li family, whoever gave birth to the dragon spine would be the son-in-law recognized by the Li family. Xiao Shui's brilliant life should not have any stains. Your Qin family should erase all traces of this trash. 3 days from now, it will be the day when little Shui and Qin Feng consummate their marriage. Dropping these words, Li Guorong turned around and left with the Li family. Tianzhou, 300 miles away from Long Yuan. Second young master, don't blame us. Although we sympathize with you, we are also following orders. Yes, rest in peace. Now that the eldest young master has fused with the dragon spine, symbolizing the future of our Qin family, look on the bright side. At the edge of the dragon abyss, two Qin family executives sighed as they followed Li Shui's instructions and put the beaten and unconscious Qin Zhan into a sack and brought it to the side of the dragon abyss. After sighing for a while, the two hesitated for a moment or threw Qin Zhan down the dragon abyss. Below the dragon abyss, strange rocks stood in the darkness, with the occasional chirping of unknown birds. It was not known how long had passed before an agonizing cry of pain emanated from beneath the abyss. Qin Wushuang, Qin Feng, Li Shui, I want you to pay in blood. Qin Zhan hadn't died yet. Instead he was thrown down into the dragon abyss, and the sharp pain from the broken bones from the fall caused him to awaken. He lay on the ground, clenching his teeth as a stabbing pain made him nearly pass out again. But thinking of hatred, he still clenched his teeth and crawled on the ground. Not knowing how long had passed, Qin Zhan crawled to a dark cave with his tenacious perseverance. He took a big breath of fresh air and reached out, followed by the dim moonlight in the sky, and was suddenly startled. There were two skeletons leaning next to the stone, and from the size of the skeletons one could tell that it was a man and a woman. One of the female's bone palm was also grasping a fist-sized, faintly brightly flickering orb. An unsettling thought sprang up in Qin Zhan's heart as he struggled to crawl over. Taking a closer look at this, that male skeleton had a jade pendant hanging from his neck. No, this can never be. He breathed heavily, and his heart felt like a knife as he muttered aloud to himself. But a few moments later, he suddenly yelled like a madman. Dad! Mom! Qin Zhan was lying on the ground, his eyes red and tearing his heart and lungs as he screamed miserably. He couldn't believe the fact of this bad news. But the jade pendant hanging on that skeleton was none other than the Qin family head token. Parents disappeared for 2 years, for himself to track down the real culprit, for himself to find a way to regrow the dragon ridge. But I didn't realize that all of this was a trick by my own eldest uncle's family, digging up their own dragon spine and transplanting it into their cousin's body, utilizing their parents' love for them, and swindling them into entering the Jedi under the dragon abyss in search of an opportunity. All of this, the originator was actually his own relatives. Not knowing how long had passed, Qin Zhan roared his throat hoarse and was covered in blood. He no longer had the strength to flop down on the orb that his parents were protecting in their palms. Blood dripping down. Suddenly, the fist-sized orb looked like it had been activated, and a divine and powerful aura surprised him. Then the orb cracked open, and a golden light burst out from it. That light was lifelike, like a spiritual snake dancing and circling around Qin Zhan. Under the shroud of this mysterious light, Qin Zhan was surprised to find that his body's injuries and broken bones were recovering rapidly. He felt that his body was getting stronger, especially the feeling of fullness in his back where the dragon spine had been dug out. In less than 10 short minutes, he was able to stand straight up, and that golden serpentine creature also manifested in its entirety at this time, stopping in front of him. Dragon? Qin Zhan was shocked. This wasn't a snake at all, but a legendary true dragon. The dragon, the totem of the Xia people, existed in legends, but no one had ever seen it. The 1-foot-long true dragon seemed to understand Qin Zhan's words, and suddenly turned into a ray of light that directly disappeared into his back. Ah! Qin Zhan roared at the same time as he clenched his fists, feeling as if his back was being burned by a blazing fire. He frantically pounded the ground while feeling his body getting stronger. The power that had been lost for 2 years seemed to be frantically returning. The boundless burning pain caused Qin Zhan to hiss madly, spreading out underneath the silent and terrifying dragon abyss. Not knowing how long had passed, Qin Zhuo finally couldn't support his body and collapsed. By the time he woke up, the darkness under the dragon abyss was misty, but there was also a faint sunlight shining in. He quickly stood up from the ground and realized that the injuries on his body had completely healed. Squeezing his fists, that long-lost feeling resurfaced. Taking another look at the corpses of his parents beside the stone wall, he agonized inwardly. Dad! Mom! Xinjiang knelt down and choked. Son is unfilial. You were framed by the eldest uncle's family and trapped under the dark dragon abyss in order to find a new opportunity for me. My son swears to the heavens that he will get back everything he has lost, and will make sure to make the eldest uncle's family pay for their blood. Xinjiang heavily kowtowed 9 times and wiped his tears. Chapter 3, Dragon Ball Fusion. Replacement Dragon Ridge. At this moment, he had long understood. Dragon's Abyss, rumored to be the place where true dragons once resided, was full of mysterious strangeness, and his own dragon spine being dug up would turn him into a complete invalid, which was why his parents were lured by his eldest uncle to come to this horrible place to look for opportunities. It was just that his own eldest uncle's family had never dreamed that there really was an opportunity under the dragon abyss. Xinjiang stood up, feeling his body filled with power. This was proof enough that the power contained within that dragon pearl had replaced the dragon spine that had been dug out. He was no longer an invalid and had once again become a powerful martial artist. Eldest uncle, cousin, and the Li family's Qian Jin. You wait. Xinjiang clenched his fists, feeling an unprecedented strength. Not only do I want you all to pay for your blood debts, I'll also personally reclaim everything I've lost. Martial artists were one of the most special groups in the Summer Kingdom. With the development of the times so far, martial artists had long since become not a legend, but a real existence. Nowadays, the wind of practicing martial arts is prevalent in the Xia Kingdom, and based on the powerful combat strength, the martial artists have long had a clear grade division. This is the body refining, burning heart, shackles, golden body, immortal 5 big level. Each major level is divided into 9 small levels, and the difference between each level is the difference between the real combat power. Before his dragon spine was dug out, he was already a burning heart 9 martial artist. If there are no accidents, the adult will be able to break the shackles, and become the first martial artist in the history of the province of Shangan to break a shackle at the age of 18. Only with the Dragon Ridge being dug out, everything went back to square one. Now that his own parents had used their lives to find a new opportunity for him, the Dragon Pearl had replaced the Dragon Spine, allowing him to not only regain his strength back to the beginning, but also enhance it. Xinjiang looked at the cave in the distance, and he sensed a terrifying aura spreading in it. He had wanted to quickly leave with the remains of his parents, but at this time, the Dragon Pearl that replaced the Dragon Spine behind his back unexpectedly stirred. Ghostly, Xin stood and instinctively walked towards that cave. Xinjiang's heart trembled with fear. Thinking about the legends about the dragon abyss below, his heart was secretly terrified. It couldn't be that there was really a legendary true dragon locked underneath this cave. He cautiously advanced. After entering about 50 meters, a piece of altar appeared in front of him. On top of the altar he saw a hunched silhouette half kneeling on the ground. 2 bull-thick chains crossed the man's peep of bones. Xinjiang was horrified, unable to speak as he looked at the scene in front of him in shock. At this moment, that person also sensed someone approaching and violently raised his head and let out a roar. This instant Xin stood feeling like he had seen through everything. You, who are you? Xin Station swallowed his saliva and looked at the mysterious person with a cloak of hair and an unreadable face and asked, "It's been 50 years. Finally someone has come to the dragon cave. The heavens will not kill me The silhouette hissed with pathos, his voice mixed with boundless anger. The 2 huge chains clashed together, firmly locking onto the person. Xin Stations cautiously tried to approach, but suddenly a terrifying chi force violently erupted above that altar, directly shaking him back. "Don't come over," the figure roared. "Ha ha ha, the dragon pearl has already fused with you. Ha ha, the heavens have helped me. Li Shan Tian, Li Shan Tian." Xinjiang instantly sweated and took a few steps back in shock. Your dragon emperor Li Shan Tian? Li Shang Tian. That was a generation of myths in the Xia Kingdom, an insurmountable monument of martial arts. Numbered Dragon Emperor. Rumor had it that the Dragon Emperor had long since fallen. I didn't expect it to be locked up here. Not bad. Li Shantian's voice was resounding as he said, "Young man, this is the fate of heaven. I don't have much time left, and since you were able to fuse with the Dragon Pearl and enter this place, then it means that this is destiny." "Senior," Xinjiang shouted, "I don't have much time left. Remember, darkness is about to descend. You are the chosen one. Quickly leave the dragon abyss." Accompanied by Li Shantian's hiss, the originally silent altar suddenly emitted a strange glow that was eroding him bit by bit. Li Shantian struggled frantically, the agonizing screams he let out, his breath weakening. "Quickly leave. Remember, the future of the Xia Kingdom is in your hands, Elder." Xinjiang didn't understand what Li Shantian's words meant at all. He only felt that the light emitted from that altar was extremely terrifying. "Go, hold my dragon emperor's order. Kill the traitors and sycophants. Save this country." As the eerie light grew more and more prevalent, Xinjiang had to step back, and a golden light flew out from within Li Shantian's body, falling into his hands with precision. In the next moment, the altar fell apart in pieces, and the cave began to shake violently as debris fell. Seeing this, Xinjiang had no choice but to quickly rush towards the outside. Accompanied by the violent vibrations, the entire cave was torn apart in an instant. Heaven blesses Daxia, those who steal the country. Wait. Vaguely, Xinjiang heard Li Xingtian's roar of relief. Tianzhou, Qin family, ancestral ground. A human figure was kneeling on the ground, and in front of him stood two fresh graves. The silhouette was none other than Xinjiang, who had survived the dragon abyss, and the two new graves were the ones he had erected for his parents. Dad, Mom, my son will never let you two down again. Xinjiang kowtowed heavily, sighing in his heart, filled with rage filling every cell within his body. Second, young master. It was at this moment that a surprised voice came from behind. Xinjiang turned around and saw that the visitor was Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu, Xinjiang shouted. Ever since his dragon spine had been dug out, Uncle Fu was the only one in the entire Qin family who had always taken care of him and treated him well. Second young master, you're still alive. Great, great. Uncle Fu cried tears of joy and ran over with a trembling body. Xinjiang nodded and said, not only did I not die, I also found something to replace the dragon spine. Uncle Fu's face was filled with shock, followed by elation. All of this is thanks to my parents, but they can never come back. Speaking here, Xinjiang couldn't help but clench his fists, so he told Uncle Fu what happened to him in the dragon abyss. Uncle Fu was equally furious after hearing this, saying, Grand Master's family is too vicious. In order to compete for the position of the family head, they even disregarded their brotherhood, as well as that Shenjin of the Li family who was so vicious that she wants to drive you to extinction. It's too hateful. Fortunately, God has eyes. God has eyes. Saying that, Uncle Fu also knelt down, facing Xinjiang's parents' grave, saying, Family master, madam, old slave is sorry to your spirits in the 9 heavens for not taking good care of young master. I'm sorry, Uncle Fu, get up. Seeing this, Xinjiang immediately reached out and pulled Uncle Fu up, saying, You're the only family member I have left in this world. Everyone in the Qin family is an animal. I won't have anything to do with the Qin family anymore. Tomorrow is the day Qin Feng and the Li family's daughter will consummate their marriage. I will show up and I will kill him with my own hands in front of everyone to get back everything I have lost. Young master, don't be impulsive, Uncle Fu hurriedly persuaded. After all, Xinjiang was still young, although he was once a rare genius. He had lost 2 years of his life, and now that Qin Feng had risen to the top later, not only had he fused the dragon spine, but he had also been cultivated by the entire family, and most crucially, the Li family side had already taken Qin Feng as their son-in-law, and they must have helped a lot in secret as well, coupled with the fact that Qin Wushuang was a powerful martial artist. Acting rashly, he was afraid that Xinjiang would be in danger. Uncle Fu, don't try to persuade me. If I don't get the revenge of my parents and the blood feud, I'll swear not to be a human being. Saying that, he took out the Dragon Emperor order that the Dragon Emperor had given him on his deathbed. Every person in the Xia kingdom knew exactly what the Dragon Emperor's order meant. Ever since he was a child, he had heard about the legendary and glorious life of the Dragon Emperor, an ultimate existence that stood at the peak of the martial arts. Rumor had it that the king of Shangnan, who had ruled Shangnan for 50 years, had been lucky enough to receive a word of guidance from the Dragon Emperor when he was young, before he was able to become king. Now with the Dragon Emperor's order in his hand, he finally had absolute certainty in his heart that he could take revenge without fear on the wedding day of the Qin and Li families tomorrow. Chapter 4, A Strong Return. Tianzhou Hotel. Today, the entire Tianzhou is in a state of celebration. The Li family, the #1 powerful family from the province, came to Tianzhou with their entire family, and the family's daughter, Li Shui, will consummate her marriage with Qin Feng, the youngest master of the Qin family in Tianzhou. The current head of the Qin family, Qin Wushuang, arrived at the Tianzhou Hotel early in the morning with all the family members. After today, the Qin family would be taking it to the next level. Not only would they be in-laws with a powerful family like the Li family, there were even rumors that this time, the Li family had invited a top-notch big shot to be a witness to the marriage. In the morning, the head of the Li family, Li Guofeng, personally arrived with Li Shui, and a whole bunch of family executives. A long line of luxury cars blocked off all the surrounding streets. Mr. Li, everything is ready. We are just waiting for the auspicious time to have arrived to announce the marriage of my Feng's son and Xiao Shui. Qin Wushuan was full of smiles as he respectfully said forward. Li Guofeng, with a cold face, looked at the hall full of guests, then looked at the time and said, There is no hurry, wait until Lord Wang arrives. When the Qin family members heard this, they were thrilled. They all knew that the Lord Wang that Li Guofeng was talking about was the mighty Wang Shanha who was known as the King of Shangnan. There were rumors that the King of Shangnan, Wang Shanha, was related to the Supreme Dragon Emperor of Xia. I didn't realize that the Li family had invited Wang Shanhe to be the witness, which showed that the Li family had really invested a lot of money in order to tie up Qin Feng, the future myth of martial arts. At 12 noon, the roar of helicopter propellers came from the sky above the Tianzhou Hotel. All the bigwigs from Li and Qin's families walked out and stood respectfully at the entrance of the hotel in 2 rows, welcoming the helicopter to land. Because the king of Shangnan had arrived, the helicopter quickly swooped down and then steadily stopped at the entrance of the hotel. Everyone was so excited in their hearts that they lowered their heads in respect. The hatch opened and an old man walked down from under the helicopter with his hands behind his back. "See you, Lord Wang." In the next moment, everyone shouted in unison. Today is the day that the Li family's daughter and the Qin family's young master consummated their marriage, so there is no need for all of you to be polite. Wang Shanhe stepped on the red carpet with his feet and waved his hand, signaling the people of the 2 great families to rise. "Many thanks, Lord Wang." Wang Shanhe nodded, his gaze like a torch as he directly walked towards Qin Feng, who was dressed in a suit. Not bad, not bad, worthy of being a martial artist who gave birth to the dragon spine. At the age of 19 you possess the strength of the 7th stage of the burning heart. Even when I was young, I was on not as good as you. Many thanks to Lord Wang for his love. Qin Feng had a proud face. All the glory today was his, including the Li family taking the initiative to come to the heavenly continent to marry their daughter, and even the king of Shangnan personally showing up as a witness. Ha ha. Wang Shanhe was full of appreciation and praise, then said, "Alright, it's almost time, don't miss the auspicious day." At this time, the Li family's subordinates also helped Li Shui, who was dressed in a wedding gown, to walk out. All of a sudden, the gongs and drums were sounding and the ceremonial flowers filled the sky. This most extravagant and eye-catching wedding in the history of Shangnan officially began. Li Guofeng and other Li family executives and Qin Wushuang and others sat in 2 rows, with Wang Shanhe sitting on the main seat. Qin Feng and Li Shui walked in holding hands under everyone's attention. Seeing this, Wang Shanhe drank a cup of tea, then stood up and loudly announced, "In the name of the king of Xiangnan, I officially announce that Qin Feng of the Qin family and Li Shui of the Li family are officially married as of this moment." In the next moment, thunderous applause rang out across the room, all congratulating the 2. Qin Feng was wearing a smile at this moment as he arched his hand at the crowd present, and then without any reservation, he directly erupted the full strength of the burning heart 7th stage. At the same time, he purposely blossomed the light of the dragon spine, an intense golden light bursting out from the dragon spine behind him. The light flickered, and everyone present at this moment was in awe. Even Wang Shanhe nodded his head in awe. The light of a dragon ridge could naturally suppress all opponents. A martial artist who could give birth to a dragon ridge would definitely become a martial artsmith in the future. Lord Wang, father-in-law, seniors. Qin Feng's demeanor was haughty as he confidently exclaimed, "I, Qin Feng, will surely break through the burning heart 9th stage before the age of 20, break a yoke, and become the first martial artist in Shangnan's history to enter the yoke stage at the age of 20. After that, the Qin family, the Li family, and everyone in Shangnan will witness my Qin Feng personally create a generation of martial artsmiths." Good. Wang Shanhe stood up, personally applauded, and said approvingly, "I'll first wish Qin Feng to create a martial artsmith. My son Qin Feng will definitely start a martial artsmith." Qin Wushuang followed closely behind. Then even Li Guofeng stood up and said rather excitedly, "My son-in-law Qin Feng will surely go down in history in the future and become a legend of the Xia kingdom." Ha ha ha. It was at this moment that suddenly a loud laughter from outside the hotel hall came in at an inopportune moment. The laughter was filled with sarcasm, anger, unwillingness, and contempt. Everyone was interrupted by this suddenly resounding laughter and followed the sound to look, only to see a teenager, with a stalwart face and firm eyes, walking in step by step with his hands behind his back. "It's you, Qin Zhen. It's you. I didn't expect that you, this trash, didn't die." Seeing that the person who came was none other than Qin Station, all of a sudden Qin Wushuang and the rest of the Qin family were all taken aback. The people of the Li family also stood up, somewhat incredulous. 3 days ago, Li Shui had personally ordered that all traces of Qin Zhen's existence be erased, thus erasing the stain that she had been engaged to such a loser. The Qin family didn't dare to disobey and sent someone to take him under the dragon abyss and throw him down overnight. From ancient times to the present, no one had ever come out alive from under the dragon abyss. My good uncle, my good cousin, and the good uncles of the Qin family. Accident? Anger flickered in Qin Zhen's eyes. "Qin Zhen, you punk, since you were lucky enough not to die, how dare you still show up?" Qin Wushuang angrily rebuked. "Eldest uncle, you didn't even die. How could I die? Waste. In that case, today I will use your blood to test the power of the dragon spine." Qin Feng quickly stepped forward in shock and went toe-to-toe with Qin War. "Ha!" Qin Zhen looked at his cousin, looking at the light of the dragon spine behind the other party. His killing intent surged to the sky. that all should have been his own, brutally taken away by his own blood relatives. Not only did he take away his own dragon spine, but he also killed his own parents. Qin Wushuang, Qin Feng, not only did you dig up my dragon spine 3 years ago, but you also designed the death of my parents. Flesh and blood, yet you are so cruel, as well as you, the elders of the Qin family, with your lust for profit. And you, Xinjiang clenched his fists as his body began to erupt with a powerful killing aura as he stared at Li Shui, who was the same size as himself. I've never met you before. There's no injustice or hatred, yet you want to put me to death. Very well, today, new grudges and old grudges all count. You want me to die. I want you to become a widow today just after your marriage. Qin Feng roared, still not putting Qin Zhan in his eyes. Wastes will always be wastes. Now that the dragon spine has fused with me, use your blood to witness my rise. Ha ha ha. Qin War looked at his own cousin with the same disdain and scorn. I'll kill you with my own hands and let everyone know that what belongs to me will always be mine. In an instant, Qin Zhan was no longer hiding, and all of his Burning Heart 9th stage chi energy erupted. Burning Heart 9th stage. Didn't he have his dragon spine dug out and become a wasted man long ago? What the hell is going on here? Instantly, everyone was all nonplussed and stood up in unison, looking at Qin Zhan incredulously. Qin Feng instantly also sensed that something was wrong. Since childhood, Qin Zhan's talent was far beyond his. If it wasn't for digging out Qin Zhan's dragon spine 3 years ago and planting it in his body, he would never have the current Burning Heart 7th stage strength. But he did not expect that his own cousin, who must have died long ago and become a waste, had actually walked out of the dragon abyss alive, and also possessed the strength of the Burning Heart 9th stage. Chapter 5, Bullying the Few with the Many. Right? Looking at the shocked crowd present, especially Qin Feng, who had been full of confidence just a moment ago, instantly lost his aura. A trace of contempt flashed through Qin War's eyes. Qin Feng was his other cousin, only a year older than him. The two had grown up since they were young, and the difference in talent was very large. My good cousin. What? Are you afraid? Humph. Looking at the presence of so many people, Qin Feng's mouth was still hard. I'm destined for splendor. Would I be afraid of a punk like you? Ha! Qin Zhan clenched his fists and approached step by step. The chi energy of the 9th stage of the Burning Heart erupted, directly cracking the floor of the hotel hall. At 18 years old, Burning Heart 9th stage, it was enough to proudly look down on the province, and many older generation martial artists sighed to themselves. Ever since you were little, your mouth has always been so hard. I just don't know if your strength is as hard as your mouth. As he spoke, Qin Zhan made a direct move. He clenched his fists and blasted down towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng was obviously just hard-mouthed and showed a timid color. The two were cousins. He was well aware of Qin Zhan's talent. But today is his big day. Everyone in the Li family is watching. There is also Wang Shanha who is also watching, so he has to hold on even if he is strong. Qin War, I'll let you see the power of the dragon spine. Facing Qin War's overwhelming fist blast down, Qin Feng roared, and in an instant, the light of the dragon spine behind him reached its peak. Like a small sun, it instantly surged with a radiant and divine aura, piercing the eyes of those present all of a sudden. The divine aura caused everyone to feel a natural suppression, and Qin Zhan was no exception. At the same time, Qin Feng clenched his fist to meet him. With a loud bang, the powerful chi energy exploded. Qin War and Qin Feng each retreated a few steps. Both sides were actually evenly matched. One should know that Qin Zhan had already recovered his strength and reached the 9th stage of Burning Heart, while Qin Feng was only at the 7th stage of Burning Heart with the power of the dragon spine. The difference between two small segments was usually seconds. Everyone stood up, watching the duo with unblinking eyes. Seeing this, Qin Wushuang and Li Guofeng, Li Guorong, Li Shui and other senior executives were shocked in their hearts, and at the same time, they also breathed a sigh of relief. A martial artist with a dragon spine is indeed as powerful as rumored. With a difference of two small segments, they can still be evenly matched and even have some advantage. Wang Shanha carried his hands behind his back and expressed his opinion very appreciatively. Qin Wushuang even directly shouted, Fenger, no poison, no need to have any worries. Kill. Use Qin Battle's blood to start the first step of your martial arts myth. Qin Feng was also doubly confident at this moment. Originally, he had been wary of Qin Zhan since he was a child. Just now, both sides threw a punch at each other, and he felt that with the power of the dragon spine, it was enough to cross two small segments to kill Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan, originally on account of the fact that you are also a member of the Qin family bloodline, I have left you a dog's life for the past 2 years. Today, you don't know how to cherish yourself to seek death, so go to hell. Use your blood to start the first step of my splendor. This time, Qin Feng took the initiative. The glow of the dragon ridge behind him grew stronger and stronger, and his entire aura was also growing stronger and stronger, although he was two small segments behind Qin Zhan. At this moment, in terms of aura, he was already not weaker than Qinjian at all. Qinjian's gaze was resolute, and his murderous aura was always sky-high. He frantically urged his entire body's qi, and the dragon pearl behind his back began to glow as a mysterious and unpredictable aura lay dormant. Qin Feng, the dragon spine originally belonged to me. You were originally a piece of trash. Today I'm going to show you that even if you possess the dragon spine, you're still a piece of trash just the same. This time, both of them did not hold back. The two residual shadows quickly intertwined together, and powerful qi energy exploded. Roar in a trance. Everyone heard a dragon roar emanating from Qinjian's body. A brilliant light simultaneously surged within his body, and that light unexpectedly directly suppressed Qin Feng's dragon spine light. Immediately after that, Qin Feng let out a miserable scream as his entire body seemed to be splitting apart. A stream of blood splattered out, and then his entire body flew backwards uncontrollably. As for Qinjian, his face was also covered in blood all over, and his fists were dripping blood as well. It was impossible to tell if it was his own or Qin Feng's. The entire hall instantly fell into a deathly silence. Qin Feng had lost. This genius who had fused the dragon spine and was destined to start a martial artsmith had lost. His body cracked by Qinjian's punch, and he directly flew out backwards and fell hard on the ground. No, it's impossible. I fused the dragon spine and am destined to become a martial Dao myth. No, impossible. Qin Feng lay on the ground, a large portion of his chest dented in, covered in blood, hissing hideously, full of unwillingness. There is nothing impossible. Qinjian was filled with killing intent as he said, the dragon spine was originally born within me, and your father and son united with outsiders to dig up my dragon spine. Now what? Martial artists. It is the self that is strong, not relying on external objects. Even if I don't have the dragon spine, I can kill you just the same. Feeling Qinjian's intense killing intent, the Qin family, and the Li family reacted. Little beast, stop. Qin Wuxuan was the first to rush out, his qi surging as he blocked in front of Qin Feng. Little brute. I should have known that I should have killed you altogether a few years ago to stop any future troubles. Qin Wuxuan. Qinjian's eyes were red, facing his own Qin elder uncle. He only had killing intent. You scum, beast, digging up my dragon spine, harming my parents. You return my parents' lives. Little brute. With us here, we can't allow you to be reckless today. Kneel down. Qin Wuxuan was equally filled with killing intent as he roared. He knew very well that if he didn't get rid of Qinjian today, he would become a great danger in the future, and his son's reputation as a martial artsmith would also be greatly damaged. Li Guofeng, Li Guorong, Li Shui, and other senior members of the Li family also collectively stood out at this time. This result had indeed greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. Unexpectedly, not only did Qinjian not die, he had actually defeated Qin Feng who possessed the dragon spine. This makes the face of the Li family very untenable. To know that Qin Feng is destined to be invincible, among his peers absolutely crushed, which is worthy of the dragon spine. But I didn't expect to still be unbeaten by Qinjian, who had long since become a waste. But things have come to this point. Although Qin Feng lost, but 19 years old Burning Heart 7 paragraphs, has a dragon spine, the same outstanding. Furthermore, Wang Shanhai had already witnessed the marriage, and Qin Feng was already the Li family's son-in-law. Therefore, the Li family would never condone Qin War actually killing Qin Feng. Young man, you are truly incredible. Qin Feng is already my Li family's son-in-law. His future is limitless in time. You want to kill him? It's impossible. The two brothers, Li Guofeng and Li Guorong, looked at Qinjian coldly, their eyes looking very complicated. Ha ha ha. Facing Qin Wuxuan and the many experts of the Li family, Qinjian was fearless and laughed recklessly. He had thought of all this long before he came. The Li family, the elders of the Qin family would never watch him kill Qin Feng. This was because the dragon spine had fused with Qin Feng, and the future of the two families was at stake. Very well, Qin family, and your Li family. Are you going to bully the few with the many and the great with the small? Are your so-called martial arts myths such trash to be defeated? If I, Qinjian, dare to come today, I will never be afraid of you. Chapter 6, Emboldened. In-laws, there's no need for you guys to clean up this little brute Qinjian. I'll do it. Qin Wuxuan was quite confident. In order to show off in front of the Li family, he planned to personally take action to settle this in-law nephew of Qinjian. As an old-generation martial artist, Qin Wuxuan had long since broken through the Burning Heart segment and entered the ranks of the shackles. However, to this day, Qin Wuxuan had only broken one shackle. However, in his opinion, it was more than enough to deal with Qinjian, who was at the 9th Burning Heart segment. Qin War glanced at Qin Wuxuan with a murderous look on his face and said sarcastically, "The son can't do it. He's a piece of trash." Is the old man on? Little son of a, you can't be allowed to be reckless today. Qin family, also don't need your lineage. Feng's son will definitely create a myth in the future. And you don't know how to die. I will fulfill you today. Qin Wuxuang. Qin Zhan was no longer able to control the anger within him, thinking of his parents being deep under the dragon abyss for the past 2 years. It was all thanks to Qin Wuxuang. I want you to kneel in front of my parents' graves to thank you. Little beast, go to hell. Qin Wuxuang's murderous aura shook as a terrifying qi erupted from his body. In an instant, the surrounding energy began to surge towards. This was the power of a shackle stage martial artist. With just a single qi energy, Qin Zhan was sweating profusely, feeling as if there was a huge mountain pressing down on his shoulders. He clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth as the fused dragon pearl behind his back began to glow. Soon, the pressure from Qin Wuxuang's qi was much reduced. Undesirable son or grandson, spoiling the family's major event. Kneel down and thank the ancestors of the Qin family through the generations. Qin Wuxuang carried his hands behind his back, completely not putting Qin Zhan in his eyes. The difference between a shackle and a burning heart was one heaven and one earth. Qin Wuxuang. Qin Zhan clenched his fists and said angrily, the ones who should kneel down and thank the ancestors of the Qin family for their sins are you, the beast, and your trashy son, your family. Little brute. No big deal. Kneel down for me. Accompanied by Qin Wuxuang's loud shout, a section of the yoke surged with qi energy, instantly enveloping towards Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan clenched his fists and roared angrily, tenaciously standing upright. His entire body was wrapped in a ball of light. That was the dragon pearl fused under the dragon abyss. The dragon pearl emitted a mysterious and soft light, making him strong enough to withstand the oppression from Qin Wuxuang. Eldest uncle, it seems that you are a piece of trash just like your son. Is that all you're capable of? Little beast, you. Qin Wuxuang's teeth itched with anger. He had watched Qin Zhan grow up since he was a child, and was well aware of the talent of this dear nephew. If he hadn't colluded with the Li family's senior management a few years ago to personally dig out Qin Zhan's dragon spine, then his own lineage, his own son Qin Feng will always be in the shadow of Qin Zhan, will never be able to get ahead. It was thought that by digging out the dragon spine, Qin War would forever become a wasted man, planted inside Qin Feng. Qin Feng created a martial artsmith and took his place, and there was no loss to the Qin family. Unexpectedly, Qin Zhan was still so terrifying, defeating Qin Feng in public, and now with the strength of the 9th stage of the burning heart, he could even resist the qi pressure of the 1st stage of his shackle. Old me wants you dead. Qin Wuxuang was shocked, and at the same time, his killing heart rose up, having secretly made up his mind that no matter what, he would have to execute Qin War today. Qin War didn't put Qin Wuxuang in his eyes at all, as well as the many powerful members of the Li family who were watching intently from the side. If he dared to come, he was prepared. Now it was merely to test his limits, using the strength of the 9th stage of the burning heart to hard steel a strong person of the 1st stage of the shackle. Eldest uncle, you punk, do you think you can kill me today? Even if you kill me, if word gets out, your punk son Qin Feng is doomed to be a joke. Digging up my dragon spine, what martial arts myth, is a joke more or less. Qin Zhan's words were very harsh to the ears, causing everyone present to look at each other with very ugly faces, especially Qin Feng, who had been severely injured by a punch, felt that his pride had been greatly hurt. Dad, get out of the way. I'm going to kill him with my own hands. Ha! Qin War looked disdainfully at Qin Feng, who had managed to stand up with great difficulty. The dented piece in front of his chest had actually begun to heal. He knew very well that it was caused by the power of the dragon spine. Rubbish! Are you worthy of being my opponent? You think that after stealing my dragon spine, you are a martial arts myth? Rubbish! You father and son go together. Fenger, stand down. Qin Wuxuang knew that Qin Feng was no match for Qin Zhan, and fearing that Qin Feng would fail, he loudly rebuked. He had managed to risk a great deal to dig out Qin War's dragon spine and plant it in Qin Feng's body. Qin Feng was everything to him, and everything to the entire Qin family, and must not fail in any way. But at this moment, Li Guofeng, Li Guorong, Li Shui, and the other Li family executives all revealed strange expressions. If Qin Feng, who had already fused with the dragon spine, couldn't even pass the Qin War barrier, then was all that the Li family had done worth it or not? Could such a person really start a martial arts myth in the future? Ha! Qin Zhan continued to taunt loudly. Eldest uncle, look at your demeanor. Didn't you think that Qin Feng would be able to crush fellow martial artists and create splendor just because he has the dragon spine? Joke, not even having the courage and vigor to fight me. Such trash deserves to become a martial arts myth? And your Li family, ha, also a joke. Is this the dragon son-in-law that your Li family wants to pull in and tie up at all costs? Qin Zhan laughed wantonly, venting his anger to his heart's content. Uncle Qin. At this time, Li Shui opened her mouth as she said in a cold voice, he's right. If my man can't pass this hurdle, how can I start a martial arts myth in the future? Little Shui. Qin Wuxuang of course understood this, but Qin Feng had everything at stake. He didn't dare to take a risk. Bitch, I said that I would make you a widow today. so I will definitely do it. Qin Zhan stared at Li Shui fiercely. Qin War. Li Shui was not very old, but her mind was unusually vicious as she said, even if you can kill Qin Feng today, this is nothing to me. What I need is a man who is worthy of me among the 10,000. What my Li family needs is a genius who is destined to be invincible. As for this person who was once you, is now Qin Feng, it doesn't matter who it is in the future. And you, don't even think about walking out of this door alive today. Bitch, ha ha ha. Qin War laughed without saying anything. He inadvertently glanced at the king of Xiangnan, Wang Shanhe, who had been quietly watching all of this. It had long been rumored that Wang Shanhe was able to achieve such a status solely thanks to having once received a word of guidance from the Dragon Emperor when he was young. He had brought the Dragon Emperor's order with him today. Thus he was emboldened. He was also very clear that today, relying solely on his current strength, he would at most defeat Qin Feng in public to vent his anger. Even if the Li family didn't care, his good uncle and these elders of the Qin family would never really watch him kill Qin Feng. But with the Dragon Emperor's order in hand, everything was not a problem. Really vicious enough. But I'll tell you, not only am I going to personally kill your man Qin Feng today, but I also want you to kneel down and apologize. Chapter 7 Myth or Joke? Qin Feng, you trash. If you're a man, stand up and fight me. Qin War was fearless, completely ignoring Qin Wushuang and the many experts of the Li family. Qin Feng was riding a tiger at this moment. He knew that he was no match for Qin War even if he had the dragon spine. But just now, Li Shui also said, including the Li family also sent word, if he didn't dare to harden himself and continue the bloody battle with Qin battle, he was afraid that he would really become a martial arts joke. Qin Wushuang was also very hard to see at this moment, and was in a dilemma left and right. He was afraid that his precious son would have a slip-up, but Li Shui had already made it very clear. Seeing Qin Feng hesitating and constantly wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he just didn't dare to respond. Qin Zhan continued to speak loudly and sarcastically. My good cousin, didn't you think that you were invincible after obtaining my dragon spine? Wasn't it your mouth that opened and closed with you your father to start a martial arts myth? Since you don't dare to fight with me, I advise you father and son to kneel down immediately and admit in public that you're a waste and a wimp. Qin War, you. Qin Feng hated his teeth so much that his dragon spine began to glow. But the more so, the more he dared not continue the battle with Qin War. Look, this is your Li family's son-in-law? This is the so-called future martial arts myth? Qin Zhan laughed recklessly, constantly verbally humiliating. This made the Li family feel extremely disgraced at this moment as well, but there was no way to do anything about it. Qin War, you're bullying people too much. I'll fight you. Qin Feng really couldn't stand Qin War's verbal humiliation and irritation, and his manly pride came up. He roared out, surging with the light of the dragon spine to fight Qin War in blood. Feng-er, Qin Wushuang shouted, wanting to stop. However, when he looked up at the Li clan's crowd whose faces were blue, he still collected his chi with great reluctance and retreated. Feng-er, you have to be careful. He. Qin Zhan laughed and teased. My good elder uncle. Don't worry, how can I say that your son is also my own cousin? Don't worry, I will be merciful. Qin Zhan, you go to hell. Qin Feng couldn't take it anymore and roared as he directly rushed towards Qin War. Qin Zhan sneered, not panicking, his back dragon pearl was similarly glowing, resisting the natural suppression brought about by the dragon spine. Garbage will always be garbage. What belongs to me? Even if it's taken by your father and son, so what? As Qin Zhan roared, he fiercely struck out, directly ignoring Qin Feng's attack, probing out his palm to directly grab Qin Feng's fist. Immediately afterward with a forceful pull back, Qin Feng's powerful punch was forcefully resisted by him, and then Qin Feng's entire person was dragged over by him. The next moment under the twilight of everyone's horror, Qin Zhan cupped his fist and ferociously blasted Qin Feng's back. Little beast, what do you want? Stop him, quickly stop him. Ah, Feng-er. Qin Wushuang and the Qin clan's executives hurriedly shouted out, all of them erupting their chi at the first opportunity to rush up to stop him, but it was already too late. Qin War had already made up his mind. He stored up his strength and directly blasted off the dragon ridge behind Qin Feng with a single punch. Ah, Qin War, you broke my dragon spine. Qin Feng screamed in agony, his face turning into a never-before-seen grimace. A stream of blood splattered down, spilling onto Qin Zhan's face. Qin Zhan laughed out loud, then directly threw Qin Feng out like he was throwing a dead dog. My good cousin, back then, when your own father combined with others to knock me out and dig up my dragon spine, did you ever think of today? Now that the dragon spine has been broken. Ha ha ha, martial arts myth, hatred avenged. Qin Zhan laughed wantonly. The Li family's crowd all turned ashen in an instant. This was a heavenly joke. The martial arts myth that had waited painstakingly for so many years, lowering himself and promising all kinds of conditions to be tied down, today completely changed into history and became a joke. Qin War, you're so vicious. You've ruined the future of our Qin family. Qin War, how could you lay your hands on him? He's your cousin. The elders of the Qin family were fierce and murderous as they stared at Qin Zhan and rebuked loudly. Little brute. I want you dead. Qin Wushuang completely lost his mind. Looking at Qin Feng, whose back was covered in blood, his qi was rapidly collapsing. He knew that everything was over. Everything that was plotted was all over. Ha! Qin Zhan had a bland face as he looked at his eldest uncle Qin Wushuang, whose eyes were red, as well as the incomparably angry Qin family elders. Then he looked provocatively at Li Guofeng, Li Guorong, Li Shui, and the other Li family executives. Is your Li family going to join together to put me to death? Qin battle. Li Shui's stunningly beautiful face flashed with intense killing intent, cold as ice and frost, as she snapped, you destroyed my man's future, and my Li family's future. Today, you made me suffer a strange shame and made my Li family a joke. I will make sure to make your life worse than death. Begging for life and death. Is that so? Qin Zhan was unimpressed as he looked at this vicious young girl. I'm afraid you won't be able to do that yet. Qin Zhan. Li Guorong couldn't sit still either. Back then, it was him and Qin Wushuang who secretly conspired to poach Qin War's dragon spine. You're too arrogant. You're destroying not just Qin Feng, but also the future of my Li family. So what? Qin Zhan didn't care at all. You think you're invincible just because you're at the ninth stage of the burning heart? Li Guorong snorted coldly as a terrifying qi surged and directly suppressed towards him. As the second in command of the Li family, the segment level was also much higher than Qin Wushuang. Second uncle. Leave him alive and bring him back to be tortured day and night and imprisoned for eternity. Li Shui said resentfully. Ha ha ha. Qin Zhan laughed out loud despite being sweating profusely and under the suppression of Li Guorong's powerful qi. Fine, fine. You guys dug up my dragon's spine back then, killing my parents, and now you want me to beg for my life and death. If I let you guys off the hook today, I'll swear not to be a human being. After saying that, Qin Zhan swept his gaze and looked directly at Wang Shanhe, who hadn't said anything from the beginning to the end. Mr. Wang, you are highly respected and known as the king of Shangnan, and I'm sure you already know everything about the causes and consequences of today's events. Please come forward and say something. Wang Shanhe froze. The reason why he gave face to the Li family today to personally come to Tianzhou to witness the marriage. 1. A martial artist who gave birth to the Dragon Ridge was indeed rare in the world. 2. The person behind the Li family was also inextricably linked to him, and this favor had to be given, when he didn't expect things to be so twisted. What shocked him the most was, Qin Feng fused with the dragon spine and was no match for Qin War and was directly broken by a punch. Little beast, it seems like you thought Lord Wang would protect you? Ha! Li Guorong laughed coldly. Wang Shanhe was invited by their Li family, and even if he wasn't, as long as Wang Shanhe wasn't sick in the head, he would never cross swords with their Li family for Qin Zhan. Mr. Wang, rumor has it that you once received guidance from the Dragon Emperor to achieve what you have today. I'm sure the Dragon Emperor wouldn't be unable to recognize people. Seeing this, Qin War directly laid down the gauntlet. The moment these words came out, Wang Shanhe's face indeed changed abruptly. He looked at the hate-filled teenager in front of him with disbelief and a million curiosities. Little beast, too much nonsense. Kneel down. Qin Wushuang and Li Guorong and the others could no longer stand it and directly made their move. Slow. Wang Shanhe suddenly shouted, calling a halt to the crowd. Lord Wang, Qing, allow us to deal with this madman first. Li Guorong said respectfully. Wang Shanhe did not reply, but instead walked towards Qin Zhan, then sighed. Young man, you should never have interrupted Qin Feng's dragon spine. If not, perhaps, AI. Wang Shanhe was also somewhat helpless. He could see that Qin Zhan was extraordinary, but Qin Zhan had directly interrupted Qin Feng's dragon spine. This was tantamount to completely severing the future of the Qin family as well as the Li family. This was a deadly feud. Qin War smiled and didn't care. He had already heard Wang Shanhe's meaning. In this situation, it was not good for him to administer justice. Mr. Wang, it's fine. Qin Zhan smiled and pulled out the Dragon Emperor order from his pocket, throwing it directly and accurately at Wang Shanhe, shouting, look at what this is. Chapter 8, Descent into Madness. Wang Shanhe was a bit puzzled, but he still gently clamped 2 fingers on the Dragon Emperor order that Qin Zhan had thrown over. By this time, the Li family's crowd in Qin Wushuang had completely lost their patience. Several powerful qi forces suppressed Qin War in the center with a murderous aura. Qin War, I want you to live and die forever and ever and ever. Qin Wushuang gritted his teeth, his eyes red and his face fierce. He was the first to strike, and as a martial artist who had broken one of his shackles, his battle power far exceeded that of Qin Zhan. At the same time, Li Guorong also began to strike. The Li family had also plotted and paid a lot for the sake of Qin Feng, who possessed the dragon spine. Today, all of this was all completely and forever destroyed by Qin War. Just with you guys wanting to move me today? Qin Zhan didn't even return the favor. standing in the middle like that with a calm and unruffled face. Sure enough, the moment Li Guorong and Qin Wushuang each slapped their palms down towards him, in an instant, a terrifying qi energy erupted, directly rolling up a huge qi energy instantly wrapping Qin War in it. Bang bang, Qin Wushuang and Li Guorong each slapped their palms on that huge energy, and both of them were directly sent flying, falling to the ground and spitting out blood from their mouths. This sudden turn of events caused everyone present to be shocked. Whoever dares to touch him for a moment, old me will go on a killing spree today. Wang Shanha's murderous aura surged through his entire body with a terrifying aura, holding the Dragon Emperor's order in one hand as he walked over. No one would have expected Wang Shanha to step in to help Qin Zhan at the critical moment, directly shocking and injuring both Qin Wushuang and Li Guorong. Lord Wang, what do you mean by this? Li Guofeng, the head of the Li family, was enraged. His voice turned cold as he opened his mouth to inquire. Lord Wang, how could you help Qin War? Li Shui also asked in a very puzzled manner. Wang Shanha didn't respond, even though he seemed quite calm on the surface. However, his heart had long since set off waves of terror, and if he didn't have too many concerns, he would have long ago knelt down on the spot for Qin battle. Dragon Emperor Order. He had never dreamed that Qin Zhan actually held a Dragon Emperor Order. The Dragon Emperor Order, what it represented. Every Xia martial artist couldn't be clearer. Holding the Dragon Emperor's order was like the presence of the Dragon Emperor himself. The Dragon Emperor, that was the pinnacle of Xia martial arts, had disappeared for 50 years now, as rumors had it. If he hadn't been fortunate enough to have received guidance from the Dragon Emperor back then, how would he have gotten to where he was today? Old me just said, whoever dares to touch him will be killed without pardon. Wang Shanha said with a murderous aura, and an incomparably powerful aura instantly enveloped the entire hall. Li Guofeng, as the Li family head's #1 expert, was himself already a martial artist who had broken the 8 shackles, but he still couldn't face the king of Xiangnan. Seeing this, Qin Zhan spat out a breath as he and Wang Shanha glanced at each other, very much in tacit agreement not to reveal the Dragon Emperor's order. Qin, little friend Qin, what claim you have just command? Wang Shanha stumbled, originally wanting to call himself Mr. Qin, but he wasn't stupid after living to a great age. It had been 50 years since the Dragon Emperor disappeared, and his Dragon Emperor order suddenly appeared on an 18-year-old young man. There must have been many great things happening that were big enough to shake the heavens and the earth. He was also very clear that there had been rumors above the Xia martial arts world that the Dragon Emperor had been betrayed and disappeared under a sneak attack by a group of mysterious powerhouses. Therefore, Wang Shanha was very wise not to divulge the slightest bit. Lord Wang, what did you call him? Lord Wang, you know him? Li Guofeng, Li Guorong, Qin Wushuang, and the others were dumbfounded, wondering if they had heard wrong. Not bad. Wang Shanha snorted coldly before trembling as he returned the Dragon Emperor order to Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan nodded and said, just help me waste the Li family's senior management, Qin Wushuang and a few others. I'll do the rest myself. Wang Shanha arched his hands and was unusually polite to Qin Zhan. He then turned around violently, his killing aura rushing to the sky. The powerful qi directly locked onto Li Guorong, Li Guofeng, Qin Wushuang and several other core experts of the Li family. As the king of Xiangnan, he had once been personally instructed by the Dragon Emperor. He had already broken the 9 shackles and reached the second limit of the human body. All that was missing was a chance to formally mold his golden body. Therefore, his strength crowned the entire field and crushed everything. Feeling Wang Shanha's qi lock, Li Guofeng, Li Guorong, and the others all became anxious. Lord Wang, what do you mean? Could it be that you really want to listen to the words of this Qin Zhan and waste us all? Lord Wang, have you ever thought of the consequences if you do this? That you would completely tear your face off with my Li family for the sake of an insignificant person who was about to die? Li Guofeng questioned loudly. The Li family as the leading magnate in Xiangnan. Although they were very respectful and polite to Wang Shanha, the Li family had equally powerful energies behind them, enough to check and balance Wang Shanha. If it was in normal times, Wang Shanha would certainly be unwilling to offend the forces behind the Li family, but Qin Zhan was the one who held the Dragon Emperor order, and he disregarded everything. In this country, every martial artist's lifelong pursuit of faith was the former Dragon Emperor Li Shantian. Do it! Qin Zhan didn't want to listen to so much nonsense from the Li family anymore and shouted. Good! Wang Shanha answered and directly struck. In an instant, the shocked Qin Wushuang was directly grabbed by a hand, and with a slight point, Qin Wushuang's dantian was completely scrapped. Wang Shanha, you really dare. Wang Shanha, if you do this, my Li family will never rest with you. Seeing that Qin Wushuang was instantly scrapped, Li Guofeng, Li Guorong and other senior members of the Li family also became anxious and roared in anger. Wang Shanha ignored it and coldly stared at Li family head Li Guofeng, who had broken 8 shackles but was simply no match for Wang Shanha who had broken 9 shackles. Wang Shanhe came directly in front of Li Guofeng with a flash. Li Guofeng ran his chi just to resist, but it couldn't have the slightest effect. Ah! Accompanied by Li Guofeng's miserable cry, a mouthful of blood sprayed out. His dantian was similarly pierced by Wang Shanhe. Wang Shanhe, I won't rest until I die with you. However, Li Guofeng's threat was useless in the slightest. Wang Shanhe quickly struck out and scrapped Li Guorong as well as a few strong members of the Li family. When a martial artist's dantian was wasted, he could only be reduced to an ordinary person in this life, and would never be able to cultivate and practice martial arts again. Not bad. Nice job. Qin Zhan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, walked over to Wang Shanhe and patted Wang Shanhe's shoulder. His gaze then turned incomparably sharp as he stared at his eldest uncle, Qin Wushuang, as well as the several strong men of the Li family who had been scrapped. At this moment, the other elders of the Qin family and Li Shui and the others had been completely stunned. Looking at Qin War was like seeing a ghost, their faces filled with fear. My good uncle, my good cousin, the elders of the Qin family, and the Li family, how are they now? Qin Zhan mocked recklessly. Now that these people had all had their dantian wasted, he could crush them with one hand. Then he took a step towards Li Shui who had been trying to put herself to death. Li Shui looked flustered, her face equally filled with panic. Bitch, what did I say? Qin Zhan suddenly stormed out and threw down a backhanded slap. Kneel down for me, a snake-hearted woman like you. Fortunately God has eyes. I didn't marry you. Chapter 9, Background of the Li family. Li Shui's face was blue, and unwillingness was written all over her stunningly beautiful face. Kneel down. Qin Zhan was nonchalant, treating this kind of snake and scorpion poisonous woman. He didn't use the slightest bit of mercy. Another slap was thrown down. A trace of blood spilled out from the corner of Li Shui's mouth as she looked at her father, her second uncle, and the core experts of the family all had their dantian abolished. She looked at Qin Zhan with resentment, but there was nothing she could do at this point. She could only follow Qin Zhan's order and kneel down unwillingly. Seeing Li Shui kneeling down honestly, Qin Zhan then rushed to the side and lifted Qin Feng over. My good cousin, are you afraid of death? Qin War, don't kill me. I beg you don't kill me. We're brothers. Qin Feng had long lost his fighting spirit. After his dragon spine was broken, he was hopeless in this life. As for his father, all of the many experts of the Li family had also been wasted. Coupled with the fact that Qin Zhan had the backing of someone of Wang Shanhe's level, how could he dare to be arrogant and mouth off half-heartedly? Brothers? Ha! Qin Zhan disdainfully said. In the past, when your father and son dug up my dragon's spine and killed my parents, have you ever remembered your kinship? Don't worry, I won't be the same as your father and son. Now that your father and son are in the shape of invalids, I won't kill you, but from now on, I, Qin Zhan, will also have no more ties with the Qin family. Qin family, if anyone messes with me again, kill. Thank you, thank you. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he had finally retrieved a life. As for Li Shui and the Li family, when they saw Qin Feng in this state, there were thousands of regrets in their hearts. Me, Li Shui, marrying someone like you is the greatest shame of my life, Li Shui said unwillingly as she knelt on the ground. Qin Zhan looked at the Li family's crowd and then said, I originally had no grudges with your Li family, but it was your Li family's people who wanted to put me to death. Today, I will waste your Li family's experts and let you all live. After saying this, Qin Zhan didn't stop for anything and directly turned around and left. Wang Shanhe hesitated for a moment, then followed suit. Only after Qin Zhan and Wang Shanhe left did the people at the scene let out a sigh of relief. Wang Shanhe, Qin Zhan, if my Li family doesn't kill the two of you by 1,000 cuts, the heavens will strike you with 5 thunderbolts. Li Guofeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and struggled to stand up. Father, second uncle. Li Shui stood up from the ground at this time. She went over to support her father, her second uncle, and said spitefully, Wang Shanhe is a martial arts powerhouse who has broken the 9 shackles, and he did not hesitate to waste all of you for the sake of Qin battle. What does our Li family do now? Go back to the provincial city and immediately invite Mr. Nian. Li Guofeng clenched his fists and roared. Meanwhile, after leaving the hotel lobby, Qin Zhan directly returned to the Qin family's ancestral land, and Wang Shanhe followed. Seeing Qin Zhan return in one piece, Uncle Fu was thrilled. Second young master, it's great that you're fine. Uncle Fu, I'm fine. The great revenge has been avenged. Eldest uncle and Qin Feng have been wasted, and all of the Li family's prime experts have been wasted as well. Qin Zhan sighed. Uncle Fu had a shocked look on his face, not understanding how Qin Zhan had done it. However, he did not ask more questions, but instead, he sighed with emotion. Qin Zhan came to his parents' grave and knelt down once again, saying, Dad, Mom, now your great revenge has been avenged. Eldest uncle, Qin Feng is already an invalid, and child will be leaving Tianzhou and going to a faraway land. Child, I will definitely not let down the hopes you have placed in me since I was a child. and will definitely break into a new world in the path of martial arts. With that, Xinjiang heavily kowtowed a few times, and then he hugged Uncle Fu and left with determination. Wang Shanha didn't say a word during the entire process and followed closely behind. Late night, Xinjiang and Wang Shanha arrived at a secluded courtyard. Wang Shanha could no longer hold back at this moment as he directly knelt down and respectfully shouted, "Mr. Xin." Xinjiang looked at Wang Shanha and sighed. "Elder Wang, there's no need to be like this. Quickly get up, Mr. Xin. Seeing the Dragon Emperor's order is like the Dragon Emperor himself. You hold the Dragon Emperor's order. I should salute you," Wang Shanha said in awe. "There's no need for that. I'm not a Dragon Emperor," Xinjiang said calmly. Only then did Wang Shanha get up, then tremblingly and cautiously inquired, "Xin, Mr. Xin, is the Dragon Emperor alright?" "Dead." Xinjiang didn't hide anything and directly told the truth. He told him that he had seen the Dragon Emperor under the Dragon Abyss being chained by 2 bull-thick chains, and at the last moment, he was engulfed by the strange light on the altar, and then the cave collapsed. The Dragon Emperor gave the Dragon Emperor order to himself at the last moment and left all the words for him to say. This directly caused Wang Shanha to be petrified in place, his eyes filled with disbelief. The other courtyard was quiet, so quiet that Wang Shanha's heartbeat could be heard. Not knowing how long had passed, Xinjiang took the lead and spoke, saying, "Today I was able to avenge my parents, myself, thanks to the Dragon Emperor's Dragon Emperor order given to me by the Dragon Emperor, as well as your help, Mr. Xin." Wang Shanha also slowed down from his contemplation. "Since the Dragon Emperor gave you the Dragon Emperor order before he fell, and asked you to hold it and kill the traitors and sycophants to protect the Xia kingdom, that's enough to show that you are the Dragon Emperor's heir. Old me is not talented. I wish to follow you from now on." Saying this, Wang Shanha knelt down once again, and Xinjiang hurriedly helped Wang Shanha. "Old Wang, don't be like this, Mr. Xin." The Dragon Emperor stood at the pinnacle of martial arts in his life, and had once bloodily battled many powerhouses on his own, shaking the world with his might. He must have taken a liking to you, and that's why he handed over the Dragon Emperor order to you, Wang Shanha said forcefully. Xinjiang was a bit surprised. He initially only thought that everything was a coincidence, that it was the Dragon Emperor who had no choice but to give himself the Dragon Emperor order before he died. Now hearing Wang Shanha say this, it seemed that everything was not that simple. "Alright," Xinjiang sighed and agreed to Wang Shanha's request. Then Xinjiang asked many questions about the Dragon Emperor's deeds, and Wang Shanha told him what he knew truthfully. This also made him more and more shocked the more he listened. The things involved in the Dragon Emperor order were far more complicated than he had imagined. Once the Dragon Emperor order was spread out, he was afraid that even those top bigwigs in Kyoto and the 1,000-year-old families would not be able to sit still. However, the most urgent thing at the moment was not the unexpected great things that the Dragon Emperor order might bring about, but the retaliation from the Li family. According to what Wang Shanha had said, there was a martial arts powerhouse sitting behind the Li family. This person was also an expert of the 9th stage of the yoke, and was inextricably linked to the top magnates in the south. At least half of the reason he was able to come as a witness this time was because of that expert's face. Meanwhile, in the city of Hunan province, the Li family's group returned to the family villa as if they had all died. "What did Lord Nianside say?" Li Guofeng asked with an iron face. "Family master." Lord Nianside said that this matter is very strange and he will contact that old piker Wang Shanha tomorrow to ask for the truth. An underling replied. "Good." Li Guofeng clenched his teeth and said, "Tell Lord Nian that if he can help our Li family take revenge, my Li family is willing to pay whatever it takes." Chapter 10, You'd better mind your own business. Xiangnan, the provincial capital, the Wang mansion. An uninvited guest came early in the morning. A middle-aged man with a cold face came uninvited, and Wang Shanha and Xinjiang also came out together after receiving the news from the servants of the Wang mansion. As soon as he saw the man, Wang Shanha warned in a low voice, "Mr. Xin, it's that expert behind the Li family, Nian Feng." Xinjiang nodded his head and did not say anything more, stating that he would just let Wang Shanha make the call. "Elder Wang, it's been a long time, you still have the same elegance." Nian Feng had his hands behind his back, seemingly greeting politely, but in reality, there was a hint of mockery in his tone. Wang Shanha laughed and said, "Mr. Nian came uninvited early in the morning and made a grand entrance. I don't know what's the reason for this, Elder Wang. Don't pretend." Nian Feng snorted coldly with a displeased face and said, "Aren't you going to give a statement about the Li family?" Wang Shanha laughed in his heart. He knew that Nian Feng must have come for the Li family's matter. His strength and Nian Feng were in between, but Nian Feng's back did involve the great families of the Jiangnan region, so usually everyone was quite polite, but now it was different. Xinjiang held the Dragon Emperor's order and could be said to be the designated heir of the Dragon Emperor. He had received guidance from the Dragon Emperor when he was young and had immense respect for him, so naturally, he wouldn't care so much anymore. The Li family's people have done many evil things and committed unforgivable sins against Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin, just letting the old man waste the people of the Li family is already considered extraordinarily merciful, Wang Shanhe said calmly. Wang Shanhe. Hearing Wang Shanhe's words, Nian Feng became furious. Don't really think that you are the so-called king of Shangnan. Others are afraid of you, but I, Nian Feng, am not afraid of you. What the hell, Mr. Qin? He's just a waste of space who had his dragon's spine dug up. Nian Feng, keep your mouth clean. Hearing Nian Feng insult Qin battle, Wang Shanhe also came into a temper. Ha! Nian Feng was unimpressed and said, Wang Shanhe, it seems like you're getting more and more alive, defending a waste so much. What? Is that loser your illegitimate son? Put your horses on. This time, even Qin Zhan, who was on the side, couldn't bear it anymore. He directly rebuked angrily. You're the expert behind the Li family, aren't you? My name is Qin Zhan, and I'm the one who did this to the Li family. Nian Feng glanced at Qin War, then said disdainfully, very well, you don't have small guts. As he spoke, Nian Feng's yoke 9-stage qi instantly erupted, creating a terrifying energy storm. Nian Feng, do you think Lao Fu is transparent? Wang Shanhe snorted coldly, similarly erupting his yoke 9th-stage qi energy. Wang Shanhe, do you really want to tear your face off with me for this person? Nian Feng's face grew ugly as he threatened. Nian Feng, I advise you to mind your own business. If you dare to touch a single hair on Mr. Qin's head, I will absolutely kill you, Wang Shanhe said very forcefully. Mr. Qin, ha! Nian Feng looked at Qin Zhan with extreme disdain. Even though Qin Zhan, at the age of 18, had already reached the 9th stage of the burning heart, he still didn't put it in his eyes. Old man, you wait. You didn't give me face and wasted the Li family's man. Then don't blame me for not giving you face. Nian Feng snorted coldly and collected his qi. He was comparable in strength to Wang Shanhe and knew that with Wang Shanhe around, there was no way he could lay his hands on Qin Zhan. Don't think that the rumors in the outside world that you were instructed by the Dragon Emperor when you were young are remarkable. Just wait. We'll see. Dropping these words, Nian Feng directly whisked his sleeves away. After Nian Feng left, Qin Zhan could not help but be a little curious. Elder Wang, what is this Nian Feng's origin? Wang Shanhe sighed and said, Nian Feng is not to be feared. He is equal to me. But rumor has it that he has a relationship with the Yu family in Jiangnan behind him. Jiangnan's Yu family? Qin Zhan's heart shook. The Yu family could be said to be the largest family in the entire south. With experts like clouds, it was indeed not to be messed with. With his current strength, he definitely couldn't afford to offend the Jiangnan Yu family. Mr. Qin, it's fine. As far as I know, at best, Nian Feng only has some relationship with someone from the Yu family, and he can't represent the Jiangnan Yu family yet. And if I remember correctly, the first person we should have in the south should have been Dragon Emperor's subordinate back then. Qin Zhan was shocked and confirmed. Is it the famous Qiu Qianrun? Not bad. It is none other than Lord Qiu, Wang Shanhe said with a yearning face. Good. Qin Zhan was secretly delighted in his heart. He really didn't expect that the number one person in Jiangnan, Qiu Qianrun, was actually also a former subordinate of the Dragon Emperor. In that case, what was he worried about? The worst case scenario would be to go directly to Qiu Qianren and present the Dragon Emperor's order. Not to mention a single Nian Feng, even if it was the entire Yu family. What about all of Jiangnan's great clans? That Mr. Qin. Wang Shanhe saw Qin Zhan with a bad smile on his face, so he reminded, although the Dragon Emperor's order is in your hands, I'm sure you're also aware of it. With the Dragon Emperor's martial arts segment in the past, being trapped under the Dragon Abyss, it's evident that there must be a terrifying existence striking behind this. The Dragon Emperor has served the country and the people, and has stood up to the heavens and the earth, but after all, he has been missing for almost 50 years. With a loyal follower like me, there must also be traitors who have long since had second thoughts. I know all this. Qin Zhan knew what Wang Shanhe meant, and he calmly said, although I have just reached adulthood, I am not stupid. I will never easily present the Dragon Emperor order until I have to. I also know very well that the person who can imprison the Dragon Emperor under the Dragon Abyss is feared to be an unimaginably terrifying existence. It's good that you understand. If you meet an unsuspecting traitor, the Dragon Emperor order will only bring you unimaginable disaster. Wang Shanhe said, not bad. Qin Zhan clenched his fists and said, only a strong strength can ensure safety. Besides, I don't want to rely on the Dragon Emperor order for everything to keep me safe. Meanwhile, the Li family residence. Nian Feng had an angry face, his hands behind his back, and a murderous aura. Li Guofeng, Li Guorong, Li Shui, and the other top brass didn't dare to utter a single breath. It was all because of Nian Feng's support behind them that their Li family was able to get where they were today. Just now, They learned from Nian Feng that he had personally gone to the Wang mansion and had nearly made a move with Wang Shanhe. However, Wang Shanhe did not give any face at all and had an unexpectedly tough attitude. The Li family also understands that Wang Shanhe is known as the king of Shangnan, highly respected, and has long been rumored. It was rumored that his current position was due to the guidance he received from the Dragon Emperor many years ago. Wang Shanhe was on par with Nian Feng, and if he took strong shelter, Nian Feng wouldn't be able to move Qinzhan. Mr. Nian, my Li family's experts are all wasted now except for Xiao Shui. What can we do about this? Li Guofeng asked dejectedly. What's the rush? Nian Feng was also getting angry and said in a cold voice, who in Xiangnan knows that your Li family is covered by me? Nian Feng, Wang Shanhe. This old piker didn't give any face. Nian Feng, will never just let it go. Mr. Nian, as long as I can avenge the Li family and kill Qinzhan by 1,000 cuts, I'm willing to give everything. Li Shui stood out. Although she was also only 18 years old and still a young girl, her mind was exceptionally meticulous. Nian Feng looked at Li Shui and said, good, I will ask the bigwigs of the Jiangnan family to step in and put pressure on Wang Shanhe. However, I'm afraid you'll have to make some sacrifices. For the sake of revenge and the Li family, Li Shui is willing. Li Shui nodded her head. Chapter 11, The Yu family comes. On the second day, in the afternoon, Nian Feng personally came out and brought Li Guofeng, Li Guorong, Li Shui and other Li family executives to the provincial airport early to greet the arrival of the Yu family's bigwigs. As a flight landed, a middle-aged man with a pockmarked face walked out with his hands behind his back. Seeing this man with a pockmarked face, Nian Feng instantly changed his face and ran over with the Yu family's people in a pandering manner. Lord Ming, greetings, Lord Ming. The person who came was none other than the Jiangnan Yu family's man named Yu Ming, nicknamed Paki Yu. Paki Yu nodded his head, and with a glance, he saw Li Shui on the side, a hint of greed inadvertently flashing through his eyes. Nian Feng and the Li clan and the others knew it all too well, including Li Shui herself. Lord Ming, it's been a hard journey. Why don't you go back to the Li family residence first to rest and relax? Nian Feng said in a pandering manner. Yu Ma Zi waved his hand and said in an unimpressed manner, no hurry, no hurry, let's do the business first. Upon hearing Yu Ming's words, Nian Feng and all of the Li family members revealed a look of delight. They thought that if they could invite Yu Ming to Shangnan to deal with Wang Shanhe, it would not be that simple. Unexpectedly, Yu Ming was very facetious, and just after getting off the airplane, he took the initiative to personally say that he would do business first. Mr. Yu Ming, Li Shui would like to thank you first. Li Shui was very understanding and took the initiative to come over. Smiling faintly at the pockmarked Yu Ming laughed. Nian Feng and your Li family's matters are my matters. Deal with these matters first. I am so grateful to Mr. Name. The senior management of Nian Feng and the Li family concurred, then quickly greeted Yu Ming as he boarded the car. On the other side, the Wang mansion in the provincial city. Wang Shanhe's side also got the first news that Nian Feng had invited the Jiangnan Yu family. He found Qinzhan at the first opportunity and informed him of the news. Come as you are. What's the approximate segment level of this Yu family person? Qinzhan asked. Wang Shanhe thought for a moment and said, it's unclear for now, but don't worry. It is rumored in the outside world that I once received guidance from the Dragon Emperor. With this layer of factors in place, it is expected that this Yu family bigwig favored by Nian Feng will have some scruples. Alright, let's take a look first. Qinzhan also did not say any more. About an hour later, a convoy of cars drove over towards the royal mansion. The convoy was in order. Nian Feng, Li Guorong, Li Guofeng and many of the Li family's senior staff were the first to get off. Then the door of a high-grade business car in the center slowly opened. Li Shui assisted Yu Ming, who had a pockmarked face, to walk down. At a glance Yu Ming looked happy and satisfied, and Li Shui's young snow-white face also had a touch of redness. One of the buttons of her blouse's white shirt had also fallen off. Wang Shanhe, Mr. Ming is here. Get out immediately. Nian Feng walked to the front door of the Wang mansion with a smug look on his face and shouted at the inside. Nian Feng, what are you barking at my Wang mansion dog for? A disdainful voice then came out from inside, only to see Wang Shanhe and Qinzhan walking out from inside together. The moment they saw Qinzhan, Li Guofeng, Li Guorong, Li Shui, and the other members of the Li family were completely nonplussed. Qinzhan, almost all of the Li family members were gritting their teeth, all of them staring at Qinzhan with eyes filled with resentment. Nian Feng similarly stared at Qinzhan, and then yelled at Wang Shanhe. Wang Shanhe, Mr. Famous is here, and it's hard for you to escape death today. Ha! Wang Shanhe was not afraid and said sarcastically, Nian Feng, if you have that ability to do anything to old man, why did you wait until now? Old man, let's see how long you can be tough. Nian Feng then ran over to ask Yu Ming for instructions. Li Shui also added from the side at this moment, Mr. Ming, it's that Qinzhan and Wang Shanhe who wasted the dantian of my father. my second uncle and the others. Please do the right thing for our Li family. He, well said. Yu Ming laughed and glanced at Wang Shanhe and Qin Zhan disdainfully. You're that king of Xiangnan King Shanhe, aren't you? I heard that you once received guidance from the Dragon Emperor, so I'm giving you a chance now. Kneel down and scrap your own dantian. You can be spared from death. As for that little Yakuza beside you, well, kneel down and accept the punishment of the Li family. Ha! Wang Shanhe also acted very tough and said, forgive me. Yu Ming didn't get angry right away, but asked nonchalantly, so, you're saying that you're not going to do it until you're punished? Wang Shanhe wasn't ambiguous either, mainly because he could see that this Yu Ming's strength level wasn't really that strong. It wasn't as good as himself and Nian Feng, and the main reason why he was emboldened was because of the Yu family's identity. This matter has nothing to do with the Yu family. You rashly came to Xiangnan to aid and abet the Yu family elders. Do the Yu family elders know about this? You're teaching me things? Yu Ming was a little angry this time. What a lot of nonsense. Qin War also lost his patience at this time. He similarly sensed that Yu Ming's strength segment was not high. Qin War, you're dead today. My Li family will break you into pieces today. Expose your corpse to the sun for 3 days. Chop off your head and pass it down to Xiangnan. Mr. Famous himself is here today. Don't think that Wang Shanhe can still protect you. The Li clan's men stared at Qin Zhan and roared in anger. Their eyes red. Qin Zhan looked at the Li family members who were itching to eat themselves and said, it seems that last time, just scrapping your dantian was too merciful. Since your Li family is so ungrateful, let's make a clean break today. Qin War. Li Shui snorted coldly and stood next to Yu Ming with a face of pride and complacency as she said, the shame you brought to me, the shame you brought to my Li family, I will make sure that you return it tenfold today. Qin Zhan glanced at Li Shui and saw her flushed face, and then looked at Yu Ming who was with this pockmarked face. He felt a pang of nausea from the bottom of his heart. Li Shui was the same age as himself, having just reached the age of 18. It seems like you really aren't picky about what you eat. You were engaged to me back then, and you just finished your marriage with Qin Feng a few days ago, but today you've got a man who can be your father. Admirable. In the face of Qin Zhan's humiliation, Li Shui didn't care. You're the one who ruined everything for me, everything for the Li family. As long as I can break you into pieces, I'm willing to do whatever. Li Shui said viciously. Mr. Name. Thank you. Yu Ming laughed, his pockmarked face surprisingly reflecting in the sunlight. Then he took a step towards the front, with Nian Feng following closely behind. Wang Shanhe, I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down and scrap your own dantian. You can save your life. Otherwise you'll end up like this Qin Zhan, dead without a body. There is no need to say more. Wang Shanhe was tough, saying, if you want to harm Mr. Qin, you must first step over old man. Old man doesn't know how to live. Do you really think that I wouldn't dare to touch you just because you've been instructed by the Dragon Emperor? Yu Ming's face began to turn gloomy at this moment. Nian Feng, this old thing Wang Shanhe is in your hands. There's no need to worry. If anything happens, I, Yu Ming, will back you up. Many thanks Mr. Name. Nian Feng answered and directly erupted a powerful qi rushing towards Wang Shanhe. Wang Shanhe was also unambiguous and blocked in front of Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan knew that this Yu Ming wanted Nian Feng to pester Wang Shanhe and then come to deal with himself personally. You don't need to mind me. Focus on dealing with it. Qin Zhan clenched his fists and firmly looked at this Yu Ming. Chapter 12, A Battle for Fame. Kid, I heard that you once gave birth to a dragon spine, right? Yu Ming looked at Qin Zhan disdainfully, full of teasing. What does it have to do with you? Qin Zhan didn't give a good face, but he was prepared for it. Quite crazy. How do you want to die? Yu Ming threatened. Ha! Qin Zhan clenched his fists, completely fearless, and said, you don't deserve to kill me yet. Very well. Yu Ming said unimpressed. Young people are just tough talking. Say it, do you have any wishes before you die? Qin Zhan didn't nag, and suddenly laughed. Before I die, I want to grass Nima, little brute, looking for death. Yu Ming's murderous aura shook, completely enraged by Qin Zhan. A powerful qi erupted from Yu Ming's body, causing a massive energy to converge. However, it was clearly inferior to Nian Feng and Wang Shanhe, the two shackle 9-stage powerhouses. Yu Ming had in fact just broken a shackle. In the Yu family cannot be counted as a core big shot, marginalized subordinates only. Only the Yu family in the south is indeed a huge power. Even a subordinate of the Yu family to go out is also a great big man. Feeling Yu Ming's qi energy, Qin Zhan already had a number in his heart. Looks like you're no good either. Qin Zhan had a disdainful look on his face. As for Yu Ming, the Yoke 1 stage against the Burning Heart 9 stage was absolutely crushing. The two were simply not at the same level. Kid, I'll make you kneel on the ground begging for your life in a while. Yu Ming snorted coldly, instantly spreading his figure. A fist smashed down towards Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan's qi quickly erupted, and a ball of radiance was violently emitted from behind his back. That was the luster emitted after the dragon pearl replaced the dragon spine and fused with his body as one. His body then crackled as he completely ignored the chi suppression from the Yuming shackle section. The two quickly threw their fists against each other, the powerful chi energy kicking up a cloud of dust. Yuming was directly shaken back a few steps, while Qin only took a few steps backward. Little beast, it seems like you're eccentric. Yuming was shocked in his heart. Although he was not a strong martial artist, the single page was well aware of the natural gap between the shackle stage and the burning heart stage. It should have been a second kill, but he didn't expect to suffer a dark loss. After a fist-to-fist blast, Qin completely relaxed. He looked at Wang Shanhe, who was fighting with Nian Feng, and shouted, "Elder Wang, you focus on Nian Feng, and leave this person from the Yu clan to me. How dare you? I don't believe I can't kill you." Yuming felt a strange shame. In anger, he attacked with all his might. Every punch and style was a killing move. Qin's eyes flashed with battle intent. He had been under his father's cultivation since he was a child, killing and fighting all day long. The best cultivation was the constant battle, especially the battle between life and death. His entire body at the moment erupted with a radiance, equally as fast as lightning as he tangled with Yuming. Within a short period of time, Yuming didn't know how many punches were bombarded on Qin's body, but Qin was like an undefeatable little strong man. He roared angrily and his fists were wide open, surprisingly forcing Yuming to retreat back and forth. Yuming's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he suddenly slammed his fist on Qin's back. In an instant, golden light surged behind Qin's back and a terrifying dragon roar erupted. This truly startled everyone. Yuming's heart palpitated as he felt like his entire arm was going to be shattered. His body flew out uncontrollably in that instant, and he could no longer hold back a mouthful of old blood that sprayed out. Qin's eyes were red as he felt the surging power in his body, taking a step out to directly rush towards Yuming, who had fallen to the ground. "You? What the hell kind of monster are you?" Yuming's face was ugly. He felt a terrifying aura from Qin's body. "I'm your father." Qin snorted coldly as he lifted his foot and viciously kicked Yuming's dantian. "Ah!" With a miserable cry from Yuming, his dantian was wasted on the spot. This scene caused all of the Li family members to be petrified in place. "Qin, you wasted Mr. Ming. You really dared to waste Mr. Name The Li family's people were horrified, unable to believe what was happening in front of them. At this moment, Nian Feng, who was fighting with Wang Shanhe, also stopped. Seeing that Qin not only defeated Yuming, but also directly abolished Yuming without hesitation, Nian Feng was equally dumbfounded and froze for a moment. "Qin, I want you to die." Nian Feng roared furiously, rushing towards Qin despite everything. Qin didn't panic and lifted Yuming on the ground as he said, "If you dare to scream one word, I'll immediately kill him. Believe it or not? How dare you?" Nian Feng yelled, but still cast a pause. Wang Shanhe also rushed over at this time, and he was surprised in his heart at Qin's decisiveness. "Stinking brute, try if I dare," Qin said in disbelief. Yuming was spitting blood from his mouth, but having his dantian abolished, he was similar to an invalid. He couldn't break free at all. "Little brute, you wait. I'm a member of the Yu family. You waste me, you wait. I want everything you have to accompany you." Yuming viciously terrorized. "Humph." Qin's murderous aura obediently grabbed Yuming's throat as he said, "Remember, old me hates it when people threaten me." As he spoke, his fingers snapped and directly crushed Yuming's throat. All of this happened too quickly, and Qin was too decisive. Nian Feng and the others didn't even have time to react before Yuming had already become a corpse. You dare to kill Mr. Name? Qin, you're so bold. You dared to kill Mr. Name. The hearts of Nian Feng and the Li family were already in their throats. What would I not dare to do? Qin casually dropped Yuming's corpse, then stared at the Li family members with sharp eyes. "Originally, I let your entire Li family off the hook last time, but it seems that I can't show any mercy today. You, don't mess around. Qin War, what do you want?" Li Guofeng, Li Guorong, Li Shui, and the others felt Qin's killing intent and backed away. "Mr. Nian," Li Guofeng shouted in desperation. All of them had their dantian wasted. They couldn't block Qin at all. Qin would kill them as if he were stepping on an ant. "Little brute." Nian Feng roared and rushed over to block in front of the Li family crowd. Qin didn't care. He just winked at Wang Shanhe and said, "Elder Wang, Nian Feng is all yours." Wang Shanhe nodded and took a step towards Nian Feng. "Wang Shanhe, don't mess around. Turn around now and you'll still be alive." "Wang Shanhe, I'm warning you, if this little brute kills Mr. Ming today, the Yu family's side will surely be thunderstruck. Think about the consequences." Wang Shanhe didn't want to talk nonsense at all and directly struck out at Nian Feng. The two of them were at the same segment level. Neither of them could do anything about it, but at this time, it was almost impossible for Nian Feng to protect the Li family's people. Qin Zhan, you, don't mess around. The Li family's people were trembling, their faces full of fear. Ha, would you Li family people be afraid too? Didn't you just clamor that I'm dead today, and that you're going to expose my corpse to the sun for 3 days and spread the head of Shangnan? Qin Zhan's chi surged as he walked towards the Li family's crowd step by step. Chapter 13, Traveling to Jiangnan. Mr. Nian, help, Mr. Nian, save us. The Li family members could only ask for help from Nian Feng under the panic, but Nian Feng was currently pestered by Wang Shanha and couldn't be distracted. Kneel down. Qin Zhan let out a loud roar as a powerful chi surged, forcing the Li family's crowd to reluctantly kneel down. It was Li Shui who showed a lot of backbone, as she looked at Qin Zhan with resentment and horror. Qin Zhan ignored Li Shui for the time being, and instead walked over to Li Guofeng, Li Guorong, and a few other Li family executives. Old me never treats my enemies, especially those who once tried to kill me, with mercy. However, I'm not like the dog scum of your Li family who will give you a pain in the ass. Saying that, Qin Zhan made a direct move and slapped out his palm. The two brothers, Li Guofeng, Li Guorong, collapsed on the ground on the spot, and the few remaining Li family executives were stunned. Spare our lives, don't kill us, spare our lives, Mr. Qin, spare our lives. Father, second uncle, Li Shui cried out, surging her chi to rush towards Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan didn't even look at him as he blasted his fist down. Although Li Shui was also a martial artist, she had yet to enter the Burning Heart segment and was not a match for Qin Zhan at all. Qin War, you are so vicious. Li Shui's eyes were red as she looked at her father and second uncle who had died tragically. Vicious? Qin War laughed out loud and said, bitch, did you ever think of today when you put me to death? You! Li Shui was rendered speechless by the top. Qin War didn't nag, and backhanded another slap, killing the remaining few Li family executives on the spot. Qin War, blood debt is paid in blood. My Li family will not rest in death with you, Li Shui shouted, clenching her fists tightly. Bitch, scream again and I'll immediately go exterminate your entire Li family. Qin Zhan snorted coldly and walked towards Li Shui step by step. Li Shui was unable to resist. The two were the same age, but the difference in segmentation was very large. Kneel down, Qin Zhan roared. Although Li Shui was extremely reluctant, she still knelt under Qin Zhan's powerful pressure. Don't worry, I won't kill you. After all, you've already killed your entire family and ruined your man. Remember, this is retribution. Now immediately give it to me and don't let me see you again. After reprimanding Li Shui, Qin Zhan retreated to the side and patiently watched the great battle between Wang Shanha and Nian Feng. It had to be said that after entering the shackles segment, the human body's potentials gradually opened up and the shackles were broken. Whether it was speed, strength, all aspects were greatly strengthened. Wang Shanha and Nian Feng were both martial arts powerhouses who had broken the 9+ locks, and he couldn't participate at all. At this moment, Nian Feng was fighting a great battle while cursing profusely. Not only had Qin War killed Yu Ming, whom he had invited, he had also exterminated the Li family's senior management in front of him, while he could do nothing at all. Little brute, you will definitely die without a burial place. You will definitely live a life worse than death, Nian Feng yelled, wanting to directly bypass Wang Shanha to execute Qin Zhan, but he couldn't do it. Qin Zhan was also calculating in his heart at this moment, as he revolved his chi and clenched his fists tightly, feeling the terrifying outburst of chi energy from both Wang Shanha and Nian Feng's yoke 9th stage. He really wanted to rush up and kill Nian Feng immediately, but when he tried to get closer, he retreated back in an instant. The chi energy that erupted from a martial artist of this segment was too powerful. Just by getting close, his body bones would have to split apart inch by inch. Wang Shanha, and you can't escape death either, Nian Feng roared, and fiercely exerted his strength, directly forcing Wang Shanha back with a punch, then quickly fled in a direction. Seeing this, Wang Shanha stopped and did not go after him. The two of them were equal. Wanting to keep Nian Feng might be too low. Mr. Qin, are you alright? Wang Shanha looked at Qin Feng and asked with concern. It's fine, don't worry, Qin Zhan laughed. You are worthy of being the Dragon Emperor's chosen genius, killing a yoke 1 stage expert with the strength of a Burning Heart 9 stage. If I didn't see it with my own eyes today, it's really unbelievable. Wang Shanha had a face of awe. Having been called as a witness before, Qin Feng's 19-year-old Burning Heart 7th stage was already remarkable. Unexpectedly, 18-year-old Qin Zhan had already reached the 9th stage of the Burning Heart. If not for the fact that the Dragon Ridge had been dug up and 2 years had been wasted, it was hard to imagine what kind of level Qin Zhan would have reached today. On the other hand, Nian Feng held in a bellyful of anger and murderous rage and had to give up his battle with Wang Shanha to flee the scene. He went straight to the station, then at the same time sent the news of Yu Ming's murder back to the Yu family in Jiangnan at the first opportunity. The next day, morning, Qin Zhan woke up early to confer with Wang Shanha together. Elder Wang, I do have a suggestion. The Yu family will definitely raise hell this time. If we continue to stay in Xiangnan, I'm afraid it's not good. I think it's better to set off for Jiangnan, Qin Zhan proposed. Wang Shanha was shocked, but after a quick thought, he felt that what Qin Zhan said was not unreasonable. Mr. Qin, let's do as you say. I think that even if Nian Feng brings the Yu clan's true experts to retaliate, they won't think that we've traveled in the opposite direction and gone to Jiangnan. Furthermore, I heard that Lord Qiu Qianrun has been living in Yunzhou, the center city of Jiangnan. If you really run into big trouble, you only need to hold the Dragon Emperor's order and go to see Lord Qiu, and any problems shouldn't be a problem anymore. Good, then set off immediately. Qin Zhan didn't nag. Going to Yunzhou was one for refuge, and two, he actually had an idea in his heart. After these few days of late-night contemplation, he decided that he should still shoulder the responsibility. If he hadn't accidentally met Li Shangtian under the Dragon Abyss, it would have been impossible for him to take revenge without the Dragon Emperor's order. Although he had only briefly crossed paths with Li Shangtian, the other party had indeed helped him, and every Xia countryman revered the Dragon Emperor. Furthermore, through what he had learned from Wang Shanhai here in the past few days, the Dragon Emperor was imprisoned under the Dragon Abyss, and it was feared that a heavenly secret was involved behind this. Therefore, he was also going to choose to continue his journey. At least Jiangnan Yunzhou, where there was a true Dragon Emperor's former subordinate, Qiu Qianrun, was present. Perhaps he could learn some secrets from where Qiu Qianrun was. Meanwhile, in Jiangnan Yunzhou, the Yu family, Nian Feng had rushed over overnight like a bereaved dog and had found a direct member of the Yu family, and added more fuel to the fire and stabbed out all about Yu Ming's murder. The Yu family was the #1 powerful family in Jiangnan, and for someone to dare to kill a member of the Yu family, it was indeed a very face-slapping event for the entire Yu family. Mr. Light, everything I said is true. That little brute killed Mr. Ming on the spot with the help of the so-called king of Xiangnan, and also personally said that the Yu family is nothing. Come one he will kill one, come two he will kill a pair, kill until the Yu family is emboldened. Asshole, unbridled. Yu Guang didn't have too much doubt after hearing Nian Feng's words. After all, Yu Ming was indeed killed, which was a fact. My hallowed Yu family, is it not for some cats and dogs in Xiangnan to dictate? Mr. Light, it's mainly because that king of Xiangnan is rumored to have been instructed by the Dragon Emperor when he was young, so that's why he's emboldened. Nian Feng continued to instigate. Having received guidance from the Dragon Emperor Yu Guang was filled with killing intent as he said, if you dare to go against my Yu family, no matter who it is, you will be killed without pardon. Chapter 14, The Ring. Jiangnan, Yunzhou. This is the center city of the entire south, with exceptionally well-developed waterways and aviation, and prosperous humanities. The most powerful families in the entire south are basically located here, and there are rumors that Qiu Qianrun, the Dragon Emperor's former subordinate and now the #1 person in Jiangnan, also lives here. Qin Zhan and Wang Shanha, after some discussion, the two did not bring anything, and came to Jiangnan. Looking at the busy streets, towering into the skyscrapers, Qin Zhan could not help but feel some emotions, especially the martial artists that could be seen everywhere on the streets, which made him feel even more shocked. Martial artists, in the summer country has long been no secret, but often the more developed the place the more prevalent the wind of practicing martial arts. Someone had once statistics, all of the top martial artists in the summer country were gathered in Kyoto, as Kyoto gathered all the resources of the entire summer country. Mr. Qin, are we going to meet Lord Qiu directly, or? Wang Shanha opened his mouth to inquire while following behind Qin Zhan. To be honest, Qin Zhan was a little hesitant in his heart, although Qiu Qianren had a great reputation and was extremely powerful, but after all, so many years have passed, who knows what has become of today. Moreover, Qiu Qianren is the first person in Jiangnan, whereas they want to see can see. Elder Wang, do you have a doorway that allows you to directly meet Qiu Qianren? Wang Shanha pondered for a moment and said, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to see directly, but I heard that the Jiangnan Martial Arts Hall is run by Lord Qiu, so we can go and take a look. Good. Qin Zhan agreed in one gulp. Jiangnan Martial Hall could be said to be the #1 martial hall in Yunzhou, which gathered the most outstanding young generation in the entire south. Especially the powerful families such as the Yu family and the Lin family all liked to send their family's young generation of martial artists over to forge. There was no other reason, but because the Jiangnan Martial Arts Center was opened by Qiu Qianren. Of course, Qiu Qianren seldom showed up, and it was other people who were responsible for managing the martial arts center on weekdays. Qin Zhan and Wang Shanhai inquired all the way and arrived at Jiangnan Martial Arts Center without much effort. Looking at the banner at the main entrance with the word WU written on it, both of them were a bit surprised. The word is strong and powerful. The dragon flies and the phoenix dances. It is Qiu Qianren's handwriting. At this moment, the entrance of the martial arts center was crowded and very lively, filled with all kinds of luxury cars, Qin Zhan and Wang Shanhe stood in the middle of the crowd, listening carefully to everyone's discussion. Only then did they learn that the martial arts hall was going to hold a competition today. The Yu family and the Lin family, which are the most powerful families in Jiangnan, are organizing a duel here. The Yu family and the Lin family are famous big families in the Jiangnan area, and the two big families have been fighting each other for many years. However, the Yu family was now almost about to gain an overwhelming advantage. A thin camel is bigger than a horse, and although the Lin family is no longer as strong as the Yu family, their heritage is still there. In order to completely collapse and annex the entire Lin family, the Yu family had mobilized the family's second-ranked genius, Yu Xingshu, openly launched a challenge to the entire Lin family young generation. In the way of prestige, Lin family had to respond to the war, so the two sides decided to send the geniuses of their respective families to fight at the martial arts center. If the Lin family lost, Lin Wan-er, the daughter of the Lin family and the most beautiful woman in the south, would marry Yu Xingshu and become the second concubine. The so-called second wife was actually a concubine, which was a great shame for the entire Lin family. However, the Lin family had to face the battle. For this duel, the martial arts hall side had taken into consideration the influence of the two great families and sent Xu Nanfeng, Zhou Qianren's chief great disciple, as a witness. Hearing the crowd's discussion, Qin Zhan and Wang Shanhe also came to be interested, especially Qin Zhan. He was eager to see just how strong the true geniuses of these great families were. Along with the crowd, Qin Zhan and Wang Shanhe also entered within the martial arts center. The two of them casually found a seat and sat down, patiently waiting for the Yu family's people and the Lin family's people to arrive. It wasn't long before the staff of the martial arts hall took the lead. Immediately afterward, accompanied by a burst of cheers, the Yu family's people came. The leader was a young man in his 20s, wearing a suit, with a cold face and a handsome look. Yu Xiao, young Yu is invincible. Young Yu is so handsome. That was none other than Yu Xingshu, the second genius of the Yu family. It was rumored that two geniuses had appeared in the Yu family. At a young age, Yu Xingshu had already entered the yoke stage, causing many older generation martial artists to sweat. Breaking the yoke at the age of 22 isn't that great. Qin Zhan heard many people discussing this. If he hadn't once been assassinated by his own great uncle, he would have inevitably broken a yoke at the age of 18. Hearing Wang Feng's mutterings, a few people beside him cast disdainful gazes. Kid, you have quite a big mouth. He, there are so many people who love to mouth off these days. Yu Xiao is now 23 years old and has already broken 3 shackles. Looking at the entire South, who in the younger generation can rival him? Wang Feng laughed and did not take it to heart. And at this moment, the martial arts hall was once again boiling. It turned out that it was the Lin family's people who came, and the Lin family came with more people than the Yu family. Leading the way was a young man and a young woman. The moment the young woman appeared, the entire room exploded and almost everyone stood up. Countless pairs of eyes looked at the young woman in unison. Even Wang Feng and Wang Shanhe couldn't help but stand up and look at her a few more times. Worthy of being the number one beauty in the South, it's really at the woe is me level. Although Wang Shanhe was a big old man, he still exclaimed. This was the first time that Wang Feng had seen such a beautiful woman, and the other party looked like she was estimated to be about the same age as himself, at most just reaching adulthood. Lin Wan-er is destined to become second young Master Yu's plaything. Concubine. Not bad. There's simply no one amongst the Lin family's younger generation that can rival second young Master Yu. Many people discussed. Today's battle completely set the future of the two great clans. Everyone, we now have the notary for this duel. Mr. Chu Nanfeng Chu, with the staff of the martial arts center holding the microphone with a shout. A man dressed in white with a slightly slimmer figure also walked out, and there was a round of applause. This man was none other than Chu Nanfeng, the personal disciple of the number one person in the South, Zhou Qianren. It was also the only genius that could compete with the two young geniuses of the Yu clan. Chu Nanfeng seemed to be very cold and did not say much, only waving his hand at the staff of the martial arts center. He then signaled for it to continue, only to see Yu Xingshu walking towards the ring of the martial arts center with his head held high and his hands behind his back under the attention of all the people. Is your Lin family ready to humiliate yourselves? Yu Xingshu was very arrogant and didn't put the young genius of the Lin family in his eyes at all. Yu Xingshu, your Yu family is bullying people too much. Do you really think that my Lin family has no one? The one who spoke was a young man from the Lin family named Lin Feng. Lin Feng, just by virtue of you, you're not worthy of being an opponent with me. Yu Xingshu said coldly. I advise your Lin family to better think clearly. It's also a blessing for your Lin family that Lin Wan-er is promised to this young man as a concubine. Or else if you get into this ring, life and death will be hard to predict. Shameless. Lin Wan-er clenched her fists and angrily accused. Yu Xingshu, you're dreaming. Lin Feng roared, his chi instantly exploding as he leapt onto the ring. Chapter 15 Cruelty and Humiliation of a Beautiful Woman. Ha, Yu Xingshu had his hands behind his back and didn't look squarely at Lin Feng, who was rushing up. Lin Feng was already the strongest young generation in the Lin family, and then was already 25 years old and had only just broken one yoke. Yu Xingshu had already broken one yoke at 22, and now he had already broken 3 yokes. The gap of 2 small segments was an absolute suppression for martial artists, and no accidents would occur. However, the Yu family had been planning this for a long time and had forced the Lin family to this point. There was nothing the Lin family could do, so they had no choice but to tough it out. It seems that your Lin family really has no one left, just you, a waste who only broke a single shackle at the age of 25. Are you worthy of being called a genius and worthy of making a move against this young man? Yu Xingshu, cut the crap. Even if I, Lin Feng, die in battle on top of this martial arts hall ring, I will never watch my young lady be humiliated. Lin Feng yelled. Yu Xingshu sneered and said, kneel down and save your life. Scram! Lin Feng knew that he wasn't going to be defeated, but he had no choice, because he was already the strongest amongst the young generation of the Lin family. If he didn't go, who in the Lin family would still be qualified to go to the ring? In an instant Lin Feng's chi was running. He clenched his fists and took a step out to rush towards Yu Xingshu. Yu Xingshu didn't even look at him. Violently the third stage of the yoke's chi energy erupted, forming a powerful energy storm. Immediately after that, only Yu Xingshu swept down with a random fist. The speed and power surpassed Lin Feng by at least 2 orders of magnitude. Bang! With a loud bang, all of Lin Feng's attacks lost their meaning. His entire body flew out like a falling leaf, ruthlessly brushing against the ring. Brother Feng! Lin Wanaer and the Lin family shouted out in worry. Unconscionable! Just like your Lin family, either submit to my Yu family or be annihilated. Yu Xingshu was quite open-minded as he walked step by step towards the severely injured Lin Feng. In front of absolute strength, courage, fearlessness didn't change anything. Only to see Yu Xingshu stomp on Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng let out a painful scream. Is this the young genius of your Lin family? Not even worthy of lifting the shoes of this young man. Yu Xingshu, you killed me. Unable to bear the humiliation, Lin Feng roared. However, Yu Xingshu had his own agenda. Forcing Lin Waner to marry him and be taken as a concubine by him was just a bright humiliation and blow to the Lin family. What he wanted to do today was to completely destroy the Lin family's confidence and will to resist. At the same time, to tell everyone in Yunzhou and even the entire South that the Yu family was the undisputed #1 family in the South, and that no force could fight against them. Kneel down. Yu Xingshu let out a cold shout and casually lifted Lin Feng up before pressing him heavily on the ground. Lin Feng roared and struggled madly, but it was simply useless. He was forcefully held down and knelt on the ground. Lin Waner and the Lin family under the stage all squeezed their fists in humiliation. Lin Waner, this young man will give you a chance. Now immediately tell everyone in front of everyone on the scene that you are my Yu Xingshu's concubine. Miss, don't agree. Yu Xingshu, you're bullying people too much. The rest of the Lin family shouted, because if Lin Wanaer really did as she was told, the entire Lin family would inevitably be annexed. The reason why the Lin family could still barely fight with the Yu family right now was because at least the #1 person in the South, Qiu Qianren, hadn't nodded his head. If Lin Wanaer did, even the fair Qiu Qianren knew there was nothing to say. After all, the family's 1,000 gold willingly becoming a concubine of someone else's family meant submission. Yu Xingshu, I, Lin Wanaer, would rather die than suffer this great humiliation. Lin Waner clenched her fists and responded angrily. Very good, having backbone. Yu Xingshu didn't say anything, and suddenly kicked at the held-down Lin Feng. Kapo! The crisp sound of bones breaking spread throughout the martial arts center. Then came Lin Feng's heart-rending scream as a stream of blood sprayed out. Brother Feng, Yu Xingshu, you've already won. Don't be so desperate. Lin Waner and the Lin family shouted as they looked at the miserable Lin Feng with anxious hearts. Publicly submit to me and this young man will immediately release this so-called first genius of your Lin family. Otherwise this young man will torture him to death bit by bit. Yu Xingshu said cruelly. According to the rules, after getting into this ring, life and death were up to you. No one could interfere. Yu Xingshu, there are no cowards in my Lin family. You have the guts to kill me. Lin Feng was still tenacious and unyielding despite his face turning white with pain. Yu Xingshu snorted coldly, followed by another kick, directly crushing both of Lin Feng's legs. Then he gently slammed his fist down, shattering Lin Feng's hands again at the same time. Stop! Yu Xingshu, you stop! Lin Wanaer's eyes were red as she hissed loudly. Yu Xingshu, however, laughed even more happily, and then he did an act that creeped everyone out, only to see Yu Xingshu directly grabbing Lin Feng's crippled hands, moving his palms apart, and fiercely folding them with force, directly snapping Lin Feng's fingers. Ah! Cabo! Lin Feng's miserable scream accompanied by the sound of bones breaking stimulated the nerves of many people in the martial arts center. Some of the less courageous ones began to suck in cool air, secretly sighing that Yu Xingshu's methods were a little too cruel. In less than a few seconds, all 5 of Lin Feng's fingers were broken, and the exposed white bones were still dripping blood. Lin Feng was already speechless from the pain, but there was still no submission in his eyes. Stop, Yu Xing-shu, please let Brother Feng go. Lin Wan-er had a hint of choking in her voice. She really couldn't watch anymore. She was just a young girl who had just turned 18, and knew the current situation of the Lin family, but she was even more unwilling to watch Lin Feng being inhumanly tortured. Little miss, don't ask him. I'm still, big deal. Lin Feng broke off and weakly shouted while spitting out blood. Death? Yu Xing-shu was cruel and incomparable, saying, you can only die if this young man lets you die. If this young man doesn't let you die, you can't die even if you want to. After saying that, Yu Xing-shu didn't hesitate, grabbed Lin Feng's other hand and directly broke all of Lin Feng's other 5 fingers in one breath. 10 fingers have been broken. Next it's the turn of the toes. It doesn't matter. After the 10 toes are broken, the human body still has many bones. Hearing Yu Xing-shu's words, quite a few people had already started to suck in cool air, secretly sighing how cruel. Lin Wan-er, this young man's patience is limited. Understand? Yu Xing-shu, you are the devil. Lin Wan-er's eyes were red and her face was pale. At this moment, Qin Zhan, who had been watching, was somewhat unable to hold back. He asked himself that he was definitely a ruthless person, such as scrapping his own pro-uncle and pro-cousin, and killing the Li family, but it was also a very dry execution, and to torture someone so openly like Yu Xing-shu, he couldn't do it. Mr. Qin, don't be impulsive, this is not our business. Wang Shanhe could see Qin Zhan's thoughts and hurriedly persuaded him. The struggle between the Yu family and the Lin family has a lot at stake. Besides, that Yu Xing-shu is indeed very strong. Qin Zhan sighed and said, I had thought that my style of doing things was already very ruthless, but it's nothing compared to this Yu family's second genius. With such cruel tactics, wouldn't Qiu Qianren's chief disciple intervene? Chapter 16, The Young and the Wild are bloodthirsty. Wang Shanhe was also quite helpless and said, it is said that Lord Qiu is friends with both the Yu family and the Lin family, and in the struggle between the two great families, he can only stay out of it and not help each other, and this ring duel is supposed to be fair, except that the Lin family's young generation is indeed inferior to the Yu family's young generation. I'm afraid that Lord Qiu's disciple has no way to intervene, and I heard that Lord Qiu's disciple, Chu Nanfeng, has a somewhat better relationship with the Yu family. Wang Feng shook his head. He asked himself that he was definitely not a saintly mother, but seeing that cruel and bloody scene in the ring, deep down he still had some intolerance. Mr. Qin, don't be nosy. And at this moment, on the ring, Yu Xing-shu had already broken 10 of Lin Feng's fingers in a raw manner and started to work on Lin Feng's 10 toes. The cruel scene made many female spectators present close their eyes. Even many of the people who supported Yu Xing-shu were somewhat intolerant at this time. Lin Feng was already miserable. Blood was flowing all over the place. He didn't even have the strength to say anything, but he was still alive. He didn't die. A martial artist's body was different from normal people. He didn't die that easily. Lin Wan-er, still refusing to make a decision? Yu Xing-shu stared at Lin Wan-er and continued to threaten. Lin Wan-er completely exploded in anger. Yu Xing-shu, if you let Brother Feng go, I will fight you. At these words, the entire crowd was shocked once again. Miss, no, miss, you are by no means a match for Yu Xing-shu. You must not. The Lin family's people immediately blocked the way. Lin Wan-er was the Lin family's only full-blooded daughter. In the future, she would be shouldering the future of the entire Lin family. How could she fail? Even Yu Xing-shu was a bit surprised, not expecting Lin Wan-er to make such a choice. Yu Xing-shu, according to the rules, I am the sole heir of the Lin family, thus I can fight you. Lin Wan-er, do you want to die? Yu Xing-shu threatened, not yet officially becoming this young man your concubine. If you want to die, this young man won't allow it. Cut the crap, let go, I'll fight you. Lin Wan-er took a deep breath. She had no choice. No one amongst the young generation of the Lin family was a match for Yu Xing-shu, but if anyone else went up, the outcome was destined to be the same as Lin Feng. They would be worse than death. If she went up herself, at least Yu Xing-shu would not be so inhumanly tortured. Miss, don't be impulsive. Miss, let me do it. The other young generation of the Lin family knew the consequences of Lin Wan-er going up. Although they wouldn't lose their lives and be tortured worse than death, they would definitely be humiliated. Lin Wan-er shook her head, not saying a word. She instantly unfurled her chi and jumped onto the ring with a gentle leap. As the Lin family's daughter, Lin Wan-er naturally had the strength of the 9th stage of the Burning Heart, and was only one step away from crossing over into the Yoke stage. However, this strength segment was negligible compared to Yu Xing-shu, who was at the 3rd segment of the Yoke, and the two were simply not opponents at the same level. Release, Lin Wan-er said angrily at Yu Xing-shu. Yu Xing-shu let out a cold laugh, throwing away the half-dead Lin Feng as he said, worthy of being this young man's concubine. A bit of guts. Lin Wanner didn't pay attention to Yu Xingshu. Instead she ran over to check on Lin Feng with concern. At this moment, Lin Feng only had one breath left hanging. All his limbs were shattered. 10 fingers, 10 toes were also broken as much as they could be, and his body was covered in blood. But he was still holding on, saying weakly, "Little miss, don't promise." Lin Wanner clenched her fists and called out to the rest of the Lin family under the ring, quickly carrying Lin Feng down. Everyone in the martial arts hall was watching at this time, and everyone knew very well, Lin Wanner was simply no match for Yu Xingshu. It was just that one was the Yu family's second greatest genius and the other was the number one beauty in the south. Once Lin Wanner publicly submitted today and became Yu Xingshu's concubine, then the Lin family would completely become a joke in the south. "Kneel down and submit to me." Yu Xingshu stared at Lin Wanner with a roar as he carried his hands behind his back. A huge chi energy immediately erupted from within his body, forming a pressure that suppressed towards Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner was 18 years old when she broke a yoke, and was actually already a martial arts genius. However, the gap between a genius and a genius was usually even greater than the gap between a genius and an ordinary person. Yu Xingshu didn't even need to make a move. He could easily suppress Lin Wanner with just the chi energy that erupted from within his body. Lin Wanner clenched her fists. Her beautiful face began to turn white as beads of sweat fell from her forehead. A surge of chi energy erupted from within her body in an attempt to resist the pressure from Yu Xingshu, but it was obvious that it would not have any effect. The hearts of the Lin family under the stage were in their throats, but no one could change this. Everyone in the Lin family understood that Lin Wanner had gone on stage in order to save Lin Feng, in order to make the future of the other young geniuses of the Lin family. Otherwise, if the rest of the Lin family geniuses went on stage, the consequences would be exactly the same as Lin Feng. Yu Xingshu was very pleased with himself and walked step by step to Lin Wanner, looking at this 18-year-old number one beauty of the south. Yu Xingshu showed a brutal and crazy side. He didn't have any mercy or compassion. "Kneel down." Yu Xingshu let out another roar, then slapped down in a smooth manner, smacking Lin Wanner's absolutely beautiful face. This slap made the countless people present look dumbfounded. That was the number one beauty of the south, the dream girl of countless young talents. Unexpectedly, Yu Xingshu actually slapped her in public, which caused many hearts to break. "Yu Xingshu, stop your ing behavior. Yu Xingshu, my Lin family is not finished with you." The Lin family's people were yelling and screaming under the stage, their murderous aura rushing to the sky, but they couldn't do anything. Yu Xingshu was trying to humiliate Lin Wanner and strike the Lin family in this way. In front of countless people, he would humiliate and strike this honorable daughter of the Lin family as humble as dust. "Kneel down." Yu Xingshu slapped down again. Lin Wanner clenched her fists. Although she was still young, her will was incomparably strong. The tears she shed in humiliation. "Aren't you the number one beauty of the south? Aren't you the hope of all the Lin family? The pearl in the palm of your hand?" Yu Xingshu became more and more frantic as he walked up to Lin Wanner, pulling her hair with one hand. "Today, this young man will let all know that you are nothing more than a submissive, a slave, up under this young man's feet." This humiliation greatly stimulated everyone's heart, and many people went from looking at the situation at the beginning to sympathizing and being angry. But no one went up to help, because no one amongst the younger generation was a match for Yu Xingshu. Going up to the ring would mean death. Finally on the ring, Qin Zhan could no longer watch. He asked himself that he was not a hero or heroine, but seeing Yu Xingshu bullying a stunning beauty in public like this, all men couldn't help it. Moreover, this time, he had come to the south as far as settling the Yu family's matter was concerned. "You've gone too damn far. I can't stand to see you." Qin Zhan directly stood up despite Wang Shanhe's dissuasion and roared, quickly running in the direction of the ring. Chapter 17 causes a crowd to laugh. Qin Zhan's sudden appearance drew the attention of everyone in the martial arts center. However, when someone saw at a glance that Qin Zhan's strength level was only at the limit of the 9th stage of the Burning Heart, the next second was a flurry of mocking voices. Where did this person come from? How dare a mere heart-burning 9th stage trash come out to send himself to his death? Ha, probably trying to put on a show. Many people looked at Qin Zhan and sarcastically mocked. After all, there were people amongst those present who wanted to stand up for Lin Wanner, but they thought about the consequences and let it go. Face was important in front of a beautiful woman, and one might even be able to harvest Lin Wanner's heart, but one had to have a life to do so. Yu family, no one dares to offend. Yu Xingshu, no one in the younger generation was his opponent. Qin Zhan ignored the taunts and instead came directly to the ring. He looked at the condescending, eye-catching Yu Xingshu and said, "A 7-foot man, what is it to bully and humiliate and force a girl so openly?" Ha! Yu Xingshu just glanced at Qin Zhan, and then that scorn was not concealed in the slightest. The Lin family really has no one left. A heart-burning 9th stage trash dares to come. Qin Zhan sneered and said, "Are you blind? Who told you that old me is from the Lin family?" This statement once again caused quite a stir. The Lin family's people were also surprised. They didn't recognize Qin Zhan either. So, you little Yakuza are not a member of the Lin family? Yu Xingshu asked with murderous intent. Looks like you're not stupid enough to realize it now. Qin Zhan disliked back nonchalantly. Do you want to die? Bastard. Yu Xingshu was enraged by Qin Zhan's words. Bastard. Whether I die or not is none of your business. Good. Yu Xingshu gritted his teeth and said, after this young man finishes settling Lin Wanner, I will definitely clean you up and let you experience what it means to suffer on Earth. Torture Nima. Qin Zhan roared. Release Lin Wanner and I'll fight you. The people of the Lin family were stunned, although they also wanted someone to appear to defeat Yu Xingshu. However, it was only a thought. No one amongst the younger generation could do it. Brother, forget it. This is a matter between our Lin family and the Yu family. Don't give up your life for nothing. Forget it. The Lin family's people sighed, urging Qin Zhan not to try to be strong. Qin Zhan clenched his fists and said, I, Qin Zhan, am not a hero, but today, I just can't stand to see this scumbag from the Yu family. As he spoke, Qin Zhan didn't care about that much. His chi power exploded and he leapt onto the ring. Let her go. Yu Xingshu had already been enraged by Qin Zhan, and instantly let go of Lin Wanner, looking at Qin Zhan with murderous anger. A mere mole cricket. You still want to play the hero? Kneel down for this young man. With Yu Xingshu's roar, the pressure formed by that terrifying chi instantly swept towards Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan was currently only at the 9th stage of Burning Heart, just one step short of entering the Yoke stage. In just a single breath, Qin Zhan's body naturally bent as if he was carrying a huge mountain on his back. Rubbish. Showing off a hero requires strength. You don't even have the qualifications to die at the hands of this young man. Yu Xingshu didn't even bother to take a shot at Qin Zhan, just relying on the pressure of the chi energy that erupted from his body. Lin Wanner had already regained her movement at this time, and she looked at Qin Zhan who was struggling to support himself, although she didn't recognize Qin Zhan either. But no matter what, Qin Zhan had come to help himself. She could see that Qin Zhan was only at the 9th stage of Burning Heart and was still inferior to herself. This was no different from sending him to his death. Yu Xingshu, you let her go. Lin Wanner shouted. Miss Lin, mind your own business. Don't mind your own business. Quickly retreat from the ring. Qin Zhan shouted at Lin Wanner while holding on to the immense pressure. Lin Wanner shook her head. The kind-hearted her was still unwilling to watch Qinzhua die. Go down. Don't nag. Qinzhua became anxious and yelled. Lin Wanner froze. She looked at Qinzhua, and the two of them locked eyes. At this moment, she read a trace of tenacity, confidence from Qin Zhan's eyes. In the end, Lin Wanner retreated from the ring. Yu Xingshu didn't stop it. To him, there was no difference between coming up with one Qin Zhan, coming up with 2, 3, 10. Rubbish. Kneel down for this young man. This young man grants you death. Yu Xingshu took a step towards Qin Zhan and chided. Qin Zhan was sweating profusely at this moment, feeling the immense pressure from the other party. His body was bent, his hands propped up on the ground. The musculoskeletal bones on his body emitted crackling sounds, but he still hadn't been forcibly suppressed. Is that the best you can do? I can still carry it. Qin Zhan suddenly roared, and the dragon pearl behind his back violently erupted with a radiance. It flickered, and there was even a faint sound of a dragon's roar in it. This startled everyone in the martial arts hall. With the flash of light, Qin Zhan unexpectedly stood up little by little with his hands on the ground. What? How is this possible? How did that person do that? You know, he's only at the 9th stage of the Burning Heart. How could he possibly stand up? Under the ring, many people let out cries of shock. Lin Wanner and the people from the Lin family were also stunned, originally thinking that Qin Zhan was just a bloodthirsty young man with a hot head. Unexpectedly, it now looked like Qin Zhan was not that simple at all. Yu Xingshu also revealed an unbelievable expression, looking at Qin Zhan who stood up, filled with astonishment. By reason, this was almost impossible. Rubbish. It seems like you have a bit of a gait, but in front of this young master's absolute strength, all sideways are useless. This time Yu Xingshu directly struck out, but it was still very disdainful. It was just one hand. Only Yu Xingshu lifted his fist, surging with chi energy as he blasted down towards Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan took a deep breath as his body strength turned on to its strongest. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling the dragon pearl behind his back frantically erupting a channel of energy that quickly swam through his entire body. At this moment, he felt like his body was filled with endless power. Bang! Qin Zhan didn't dodge. Of course there was no way to dodge, but instead, he threw a hard punch against it. There was a loud bang, and unsurprisingly, Qin Zhan flew backwards, and Yu Xingshu also took a few steps backward. A bit of skill but not much. Unconscionable. Burning Heart 9th stage dares to go to the ring to help Lin Wanner out and challenge the Yu family's second youngest. Look, this is what happens. Being blown to death by a random punch from second young master Yu. In the ring, many people jeered. All of them thought that Qin Zhan would definitely die, and there was absolutely no chance of him surviving. Little brother, the Lin family's people also shouted out in worry. Oomph. And at this moment, Yu Xingshu snorted coldly and clenched his fists. In fact, his heart could no longer be calm. Just now with that punch he felt the terrifying power that erupted from within Qin Zhan's body. It had actually shaken him back a few steps. This was simply heavenly. Dad, daring to provoke this young man will let you die without a whole body and expose your corpse to the sun for 3 days. Yu Xingshu, Lin Wanner shouted angrily. He's already dead. You won't even spare his corpse. Are you still human? Chapter 18 Emergency Relief. It will be your turn soon. Yu Xingshu didn't care. Staring at Lin Wanner, he said angrily, dare to provoke this young man's majesty. This is what happens. You're not human. Lin Wanner cursed with reddened eyes. Qin Zhan was sacrificed for nothing to help. She thought that she would at least bring Qin Zhan's body back for a proper burial, but she didn't expect Yu Xingshu to even spare Qin Zhan's corpse in full view of the public. What? Yu Xingshu said coldly. Is there anyone else from your Lin family to come up and fight with this young man? Or rather, is there anyone else present who wants to play the hero? In the face of the domineering Yu Xingshu, although there were many people in the room, including some young geniuses from Yunzhou, they were all silenced. In desperation Lin Wanner suddenly shouted at Notary Chu Nanfeng, who had been watching all of this and had never said a word. Notary Chu, please also say something. Yu Xingshu has already killed that big brother just now. Our Lin family only wants to bring his corpse back for a thick burial. Chu Nanfeng stood up at this time. This was the only young genius who could compete with the Yu family's twin geniuses. However, his person was on good terms with the Yu family's first genius, so naturally, he wouldn't side with the Lin family. Miss Lin, today I have been ordered by my master to come as a notary for the duel between your Yu Lin families. Regardless of life or death, regardless of the consequences, I will not participate. Since that person from the party wanted to show off and go on stage, any consequences will be borne by himself. Chu Nanfeng's words dripped with water. Sir Chu, please, Lin Wanner humbly pleaded. However, Chu Nanfeng still shook his head and did not let go. Lin Wanner, at this moment, Yu Xingshu was as imposing as a rainbow and threatened loudly. Kneel down, submit to me, become my plaything, become my concubine. Ha! It was at this moment that a mocking voice sounded. Instantly, someone noticed that Qin Zhan, who had just been blown out by a punch and fell in the corner of the ring, ghostly stood up. He was cloaked and covered in blood, and a mysterious light emanated faintly from behind him. Not dead? That person actually didn't die. This, the crowd exclaimed, and Yu Xingshu was also greatly surprised. Rubbish, you actually didn't die. Frack, just by virtue of you wanting to kill old me. You're not worthy yet. Qin Zhan let out a roar, and the ubiquitous energy quickly converged towards him. What? Not only is this person not dead, it seems like he's even made a breakthrough? This is too incredible. Could it be that this person just broke through with the help of Yu Xiao? This time, the entire martial arts center was completely abuzz as countless pairs of gazes were cast towards Qin Zhan. Not only did Qin Zhan not die, but he also managed to break through the 9th stage of the Burning Heart, breaking a shackle. No one would have believed this if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Yu Xingshu's face turned green. How could he not expect that a Burning Heart 9th stage martial artist who was as weak as an ant in his eyes? Just now, he had actually borrowed his own hand to break through the final shackle. Lin Wanner and the people on the Lin family's side were also thrilled, and even Notary Chu Nanfeng revealed a look of surprise. It was the first time everyone had seen something like Qin Zhan. Rubbish, even if you broke one of the shackles, so what? This young man wants to kill you, just as only one hand is feasible. Yu Xingshu's face was ugly and his killing intent was sky high. Ha! Qin Zhan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Just now that was a real risk. If it wasn't for the Dragon Pearl harboring a tremendous amount of power, not only would he not be able to break through, he would really be blown to death by the other party's punch, but fortunately survived. The so-called rich and powerful. Foul pen. You couldn't even kill me when I was still at the Burning Heart 9 stages. Now that I have also crossed into the shackled stages, what are you going to kill me with? Wang Feng mocked. Rubbish. This young man wants you dead. Yu Xingshu was truly furious this time, being embarrassed by Qin Zhan and losing a great deal of face. This was something he could never tolerate. If he was still in a teasing frame of mind before, then now it was truly killing intent spreading. Do the Yu family's people only have mouths to shout? If you have the ability to do so, just let your horse come over. Qin Zhan was unafraid. He was emboldened. This was because he had given the Dragon Emperor order to Wang Shanhe when he decided to rush out to meet the road. Regardless of who Wang Shanhe went to call for help with the Dragon Emperor order, it was definitely impossible for Yu Xingshu to kill himself today. If this young man doesn't break you into pieces today, if he doesn't make you kneel down and kowtow, he will not be a man. Yu Xingshu's teeth itched with hatred as his killing aura surged, accompanied by a powerful qi in full force. At this time, Xinjiang had already entered the first stage of the yoke, and facing Yu Xingshu, who was in the third stage of the yoke, it was still very much a struggle. However, it was unlikely that Yu Xingshu would want to suppress him purely by virtue of his qi pressure. The muscles and bones of his body were loosening, and the dragon pearl behind his back erupted into a ball of light that traveled all over his body. Surname Yu, I told you long ago, with you wanting to kill me, you're not worthy yet. Give this young man to die. Yu Xingshu roared and was about to strike. Stop. Right at this moment, a roar exploded inside the martial hall like thunder. That voice seemed to directly shake the entire martial arts hall, and the eardrums of everyone in the room were raw, and their faces showed fear. You family's little boy, if you dare to injure Mr. Qin today, I will kill you with my own hands. Only two old men with a few attendants hurriedly rushed in. The moment they saw the two old men, the entire room revealed a look of shock. One of the old men was none other than Wang Shanhe, while the white-haired old man walking at the front, dressed in gorgeous clothes, was none other than Lin Jinnan, the Lin family's old master. Grandpa, old master. Lin Wanner and the Lin family and the others were also highly incredulous, not expecting Elder Lin to suddenly appear at this time. Only Qin Zhan knew the reason, and he exchanged glances with Wang Shanhe, who nodded with certainty. Wanner, you guys rest first. Grandpa personally came here with his own 10,000 urgent matters. Elder Lin seemed to be in a great hurry as he quickly walked towards the ring. Seeing that it was Elder Lin personally coming, Yu Xingshu and the Yu family did not take it seriously. This was because it was the Lin family that the Yu family had to deal with. Old man Lin, what's the matter? There's no one left in the younger generation of your Yu family, and you want to personally take on it with your old bones? Yu Xingshu mocked, and at this moment, Chu Nanfeng also walked over and respectfully shouted, Elder Lin, according to the rules, you cannot intervene. Elder Lin let out a cold snort and looked up at Xinjiang, who was covered in blood. Then a murderous aura erupted from his body as he stared icily at Yu Xingshu, who was still unaware of the seriousness of the matter. Old me naturally did not come here to interfere in the duel between the younger generations of the two great clans. I came to tell the Yu family's youngest son, said Lin Jinan, his tone turning unusually cold and forceful as he said, if you dare to hurt Mr. Qin, I will kill you myself. Mr. Qin, everyone was petrified, looking incredulously at Qin Zhan. Grandpa, you know him? Elder Lin, what's going on? Lin Wanner, Chu Nanfeng and a few others were puzzled and inquired. Yu Xingshu did the same, then laughed out loud and said sarcastically, this young man said, how could this trash suddenly stand out without fear of death? It's really someone from your Li family. Chapter 19, The Big Drop. Little son of the Yu family, what did you say? Elder Lin's face sank and his eyes contained a murderous aura, which was very rare. This was because the entire Yunzhou knew that the Lin family's old man was kind, even so kind that people felt a little weak. Old man, listen, I'm saying that your Lin family is full of trash, including this one called Qin Zhan. Yu Xingshu wasn't afraid of Elder Yu at all, already the power of the Yu family now. He concluded that Elder Yu wouldn't dare to do anything to himself. However, he was wrong. If it was any other day, Elder Lin really wasn't good enough to do anything to Yu Xingshu, a junior. That would be even more of an excuse for the Yu family to find an excuse to vent. But this time was different. Elder Lin had been in the Lin family discussing the countermeasures for today's duel. Seeing his granddaughter being publicly humiliated, seeing Lin Feng, the Lin family's most outstanding young man, having 10 fingers, 10 toes, and broken limbs broken off alive, the old master was incomparably angry inside, but he had to endure it, because this was a fair duel between the two great families. If they wanted to blame it, they could only blame the young generation of the Lin family for not being as good as the Yu family. But Wang Shanhe suddenly ventured in to seek an audience, saying that he had 100,000 urgent matters to discuss in secret. Elder Lin was kind and gentle, and after a moment's thought, he dismissed the rest of the family and met with Wang Shanhe alone. When Wang Shanhe took out the Dragon Emperor order, Elder Lin's entire body was stone cold, petrified on the spot. Then shivering, Wang Shanhe didn't talk nonsense and informed him of the original reason in a long story. Thus, Elder Lin and Wang Shanhe were in 100,000 fire, and rushed to the martial arts center at the first time, without even the other top echelons of the Lin family knowing about it. Xinjiang was the heir of the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor, that was the monument in the heart of every Xia people. Insolent little child, unbridled. Elder Lin snorted coldly as a terrifying aura suddenly erupted. Immediately afterward, he grabbed with one hand and directly grabbed Yu Xingshu on the ring through the air. This was an ability that only golden body stage martial artists had, grasping things through the air. Elder Lin then directly slapped Yu Xingshu in the face regardless. This caused everyone to look blindsided, everyone's scalp going numb. Even Lin Wanner and the Lin family froze in place, unable to figure out that the old master would go against the norm and directly teach Yu Xingshu a lesson. Lin family old thing. Immediately release our family's second young master. What does your Lin family mean? The young ones can't, but the old ones don't care about their cheeks anymore? The rest of the Lin family cursed and rushed up when they saw this. Yu Xingshu's eyes were even glaring out as he roared. Ah, old thing, you dare to hit me. Without saying a word, Elder Lin threw down another slap and angrily said, "You family's little child, you remember. Today, the old man personally took action to teach you a lesson. It is not because of the matter between your Yu family and my Lin family. Rather, it's because you are mouthy, uneducated and disrespectful to Mr. Qin." Saying that, Elder Lin once again made a stone-cold move, only to see him throw away Yu Xingshu with a smooth hand and walk to the side of the ring, cupping his hands to Qin Zhan, who was on top of the ring, and said with incomparable reverence, "Mr. Qin, please forgive me for being late." Qin Zhan smiled and said, "Old Mr. Lin is polite. No need to be, just call me Qin Zhan." Now everyone was suspiciously guessing Qin Zhan's identity. Even Elder Lin addressed him as Mr. Qin, treating him with such respect, and directly disregarding everything. He forcefully made a move against Yu Xingshu. "Old man Lin, you bully the young with the big. Just wait." After Yu Xingshu received 2 slaps, he was helped up from the ground by the Yu family. He covered his red and swollen face, his eyes full of hatred. Yu family's little child. For many years, the old man did not dispute with the Yu family. "It is not that I am afraid of your Yu family. You humiliated one heir, insulted my Yu family, and scrapped Lin Feng in public. All of these old me can tolerate. But if you dare to turn against Mr. Qin and insult him, then don't blame me." The Lin family's old man was very tough. The oppression caused by that powerful qi was enough to envelop the entire martial arts hall. "Old man." The two families fought a fair duel, with Mr. Chu as the impartial, black and white. "It's clear as day. It's your Lin family that's trash and has no successor. You disregarded your face and struck out at me. Wait to meet the wrath of my Yu family." Yu Xingshu roared angrily. At this time Notary Chu Nanfeng stepped forward to round up the situation. "Elder Lin, what Yu Xiao said is indeed the truth. I'm afraid it's indeed inappropriate for you, as an elder, to step in." Little Chu. Elder Lin wasn't ambiguous and said directly, "Elder Feng has already said that the reason why I stepped in to teach a lesson was because the Yu family villain was disrespectful to Mr. Qin." Chu Nanfeng glanced at Qin Zhan. Although Qin Zhan's performance in the ring just now was truly marvelous, it still couldn't enter his eyes. "Old man, it's your Lin family that doesn't keep its promises. Just wait." Yu Xingshu was quite upset and yelled, "Whatever," Elder Lin said without a care in the world. "Little child of the Yu family, you can go back and tell Yu Lao San that the old man Lin family will wait." Fine, old man. You have guts." Yu Xingshu was already jumping up and down in anger. It was really hard to figure out that Elder Lin, who had been going against the grain and avoiding conflict with the Yu family, had suddenly turned so tough. The Yu family's overall strength exceeded the Lin family by quite a bit, and if it wasn't for Qiu Qianren's pressure, the Yu family would have long ago had their experts come out in full force to take on the Lin family. "Yu Xingshu, right?" At this time, Qin Zhan coldly shouted, "Remember, my name is Qin Zhan. Kid, this young man remembers you. Do you think that the Lin family will be able to save you?" Yu Xingshu gritted his teeth and threatened with murderous intent. "This young man doesn't care what your origin is. Remember, this young man must personally chop off your reveal and hang it on top of the ancient city wall of Yunzhou." "Ha!" Qin Zhan also clenched his fists and responded forcefully, "Remember, I will personally defeat you and take your dog's head within a month. Let's go." Yu Xingshu snorted coldly and immediately led the Yu clan's people to raise their heads and leave the martial arts center. Seeing this, Elder Lin once again respectfully extended an invitation to Qin Zhan, saying, "Mr. Qin, please move to the Lin family for a gathering." Qin Zhan nodded and agreed readily. Soon the events that happened at the martial arts gym spread. On the Yu family's side, as soon as Yu Xingshu returned to the Yu family, he reported what had happened truthfully. As expected, the Yu family's senior management was thunderstruck after learning about it, and Yu family's old master Yu Qinshan even personally showed up and gathered all the senior management of the Yu family together. "Elder, since the old Lin family piker is openly disobeying the agreement between the two families, that just gives us the opportunity." "Not bad, old master, give the order. Just eat the Lin family in one bite and drive them to extinction." "Old master." This time even Lord Qiu will have nothing to say. The Yu family executives were angry while feeling somewhat elated, and they all expressed their opinions. But Yu Qinshan was not impulsive and was very calm, saying, "The relationship between the Lin family and Lord Qiu is actually even better than ours. This time, although Lin Jinnan took the initiative to not keep his word and gave us a chance, but Lord Qiu's 70th birthday is approaching. In order to be conservative, we still need to ask him what he wants before saying anything." Hearing this, Yu Xingshu was dissatisfied and asked in disbelief. Grandpa, grandchildren don't understand. Lord Qiu is rumored to be an old part of the legendary Dragon Emperor, but the Dragon Emperor has been missing for more than 50 years, so I'm afraid that he has long since fallen. Those great families in Kyoto have long since secretly taken on the Dragon Emperor's former old troops. Besides, it's not like our Yu family has no one in Kyoto, so we don't need to care about Qiu Qianren's opinion at all. Chapter 20, Who the hell are you? Yun Zhou, Lin family. Qin Zhan and Wang Shanha had rightfully become the most honored guests of the Lin family and were treated with the highest specifications. Especially Elder Lin, who knew Qin Zhan's true identity, revealed his awe and humility towards Qin Zhan in every word and action. This caused Qin Zhan to be embarrassed and somewhat less comfortable. Many of the senior members of the Qin family felt strange, and even secretly displeased in their hearts. However, seeing that Elder Lin even directly disregarded the safety of the entire family for Qin Zhan and did not honor his agreement with the Yu family, he directly interfered in the ring match in public, and in defiance of his status, he slapped Yu Xingshu twice in public. Even if he was not happy in his heart, he could only hold it in. Of course, Qin Zhan and Wang Shanha were not fools, and the two of them still knew in their hearts about the strange, skeptical, and unpleasant gazes and looks of many of the Lin family's executives. After the reception banquet, Elder Lin dismissed everyone in the family, including his favorite Lin Wanner. He respectfully invited Qin Zhan and Wang Shanha to his study. Mr. Qin, please accept a bow from my old husband. Lin Jinan directly clasped his hands and was about to kneel down and bow to Qin Zhan. Elder Lin, this cannot be allowed. Qin Zhan hurriedly held Elder Lin and said, I'm a junior. You're an elder, Mr. Qin. Elder Lin's voice even choked up a little as he explained. In the martial arts world of the Summer Kingdom, those who hold the Dragon Emperor's order are like the Dragon Emperor himself. Our Lin family is fortunate in 3 lives to have met you today. Qin Zhan sighed. He didn't tell Elder Lin how the Dragon Emperor order came to be, and there was no need to. Elder Lin, you are overstating your case. Today, if you hadn't stepped in despite everything, I wouldn't have ended up any better, and I'm afraid that I would have fallen into Yu Xingshu's hands. Mr. Qin, if it wasn't for your sudden appearance, I'm afraid that the situation would have been settled by now, and the Lin family's many years of foundation would have all become the Yu family's. And Wanner, I'm afraid that she would have to be humiliated as well, and the entire Lin family would have to survive in endless shame. Elder Lin was incomparably emotional. Perhaps this was fate. Everything had long been initiated in the underworld. Facing the strength of the Yu family's young geniuses, the Lin family was indeed unrivaled in the younger generation, yet they had to meet the battle. The final result was unimaginable. Fortunately, there was Qin Zhan who stepped forward and was able to break the situation. The 3 of them then chatted a lot in the middle of the study, and when Elder Lin learned of Qin Zhan's past, especially having been born a dragon's spine, and being dug up and still being able to have this current strength segment, the entire person froze. Remarkable worthy of being the successor of the Dragon Emperor. Mr. Qin is bound to be unimaginable in the future. Qin Zhan just smiled. He knew that there were many geniuses in the martial arts world. In the vast Xia kingdom, the south was not a holy land of martial arts. The truly powerful geniuses, those amazing talents were all concentrated in Kyoto, the center of the Xia kingdom. After some deliberation, Qin Zhan stated his purpose and also informed Elder Lin and the Yu family of his hatred. He also expressed his hope that Elder Lin would help introduce Qiu Qianren. At this, Elder Lin of course raised his hands in favor. He was already on better terms with Qiu Qianren, and it was also well known that Qiu Qianren was an old subordinate of the Dragon Emperor and was loyal to him. Mr. Qin, I'll take care of this matter. I'll contact Lord Qiu first thing in the morning. Good. In that case, I'll thank Elder Lin first. The next day, morning, Elder Lin had news. He had personally made an appointment with Qiu Qianren. Qiu Qianren agreed to meet in the evening. Of course Qiu Qianren was simply looking at Elder Lin's bitter request, which was why he agreed to meet. For the time being, he didn't know about Qin Zhan's possession of the Dragon Emperor order. After learning the news, both Qin Zhan and Wang Shanha looked a little excited. Qiu Qianren was the veritable #1 person in the south, not just because it was widely rumored that this old man was an old part of the Dragon Emperor. Most of all, it was because Qiu Qianren's martial arts strength was unfathomable, and he was a man of integrity, possessing a very high reputation. Qin Zhan, who was in a good mood, had nothing to do, so he planned to stroll around Yunzhou. After all, Yunzhou could be said to be the center city of the entire south. Elder Lin personally ordered for Lin Wanner to accompany him, and Wang Shanha also accompanied him. At noon, the few people then planned to find a high-end restaurant nearby to eat, because Lin Wanner was too beautiful, although she had just turned 18. But the figure, temperament development is very full. Walking on the street, simply walk wherever someone's eyes are almost staring out. In order not to attract attention, Lin Wanair had to go to the restroom to dress up first, to see if you can wear a sunglasses, properly cover the appearance. Qin Zhan and Wang Shanha felt quite curious about this. Mr. Qin, it seems to me that Lin Lao's side is interested in setting you up with Miss Lin, Wang Shanha said with a smile. To be honest, Miss Lin and you are really a match made in heaven. Qin Zhan was somewhat speechless, although a beauty of Lin Wanair's caliber, which of the whole men would not be moved. However, he wasn't interested in women for the time being and only thought about becoming powerful and then fulfilling Dragon Emperor's dying wish before he died. However, just as the two were sitting in the restaurant chatting and waiting for Lin Wanair, a group of uninvited guests also arrived at the restaurant. Qin Zhan and Wang Shanha raised their eyes and felt a bit surprised. The duo suddenly realized that their old enemy, Nian Feng, was actually among them. Nian Feng also saw Qin Zhan and Wang Shanha, and was obviously also a bit surprised, but soon had a cold smile on his face. As the saying goes, when enemies see each other, they see each other red, only to see that Nian Feng immediately said something to the leader of the group, and soon the group of people looked at Qin Zhan and Wang Shanha in unison. These people then walked over with murderous auras in their eyes and cold smiles on their faces. Qin Zhan and Wang Shanha glanced at each other, knowing that it looked like they wouldn't be able to eat this meal. Little brute, Wang Pifu, really stepping through iron shoes and finding no place. It's not hard to come by, Nian Feng said playfully with a cold smile on his face. Qin Zhan similarly flashed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth and said, Nian Feng, you're right, it's your bad luck to run into me here today. Ha ha. Nian Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ever since he came to Yunzhou that day, he had told the Yu family all about what happened in Tianzhou. The Yu family's Yu Guang was furious on the spot, stating that he would follow up by lording over Qin Zhan and Wang Shanha. Originally, during this period of time, he was still waiting for when Yu Guang's side would start to act, but he didn't expect that he would actually run into Qin Zhan and Wang Shanha in Yunzhou today. Little brute, do you think Wang Shanha can still protect you? Rubbish, I don't need Wang Lao to protect me. You can't do anything about me either, Qin Zhan said in disbelief. The grade of the person who could hang out with Nian Feng was definitely not high enough. At best, he was just a minion of the Yu family. Mr. Light, the incident in Shangnan Provincial City was done by this Qin Zhan little brute and Wang Shanha. Nian Feng very respectfully reported with a middle-aged man at the head. This middle-aged man was none other than a member of the Yu family, named Yu Guang, who was considered to be a direct descendant of the Yu family, and his strength segment had also reached the 9th stage of the yoke. Yu Guang nodded and swept his eyes at Qin Zhan and Wang Shanha, saying, You're the ones who don't put my Yu family in your eyes? Chapter 21, A Foe's Meeting. Qin Zhan snorted coldly and said calmly, Not disregarding the Yu family, just disregarding this trash Nian Feng. How dare you, bold, how dare you talk to Mr. Light like that? Mr. Light, look at the arrogance of this little beast. Yu Guang waved his hand, signaling his men to be quiet. He then skimmed Qin Zhan and said, Kid, you look a bit familiar? Qin Zhan sneered in his heart. I guess it was the incident yesterday at the martial arts center. He was definitely famous. Is it? Maybe it's because I'm too handsome. Little brute, what the is your attitude? Nian Feng said angrily. Nian Feng, if you immediately roll now, maybe there will still be well water between us. Otherwise, you'll definitely die an ugly death today. Qin Zhan threatened. Little beast, are you kidding? Nian Feng didn't eat this at all. In his opinion, if it wasn't for Wang Shanha's shelter, he would have shattered Qin Zhan into pieces long ago. Now in Yunzhou, with the Yu family here, what was a Wang Shanha? You still think Wang Shanha can protect you? I'm telling you, Wang Shanha will die today as well. Nian Feng. The corners of Wang Shanha's mouth similarly flashed with a cold smile as he said, just like what Mr. Qin said, you are not only stupid but also arrogant. The way I see it, it's you who will die today. Mr. Light, please make a move to restrain this old man Wang Shanha. Leave this little brute to me. I'll make sure he begs for his life and cannot die. Nian Feng didn't talk nonsense and respectfully asked Yu Guang for instructions. Yu Guang nodded his head, and instantly, he lightly commanded, Old fellow, I heard that you were instructed by the Dragon Emperor when you were young, right? For the sake of this layer of factors, kneel down and your death will be spared. Wang Shanha snorted coldly and ignored it. Wang Shanha, give your face, then you'll die with this little beast. Nian Feng roared. Qin Zhan laughed, not the least bit impressed. Frack, stop barking there, old me is right here. Feel free to do it if you're capable. Little brute, go to hell. Nian Feng had long since been unable to hold back. The yoke 9 stages of Qi instantly erupted, directly suppressing towards Qin Zhan, with Yu Guang and the Yu family backing him up. Even if Wang Shanha intervened again, it wouldn't help. Qin Zhan didn't care at all. Just these few Yu family members, with Lin Wanair, the Lin family's $1,000 young miss, they still didn't dare to act recklessly. Sure enough, just as Nian Feng was blabbering and erupting his chi energy to put him to death. Lin Wanner, who had gone to the restroom to make up, happened to come out. Stop! Seeing that Nian Feng was about to make a move on Xinjiang, Lin Wanner shouted, "Who are you people?" Although Lin Wanner deliberately covered her face and wore a sunglasses and a duck-tongued cap, but that perfect and tantalizing body still made people want to enter Fei Fei when they looked at it. The Yu family is on business. And who are you? Get lost. Yu Guang looked at Lin Wanner and saw that she was a woman, so he directly rebuked angrily. Ha! Someone from the Yu family? No wonder. Lin Wanner flashed a cold smile and said, "Listen, Mr. Xin and Elder Wang are both guests of our Lin family. If you dare to touch a single hair on their heads, my Lin family will definitely not spare you." Lin family. Only after hearing Lin Wanner reveal her origins did Yu Guang, Nian Feng and the others understand. However, the Yu family's people had already steadily suppressed the Lin family's one person. If they hadn't heard about the accident at the martial arts center yesterday, at this time today, the Lin family was afraid that they had already become subordinate to the Yu family. Ha! Do you Lin family people want to meddle? Yu Guang snorted coldly, extremely disdainful, but Nian Feng would be much more honest this time. Yu Guang was a member of the Yu family, and he was only a dog of the Yu family at best. Even if the Lin family was bullied by the Yu family again, it was still the top big family in the entire South. It wasn't something that a Yu family dog like him could touch. Didn't you hear me clearly? Lin Wanner said angrily. I said that Mr. Xin and Elder Wang are our Lin family's honored guests. Understand? What does that have to do with me? Yu Guang didn't put Lin Wanner in his eyes at all, as he saw that Lin Wanner was only at the first stage of the yoke, the same as Xinjiang. From this first impression, he decided that Lin Wanner was at most an underling of the Lin family, similar to his own status in Yu Guang. Those of you from the Lin family who don't want to die immediately get out of the way, or else even you will be cleaned up. Ha! Lin Wanner knew that she had to explode her identity at this point in order to do so. Try it, said Lin Wanner, directly removing her sunglasses and hat, revealing the face that was stunningly beautiful. Mr. Light, this woman is really good looking. Nian Feng thought about sucking up to Yu Guang and greedily reminded him. Shut up! Yu Guang was greatly surprised and had recognized her at once. Lin, Miss Lin. Humph, Lin Wanner said angrily. Now you still want to clean up even this Miss? Miss Lin. This, no matter how arrogant Yu Guang was, he still had a number in his heart. How could a subordinate of his Yu family offend the Lin family's $1,000 miss? Get lost. Lin Wanner clenched her fists and said angrily. Yu Guang paused and could only honestly back away. Mr. Xin, Elder Wang, I'm sorry for the delay just now. I've made you all suffer. Lin Wanner politely expressed her apologies with Qin Zhan Wang Shanha. He. Xin War laughed and said, Miss Lin is polite. He then walked towards Nian Feng, who had already been dumbfounded, with a sneer on his face. Nian Feng big F asterisk cur. What did I say just now? You can't help me yet. Nian Feng had a hard time speaking. He really couldn't figure out when Qin Zhan and the Jiangnan Lin family had gotten involved again, and it looked like the Lin family's daughter was extremely respectful towards him. Me? You? What me? Qin Zhan was not polite at this time. He walked over and backhanded Nian Feng's face with a vicious slap. Old me has been looking unhappy for a long time. I've wanted to whip you for a long time. You. Nian Feng received a solid slap, but didn't dare to fight back. He could only look at Yu Guang for help. Yu Guang didn't say a word and had a look of you resign yourself to your fate. You what you? Qin Zhan raised his hand and threw down another slap. Nian Feng received 2 slaps one after another. His heart was filled with anger, but he could only hold it in. Lao Zi said and gave you a chance. It's you who don't cherish it. Qin Zhan slapped Nian Feng's face and said provocatively, didn't you just scream very happily, wanting me to beg for my life and death? Nian Feng didn't dare to say anything. He could only stand there and let Qin Zhan humiliate him. Rubbish thing. Kneel down for me. I'm going to completely subdue you today. Nian Feng was trembling with fear and looked at Yu Guang with bated breath. Yu Guang's status and position was 10 streets away from Lin Wanner, so of course he didn't dare to say anything. Listen you family members. Now Mr. Xin is going to deal with this person. Anyone who dares to help will suffer the consequences. Lin Wanner also saw that Nian Feng wanted to ask for help, so she immediately spoke out a warning. Nian Feng knew that he had kicked the iron plate today, and fearing for his life, he suddenly knelt down. Xin, Mr. Xin, I'm sorry, it was me who had eyes and didn't recognize Tai before, please spare me. Ha! Qin Zhan looked at the tail wagging and begging for mercy Nian Feng, who not long ago was imposing and completely disregarded himself. Bastard! As early as in Shangnan I saw you as a bad person. Giving you the chance doesn't work. Right, Mr. Xin, you taught me a lesson. I swear, I will not dare to go against you in the future. Just take me as a fart and let go. Qin Zhan's eyes were filled with disdain. Never expecting this Nian Feng to be so spineless, At least he was a strong person of the ninth stage of the yoke. He didn't have any backbone at all. What? Don't want me to beg for my life? Don't want to avenge the people of the Li family? Qin Zhan mocked. Chapter 22, Destroying Nian Feng. I don't dare, Mr. Qin. I won't dare anymore. How could Nian Feng still dare to be arrogant? He could only keep begging for mercy. However, Qin Zhan had made a decision long ago. There was no way he would let Nian Feng off the hook today. After all, Nian Feng had always wanted to get himself killed, and there was no need for him to be merciful when treating this kind of enemy. Too late. Qin Zhan coldly shouted and suddenly made a move, directly slapping his palm down towards Nian Feng's heavenly soul cover. A crisp sound of bones breaking rang out. Nian Feng never dreamed that Qin Zhan would be so direct and decisive. Accompanied by a mouthful of blood spurting out, Nian Feng directly collapsed on the ground, dying without resting in peace. Yu Guang and the others could not believe that Qin Zhan did not hesitate and suddenly shot to kill Nian Feng. Although Nian Feng was a dog of the Yu family, this dog was not weak and possessed the strength of the ninth stage of the yoke. What? You're not convinced? Qin Zhan didn't put Yu Guang's few people in his eyes at all. Yu Guang's face was ugly, but seeing that Lin Wan was also there, he could only swallow it back. Miss Lin, this is your Qin family's guest, but just now, he killed the dog raised by our Yu family. This is not over. Lin Wan sneered and said, just based on the fact that you're just an insignificant servant of the Yu family, who are you to say this to this miss? Yu Guang's face turned blue, not daring to retort. Slap your mouth. Lin Wan snorted coldly. What? Yu Guang asked. This young lady said to slap your mouth. Lin Wan made a wink at Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan immediately understood and walked over, raising his hand and slapping down towards Yu Guang. Yu Guang was furious but didn't dare to resist. Lin family, you guys wait, when my Yu family is easy to bully, right? Yu Guang was very defiant. Listen, this is this young lady's intention. If you don't submit, feel free to let your Yu family's top brass step in. Although Lin Wan was only 18 years old, the tactics she showed at this moment were very strong in vigor. After saying this, Lin Wan left with Qin Zhan and Wang Shanhe. The three of them didn't let the interlude just now affect their mood. Instead, they directly and simply resolved Nian Feng, which in turn put Qin Zhan in a good mood. Accompanied by Lin Wan, the few people went around Yunzhou. In the afternoon, Elder Lin personally called, saying that it was about time, asking Qin Zhan and Wang Shanhe to come to the Lin family first to rendezvous, and then go to meet Qiu Qianrun together. On the other hand, Yu Guang returned to the Yu family with a few of his men very upset. Yu Guang, being the Yu family's direct line, immediately found the Yu family's senior management and reported the matter upwards. And at this moment, inside the Yu family's internal conference hall, Yu family's old man, Yu Qingshan, summoned all the Yu family's senior management to gather for a meeting. In addition to the Yu family's core executives, there was one more person inside the conference room. This person was none other than Qiu Qianrun's chief disciple, Chu Nanfeng. Prince Chu, can you swallow the entire Yu family? I'm counting on you on Lord Qiu's side. Yu Qingshan was very polite. Treating this junior Chu Nanfeng could be said to have given him enough face. Chu Nanfeng's face was flat, unable to see any mood swings. Elder Yu, there's no need to say polite words, Chu Nanfeng said indifferently. As far as I know, Master, his old man, would never let the Yu family drive the Lin family to extinction. But if the Yu family can invite someone from the Zhao family in Kyoto to celebrate his old man's birthday this time, I think Master can only turn a blind eye. The prerequisite is that your Yu family's side can really invite the Kyoto Zhao family to come. Mr. Chu, don't worry about this. My Yu family, as the number one family in the south, still has some relations with the Kyoto side. It's definitely possible to invite the Zhao family's bigwigs to the south in person. Yu Qingshan confidently said. Then there's no problem. Chu Nanfeng said. Mr. Chu, Grandpa. At this time, Yu Xingshu proposed. Before we do that, should we probe Lord Qiu first? Why don't we start with that kid surnamed Qin from yesterday's ring? Since that old man Lin Jinan thinks so highly of that surnamed Qin, let's just directly exterminate him. And if the Lin family side sends out a high-ranking person to help, it's just what we want. At that time, even Lord Qiu will have nothing to say. Yu Qingshan thought about it and said, this is a good idea. Xing Shu, this matter will be done by you. Mr. Chu can be a witness, and at that time, in case Lord Qiu inquires about it, our Yu family will also have something to say. Over here, Yu Xingshu, Chu Nanfeng had just reached an agreement with the Yu family's senior management. The intention was to take Qin Zhan first, as a way to thoroughly test Qiu Qianren's attitude. As soon as they walked out of the conference room, Yu Guang and the others were already waiting outside. Yu Guang added fuel to the fire and told what had just happened at the restaurant, and after learning the specifics Yu Xingshu became even angrier. It seems like that little trash called Qin Zhan is hell-bent on going against our Yu family. Yu Guang clenched his fists and commanded with a murderous rage. Arrange it immediately. Within half an hour this young man wants the Qin Zhan's position. This time, this young man will personally come out. And no matter who from the Lin family comes out, he will definitely kill this person. Meanwhile, Xiufu Villa. Elder Lin Jinan brought Qin Zhan and Wang Shanhe, and the three of them came together to a meeting room in the Qiu mansion. As the one person in the south, Qiu Qianrun was powerful and prestigious, so it wasn't like he could just meet him when he wanted to. If it wasn't for Lin Jinan's sincere words on the phone and the importance of the matter, there was a high probability that he wouldn't be able to see Qiu Qianrun. After the three of them waited in the living room for a while, they saw a gleaming, full of energy old man walk out. This old man was none other than the number one person in the south, Qiu Qianrun. Lord Qiu. Seeing Qiu Qianrun appear, Lin Jinan, Qin Zhan, and Wang Shanhe immediately got up and greeted him with a respectful salute. Although Qiu Qianrun was about to turn 70 years old, he seemed to be in very good spirits, with no signs of aging at all. Martial artists, as their strength level rises, their lifespan is obviously much longer compared to ordinary people. No need to be polite. Qiu Qianrun waved his hand, signaling that the three people did not need to be too formal. Then he directly asked, Brother Lin, on the phone you said that you had something very important to say in person. Go ahead. What's so important? Lin Jinan arched his hand, his attitude turning very serious. He then pointed at Qin Zhan and said, Lord Qiu, it's Mr. Qin who wants to see you. I'm just introducing him. Qiu Qianrun froze, then he stared at Qin Zhan. With just a glance, he could tell that Qin Zhan was extraordinary, young in age, breaking a yoke, resolute eyes, and an extraordinary aura. But to him, it was just that. As the number one person in the south and a former member of the Dragon Emperor, it was normal for him to have a strangely high vision. It was just that he felt a little disappointed. How could Lin Jinan take an exaggerated approach to meeting himself over the phone just to introduce himself to a young man? Brother Lin, since you're here, let's talk. Lin Jinan could see Qiu Qianrun's dissatisfaction. While then he made a wink to Qin Zhuo. Qin Zhan nodded and stood out. He looked at this southern legend and politely shouted, Lord Qiu, late Qin Zhan. Chapter 23, Meeting Qiu Qianrun. Looking at Qiu Qianrun's flat gaze, Qin Zhan, despite his youth, guessed that the other party must be a little displeased with Lin Jinnan's deception and exaggerated request to see him. Young man, if you can make Brother Lin go so far as to deceive old me and deliberately exaggerate to meet me, I guess you must have something outstanding and something important. Although Qiu Qianrun was a bit disgruntled, he was still polite overall. It wasn't as condescending and outright angry as the other generous tasks. This made Qin Zhan and Wang Shanhe feel a little more at ease in their hearts. Coming to see Qiu Qianrun and taking out the Dragon Emperor order was a huge risk. Although Qiu Qianrun had a good reputation in the south, and was also an old part of the Dragon Emperor from the past, but time changes everything, and who knows if the current Qiu Qianrun will change. Now that they had seen the honored one with their own eyes, through their demeanor towards Qiu Qianrun and his words, the two of them basically had the same opinion in their hearts. Lord Qiu, the late generation doesn't have any outstanding qualities, and by entrusting Elder Lin to meet you, I do have a matter of 10,000 urgent importance to tell you. Qin Zhan replied politely. Speak, Qiu Qianrun said indifferently. Qin Zhan nodded, then pulled out the Dragon Emperor order from his pocket and handed it to Qiu Qianrun while saying, Lord Qiu, do you recognize this item? Qiu Qianrun looked a bit careless, not taking the Dragon Emperor order that Qin Zhan took out seriously. He was just about to open his mouth, but when his eyes inadvertently caught sight of the Dragon Emperor order, his heart skipped a beat. This is? Dragon Emperor order. In an instant, Qiu Qianrun's entire being broke his defenses. That ancient and unruffled heart instantly set off waves of shock and his face changed in shock. Then the entire person's entire body began to tremble violently as his hands reached out to hold the Dragon Emperor order that Qin Zhan handed over. It really is the Dragon Emperor order. It really is the Dragon Emperor order. Qiu Qianrun's entire body was trembling violently at the moment, and his voice began to become choked. Not bad. This is exactly the Dragon Emperor order that is as good as fake. Qin Zhan said loudly. Dragon Emperor. Qiu Qianrun choked out a cry, a touch of sadness and a wave of excitement appearing on his aged face. Suddenly, his entire body knelt down, and it was difficult to calm his excitement for a long time. In response, Qin Zhan, Lin Jinan, and Wang Shanhe did not disturb him, but gave him enough time to buffer himself. After a while, Qiu Qianrun finally calmed down a bit. However, holding the Dragon Emperor order, he then directly faced Qin Zhan and knelt down, trembling as he said, See you, Mr. Qin. Lord Qiu, there's no need to be like this. Quickly please rise. Qin Zhan hurriedly helped Qiu Qianrun up from the ground. Those who see the Dragon Emperor's order are like seeing the Dragon Emperor. Qiu Qianrun was still agitated, incomparably shocked and full of doubts. there's no need to be like this. I was just lucky enough to get to meet the Dragon Emperor and obtain this Dragon Emperor order. Qin Zhan didn't hide anything. Judging from Qiu Qianren's reaction to seeing the Dragon Emperor order, one could conclude that he was reliable. Thus, he told the story of how he had encountered the Dragon Emperor under the Dragon Abyss. After speaking, the living room fell into a deathly silence, so quiet that one could hear everyone's heartbeat. Only after a half a second, did Qiu Qianren take the lead with a face of grief and indignation and said, "In the past, the Dragon Emperor stood at the pinnacle of martial arts, guarding the Xia kingdom, bloody battles against the mighty of all the nations, and making an unparalleled achievement. I didn't expect to suddenly disappear for decades, but it turns out that he was victimized by a traitor and fell deep under the Dragon Abyss." In response to this, several people from Qin War did not say anything. Qiu Qianren's status and position was much higher than theirs, and knew something they didn't. "Lord Qiu, I wonder if you know what kind of person assassinated the Dragon Emperor and imprisoned him under the Dragon Abyss for 50 years? Qiu Qianren clenched his fists as a murderous aura rose to the sky. Then he sighed helplessly. "Old me doesn't know for the time being, but those who have that strength to assassinate the Dragon Emperor are by no means idle. Since the Dragon Emperor handed over the Dragon Emperor order to you before he fell, then you are the Dragon Emperor's heir. Mr. Qin, you are worthy of a bow from old me." Qin Zhan shook his head and politely explained, "Elder Qiu, you're powerful and respected in the south. There's really no need to be like this. In the future, everyone should still call me by my first name, so that it sounds more accustomed to me, and also to try to be as unobtrusive as possible, right?" Hearing Qin Zhan say this, Qiu Qianren and Wang Shanhe, Lin Jinnan all understood the reason for this, so they agreed in one breath. "Elder Qiu, Elder Lin, Elder Wang, although I, Qin Zhan, am just 18 years old and have a weak strength segment, I will definitely keep in mind what the Dragon Emperor said to me before he fell. I will definitely find out the truth and bring out the real culprits behind the scenes, so as to avenge the Dragon Emperor and guard the people's community of Xia." Afterwards, Elder Lin spoke about the matter with the Yu family. There was nothing more to say about this. As an old part of the Dragon Emperor, Qiu Qianren's respect and loyalty to the Dragon Emperor was beyond imagination, and he learned that the Yu family's people were going to be detrimental to the Dragon Emperor's heir. Qiu Qianren said on the spot that he would personally deal with the Yu family's people. At the same time, after some thought, Qiu Qianren gave a solution to the conflict between the Lin and Yu families. "Brother Lin, the old man will mediate the conflicts between your two families on his 70th birthday, so there's no need to worry too much. Now that we have Qin Zhan's help, even if the forces behind the Yu family step in, old me, Qiu Qianren, will still firmly support your Lin family." Getting these words from Qiu Qianren, Lin Jinnan was completely relieved. At the same time, Yu Xingshu, the Yu family's second youngest master, had personally stepped in on his side, mobilizing various people and horses who were searching for Qin Zhan all over the world. Yu Xingshu's side had already given a death order that if Qin Zhan could not be found before the early hours of this morning, he would let all of his men bring their heads to meet him. Therefore, throughout Yunzhou City, Qin Zhan had become a celebrity by accident. In this regard, Qin Zhan, Wang Shanhe, and Lin Jinnan were still unaware of this. The people on the Lin family's side were already anxious and on fire. This kind of public action like Yu Xingshu was rare, and it was evident that he was determined. In the evening, Qin Zhan, Lin Jinnan, and Wang Shanhe left the Qiu residence. Not long after, they were stopped by the Yu family on their way back to the Lin family. Looking at the raging, murderous Yu family people, Qin Zhan had a cold smile on his face. Now that he had finished meeting Qiu Qianren, he didn't need to place a mere Yu family in his eyes at all. "It's the Yu family," Wang Shanhe reminded. "It's fine, let's see what their Yu family really wants." Qin Zhan sneered and got out of the car indifferently, confronting the Yu family's people. The person leading the Yu family's side was none other than Yu Guang. Seeing that Qin Zhan was with Wang Shanhe and the Lin family's old man, Yu Guang was full of energy this time. While stopping the trio from going, he had already notified Yu Xingshu in the first instance. "Your name is Yu Guang, right? It seems like you really don't know how to die Shu. You just let you off during the day and you can't wait to come and find death at night?" Qin War said sarcastically. "Qin War, don't be so damn proud. No one can protect you this time," Yu Guang responded loudly. He, is that so?" Qin War was unconcerned. Elder Lin glanced at Yu Guang and the others and realized that this group of people were all minions of the Yu family. He didn't want to bother with them and signaled Qin Zhan to ignore them as well. "Old man Lin family, my family's second young master is on his way here. Today this brat surnamed Qin must stay." Seeing that old man Lin didn't look squarely at himself and the others, he immediately shouted, "Alright, I'll wait and see what your Yu family's bull second young master can do to me today," Qin Zhan said in disbelief. Just at this moment, a luxury car quickly rushed over towards this side. the limousine stopped and a large group of Yu family experts appeared. Leading the way was none other than Yu Xingshu, the Yu family's second youngest master, and Chu Nanfeng, Qiu Qianrun's chief great disciple. Seeing that Chu Nanfeng was also there, this indeed caused Qin Zhan, Elder Lin, and Wang Shanhe to feel a little surprised, especially seeing Yu Xingshu followed by several Yu family's core experts. These people's strength levels were not below Elder Lin. It could be seen that the Yu family had deliberately made preparations. Chapter 24. Don't pretend in front of me, kid. Yu Xingshu had a murderous look on his face, a kind of you're dead expression as he looked at Qin Zhan disdainfully. Today this young man is going to use your head as a ball. Qin Zhan sneered, looking at this luxurious lineup of Yu clan's crowd. He didn't take it seriously at all and said sarcastically, "Bastard, you've got a lot of nonsense. Unbridled, little brute. Today you're doomed. No one can protect you." Several experts of the Yu family stood out together with a cold snort. These were the true core experts of the Yu family, completely capable of competing with a strong person of Elder Lin's segment. All of them came out just to prevent Elder Lin from intervening and interfering. Yo. Qin Zhan looked at these powerful Yu family experts and continued sarcastically, "The hallowed Yu family has gone to such lengths to send out so many powerful people in order to deal with Lao Zi. Your Yu family really looks up to Lao Zi. But even if all of your Yu family's experts came, they wouldn't be able to touch Lao Zi today. Believe it or not?" Ha! Yu Xingshu clenched his fists, and his musculoskeletal bones immediately erupted with a crisp ringing sound. "Rubbish! Do you think this old thing from the Lin family can still protect you?" Seeing this, Elder Lin also stood out and said in a cold voice, "Little son of the Yu family, if you continue to not know how to advance or retreat, you will surely regret it for the rest of your life. Lin Jinnan, cut the nagging. If you dare to continue meddling today, even you will be cleaned up," Yu Xingshu said angrily. As Yu Xingshu's words fell, 4 core experts of the Yu clan stood out. The 4 of them erupted their qi at the same time. 4 powerful qi fluctuations, and a layer of golden body protecting deity appeared around each of their bodies. Golden body stage, the outward release of astral energy. That was a sign only possessed by martial artists of the golden body stage. There was no way to use common sense to understand a martial artist who had broken 9 shackles and stepped into the golden body stage. That golden body protection qi could be invulnerable to swords and spears, water and fire, and was absolutely powerful. Elder Lin wasn't ambiguous either, and with a cold snort, a qi energy quickly erupted from within his body as well. Then a golden body protection aura appeared around his body. It was evident that Elder Lin was also a golden body level powerhouse. At this time, Chu Nanfeng, who had been standing with Yu Xingshu, opened his mouth, and with seemingly good intentions, he persuaded Elder Lin, "Elder Lin, why do you need to do this? You already violated the rules during the martial arts hall ring. Now do you really want to go to any lengths to protect this Qin Zhan?" Duke Chu. Elder Lin glanced at Chu Nanfeng and reminded him with kind words, "Oldme advises you not to get too close to the Yu family's youngest child. It won't do you any good." Elder Lin, good words of advice. Take care of yourself, Chu Nanfeng said indifferently. Elder Lin still wanted to persuade him, but the Yu family's 4 great experts had already surrounded them. Yu Xingshu shouted, "Young Chu, whatever happens today, please still be a witness." Chu Nanfeng nodded his head and considered it a promise. Then Yu Xingshu directly erupted his yoke 3rd stage qi, his eyes containing murderous intent as he walked step by step towards Qin Zhan. The other experts of the Yu clan followed suit. Their mission was to clean up Wang Shanhe. The other 4 experts surrounded Elder Lin. "Hands off!" Yu Xingshu gave the final order. Qin Zhan sneered, and the qi of the shackle section exploded at this moment. "Stop! Yu Xingshu, are you bullying me that my Lin family has no one?" Right at this critical yes, a roar rang out. Then a luxury car quickly rushed over, and Lin Wanner with the core experts of the Lin family all rushed over as well. "Grandpa, Mr. Qin, Elder Wang," Lin Wanner walked over and said very forcefully, "Our Lin family has never been afraid of your Yu family. If your Yu family wants to do this today, our Lin family will accompany you to the end." Yu Xingshu clenched his fists and swept his eyes over the Lin family's crowd, discovering that indeed the Lin family's core experts had also come. It now seemed that his side no longer held any advantage. However, as long as he made a call, the Yu family side could immediately send out more powerful people. "Second young master, should we inform the family side to continue sending more experts?" At this time, one of the Yu family asked. Yu Xingshu was thinking. He had already openly shouted today that no matter what, he must personally behead Qin War. If he couldn't do it, his face would be lost. However, if he continued to send more experts, the Lin family's side would definitely do the same. In that case, it would completely turn into a great war between the 2 great clans. Qiu Qianren's 70th birthday was approaching, and such a large-scale bloody battle between the 2 great clans would surely lead to countless deaths and injuries, and rivers of blood would flow. This was where the Yu family was currently concerned. At this time, Chu Nanfeng once again stood out, and he looked at both sides, then pretending to be very fair, he proposed, Elder Lin, young you, Master's 70th birthday is just around the corner. If your two families have to start a great war, there will surely be bloodshed, and that doesn't seem right. Thus I suggest that since the hatred between Young Yu and Qin War is already deep, no one needs to interfere. Just let the two fight a fair battle. Just as Chu Nanfeng's proposal came out, Elder Lin, Wang Shanhe, and Lin Wanner immediately opposed it. Elder Chu, your suggestion is too funny. Lin Wanner was a little dissatisfied. Everyone could see that Chu Nanfeng appeared to be impartial, but in reality, he was helping Yu Xingshu. Elder Chu, this proposal of yours should be dispensed with. The old man once again reminds you not to get involved. Elder Lin also reminded with kind words. Wang Shanhe was even more direct and said in a cold voice, little son of the Yu family, how about you and I have a fair fight? Everyone knew that Qin Zhan had just entered the yoke segment, while Yu Xingshu was the top genius of the entire southern young generation, having long since broken all three yokes. Elder Lin, Miss Lin, this is just my good intentions, Chu Nanfeng said unhappily. If you guys insist on this, then feel free to battle between your two families. When the time comes to touch Master's brow, the consequences will be your own. Obviously, Chu Nanfeng was going to bring out Qiu Qianrun to say something. If this was placed before, the Lin family was indeed restricted in every way, but now it was different. Master Lin had just accompanied Qin Zhan to meet Qiu Qianrun. Qiu Qianrun, like himself, like Wang Shanhe, was now in awe of Qin Zhan, and it could be said that Qin Zhan was the Dragon Emperor's heir. With just a word, Qiu Qianrun would execute it without hesitation. Chu Nanfeng, right? Qin War looked at Chu Nanfeng and said, there seems to be no enmity or grudge between you and me. Please don't take everyone for a fool. If you want to help the Yu family, just say it straight out. Don't beat around the bush and pretend to be hypocritical to the extreme. How did Elder Qiu have a Chinese disciple like you? When these words came out, a hint of killing intent flashed through Chu Nanfeng's heart, but he held back and didn't snap. Kid, are you a man? Yu Xingshu suddenly sneered. If you are a man you will fight with this young man. If you are not a man, for the sake of being young, immediately roll back. Wherever you came from, roll back to wherever you came from. Roll back to your mom to drink milk. As soon as Yu Xingshu's words left his mouth, Wang Shanhe instantly knew it was over. Mentioning Qin Zhan's mother had definitely touched the deepest softness of his heart. Yu Xingshu, sure enough, Qin Zhan immediately turned unusually angry, saying, Old me will fight you squarely today. Chapter 25 An Unlikely Victory. Qin War. Wang Shanhe immediately stopped and tried to persuade. Mr. Qin, don't be impulsive. Lin Wanner was also anxious. However, Qin Zhan was on the verge of breaking out at this moment. His parents were the pain of his life. Elder Wang, MS. Lin doesn't need to say much. My mind is made up. Without saying a word, Qin Zhan's chi surged and he clenched his fists, staring at Yu Xingshu. Yu Xingshu felt surprised, not expecting that with just this one sentence Qin Zhan could not stand the stimulation and agreed to have a fair fight with himself. After the surprise, he was overwhelmed with smugness in his heart. Now that Qin War had agreed, there was no reason to stop him even if deathfall came. Very good, kid, you still have some backbone. Don't worry, later on, this young man will give you a hard time. Give the old man less nonsense. The old man will definitely kill you today. Qin Zhan's eyes were red. His eyes were incomparably tough. At this moment, Elder Lin, Wang Shanhe, Lin Wanner and the others all secretly said that it was over. How could a shackled one-stage defeat a shackled three-stage? Qin Zhan is still too young and easily agitated. Elder Lin sighed. Wang Shanhe did the same and sighed. Elder Lin, we have to think of a way. No matter what, we can't let Qin Zhuo die. Lin Wanner was struck by an idea at this moment. Qin Zhan had already agreed to fight Yu Xingshu. There was no way for all of them to intervene, with the exception of one person. That was Chu Nanfeng, who, as Qiu Qianren's disciple, was completely out of the picture. If he could say something, Yu Xingshu would definitely compromise. Sir Chu, I implore you to say something from this. Lin Wanner pleaded. As long as Mr. Qin is spared, our Lin family is willing to pay any price. Chu Nanfeng's face was expressionless as he shook his head and said, MS. Lin, you saw it yourself just now. It was Qin Zhan himself who agreed. In this situation, even if my master came, he would have nothing to say. Sir Chu, Miss Lin, there's no need to say much. To be honest, I'm also curious. Although this Qin War's qualifications are quite alright, did you Lin Jian commit such an act because of this person? Lin Wanner wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Elder Lin. Elder Lin glanced at Chu Nanfeng and revealed a meaningful expression without a single word. And at this moment, Qin Zhan had already gone toe-to-toe with Yu Xingshu. Yu Xingshu didn't put Qin Zhan in his eyes at all. To him, if it wasn't the Lin family causing trouble, killing Qin Zhan was as simple as stepping on an ant. Kid, kneel down for this young man. Yu Xingshu had his hands behind his back and shouted coldly as the third stage of the shackles chi erupted. A crack appeared on the ground as a pressure shook it, suppressing it towards Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan roared as he quickly erupted a surge of chi. At this time, the dragon pearl behind his back began to glow, and a mysterious force quickly penetrated between his meridians. This made his body exceptionally powerful, feeling like every cell was filled with energy. Yu Xingshu, trash, you shouldn't have mentioned my parents. My old man will, today, definitely kill you. Qin Zhan's eyes were red. The reason why he was able to stand here today, it was all because his parents took their lives in exchange. Ha! Yu Xingshu was not the least bit impressed and continued to taunt. Little trash, it seems to have touched your sore spot. In that case, little trash, kneel down and plead with this young man. Otherwise, after this young man kills you, he will definitely personally order to find your family, your parents, and make them beg for death in this life. Yu Xingshu, die for me. Qin War roared and took the lead to attack. He was like a fierce beast as he directly pounced on Yu Xingshu. Yu Xingshu was arrogant and confident, relying on the suppression of two segments. Looking at Qin Zhan who was rushing towards him, Yu Xingshu clenched his fist and swept it down head-on. On the Lin family's side like this, the crowd couldn't bear to look at it and closed their eyes. Their hearts were in their throats, especially Elder Lin and Wang Shanha. The two of them were nervous with cold sweat all over their bodies. They knew Qin Zhan's true identity, but there was no way they could stop it in this situation. Boom! A loud sound was heard as the two silhouettes intertwined. The ground trembled slightly as Qin Zhan flew backwards, while Yu Xingshu took a few rare steps backward. Qin Zhan, Mr. Qin, Elder Lin, Wang Shanha, and Lin Wanner shouted anxiously and worriedly. Yu Xingshu's face was ugly. This time he felt that Qin Zhan was far more powerful than the last time he was in the ring. Vaguely, he detected a hint of danger. No, this scumbag will surely die today. Yu Xingshu secretly made up his mind. Although Yu Xingshu was arrogant and cocky, he wasn't stupid and knew that even a lion fighting a rabbit used all its strength. Therefore, without any hesitation, Yu Xingshu shook off his shocked and sore fist. Then with speed as fast as lightning, he rushed to Qin Zhan's body in a flash. Qin Zhan was sent flying by this punch, and several of his body bones were broken. However, with the massive light that erupted from the dragon pearl, he felt his injuries healing at a rapid pace. Then he quickly stood up from the ground, and although he appeared a bit lousy, he gave the impression that his aura was getting stronger. Qin War did not say a word and clenched his fist to attack again. Rubbish, you're still tough, Yu Xingshu roared, clenching his fists and blasting down at him. Bang! Another fist counterattack was launched. The result was exactly the same as the first punch. Qin Zhan flew out backwards and Yu Xingshu took a few steps backward. However, this time Qin Zhuo stood up much faster. The people from the Lin and Yu clans had looked dumbfounded and very silently stepped back a bit. Qin Zhan, trash, this young man doesn't believe he can't kill you. Yu Xingshu was already frantic. After two consecutive punches, he clearly felt that Qin Zhan had been shattered and seriously injured, yet he was able to stand up immediately. Moreover, after each punch, his own arm was tingling. Kill! Qin Zhuo simply spat out a single word and pounced once again. Soon, both sides were petrified in place. Punch for punch, they kept flying out, then quickly got up again. In just under 10 minutes, the two had thrown at least 20 punches against each other. However, Qin Zhan was not as unbeatable as everyone expected and was directly blown to death. Instead, he grew more and more courageous, as if his body possessed an inexhaustible amount of strength. On the other hand, on Yu Xingshu's side, he no longer had the confidence and arrogance that he had at the beginning, and was getting more and more wretched. At this moment, Qin Zhan's eyes were scarlet, and there was a light emitting from behind him, very sacred. His body injuries were rapidly healing under that layer of light. On the other hand, Yu Xingshu's side was getting more and more lousy, and his fist that was sparring with him had cracked open and started dripping blood outwards. Grandpa, Elder Wang, Mr. Qin is incredible. Lin Wanner was inwardly shocked. Elder Lin was similarly so, but thinking about Qin Zhan's identity, he felt that it was all reasonable again. Wang Shanha was thoughtful and said, you can't use common sense to look at Qin Zhan. He was once born after the dragon's spine, and then he was dug up by his loved ones. He was thought to be crippled by certain death, but he didn't survive just the same. The people on the Yu clan side had already begun to worry about Yu Xingshu, as they could also see it. Qin Zhan's body contained a great power that got stronger the more he fought. Moreover, the injuries sustained by his body could heal quickly in a very short period of time, simply possessing an immortal body. At this rate, if Yu Xingshu could not kill him quickly, he would be exhausted. Chapter 26 Footsteps on Yu Xingshu. Yu Xingshu himself had discovered this problem. He had gone from disdain and contempt at the beginning to shock and scorn now. Yu Xingshu shook out his fist, and a drop of blood waved down. Rubbish, this young man must kill you today and make your life worse than death. Yu Xingshu roared through gritted teeth. Qin Zhan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and roared, "Rubbish! I'll kill you just as much today." Soon, the two continued to tangle together. A stream of qi erupted and a trail of blood splattered down. Lin, the people from Yu's two families watched in fear, completely shocked by Qin Zhan's power. He gritted his teeth and used his body to harden against Yu Xingshu's fist. It was completely the fight of killing 1,000 enemies and losing 2,000 of his own. However, the mysterious power contained within the Dragon Pearl allowed him to heal his injuries quickly, and this advantage completely suppressed Yu Xingshu. "Ah, give this young man death." Yu Xingshu went crazy and slammed down several punches in a row, all of them bombarding Qin Zhan's chest. Qin Zhan did not force any retreat. Building up his strength, of fist similarly smashed down against Yu Xingshu's chest. This time, both of them flew backwards. Yu Xingshu no longer simply took a few steps backward like he did just now, but his entire body flew out. "Young master!" This time, it was the Yu family's turn to shout out in worry. Qin Zhan likewise didn't give Yu Xingshu any chance as he ghostly stood up, his entire body covered in blood. It was no longer clear whether it was his own blood or Yu Xingshu's. Yu Xingshu was still struggling on the ground, trying to stand up. However, with this punch-to-punch, his chest ribs were shattered by Qin Zhan and broke several of them. The intense pain made it impossible for him to stand up as quickly as Qin Zhan. And at that moment, Qin Zhan had already arrived in front of him, and without saying a word, he lifted his foot and kicked down viciously. "Ah, this young man killed you." Yu Xingshu let out a miserable scream, while Qin Zhan didn't care about that much at all, directly pounced on him, riding on Yu Xingshu's body, swinging his fists and bombarding him furiously. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Yu Xingshu roared in frantic rage, constantly cursing, but with Qin Zhan's reckless and indiscriminate bombardment, finally Yu Xingshu's voice became smaller and smaller. At this time, Qin Zhan also kicked in his thick breath as he lifted Yu Xingshu up from the ground. Yu Xingshu was already inhuman and miserable, his body was limp, and his bones had almost all been shattered by Qin Zhan's pounding just now. "Rubbish! I told you that I will definitely kill you today." Qin Zhuo roared angrily. Yu Xingshu was having a hard time even trying to say a word at the moment, constantly spitting out blood, cloaked in hair, no longer having the genius demeanor of the past. Hearing Qin Zhuo's roar, the crowd only then slowed down. "Mr. Qin won. He actually did defeat Yu Xingshu." Lin Wanner cheered. The people on the Yu clan side were ashen. This result could not have been dreamed of even in their dreams. Yu Xingshu had actually really lost, losing to Qin Zhan. "Rubbish, go die for me." Qin Zhan roared viciously and directly broke one of Yu Xingshu's fingers. A crisp bone-breaking sound rang out, and Yu Xingshu was briefly sobered up by the sharp pain. "Stop, surnamed Qin, stop. Release our young master." The Yu clan's experts were anxious and filled with anger as they yelled out. "Ha ha ha." Qin Zhan suddenly laughed up to the sky, then threw the half-dead Yu Xingshu onto the ground with one hand and stomped on his body. "What? Your Yu family's young ones can't do it, so the old ones are going to stand up?" In the face of mockery, the Yu family's crowd looked at each other with fiery pain on their faces. "This is your Yu family's so-called genius? Bah! It's still not trampled under the feet of the old man. How's that?" Qin Zhan's aura was as strong as a rainbow. Although he was equally badly injured, the power of the Dragon Pearl was rapidly helping him to repair. Yu Xingshu could no longer move, but his eyes were filled with unwillingness and resentment. "Rubbish, so what if you're a shackled third stage? I, Qin Zhan, will defeat you today just as squarely, without relying on anyone." Qin War took a deep breath. This battle was not easy for him to win. "Kid, you've won. Release our young master immediately. Release him, or you will not be able to escape my Yu family's retaliation." The Yu family's 4 great experts led the charge. As the Yu Xingshu was the Yu family's second greatest genius, there was absolutely no room for error. "Ha!" Qin Zhan was unimpressed and laughed coldly. "The battle between Yu Xingshu and me just now, everyone present heard it clearly. What? You Yu family members can't afford to lose?" The Yu family's expert was dumbfounded by his dislike, but he couldn't watch as Yu Xingshu was truly killed by Qin Zhan. In desperation, the Yu family's experts could only pin their hopes on Chu Nanfeng. Chu Nanfeng was a witness. As long as Chu Nanfeng denied the words, they could forcefully apply pressure to save Yu Xingshu regardless of their face. "Mr. Chu, the second young master can't have an accident. Please also say something." Chu Nanfeng had also just recovered from his shock at this moment. This result was beyond his wildest dreams. A martial artist of the first stage of the yoke had actually defeated a martial artist of the third stage of the yoke. He was on good terms with the Yu family, and especially had a better personal relationship with Yu Xingshu. "Qin Zhuan, you've already won. Don't take things to the extreme. Release Yu Xiao." Chu Nanfeng spoke. Qin War glanced at Chu Nanfeng. A trace of contempt flashed inside his eyes, saying, "It seems that you, the notary public, is purely funny. You really disgrace old Qiu by doing this." Unbridled, Chu Nanfeng also came on fire, saying, pay attention to your words. If you disrespect my master again, don't blame your men for being merciless. Ha! Xinjiang was unimpressed and said, you want to save this scumbag Yu Xingshu, don't you? Then I'll let you see if you can save it today. Stop, little brute, don't mess around, or else my Yu family will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. The Yu family's expert cursed under his anxiety, filled with all sorts of threats. Poof! Xinjiang was not threatened and suddenly violently stomped his foot towards Yu Xingshu's heart position. Little brute, you damn dare to kill my young master. Ah! The Yu family's people completely exploded and roared as they rushed over. Elder Lin and the Lin family experts immediately rushed forward when they saw this. Xinjiang kicked away Yu Xingshu's corpse and calmly looked at the frenzied Yu family members. Remember, if Yu family doesn't submit, just come. Old me, Xinjiang, is now officially challenging your Yu family's young generation. If you don't dare to meet the battle, it means that all of your Yu family are trash. Cowards, little brute. The Yu family's people clenched their teeth, their veins showing, itching to immediately rush up and dismantle Xinjiang. However, Elder Lin led the Lin family's experts in the way and simply couldn't do it. Then Qin War looked at Chu Nanfeng again and threatened, for the sake of old man Xiao, this time, I won't bother with you. If there's a next time, I'll even clean you up together. Chapter 27, Monstrous Anger. Late at night, Yu family, an aura of solemnity enveloped the entire family villa complex. The hall was brightly lit. The Yu family's old master Yu Qingshan and all of the Yu family's experts had risen from under the covers and had come to the hall to make peace. On the floor of the hall lay a miserable corpse. It was precisely the Yu family's second youngest master and the Yu family's second genius, Yu Xingshu. The four Yu family experts from earlier and Yu Guang and the others were all kneeling on the ground, not daring to utter a single breath. The muscles on Yu Qingshan's old face were completely twisted together as terrifying killing chances surged from within his body. Yu Xingshu was dead in Qin Zhan's hands. The entire process had been witnessed by these few strong men of the Yu family. Master, spare your life. Master. It was the young master who wanted to duel with that Qin battle. That Qin battle was ruthless. We wanted to save the young master but we didn't even have time to react. The main thing is that the Lin family's people are blocking it. Yu Qingshan didn't respond. Instead, he stared murderously at the group of Yu family members kneeling on the ground. A bunch of trash. Go and bury Star Book with them. As he spoke, Yu Qingshan directly made his move. A terrifying aura directly rolled towards Yu Guang's several people. Yu Guang's several people didn't even have a chance to beg for mercy. They were killed on the spot. But those four golden body stage powerhouses, Yu Qingshan didn't lay his hands on them. After all, it wasn't easy for a family to cultivate a golden body stage martial artist. Elder, order a war. This is all the Lin family's doing. Either the Lin family hands over that Qin Zhan immediately, or the entire Lin family will be directly exterminated. Elder, please give the order. Many experts of the Yu family pleaded. Yu Xingshu was the hand-picked next-generation successor of the Yu family. Courageous and resourceful, talented and strong. He didn't expect to die so tragically, which caused the entire Yu family to be thunderstruck. Moreover, before Qin Zhan killed Yu Xingshu, he openly shouted that he would challenge the younger generation of the Yu family. Yu Qingshan, as the actual helmsman of the Yu family, was very calm. Even though at his feet lay the corpse of his own hand-picked heir, his own grandson, Yu Xingshu, and facing the pleas of everyone in the Yu family, he still remained calm and did not immediately agree. He still remained calm and did not immediately accede to the requests of the family members. Instead, he looked towards Chu Nanfeng, who had come to the Yu family together on one side. Chu Nanfeng had been present throughout the entire process and knew the causes and consequences. Mr. Chu, how do you see this matter as big? Chu Nanfeng was in a bad mood as usual at this time. Although the one who died was Yu Xingshu, his face was also swollen by Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan must die. Prince Chu, that Qin war is not enough to worry about. Even the Lin family is not enough to worry about. It's just that your master's big birthday is approaching, and if our Yu family suddenly makes a move, I'm afraid that it will cause dissatisfaction. Yu Qingshan reminded. Chu Nanfeng clenched his fists and said, Elder Yu, this I know. Please don't worry. It's not just you guys who are going to execute that Qin war now. There's also me. I will personally communicate on my master's side. Good. Yu Qingshan made an immediate decision and said, Mr. Chu, in that case, we will wait for news from your side. The next day, the Lin family. Last night's battle frontal and direct annihilation of the unstoppable Yu Xingshu had caused the entire Lin family to be impressed with Qin Zhan. At first, quite a few people in the Lin family were still unhappy and puzzled by Elder Lin's respect for Qin Zhan. After last night's battle, all of these people admired it from the bottom of their hearts. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have been able to believe that a Yoke 1 stage could defeat a Yoke 3 stage. Although Yu Xingshu was obnoxious and arrogant, his physical talent and strength was something that the Lin family's people had in their hearts. Yu Xingshu alone could absolutely suppress all the younger generations of the entire Lin family. Lin Fang's downfall in the martial arts center ring match said it all. Early in the morning, the Lin family executives were waiting for Qin Zhan to come along for dinner. Counting the time, tomorrow would be Qiu Qianrun's 70th birthday. The entire Lin family attached great importance to this matter and had to discuss it with Qin Zhan. Mr. Qin, tomorrow is Elder Qiu's 70th birthday. Do you have any opinions? Lin Wanner inquired respectfully. Qin Zhan laughed and said, what opinion can I have? Just go normally. Lin Wanner and the others did not know Qin Zhan's true identity, although they knew that Qin Zhan's strength was extraordinary. But this time, Qiu Qianren's 70th birthday was by invitation. Those who did not obtain an invitation were all ineligible to participate. The Lin family had obtained an invitation and could normally bring Qin Zhan along. But in this situation now, it was almost unthinkable, and the Yu family would definitely make trouble out of it. Wanner, there are some things you don't know, so don't inquire too much, Elder Lin explained. It's fine if Qin Zhan goes with us tomorrow. Grandpa, if the Yu family is making trouble out of this, how will Mr. Qin go with us? Lin Wanner asked. Qin Zhan smiled at this time and said, don't worry, Ms. Lin, don't say that the Yu family is causing trouble. It's useless for anyone to cause trouble. On the other side, Qiu Mansion. Xu Nanfeng found Qiu Qianrun early in the morning and added fuel to the fire, telling him about Qin Zhan killing Yu Xingshu last night, and he focused on emphasizing how the Lin family had not kept their word, and how the ring match had disregarded the rules. Lin Jinan had personally taken action. Instead, the Yu family was described as the victim. In response, Qiu Qianrun certainly had a good idea in his heart. Lin, you two family fight, he is very clear. At the same time, two family style, how he also understand this birthday banquet. He had thought of mediating. After all, he knew people from both families. But now the situation had completely changed. With Qin Zhan in the picture, Qiu Qianrun didn't need to think about it to know what to choose. Nanfeng, as you said, Qin Zhan and Yu Xingshu had a fair duel, life and death, and you were there to witness it. There's nothing to say about this matter. The Yu family has always been overbearing. It's good to give them a lesson. Master. Xu Nanfeng never expected that his master would say this. This meaning was already clearly favoring the Lin family's side. Tomorrow is your 70th birthday. The Yu family side has invited the bigwigs from the Zhao family in Kyoto to celebrate your birthday, Xu Nanfeng reminded. Of course, Qiu Qianrun understood that the so-called birthday congratulations were nothing more than the Yu family's little trick. It was just an attempt to use the strength of the Kyoto Zhao family to pressure himself. Nanfeng, you are less involved in this matter. When the banquet is held tomorrow, my master will have his own arrangements. After receiving this reply from his own master, Xu Nanfeng was surprised and puzzled. Master, that Qin Zhan does whatever he wants by virtue of having the Lin family's protection. He doesn't even give me face. I see that we should indeed let the Yu family get rid of him, but the Lin family's side is defending him to the death. And the Yu family's side is considering that your big birthday is approaching because of many concerns. That's why I was entrusted to ask for your opinion. Qiu Qianrun looked at his own personal disciple, then changed his usual amiability and said seriously, tell the Yu family that if they don't want to raise their entire clan to extinction, they better stop here. Xu Nanfeng was shocked in his heart and opened his mouth to ask, Master, could it be that Qin Zhan has a big name behind him? Qiu Qianren did not explicitly say so, but warned, you are less involved in these matters. If the Yu family is to blame, then there is no one to blame. Chapter 28, The Birthday Banquet. Today, the streets of Yunzhou were decorated with lights and colors, because today was the 70th birthday of the number one man in the south, Qiu Qianren. The entire city was celebrating him. Qiu Qianren was unfathomable, highly respected, and a former member of the Dragon Emperor, so his prestige was very high. Early in the morning, bigwigs from all over the world traveled to the Qiu mansion. The birthday banquet was by invitation only, and those who hadn't received an invitation weren't qualified to attend. At this moment, the entrance of the Qiu mansion was already filled with all sorts of luxury cars. As the number one family in Yunzhou, the Yu family had not delayed and had prepared very grandly. Elder Yu Qingshan personally led the Yu family's core executives, preparing generous gifts to rush over. Seeing that the Yu family's people had come, the bigwigs who had long arrived at the entrance had come over to greet them. However, everyone in the Yu family's face was ugly, and their attitude was extraordinarily cold. This caused many people to feel a bit puzzled and surprised, but soon enough, a well-informed big shot told the truth of it. It was learned that it was the Yu family's second youngest master, that famous genius Yu Xingshu, who was killed yesterday. This made many big shots not only curious, but also shocked. In the south, there was still someone who dared to kill the genius of the Yu family? And right at this moment, Xu Nanfeng with a few subordinates from the Qiu mansion also walked out to greet the bigwigs from all walks of life who had come to celebrate the birthday. Duke Chu is worthy of being Elder Qiu's personal disciple. At just 25 years of age, he already possesses the strength of the fourth stage of the yoke. quite a few great figures present came over, and blew up at Chu Nanfeng for a while. Chu Nanfeng nodded his head at the crowd, then he directly arrived at the Yu family's side. Elder Yu, will the bigwigs from the Zhao family in Kyoto come today? Chu Nanfeng asked. Yu Qingshan nodded and said, don't worry, the bigwig from the Kyoto Zhao family will definitely come in person today. Alright, that's good. After pondering for a moment, Chu Nanfeng told the Yu clan side everything he had said to Qiu Qianrun last night. It seems like that Qin Zhan does indeed have something to offer. The Yu family's man pondered after listening. Elder Yu Qingshan had long since lost control of his inner killing intent and said, no matter what this person's origins are, if he dares to go against my Yu family and kill Xingshu, I will definitely make sure that his life is worse than death. Even though Chu Nanfeng also hated Qin Zhan very much, last night, from the words of his own master, he still heard the strings. Elder Yu, if there's no great figure from the Zhao clan to sit in on this matter of executing Qin Zhan, I would suggest that it's better to calm down and think long and hard about it, Chu Nanfeng reminded. At this very moment, the Lin family's convoy also arrived. Although the Lin family wasn't as good as the Yu family, it was also a resounding great family in Yunzhou, and other than the Yu family, the rest of the forces couldn't be compared to the Lin family. Seeing Elder Lin appearing with Lin Wanner and other family executives, many big shots still walked over to greet them with great respect and politeness. Unlike the arrogance of the Yu family, the Lin family was quite polite and courteous, responding one by one. It was only after seeing Qin Zhan and Wang Shanhe who were with the Lin family. The bigwigs on the Yu family's side were instantly enraged and murderous. Master, that man is Qin Zhan, a senior member of the Yu family said as he pointed his finger at Qin Zhan. Elder Yu nodded and with a stern face, he immediately led his men over. Seeing that Yu Qingshan came with the Yu family's personnel in an aggressive manner, Elder Lin immediately also brought the Lin family's experts to block Qin Zhan behind him. Qin Zhan didn't care at all and said, don't worry, it's fine. In front of the Qiu mansion, I'm sorry that the Yu family wouldn't dare to do anything. Little brute, today, I will definitely skin you with my own hands. Yu Qingshan was furious, looking at Qin Zhan with a cold smile on his face. He put down harsh words on the spot. The crowd was a bit surprised, not expecting that with Yu Qingshan's status, he would openly say such harsh words to a young man in the first stage of the yoke. However, when the others learned that the young man in front of them called Qin Zhan was the murderer who had killed the Yu family's second young master, they all understood. It seems that your Yu family really has no one left. The young ones can't do it. The middle ones can't do it, and you, the oldest of the old things, finally couldn't help but jump out. Qin Zhan said sarcastically in disbelief. Little beast, don't be crazy, today is the day of your death. You will definitely regret coming to this world. Little brute, the Lin family won't be able to protect you today. The Yu family's executives let out threats filled with murderous intent. Qin Zhan didn't take it seriously at all and said, yo, that bastard Yu Xingshu said the same thing last night before he died. If Yu family has that ability they'll let your horses come over. I can't wait. Qin Zhan had a completely exasperated attitude and tone, which further made the Yu family almost go crazy. Yu Qingshan, in front of the Qiu mansion, the birthday banquet is approaching. Is your Yu family going to disregard your face? At this moment, Elder Lin said in a cold voice. Yu Qingshan waved his hand, signaling the Yu family's top brass to calm down. Then he threatened with murderous intent in his eyes. Lin Zhennan, today, not only will I destroy this Qin war, I will also completely destroy your Lin family. Ha! Elder Lin had no fear and said, Yu Qingshan, my Lin family has endured your Yu family for many years, and now there is no need to endure any longer. Lin Zhennan, you wait. Yu Qingshan's face was iron blue, and at this time, Chu Nanfeng also walked over after being alerted by the Yu family's senior management. Elder Yu, Elder Lin, everyone, today is Master's birthday banquet. Whatever personal grudges you all have, please put them aside for now, Chu Nanfeng loudly reminded. In response, Lin Zhennan and Yu Qingshan snorted coldly at each other and said nothing more. After all, saying that if they were to make a move in this environment, it was clear that they were not putting Qiu Qianren in their eyes. After Qiu Lao's banquet is over, it will be the time when your Lin family will perish, Yu Qingshan said with boiling killing intent. Lin Zhennan didn't say anything about this. The overall strength of the Lin family couldn't fight against the Yu family, but it was different now. Everything had Qin Zhan here. Elder Lin. Chu Nanfeng had an impish look on his face before pointing his finger at Qin Zhan and Wang Shanhe and said, are these two brought here by your Lin family? Elder Lin nodded and said, not bad. Chu Nanfeng's face sank as he said, according to the regulations, those who have not received an invitation cannot attend Master's birthday banquet. Sir Chu, Elder Lin wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Chu Nanfeng. Chu Nanfeng stared at Qin Zhan and Wang Shanhe and said, this is not a place for you two of unknown origin to come. Immediately get lost. Seeing this scene, the Yu clanspeople cast gloating expressions. Qin Zhan snorted coldly and said, Chu Nanfeng, are you sure you want to drive us away? Not bad. Chu Nanfeng was nonchalant and said sternly, get out immediately. Xinjiang could no longer hold his tongue, and with a sneer on his face, he sarcastically said, if I leave, don't you regret it? Scram! Chu Nanfeng pointed his finger at Xinjiang and once again chided. Xinjiang clenched his fists and said, you have balls? In a while I'll make you beg to come. Chapter 29 Punching Chu Nanfeng in the face. Xinjiang's words immediately caused a wave of mockery. Ha! This person is truly ridiculous. Yes, doesn't he think that he's invincible because he has the blessing of the Lin family? Not realizing that the Yu family's strength far exceeds that of the Lin family. Moreover, this person also unknowingly dares to contradict Prince Chu. It's truly laughable to the extreme. Chu Nanfeng was also amused by Xinjiang's words. He laughed coldly and said disdainfully, I'd like to see what will happen after I tell you to get lost today. Alright. Xinjiang didn't make any nonsense and called out to Wang Shanhe, and the two of them were about to leave together. Seeing this, Elder Lin immediately stood out and persuaded Xinjiang, Elder Wang, calm down. Then, Elder Lin still had some good intentions of trying to persuade Chu Nanfeng, saying, Elder Chu, I advise you not to do this. It will be you who will be embarrassed when the time comes. Elder Lin, there's no need to say much. Chu Nanfeng was also growing more and more dissatisfied with the Lin family, and said in a hardened tone, please also ask your Lin family to figure it out, and not to bring anyone and everyone to Master's birthday banquet. Master Lin shook his head and sighed. Unbeknownst to him, he was helping Chu Nanfeng. If Zhou Qianren knew, this personal disciple of his drove Xinjiang away. It was estimated that Zhou Qianren couldn't help but immediately jump out and reward Chu Nanfeng with a slap on the face. Sir Chu, since that's the case, then our Lin family won't go in. Elder Lin immediately made the decision to go with Xinjiang and Wang Shanhe. This really angered Chu Nanfeng, and Chu Nanfeng's face sank as he said, Elder Lin, what do you mean? You're threatening me with this? Elder Lin shook his head and explained, Mr. Chu, whether or not old man is threatening you, you'll know in a moment. Fine. Chu Nanfeng gritted his teeth and said, since your Lin family doesn't want to participate in Master's birthday banquet, then please return. Xinjiang didn't want to say anything, but seeing Chu Nanfeng's expression that wanted to eat people, and the Yu family's gloating look of watching the fun, he couldn't bear it anymore. Chu Nanfeng, I'll give you another chance. Have you thought it through? Xinjiang threatened. If I don't participate in this birthday banquet today, when the time comes, your master will be the first to clean you up. Believe it or not? Humph. Chu Nanfeng of course didn't believe it, sarcastically said, can't it be that you still know my master and my master still has to look at your face? Mr. Chu, this person is really interesting, like a circus monkey, for us to entertain ourselves quite well. Big talk, even the Lin family has to be respectful in front of Elder Chiu. I don't know where he got the courage to be so arrogant. The Yu family's people were even more pleased and were overjoyed to see this scene. If the Lin family didn't attend the birthday banquet, it would definitely offend Zhou Qianren. In that case, the Yu family could immediately launch a strike in retaliation and bloodshed the entire Lin family. Xinjiang, this minority has 3 counts, either roll or die. Chu Nanfeng was furious. His voice was cold and icy as he pointed his finger at Xinjiang, full of threats. Xinjiang snorted coldly, and at this moment, he also decided to give Chu Nanfeng a small lesson. Elder Lin, immediately call and inform Elder Chiu. Xinwar's words had just fallen, before Lin Jinan could start calling to contact Zhou Qianren. An even more ear-piercing mocking sound rang out. Little beast, do you really want to think us to death? How comical and ridiculous. The people from the Yu clan couldn't help but laugh out loud as well. Xinjiang did not make a sound, only signaling Lin Jinan to call Zhou Qianren. Chu Nanfeng also couldn't help but sneer and said, alright, this young man will wait and see. Soon after, Lin Jinan connected to Zhou Qianren's private phone and briefly talked about what happened at the entrance. Afterwards, Elder Lin had a cold smile on his face before handing his cell phone to Chu Nanfeng, saying, Elder Chiu asked you to listen to the call. Chu Nanfeng received the cell phone, and before he could open his mouth, he was met with a head-on rebuke. Then the cold smile on his face came to an abrupt end, and his face turned extremely ugly, instantly blackening into a line. Then he looked incredulously at Xinjiang, who was full of banter. This series of changes was seen by everyone around him. Prince Chu? The people from the Yu family shouted out. Only then did Chu Nanfeng hang up the phone, then still looking at Xinjiang in disbelief. For a moment he was surprisingly speechless, not knowing what to say. Chu Nanfeng, how is it? Xinwar said in a cold voice. Chu Nanfeng didn't make a sound. The words his own master had just said had left him unable to calm his heart for a long time. Elder Wang, let's go, Xinjiang shouted. Then with Wang Shanhe, he pretended to leave. This time Chu Nanfeng was completely anxious. His face was very ugly as he hurriedly followed and shouted, Mr. Qin, stay back. With these words, the people at the scene were basically petrified. Qin, Mr. Qin, Mr. Chu, what's going on? The ones who reacted the most violently were the people of the Yu family. Chu Nanfeng did not pay any attention to it, but instead made a 180-degree turn in his attitude, saying, Mr. Qin, Master sincerely invites you to stay for the banquet. Ha! Qin Zhan laughed and said, Mr. Chu, what did you say just now? Old me hasn't forgotten. Chu Nanfeng looked embarrassed. He really couldn't figure out that his master had said it himself just now. Qin Zhan was a guest he had invited. If he offended Qin Zhan and let him leave, then the master-disciple bond would be over. As far as he could remember, Zhou Qianren had never said such serious words to him. Mr. Qin, you're joking. Master is waiting for you inside. Chu Nanfeng forced himself to hold back his inner displeasure, pretending to be polite and respectful as he continued to invite. Old me said that I want you to beg for it. Qin Zhan coldly snorted. Chu Nanfeng didn't dare to talk back and awkwardly stood aside. And at this time, the Yu family's people had been completely dumbfounded, an unsettling premonition welling up within them. Seeing this scenario, Elder Lin opened his mouth and shouted, his eyes reminding Qin Zhan to almost let it go. Qin Zhan laughed and didn't make things difficult for Chu Nanfeng anymore. Instead, he strutted towards Yu family's old master Yu Qingshan. Old me is sitting around waiting for your Yu family to come and break me into pieces today. After saying this, Qin Zhan was very arrogant as he took the lead and walked towards the inside of the Zhou mansion. Wang Shanhe followed closely behind, and Elder Lin laughed as he led the people of the Lin family to follow one after the other. After Qin War and the others left, the Yu family's people could no longer hold back and immediately asked, Mr. Chu, what's going on? Yu Qingshan opened his mouth to ask. Chu Nangon's face also looked unsightly as he said, I don't know, but this person is estimated to know my master. Getting certainty from Chu Nanfeng, the Yu clan's faces became even more unsightly. If this relationship of Zhou Qianren was present, then it would be much more difficult for their Yu family to deal with Qin Zhan. I'm afraid that it's a bit difficult now, Chu Nanfeng said in a cold voice. Yu Qingshan snorted coldly and said, there's no harm in it. The bigwig from the Zhao family in Kyoto is almost here. I don't believe that old man Qiu would not give face to the Kyoto Zhao family because of this person. Chapter 30, The Big Shot of the Zhao family in Kyoto. Inside the living room of the Qiu mansion, Elder Qiu personally entertained Qin Zhan, and incidentally, Wang Shanhe. The Lin family and the others were also treated with extreme courtesy. Unaware of this, Lin Wanner and a few other executives couldn't contain their excitement. One must know that it was usually very difficult for them to see Zhou Qianren. Even Elder Lin was very difficult, and now Zhou Qianren not only personally led them to the living room, but also personally poured tea for them. However, Lin Jinan knew very well that this was all because of Qin Zhan. When Lin Wanner and the others saw that Zhou Qianren was so polite and respectful to Qin Zhan, with one mouthful of Mr. Qin, they were once again stunned. Mr. Qin, Nanfeng is young and uninformed, don't be so general with him. Zhou Qianren's attitude was humble as he began to beg for Chu Nanfeng's favor. In response, Qin Zhan could only laugh. He and Chu Nanfeng hadn't clashed before. It was just that Chu Nanfeng had clearly stood on the Yu family's side to mess things up these past few times. Elder Qiu, to be honest, this disciple of yours feels a little bit ill-intentioned, but for your sake, I'll try to be merciful. Qin Zhan also gave a clear reply. Zhou Qianren's status was honorable and transcendent, so the face that should be given still had to be given. After receiving Qin Zhan's affirmative reply, Zhou Qianren's heart was finally relieved. No matter what, Chu Nanfeng was also his carefully cultivated heir. His qualifications were by no means below Yu Xingshu's, so naturally, he was able to keep it. At this moment, at the entrance of the Qiu mansion's courtyard, many bigwigs gathered together, humbly looking at a helicopter that descended from the sky. From the helicopter, a middle-aged man came down. This middle-aged man had a natural aristocratic aura, condescending and arrogant. The moment they saw this middle-aged man, everyone in the Yu family's hanging heart completely relaxed. The person who came was none other than Zhao Ning, the big shot of the Zhao family in Kyoto, and the big man behind the Yu family. Mr. Ning, Yu Qingshan led the people of the Yu family, excitedly running over to immediately kneel down and salute. Zhao Ning had his hands behind his back and swept his eyes at the bigwigs from all walks of life present. He then coldly said, where is Zhou Qianren? Chu Nanfeng hurriedly explained at this moment. Mr. Ning, my master is entertaining guests inside the other courtyard. Oh, Zhao Ning was clearly a bit offended. Of course he knew of Zhou Qianren. After all, he was the number one person in the south, and was also an old part of the Dragon Emperor from the past. However, he was from the Kyoto Zhao family. The Kyoto Zhao family, that had the title of being the number one martial arts family in the Summer Kingdom. If according to seniority, Zhou Qianren was clearly his predecessor, but in the martial arts world, one was not ranked according to seniority, but according to strength. The people of the Kyoto Zhao family were higher than Qiu Qianrun according to their status grade. At least that was what Zhao Ning himself thought. Therefore, in Zhao Ning's opinion, Qiu Qianrun should be greeting himself just like everyone else. Unexpectedly, Qiu Qianrun didn't show up at all, but was instead inside matching other guests. It seems that Mr. Zhao doesn't have enough face. Mr. Ning, please calm down. Xu Nanfeng knew that the powerful Zhao family in Kyoto was by no means something his own master could mess with anymore. So he hurriedly explained, I'll go inform master right now. Humph. Zhao Ning coldly grunted, there's no need. Afterwards, Zhao Ning carried his hands behind his back and walked directly towards the inside of the Qiu mansion's courtyard as if no one else was there. Only then did the crowd dare to get up, and then went in with Xu Nanfeng and the Yu clan. Inside the courtyard, Qiu Qianrun naturally realized that the Zhao family had arrived. However, choosing between Zhao Ning and Qin Zhan, one could use one's toes to know how to choose. However, without any special reasons, Qiu Qianrun was not willing to offend the Zhao family, regarding the fact that people from the Zhao family had suddenly come to the south to congratulate him on his birthday. This kind of words that lied to a 3-year-old child. Qiu Qianrun naturally didn't believe them. He knew that Zhao Ning's sudden arrival was by no means as simple as the outside world made it out to be. Moreover, the Yu family certainly didn't have that much face, even though the Yu family was indeed supported by someone from the Zhao family. Mr. Ning, you've come to visit. Please forgive me for not welcoming you from afar. Qiu Qianrun walked out quickly alone and greeted him very politely. Zhao Ning snorted coldly and said, as the #1 person in the south and an old part of the Dragon Emperor, Elder Qiu has a high position of power and unfathomable strength. How dare I? Mr. Zhao, ha ha ha. Qiu Qianrun laughed. Mr. Ning is overstating things. Inside please, quickly inside please. Zhao Ning waved his hand and swept his eyes, realizing that it was just Qiu Qianrun alone, and did not see any other people. Elder Qiu, today is your 70th birthday. I'll give you face. There's something I need to tell you with after the birthday banquet. Zhao Ning's attitude was cold, which was in stark contrast to everyone's reverence for Qiu Qianrun. Qiu Qianrun didn't have a fit. He was also curious to know what Zhao Ning was suddenly doing in the south from Kyoto. If it was merely to back up the Yu family, he certainly didn't believe it, as the Yu family wasn't qualified enough. Soon, Xu Nanfeng arranged for his subordinates to start leading the bigwigs from all walks of life who had come to be seated. Qiu Qianrun was smiling and amiable as he greeted the figures from all walks of life that had come one by one. He then loudly announced, Gentlemen, today is my 70th birthday, so I'm going to borrow a flower and introduce a young talent to you all. As soon as Qiu Qianrun finished his words, the Yu family's people had basically guessed. This young talent was definitely Qin Zhan. As expected, Qin Zhan walked out from the inside with Lin Wanner, Lin Zhennan, Wang Shanha and the others with a smile on his face at this time and came out onto the lawn. Seeing this, the Yu family's people couldn't wait to go up and kill Qin Zhan immediately. Yu Qinshan came up to Zhao Ning and whispered, Mr. Ning, this is the man who killed Starbook and repeatedly went against the Yu family. Zhao Ning did nothing, and Yu Qinshan didn't dare to ask more. Mr. Qin Zhan is a friend of my husband and a guest of the Qiu mansion. He just turned 18 this year. His talent is unparalleled, and he will surely soar to the heavens in the future. So I would like to ask all of you to please take care of him more in your spare time. Qiu Qianrun continued to say loudly. The meaning of his words was already very obvious. It was a warning, cautioning the Yu family to stop in moderation. Of course, the Yu family could hear what Qiu Qianrun meant, but there was no way that this vendetta could just be let go. But Qiu Qianrun had personally spoken, and the Yu family didn't have the guts to say anything, so all their hopes were pinned on Zhao Ning. The Yu family had announced to the public that they were inviting Zhao Ning, but in reality, they weren't at all. Rather, Zhao Ning was coming to the south to do an important thing, and it just so happened that he bumped into it. Of course it was true that the Yu family was backed by the Zhao family. Thus before coming, Yu Qinshan had personally reported to Zhao Ning about the recent events. Elder Qiu. Sure enough, Zhao Ning picked up his wine glass at this time and said wistfully, Mr. Zhao heard that this young punk killed a genius of the Yu family. Is there such a thing? Mr. Ning, please also watch your words. Qiu Qianrun's voice turned a little cold as he said, just now, Old Me already said that Mr. Qin Zhan is a friend of Old Me, a guest of the Qiu mansion. Oh, is that so? Zhao Ning didn't care at all as he continued sarcastically. Since when would the Dragon Emperor's old division, the #1 in the south, become friends with a milquetoast trash? Chapter 31. Zhao Ning. Qiu Qianrun was also enraged and said in a cold voice, didn't you hear what the old man just said? Zhao Ning also stopped pretending and stood up with a brush, saying, Qiu Qianrun, if you don't give me face, I certainly won't give you face either. Qiu Qianrun's face was very ugly at this moment. The toughness of Zhao Ning's attitude was beyond his imagination. In that case, then please leave. The Qiu mansion does not welcome you. Ha! Zhao Ning let out a cold laugh. then glanced at Qin Zhan, who suddenly felt that his entire being was about to be seen through. Zhou Qianren, it seems like you don't want to hold this 70th birthday banquet. Zhao Ning, please leave immediately. Zhou Qianren's attitude also turned unusually tough, and he directly rebuked angrily. Seeing that both sides were at cross swords, the two top bigwigs were showing signs of making a move at the drop of a hat. Chu Nanfeng stood out and persuaded, Master, today is your birthday banquet. It's not worth getting so worked up. Seeing this, Yu Qingshan also stood out, very sinisterly persuading, Mr. Ning, no matter how you put it, today is also old Xiu's 70th birthday. You're both top-tier existences. Don't hurt the peace because of an insignificant little person. The rest of the bigwigs followed suit and persuaded, the implication being that Qin Zhan was insignificant and not worth the anger of the two bigwigs. Mr. Ning, no matter what, today is also my master's 70th birthday banquet. You and my master are both top-notch big shots. How can you hurt the peace because of a villain? Ha! Hearing everyone's persuasion, Zhao Ning was very flattered and said in a cold voice, Zhou Qianren, I'll give you face today, but this trash called Qin Zhan must get out immediately. What status? A mere shackled one-segment griffin is worthy of attending the same banquet as the head with me? Zhao Ning, get out! Zhou Qianren clenched his fists. The always amiable man was truly enraged. Clenching his fists, he angrily said, You are not welcome here. Get out! Zhou Qianren, think clearly. Do you really want to tear your face off with me because of this little trash? Zhao Ning threatened. Scram! Zhou Qianren roared angrily. Master! Chu Nanfeng also put on the guise of persuasion, saying, because Qin Zhan disrupted your 70th birthday, it's not worth it to cross paths with Mr. Ning. Yes, Elder Qiu, please think twice. Elder Qiu, please also think twice. The rest of the people, instigated by the Yu family, also offered their words. At this point, Zhou Qianren's face was already iron blue, and at this point, Qin Zhan couldn't hold back any longer. He jumped the gun and stepped forward, and anyone with a discerning eye could see it. Zhao Ning had clearly come to target himself and help the Yu family. At this time he no longer stand out. Zhou Qianren this 70th birthday indeed do not want to open. The summer country was the most tradition heavy, and the 70th birthday was important to every summer person. And besides, Zhou Qianren, the old man, was nice, and could be okay with himself. Zhao Ning, what's your dog's name? Qin Zhan was nonchalant and cursed at Zhao Ning. When these words came out, Zhao Ning's face changed slightly, not expecting Qin Zhan to dare to talk to him like this in public. Little Yakuza, do you want to die? You dare to talk to me like that? Fracking pen, it's you trash that I'm scolding. Qin Zhan wasn't afraid at all and continued angrily. What the hell are you? Today is old Xiu's 70th birthday. Did people invite you? What are you running here for? Do you want to be shameless? Just come. What are you pretending to do there? What are you screaming for? You, little beast you. Zhao Ning was so angry at Qin Zhan's output that he couldn't speak for a while. Me what me? It's you that I'm scolding. Are you Kyoto Zhao family great? Qin Zhan, don't be too damn arrogant. The Yu family also stood out and yelled at Qin Lor. And you family, do you think you can do anything about old me just because you found this Zhao Ning? Qin Zhan sneered and said, Listen, if anyone from the younger generation of your Zhao family dares to come and fight with Lao Zi will have nothing to say even if he dies. But this group of trash from your Yu family doesn't look like they have the guts either. Little brute. Zhao Ning suddenly let out a roar. A golden body protection astral aura quickly erupted around his body, and it was clear that Zhao Ning was also a golden body stage martial artist. A murderous aura erupted. Zhao Ning's eyes showed killing intent. In his eyes Qin Zhan had already become a dead man. Disrespecting me is disrespecting the Zhao family. Die. As he spoke, Zhao Ning directly struck out, casually pointing his hand. A terrifying chi energy transformed into a killing machine and directly aimed at Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan didn't panic at all. He knew that Zhou Qianren would definitely strike. As expected, just as Zhao Ning casually pointed his hand towards himself, Zhou Qianren let out a cold snort, invisibly dissolving it. Zhou Qianren, Zhao Ning said angrily, I'll put my words here today. This little brute will die. If you dare to block it, you're an enemy of my Zhao family. The cauldron of being an enemy of the Zhao family. There weren't many people in the entire Dragon Kingdom. There weren't many forces that could pick it up. The Zhao family, that was the #1 martial arts family in the Summer Kingdom. Zhao Ning. Zhou Qianren clenched his fists and threatened. Old man also warns you for the last time. If you dare to touch a single hair on Qin Zhan's head, old man will personally kill you. Fine, old man. We'll see then. Zhao Ning felt that he had lost face, and his golden body stage chi unreservedly erupted completely at this moment. Zhou Qianren was not ambiguous either. Although he did not see any movement, he similarly erupted his golden body stage chi. In terms of strength, It was obvious that Zhou Qianren was even better, having reached the third stage of the golden body. Zhao Ning was more or less the same as Lin Jinnan and Yu Qingshan, all around the golden body 2 stage. Zhao Ning, if you're not afraid to die, just give it a try. Zhou Qianren's tone was filled with threats, not to mention Zhao Ning, an ordinary member of the Zhao clan. Even if those top bigwigs of the Zhao clan came, he would never retreat by half a step. It was because Qin Zhan was a dragon emperor heir. In the past, when the dragon emperor was at his peak, what was the Zhao family worth? Seeing that Zhou Qianren was really moving for real, his powerful qi crushed the entire field, and no one including Zhao Ning could fight against it. Master, it must not be. Chu Nanfeng was getting anxious. It seemed that the relationship between his own master and Qin Zhan was still beyond imagination. His own master could even directly confront the Zhao family for Qin Zhan. Shut up! Zhou Qianren was doubly disappointed in Chu Nanfeng. Zhao Ning also felt Zhou Qianren's anger and determination, and he was surprised. Zhou Qianren was really willing to directly turn against himself, and to a certain extent, the entire Zhao family, for the sake of Qin Zhan. Zhou Qianren, there you go, don't regret it. Zhao Ning knew that he was undefeatable and collected his qi. Scram! Zhou Qianren was not spoiled, and with a casual wave of his hand, a huge wave of qi energy quickly lifted over, sending Zhao Ning flying. Zhou Qianren, you! Zhao Ning stood up from the ground in a sorry state, a trace of blood spilling out from the corner of his mouth. Remember the old man's words, there will be no next time. At this moment, Zhou Qianren was quite domineering, crushing the entire scene. Chapter 32 Soldiers split into 2. Zhao Ning was murderous, but at this time, he had no choice but to leave in disgrace. Seeing that Zhao Ning was leaving, the Yu family members hesitated for a moment and followed suit. In this way, all of the other big names were in a difficult position. Regardless of whether it was Zhao Ning or Zhou Qianren, none of these people could afford to offend them. After much thought, these big shots eventually decided to follow Zhao Ning and leave together. After all, the Zhao family was the #1 family in the Xia kingdom, and although Zhou Qianren was the #1 person in the south, there was still no way he could compare to the Zhao family, because these big shots casually found a reason to greet Zhou Qianren and quickly left. Soon the originally lively Zhou mansion turned cold all of a sudden, leaving only the Lin family's people left. Seeing this scene, Zhou Qianren did not care, but laughed at himself. Are some to tend to the generation? Gone also be fine. I save the clean. Qin Zhan's heart is a little too much. After all, today is Zhou Qianren's 70th birthday. If it were not for his own words, the birthday banquet should be lively and lively. Not so much that these things happen. Qin Zhan. At this time Chu Nanfeng shouted very angrily. Look, this is all thanks to you. Nanfeng, don't be rude. Zhou Qianren reprimanded. Master. Chu Nanfeng couldn't hold back any longer and said, Apprentice son really doesn't understand why you're defending this Qin war so much. Shut up. Zhou Qianren didn't want to explain more and angrily said, if you keep talking nonsense and colluding with the Yu clan's people, don't blame Master for personally expelling you from the division. Master. The more Zhou Qianren did, the harder it was for Chu Nanfeng to understand. Alright, Qin Zhan sighed and said, Elder Qiu, this time he wasn't wrong, it was indeed because I ruined your birthday banquet. No harm done. Zhou Qianren didn't care and said, having you to celebrate old man's birthday is enough. On the other hand, Zhao Ning left the Qiu mansion in great displeasure. Yu Qingshan followed closely behind with the Yu clan's people before welcoming him back to the Yu clan. Zhao Ning and Zhou Qianren had made a move and almost tore their faces apart. This was a good thing for their Yu family. If it wasn't for Zhou Qianren's constant pressure in the south, the Lin family would have been destroyed and annexed long ago. Mr. Ning, calm your anger. This Zhou Qianren is probably old and confused. Actually not even buying your account for that Qin war trash. Yes, Mr. Ning, Zhou Qianren, relying on his strength, is a one-trick pony in Yunzhou, and our Yu clan is also suppressed by him at every turn. In the face of what Yu Qingshan and the others had said, Zhao Ning naturally had a number in his heart, but relying on himself alone, he really wasn't a match for Zhou Qianren. Moreover, this time he came to the south, not to back up the Yu family. This IME simple. Zhou Qianren, this old piker, I'll have to clean him up sooner or later. A hint of sinister venom flashed inside Zhao Ning's eyes as he said, this time, when I came to your south, there is another very important thing to do. As long as this is accomplished, I can immediately ask the strongest members of my family to come to the south in person. By then, what does a mere Zhou Qianren count for? Mr. Ning, I don't know what your personal visit to Yunzhou is about, just give us your orders, and our Yu family will certainly do whatever we want. Sensing an opportunity, Yu Qingshan immediately said in a pandering manner. Zhao Ning had his hands behind his back, then his eyes flashed as he said, Dragon Pearl, Dragon Pearl. Hearing those two words, the Yu clan's people were dumbstruck. The Dragon Pearl that was a thing of legend. rumored to have been transformed from the death of a true dragon, and contained unimaginable magical greatness within it. However, the true dragon was also a divine object in the ancient legends of Xia, and no one had ever witnessed it. Mr. Ning, do dragon pearls really exist in the world? Yu Qingshan couldn't help but ask curiously. It was personally ordered by the family's great figure, so it naturally exists. Zhao Ning glanced into the distance and said, in the south of you, there is a Jedi called the Dragon Abyss, and it is rumored that it was once a place where true dragons resided. Thus it is highly likely that dragon pearls exist there. Dragon Abyss. Hearing those two words, the Yu family's people all froze. Their bodies shivered, and they couldn't help but take a few steps backward. The Dragon Abyss that was a Jedi. Since ancient times, no matter how high a martial artist's segment level was once they entered, they had never appeared. No one dared to wait in there. If we can find the relevant clues about the Dragon Pearl, it will be a great merit. At that time, I guarantee that your Yu family will definitely unify the South, and marching into Kyoto will never be a problem. Zhao Ning incentivized. Although the Yu family members were afraid of Long Yuan, they were also stirring in their hearts when they heard Zhao Ning say this. Mr. Ning, my Yu family will definitely follow your instructions to the fullest, and will do whatever it takes to enter the Dragon Abyss and look for clues to the Dragon Pearl. Yu Qingshan also made a decision after some thought. But before that, can we kill the Qinzhan little brute first? Zhao Ning didn't answer immediately. He was equally annoyed with Qinzhan for contradicting him at that time. However, in order to kill Qinzhan, he had to get past Zhou Qianrun first. Mr. Ning, that Qinzhan threatened to challenge our Yu family's younger generation, and my Yu family's first genius can come out and directly exterminate him. I believe that old thing Zhou Qianrun would have nothing to say. Zhao Ning thought for a moment and nodded. In that case, prepare immediately. Remember, inform your Yu family's first genius not to directly kill that little brute first. That old thing Zhou Qianrun values that little brute so much, might as well keep it for a bit of fun. Obey. Yu Qingshan exulted. Soon, the Yu family's side split into two. One way was led by Yu, the Yu family's big brother, who secretly traveled to the Dragon Abyss to look for relevant clues about the Dragon Pearl. The other faction, led by Yu Qingshan himself, followed Zhao Ning to sit in Yunzhou. The Yu family had two geniuses in one family, and both young men were rare geniuses. The second greatest genius, Yu Xingshu, had already been beheaded by Qin War, and the first great genius was intoxicated with martial arts, rarely showing his face, and was in seclusion all year round. Today, Yu Qingshan brought the family's senior management to his place of seclusion in person, and even Zhao Ning came with great honor. Empty child, quickly come out of seclusion. Something big has happened to the family. Yu Qingshan walked to a thatched hut in front of him, then stopped and shouted at that hut. The surroundings of the thatched hut were quiet. There was never anyone to disturb it. This was because that was exactly where Yu Xingkong, the Yu family's #1 genius, was in seclusion. After a few moments, suddenly a powerful aura rose up from the hut. Then the thatched hut exploded. Dust filled the sky, and a tall, young silhouette walked out. Empty child, young master. The moment the Yu clan's crowd saw Yu Xingkong, they all shouted out in excitement. Yu Xingkong's sword brows and starry eyes were extraordinary. Even his eyes seemed to be golden in color, revealing power without fail. Grandfather, uncles. Yu Xingkong's face was cold as he greeted the family Yu clan elders. Yoke 5 stage at a young age. Not bad indeed. Zhao Ning spoke up, looking at Yu Xingkong with full of praise. Konger, this is Mr. Zhao Ning of the Kyoto Zhao family. Yu Qingshan introduced. Yu Xingkong nodded and bowed to Zhao Ning. Zhao Ning then directly said, immediately follow me to the Chiu mansion and take on that Qinzhan little brute. Chapter 33, the gap is too great. Chiu mansion. A sea of people. Crowds from all directions had gathered here, simply because under the Yu family's great publicity. Today, Yu Xingkong, the Yu family's #1 genius, had come out of the gate and was going to forcefully suppress Qinzhan. Right now, Qinzhan's name had already spread in Yunzhou, and everyone had heard that this teenager was fierce. Surprisingly, he had directly killed Yu Xingshu, the Yu family's second genius, and was deeply valued by the Lin family and Zhou Qianrun. No one currently knew who was better between the Yu family's second genius and the mysterious teenager Qin battle. At noon, Zhao Ning brought Yu Qingshan and the Yu family's group of executives to the front of the Chiu mansion in great numbers. Zhou Qianrun and Qinzhan, and the Lin family's crowd had also heard about this. The crowd also stepped out and fought tit for tat with Zhao Ning and the others. Zhao Ning, it seems like you didn't listen to a single bit of the old man's warning yesterday. Zhou Qianrun stared at Zhao Ning, his voice appearing somewhat cold. Zhou Qianrun, you need to stop pretending in front of me. The so-called #1 person in the south says nothing in front of my Zhao family. Zhao Ning said disdainfully, let me tell you, today, the Yu family's #1 genius has come out of the gate and has come to behead the Qinzhan. As Zhao Ning's words fell, Yu Xingkong walked out from the crowd. Yu Xingkong had been in seclusion for many years. His long hair was as flowing as it could be, his gaze was cold, and his temperament was truly outstanding. Xiao Qianren just glanced at Yu Xingkong, and at that moment, his heart was also a little shocked. He had also heard of the Yu family's first genius, but had never seen him in person. On the contrary, he had seen Yu Xingshu a few times, and could only say that he was indeed okay, and was on par with his own disciple Chu Nanfeng. But now that he had seen this first genius Yu Xingkong, Xiao Qianren still had some feelings in his heart. Yu Xingkong had already broken 5 shackles, which was indeed rare at this age. "Who is Qin Zhan? Come out and fight with me," Yu Xingkong shouted. His aura was like a rainbow. Qin Zhan didn't flinch, coldly snorting as he walked to the front and locked eyes with Yu Xingkong. Yu Xingkong glanced at Qin Zhan, a deep disdain immediately flowing inside his eyes. Shackle a section. Yu Xingkong was instantly disinterested and somewhat skeptical. He had only just come out of the gate, and was not very clear about what had happened in recent days. However, when he heard that his younger brother Yu Xingshu had been killed by Qin Zhan, he had thought that Qin Zhan was a genius, but he did not expect that he only had the strength of a section of the yoke, and he knew his own brother's strength in his heart. Not as good as himself, but to fight all the young generation in the south without enemy is no problem. "It is you who killed my brother? Not bad." Qin Zhan didn't dare to be careless as he sensed a hint of danger from this Yu Xingkong. "Do you want to go and reunite with your fracking brother underground?" "Ha!" Yu Xingkong was disdainful and said contemptuously, "You're only a mere one stage of the shackle. I'm curious as to how you can kill my brother. You'll know if you try." Qin Zhan didn't talk nonsense. Yu Xingkong was the first strongest person of the young generation that he had encountered after coming out from the heavenly state. Only Yu Xingkong made him feel a hint of danger, which was enough to show that Yu Xingkong was not simple. "Very well, today is my first day out. Use your head to sacrifice my brother. Use your blood to sprinkle my path of martial arts," Yu Xingkong said, and his shackle 5th stage chi directly erupted. A powerful energy fluctuation formed a gale that crushed towards Qin Zhan. "Qin Zhan, Xiao Qianren, Wang Shanha." Elder Lin and the others shouted out in concern. They had all sensed Yu Xingkong's extraordinary strength, even though Qin Zhan was equally brave and incredible. However, the explicit difference in strength was there. One was at the 1st stage of the yoke, and the other was at the 5th stage of the yoke. There's no need for everyone to worry. Qin Zhan clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination. "Many paths still need to be traveled by myself. If I can't cross this hurdle, how can I walk the road behind me?" Saying so, he let out a loud roar. A section of the shackle's chi energy erupted, but it was shown to be a bit weak compared to Yu Xingkong. "Mantis, you don't even deserve my hand." Yu Xingkong was very arrogant, casually slapping his palm down towards Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan's eyes were firm, and the dragon pearl behind his back violently erupted with a radiance. Under the shelter of the dragon pearl's power, that aura pressure from Yu Xingkong instantly dissipated for the most part. "Cut the crap!" Qin Zhan let out a shout and clenched his fist, accumulating all of his body's strength in it. He blasted his fist head-on at the palm that slapped at him. The two huge energies collided together, and the ground was actually directly cracked by the shock. Qin Zhan flew out and Yu Xingkong was motionless. The crowd watched in shock, but no one said anything. Unbearable. Yu Xingkong waved his hand in an arrogant manner, but right at this moment, Qin Zhan, who had been slapped out, slowly stood up with his hands propped on the ground. The slap had almost seriously injured him, but thanks to the Dragon Pearl's protection, he had stopped and his injuries were still healing rapidly. "It seems that you are indeed much stronger than your punk brother." Qin Zhan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, not daring to be careless. It was the same move. When facing Yu Xingshu, although he was sent flying, he was able to immediately stand up, unharmed. At the same time, he was also able to shock Yu Xingshu back as well, but Yu Xingkong's move almost seriously injured himself, while he himself did not move at all. Moreover, Qin Zhan had a hunch that this Yu Xingkong had not exerted his full strength just now. Yu Xingkong coldly swept his eyes at Qin Zhan and said, "There are 2 moves. No wonder Elder Qiu, the Lin family would value you so highly. With this punch, if you can stand up, this young man will let you off the hook today." After saying that, Yu Xingkong let out a cold snort. In an instant, the ground he was standing on cracked, and a wave of energy surged towards him like a tidal wave. Qiu Qianren, Elder Lin and the others looked out of their minds. This Yu Xingkong was indeed not simple. I'm afraid that his true battle power was more than just the 5th stage of the yoke. The Yu family had a springy face at this time. "Xingkong, remember, don't directly blast to death with one punch. Play slowly," Yu Qingshan loudly reminded. Yu Xingkong did not reply and made a big move with his big hand. A chi constructed from energy surged and descended from the sky, directly locking onto Qin Zhan in front of him. Qin Zhan felt the pressure multiply, as if he was shouldering a huge mountain. With a loud roar, he shook his feet towards the ground. The dragon pearl behind his back erupted with a brilliant light that flickered away. Then he straightened his back, clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and met the battle head-on. Boom! Yu Shinkong's palm fell. One of Qin Zhan's arms was directly shattered, and his entire person was simultaneously wrapped in a huge qi energy. Under everyone's gaze, Qin Zhan directly collapsed in response. On the ground, a large pit was made by Yu Shinkong's palm. Qin Zhan! The crowd cried out in worry and were about to rush over. Zhao Ning chided. Zhou Qianren, what? Don't you have any face at all? It's this Qin Zhan who earlier clamored to challenge the Yu clan's younger generation. What? Are you going to make a move? Zhou Qianren's face turned blue and he had no choice but to stop. As for Yu Shinkong, he didn't even look at Qin Zhan in the middle of the big pit, but swept Chu Nanfeng, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. Then he turned around and left without looking back. Eldest young master, the Yu family shouted. This little brute no longer has a chance to live. Ha ha ha, let's go as well. Zhao Ning understood Yu Shinkong's meaning and just swept his eyes at Qin Zhan in the large pit before laughing maniacally and leading the Yu family's people before quickly leaving. Chapter 34, Homecoming. Qiu Mansion. Zhou Qianren, Wang Shanha, Lin Jinnan, Lin Wanner, and Chu Nanfeng all looked different. Looking at Qin Zhan lying on the bed, his breathing was dying, his blood was flowing, and his body was almost falling apart. Elder Qiu, please think of a way to save Mr. Qin. Lin Wanner pleaded in a million different ways. Elder Lin. Wang Shanha didn't say anything. The two of them knew Qin Zhan's true identity, and so did Zhou Qianren. There was no need for Lin Wanner to open her mouth to request. She would also try to save Qin Zhan by all means. Zhou Qianren's face was ugly. If the Dragon Emperor's heir died just like that, it was unavoidably an irony, a joke. However, looking at the severely injured Qin Zhan, there was nothing he could do. Master, he's hopeless, isn't he? Chu Nanfeng's heart was cozy as he said. His body is falling apart. His breath is weak, so I don't think he'll be able to last much longer. Master Chu, please watch your words. Wang Shanha disliked back on the spot. Qin Zhan will never die. Definitely not. Old Mr. Wang, what do you mean by that? I'm merely speaking the truth. Chu Nanfeng said in displeasure. Listening to what you're saying seems like you're still blaming me? Get it straight. It was Qin Zhan himself who was arrogant and thought he was invincible, and had to challenge the Yu clan. Shut up. Zhou Qianren's heart was in turmoil at this moment, and under his anger, he directly rewarded Chu Nanfeng with a slap. Chu Nanfeng was directly confused, not expecting his master to whip himself in public. Master, you, get out, Zhou Qianren angrily said. Chu Nanfeng covered his face with a face of aggression and unwillingness, then retreated out. Elder Qiu, what now? Elder Lin was also anxious, although Qin Zhan was still hanging on by a breath in. The injuries on his body were unbearable to look at. Zhou Qianren didn't have any solutions at the moment. The more powerful a martial artist was, the harder it was to treat them after they were seriously injured. Although he was the number one person in the south and possessed the strength of the third stage of the golden body, he had no way to treat Qin Zhan's injuries. Back, go home. Suddenly, Qin Zhan's fingers moved. Then he weakly opened his eyes and shouted in an extremely weak voice. Mr. Qin, what did you say? Mr. Qin, Lin Wanner shouted excitedly from the side. And at this moment, Qin Zhan was no longer making any noise, and the blood was still flowing uncontrollably. Go home, Wang Shanha said sadly. Mr. Qin is talking about going home. The crowd froze with a shock. Their hearts were in a bad mood. To Tianzhou, Zhou Qianren said with a sigh. On the other side, Zhao Ning and the Yu family were having a big feast. Yu Shinkong had come out of the gate and directly destroyed Qin Zhan with a single move, which was a great eyebrow raiser and made the entire Yu family very majestic. Coupled with Zhao Ning's assistance, the entire Yu family was in high spirits at the moment. Many of the big names who had originally been invited to celebrate Zhou Qianren's birthday had now all changed their homes and arrived at the Yu family. Mr. Ning, that little brute Qin Zhan is mostly dead, so Zhou Qianren and the Lin family are all that's left next. Yu Qingshan smiled very happily and pandered. Zhao Ning coldly said, you can rest assured, as long as we can find clues about the Dragon Pearl. What is Zhou Qianren? My Zhao family can destroy him with a single backhand. Don't worry Mr. Ning, we have already sent people to investigate the area where the Dragon Abyss is located. I believe we will definitely be able to find some clues. Yu Qingshan returned. At the same time, located 300 miles west of Shangnan Tianzhou and the provincial capital, this was the Dragon's Abyss, a famous Jedi in the Summer Kingdom. This place was geographically remote and covered in a layer of mist all year round, with few people coming and going. Yu, a senior member of the Yu family, had been here for half a day with some of the family's martial artists, but no one dares to set foot in the Dragon Abyss. Once they enter, they will not be able to come out in this lifetime. But Yu Qingshan and Zhao Ning had personally given the order. And these Yu family members didn't dare to fool around. Just as Yu hesitated and pondered, a Yu family martial artist came over and reported in a low voice. Is the news true? Yu said in surprise. Lord Yu, it is true. That Yu clan martial artist said. Not long ago, it was rumored that a person from Xiangnan Heavenly Prefecture had walked out of the Dragon Abyss alive. Good. The heavens have helped me. The heavens have helped my Yu clan. Yu was thrilled. Since someone has walked out of the Dragon Abyss alive, then they must know the situation in the Dragon Abyss. Set off for Tianzhou immediately. Immediately. The next day, Yu led a group of Yu family martial artists to Tianzhou. With the Yu family's strong power in the south, it didn't take much time to find out. That person who walked out alive from the Dragon's Abyss was related to the Qin family in Tianzhou, so Yu personally led the team to the Qin family at the first opportunity. Nowadays, the Qin family could not be said to be down and out, but it did not have the glory it had before. Not long ago, the Qin family's youngest master, Qin Feng, was still smug, having fused Qin War's dragon spine. He had gained the respect of the Xiangnan Li family, who had gone out of their way to personally condescend to come to Tianzhou to marry their daughter. Also invited to the king of Xiangnan Shanha personally come as a witness. A time of wind without two. It's just that things didn't go as planned, and I didn't expect it to end up with that kind of ending. Qin Wushuang and several experts of the Qin family were all wasted by Qin War's Wang Shanha, and Qin Feng's dragon spine was even shattered by Qin War's hand. The Li family was annihilated, with only one Li Shui left who was nowhere to be found. Nowadays, the Qin family was only one of the thousands of small families in the summer country. Seeing that a large group of people suddenly came, well-dressed and with an extraordinary demeanor, Qin Wushuang, Qin Feng's father and son immediately walked out with the family hierarchy. This is the Tianzhou Qin family? Yu was a little contemptuous. A glance over and all of them were actually ordinary people, not martial artists at all. Lord Yu, the news is correct. This is the place, a Yu family martial artist explained. Then the Yu family's man ripped out his voice and said, Listen, standing in front of you is Jiangnan Yu family's Lord Yu. When the Qin clan's crowd heard that it was a big shot from the Jiangnan Yu clan, they immediately shivered in fear and immediately knelt down. See you, Lord Yu. You didn't even look squarely at the people from the Qin family and impatiently asked, Has anyone from your family ever been to the Dragon Abyss and walked out of it alive? Upon hearing these words, the people from the Qin family froze, and their hearts instantly understood. The people from the Yu family had come to find Qin Zhan. My lord, indeed. Qin Wushuang didn't even think about it and directly replied, Not long ago, our Qin family did have a person who was thrown down the Dragon Abyss, but miraculously came out alive. Where is the person? What's the name? Yu also looked a little excited. If it was finally determined to be true, then they had basically completed the task Zhao Ning had explained to them. Since someone had truly walked out alive from under the Dragon Abyss, as long as they found this person, they would be able to gain a deeper understanding of the specifics of the situation under the Dragon Abyss. My lord. At this time, an elder of the Qin clan jumped ahead and replied, That person is called Qin Zhan, initially the second youngest master of our Qin clan, and did indeed once come out of the Dragon Abyss alive, but has since died. Chapter 35. Is it the same person? Hearing this high-ranking figure of the Qin family say that people were dead, Qin Wushuang, Qin Feng's father and son were surprised, and so were Yu and the rest of the Yu family. How dare you? You lowly people dare to tease Lord Yu. Do you want to be exterminated? The people of the Yu family immediately terrorized. Obviously, Qin Wushuang and Qin Feng's father and son looked uncomfortable, but they did not immediately defend themselves. As for the Qin family's senior member named Qin Wu, he overcame his fear and said in an unassuming manner, Your Excellency, we don't dare to tease, much less hide anything, and what we said are all facts. Not too long ago, people did die, just as the rest of the Yu clan were planning to force their way in by force. Yu waved his hand to stop it. He swept his eyes at the Qin family's group of people, before coldly saying, If I find out that you are hiding something and deceiving, there will be no amnesty for killing. After saying that, Yu quickly left with his men. Only after the Yu family's people had all left did the Qin family's people dare to stand up. Qin Wu, what do you mean? Qin Wushuang was very dissatisfied and reprimanded. Aren't you clear about what strength the Jiangnan Yu family has? Why did you choose to deceive the Yu family just now? Uncle Qin Wu, do you want to cause our entire Qin family to be exterminated? Qin Feng followed suit and complained. Qin Wu snorted coldly and looked at the father and son duo with great dissatisfaction, saying, Come on, if it wasn't for your father and son colluding with the Li family's people to dig up Qin War's dragon spine and frame the family head couple a few years ago, why would our Qin family have been reduced to the current situation? Qin Wu, what do you mean? Qin Wushuang said angrily, What can I mean? Qin Wu was one of the few remaining martial artists of the Qin family who had not had their dantian wasted, although his strength was not strong, only at the 5th stage of the Burning Heart. But after such a tragic blow to the Qin family, these people had also woken up. I'm just being honest. The Yu family's people clearly came looking for Qinjian. Our Qin family owes Qinjian too much, and Qinjian is the only hope we have left for our Qin family. As a member of the Qin family, it's only right to protect Qinjian now. Protect that little brute? Qin Wushuang gritted his teeth and said, if it wasn't for that little brute Qinjian forgetting his ancestors, our Qin family would have long ago joined hands with the Li family and had an unlimited future. And now you want to protect him? Asshole. Family master. Qin Wu also said irritably, once you dug up Qin War's dragon spine and planted it in Qin Feng's body, the wood has been turned into a boat. For the sake of the Qin family's future, we supported you with a clear conscience, but we didn't expect Qin War to still be alive and well and Qin Feng to still not be able to do it. Now that the Li family has also been destroyed by Qin War, our Qin family has completely fallen, and you father and son are still here to confuse the public and persist in your insistence. So don't blame us for being disrespectful. Qin Wu, what do you want? Qin Wushuan yelled, but Qin Wu simply ignored it. With his burning heart 5th stage strength, it couldn't be simpler to pin down the invalidated Qin Wushuang. Qin Wu, family head, let's not implode, we are all family. At this time, there were other people from the Qin family who stood out to persuade them to make peace. Qin Wu was very tough at this moment, saying, no matter what, everyone doesn't want to see the family fall apart. Right now, only Qin War is the only hope for the family. No matter what happened in the past, our Qin family from now on should unconditionally support Qin War. Qin Wu's words made the Qin family very touched. First, before the Qin War dragon spine has been dug out, has been planted in the body of Qin Feng, there was nothing more anyone could do. After all, Qin Feng was also the bloodline of the Qin family. And now that the Li family has been destroyed, Qin Feng's dragon spine has been interrupted, and he is unable to return to heaven. The Qin family members who had awakened to the truth also understood the reasoning behind it, and turned to start casting their lot with Qin War's side. Fine, you guys want this right. Qin Wushuang, Qin Feng's father and son naturally disagreed. They couldn't wait to see Qin War die immediately. Just now, the Yu family's bigwig also said that if he finds out that we are hiding something, he will exterminate our entire Qin family. When the time comes for the Qin family to suffer extinction, you people are the ones to blame. Dropping these words, Qin Wushuang and Qin Feng's father and son left angrily. Meanwhile, Yu with the Yu family did not leave Tianzhou, but found a luxurious hotel to stay. At night time, Qin Wushuang and Qin Feng's father and son came. The father and son were very unhappy with the fact that the people of the Qin family were now lopsidedly supporting Qin War. So after some deliberation, the father and son decided to come and find the people of the Yu family to stir up the whole thing. Stop, who are you people? One of the Yu family's men stopped the father and son duo. This lord, I am the head of the Qin family and would like to report a little situation to Lord Yu. Qin Wushuang said humbly. Get lost, the Yu family reprimanded. Qin Wushuang said in a pandering manner. My lord, during the day, the Qin family has something to hide. Someone from our Qin family did come out alive from under the dragon abyss. Hearing this, that subordinate of the Yu family immediately changed his attitude and brought Qin Wushuang's father and son to the end of the hotel, going forward to see Yu. Upon seeing Yu, Qin Wushuang, Qin Feng's father and son both knelt down. Lord Yu, forgive me. Qin Wushuang kneeled on the ground and appealed. During the daytime, it was some people from the Qin family who were unaware of their honor, and indeed had something to hide. Someone from our Qin family walked out alive from under the dragon abyss back then. Not only did that person not die, but he also had a strange encounter. Asshole, how dare you deceive me? Yu revealed killing intent. Lord Yu, spare your life. Spare your life. Qin Wushuang had. Qin Feng's father and son knelt on the ground and hurriedly explained. Lord Yu, the ones who deceived are the other people of the Qin family. It has nothing to do with us father and son. Then the father and son didn't even need to be asked by Yu. They brainlessly told all about Qin War. After speaking, the father and son kneeled on the ground and did not dare to utter a single breath. Yu and the Yu family also fell into silence for a while, feeling somewhat incredulous. It was unimaginable that someone had given birth to a dragon spine, and after being dug out and left behind the dragon abyss, not only did he walk out alive, but his strength had become even stronger. This was simply a bit unbelievable. Unbridled. A Yu clan member angrily rebuked. Do you take us as 3-year-olds? How could a dragon ridge be dug out and thrown down? How could one walk out alive and become stronger? My lord, rest your anger. What our father and son said is true. Every word is true. Qin Wushuang said in fear. Yu waved his hand, signaling his men to be quiet. He also felt that the things that Qin Wushuang's father and son said were a bit outrageous, but looking at the father and son's expressions, they should not dare to lie and hide. What is the name of this person from your Qin family? Yu casually asked. Qin War, the father and son both said. Qin War? Yu froze, somewhat unsure if the Qin war that was currently gaining fame in Yunzhou and this Qin war were the same person. Thinking of this, Yu immediately made a decision. He intended to personally call the Yu family's senior management to confirm if the two Qinzhan were the same person. My lord, this little brute Qinzhan has forgotten his ancestors by counting the times and deserves to die. Please make sure that you do not let him off easily when you catch him, Qin Wushuang said. Yu waved his hand and signaled his men to blast Qin Wushuang, Qin Feng and his father and son out. He now had to immediately grab the confirmation before he could do so. Chapter 36, The Damned Father and Son. Soon, Yu's side confirmed a lot of information with the senior management of the Yu family in Yunzhou and immediately came to a conclusion. This Qin war of the Qin family was the same person as the Qin war who had gained fame in Yunzhou and killed the Yu family's second young master. After confirming this matter, the Yu family's senior management was shocked beyond measure. Yu Qinshan immediately found Zhao Ning and reported the matter. Immediately, Zhao Ning was dumbfounded and hurriedly asked, "Quickly, immediately go and poke around. Is that Qin war still alive?" Yu Qinshan knew the seriousness of the matter. If Qinzhan had really come out of the dragon abyss alive, it was of great significance, and he absolutely could not die. Even if the Yu family had an unforgivable blood feud against him, he absolutely could not die at this time. Yu Qinshan immediately made a phone call and then personally went out to all sides to find out news about Qinzhan. Zhao Ning's side was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth. If he could get the secrets under the dragon's abyss from Qinzhan, it would be a great credit for him. Damn it, little beast, you must live. Don't die. Zhao Ning was thrilled. On the other hand, Qiu Qianren, Lin Jinnan, Lin Wanaer, and Wang Shan he secretly brought Qinzhan, who was in a coma, and whose life and death were uncertain, to Xiangnan Tianzhou. The whereabouts of a few people were highly confidential. Even Qiu Qianren's disciple Chu Nanfeng didn't know where to go. Along the way, the group, based on Wang Shanhe's suggestion, directly took Qinzhan and quietly went to the Qin family's ancestral mansion. On the way, through Wang Shanhe, everyone also knew a series of things about Qinzhan in detail. The crowd sighed and felt deep resentment towards the Qin family's practices. If it wasn't for Qin Wushuang's lust for profit in joining forces with outsiders to dig up Qinzhan's dragon spine, in time, Qinzhan would definitely become a martial arts legend. Even after losing the dragon spine, Qinzhan was still alive and had already entered the first stage of the yoke at the age of 18, which was already shocking enough. It was unimaginable what heights he would reach if there were no accidents and the dragon spine was in his body. The Qin family's ancestral mansion under the night was very quiet, with only Uncle Fu guarding the place. Since Uncle Fu had met with Wang Shanhe before, he was surprised to see a few people appear and did not say anything at the same time. Uncle Fu! Wang Shanhe's few people greeted Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu nodded. Then with a glance, he saw the unconscious Qinzhan. Young master! Uncle Fu hurriedly ran over and realized that Qinzhan's breath was completely gone. What's wrong with young master? What happened to my young master? Several people sighed. And then Wang Shanhe spoke about what happened to Qinzhan in Yunzhou. Uncle Fu angrily clenched his fists, his eyes red. Old grandpa, Qinzhan is still alive. He's just in a coma. We'll definitely do everything we can to wake him up. Lin Waner soothed. Uncle Fu nodded, and with the help of Wang Shanhe, he carefully carried Qinzhan to a humble hut, and then he found a towel and wiped Qinzhan's face while saying, "Young master's talent is matchless. The old slave believes that he will wake up." The night was long. Qiu Qianren, Lin Jinnan, Wang Shanhe, and Lin Wanaer did not leave the Qin clan's ancestral land. Instead, they all stayed behind and guarded beside the unconscious Qinzhan. At the same time, Uncle Fu also told a few people in detail about some of the things Qinzhan had done since he was a child. After one night, the next morning, after some deliberation, Qiu Qianren and Lin Jinnan returned to Yunzhou first. While preventing Zhao Ning and the Yu clan's side from messing things up, they tried to find a way to awaken Qinzhan. While Wang Shanhe stayed behind to protect Qinzhan's safety, Lin Waner also chose to stay behind to take care of Qinzhan. On the other hand, Yunzhou, after inquiring all night long, the Yu family simply couldn't find out anything about Qinzhan's life and death. However, through the little bit of wind revealed by Chu Nanfeng, Qinzhan was most likely still alive, but he just didn't know where he was going. Along with Qiu Qianren, Lin Jinnan had also disappeared. After receiving this information, Zhao Ning immediately summoned Yu Qinshan and the others, stating that even if they dug up the ground, they would find Qinzhan. Whether he was dead or alive, he had to find him. As long as Qinzhan was found, it would be of great significance. Yu Qingshan's side also synchronized a call to Yu Yu, who was currently in Tianzhou, instructing Yu Yu's side to use all means to find Qinzhan. As soon as Yu Yu's side received Yu Qingshan's order, they immediately took action. At this moment, in front of the Qin family's gate, Yu Yu rushed over with his men with a murderous look on their faces. Qin Wushuang, Qin Feng's father and son walked out to greet them with the Qin family's top management. Lord Yu, you have come. Qin Wuxuang had a pandering face. You did not talk nonsense and said in a cold voice, where is Qin War hiding? When Qin Wu heard this, he immediately understood. He angrily glanced at Qin Wuxuang, Qin Feng's father and son, and angrily rebuked. Qin Wuxuang, you father and son are really not human. Qin Wu, what are you talking about? Qin Wuxuang disdainfully said. It's not enough for that little brute Qin Zhan to forget his ancestors by counting his roots, but he also went around outside causing trouble and messing with the Yu family's bigwigs. Everything is his own fault. Don't blame me for not reminding you guys. Those who don't want to be implicated stand out immediately. After saying that, Qin Wuxuang and Qin Feng's father and son took the lead to stand aside. Asshole! An expert of the Yu clan angrily rebuked. And suddenly his murderous aura boiled over as he directly struck out at the several people of the Qin clan. Lord Yu is asking questions. Answer honestly at once. Qin Wu and the others were reluctant, so they could only kneel down honestly. Say, where is Qin War hiding? Yu once again asked in a cold voice. We don't know. Qin War has not known where he has gone since he destroyed the Li family in the provincial city, and has long since separated from our Qin family. Ha! Yu was murderous and threatened. It seems that you lowly people won't tell the truth unless we give some color to you. Yu then gave an order, and the many experts of the Yu family immediately took action, indiscriminately slaughtering the Qin family. The Qin family's people were unable to resist at all, and could only be passively and miserably slaughtered. In just a few minutes, most of the Qin family's personnel were slaughtered, and the ground was littered with blood and corpses. It's useless even if you finish killing our Qin family. We really don't know where Qin battle is. Qin Wu was filled with rage and boundless remorse in his heart. All of this was caused by Qin Wuxuang, Qin Feng's father and son. Still dare to be tough-talking, is it? Yu took matters into his own hands and casually grabbed Qin Wu. Say, where is the person? I really don't know. Qin Wu explained while spitting out blood. Spare my life. We really don't know where Qin War is right now. The surviving members of the Qin clan all explained in fear. Yu let out a cold snort and threw down Qin Wu as a powerful chi force erupted, crushing the entire scene. Lord Yu, we really don't know where Qin War is right now. Qin Wuxuang knelt on the ground and explained in a small voice, but we will definitely follow your instructions and find a way to find him. Poof, Yu disdainfully said, I'll give you all a day. If you can't find Qin War within a day, no chickens or dogs will be left behind. Hearing this, the remaining people of the Qin family all looked as if they were dead. At this moment, Qin Feng suddenly had a bright idea and said, My lord, I have a way to find Qin Zhan. Speak. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth flashed with a hint of sinister, saying, if Qin Zhan is still alive, as long as we dig up his parents' graves, he will definitely show himself. Chapter 37, Digging a Grave. Even Qin Wuxuan was a bit surprised when Qin Feng said this. I did not expect that my son would think of such an unethical idea. To know that Qin Zhan's parents are buried in the Qin family's ancestral land. There are also ancestors of the Qin family buried in the Qin family's ancestral land from all generations. Not just Qin Zhan's parents. My lord, Qin Zhan has been filial since he was young. As long as we dig up his parents' graves and put the news out, as long as he is still alive, he will definitely show up. Qin Feng said with a pandering face. Yu snorted coldly. A trace of disdain flashed within his eyes and immediately agreed. At this moment, the Qin family's ancestral land. This place was not too far away from the Qin family, and apart from major festivals, people from the Qin family would not come. Uncle Fu alone had been guarding the ancestral land, taking care of the Qin family's successive generations of ancestors. Early in the morning, Zhou Qianren and Lin Jinnan both left, returning to Yunzhou to find a way to save Qin Zhan. Wang Shanha and Lin Wanner stayed behind to take care of Qin Zhan's safety. Suddenly, Uncle Fu hurriedly ran into the hut and said, Elder Wang, Miss Lin, someone is here. Wang Shanha and Lin Wanner stood up at the same time, greatly surprised. Miss Lin, Uncle Fu, you guys immediately take Qin Zhan and move. I'll go take a look. No, Uncle Fu directly refused and said, Elder Wang, Miss Lin, you guys immediately take young master and transfer. The old slave will go deal with the incoming people. Uncle Fu was very dry and walked out after saying that. Wang Shanha and Lin Wanner also didn't dare to delay. Carrying Qin Zhan on their backs, they continued to the back of the mountain. At this moment, Qin Wuxuang, Qin Feng and his father and son walked over with the remaining Qin family members, leading Yu and a large number of Yu family members. Uncle Fu could tell with just a glance that the Qin family had suffered a great change, and there were still bloodstains on everyone's face. Family master, what are you doing bringing so many people to the ancestral ground? Uncle Fu asked. Uncle Fu, have you seen Qin War? Qin Wuxuang asked. Uncle Fu shook his head and said, hasn't the second young master long been framed by you guys without knowing where he is? All right, Qin Wuxuang ordered. Old man, you have always been loyal to Qin War's family. Now that the Yu family's bigwigs are looking for Qin War, if you know his whereabouts, You had better tell us immediately. Old slave doesn't know. Uncle Fu directly refused without even thinking. Seeing this, Qin Wushwang didn't talk nonsense and ran over to say in a pandering manner, Lord Yu, in front of us is the Qin family's ancestral land. Qin Zhan's parents are buried there. Yu nodded, then ordered, immediately dig up his parents' graves, and while digging, spread the news out. The bigger and faster you spread it, the better. Remember, it will be dug by your Qin family members. Immediately, upon hearing that Qin Zhan's parents' graves were to be dug, Uncle Fu was furious and immediately moved forward to stop it. What are you guys doing? Old slave, get out of the way. Qin Wushwang said angrily, Family master, you've gone too far. Although Uncle Fu was only a servant of the Qin family, Qin War and Qin Feng were both grown up under his watch. For what Qin Wushwang, Qin Feng and his father and son had done earlier, he was furious beyond measure, but there was nothing he could do about it. Now Qin Wushwang actually brought the Yu family to dig up the anger of Qin Zhan's parents, thus forcing out Qin Zhan. This old man could no longer hold back. Qin Wushwang, you father and son have done so much evil, and now you still want to do this kind of genocide, even after you die. Do you have the face to see your ancestors? Scram! Qin Wushwang didn't even talk so much nonsense. He pushed Fu Bo away, then instructed the remaining Qin family members, do the digging immediately. Old slave, let's see which one of you dares. Uncle Fu roared, turned around and picked up a log from the ground, blocking the middle of the road. Uncle Fu, get out of the way. If you don't do as you're told, all of our Qin family will die. Uncle Fu, get out of the way immediately. Don't waste your life for nothing. The rest of the Qin family was also helpless, but had no choice. If they didn't do as they were told, the Yu family's people would exterminate the entire Qin family without mercy. You don't deserve to be the descendants of the Qin clan, helping others to brutalize your own clan, and disturbing the peace of your ancestors. Uncle Fu's face was blue, even though he knew that he was incapable of stopping it, but he still stood out and blocked with his pale body. Old man, get out of the way. Qin Wushwang rushed over and snatched the wooden stick in Uncle Fu's hand before pushing him to the ground with force. With the rest of the Qin family members, he rushed over without hesitation. Qin Wushwang, animal, you are an animal. Uncle Fu staggered up from the ground, wanting to go and stop it, but he couldn't. The Yu family's people watched this indifferently the entire time. To them, the Qin family's people were worse than pigs and dogs. Qin Wushwang, Qin Feng's father and son took the lead quite vigorously, rushing over and directly pushing down Qin Zhan's parents' tombstone. Then they led a few Qin family members to find tools and immediately started digging the graves. Uncle Fu cursed and ran over to stop it despite everything. Old slave, do you really want to die? Qin Feng screamed viciously, then swung his stick and smashed it directly towards Uncle Fu's head, knocking him to the ground. At this moment, Wang Shanha, who had shifted to the back of the mountain, and Lin Wanner saw this scene and were incomparably angry in their hearts. Shameless, the Yu family's people are really animals. Lin Wanner was furious. Wang Shanha did the same and cursed, to the extent that they forced the Qin family to dig up the graves of Qin Zhan's parents as a means of forcing Qin Zhan to show himself hateful. We don't have the ability to stop this. No, we must notify Grandpa and Old Man Shio that they're coming to help. Lin Wanner pulled out her cell phone. Soon, the graves of Qin Zhan's parents were dug up and the coffins were smashed, and Qin Wushwang, under the orders of the Yu family, took photos of the scene and quickly transmitted them. After doing all this, Qin Feng ran over to Yu with an inviting face and said, Lord Yu, don't worry, with my understanding of Qin Zhan, if he sees it, he will definitely show up. At the same time, Zhou Qianren and Lin Jinnan, who had just arrived in Yunzhou, also received the news. The two were equally atmospheric, not realizing that the Yu family's people yet were so despicable and shameless. But while angry, doubts arose in the hearts of the two old men at the same time. For a while, they could not figure out why the Yu family did this to force Qin to show up in the end. But the two old men briefly pondered over, intends to instantly move back to Tianzhou, to stop all this. At the same time, on the Yu family's side, Zhao Ning and Yu Qingshan and the other top brass were waiting for news while also searching for Qin Zhan on a large scale. In the ancestral land of the Qin family, Yu and the others did not leave. Following Qin Feng's hints, the people were collectively guarding this. On the back mountain, Wang Shanha and Lin Wanner didn't dare to act rashly for fear of exposing their whereabouts. As for Qin Zhan, his eyes were tightly closed. After these 2 days, the injuries on his body had basically healed almost automatically. However, he still hadn't woken up. In truth, he was very conscious, and could hear everything that was happening in the outside world. It was as if his entire being was plunged into an endless darkness, running aimlessly forward alone, wanting to leave this darkness, but never being able to do so. Knowing that his parents' graves had been dug up, he hissed as hard as he could, trying to wake up, but a mysterious force was preventing him from waking up. Chapter 38 Awakening. Evening. As night fell, The Qin family's ancestral land had a gentle breeze from the mountains, but the air was filled with a solemn aura. The lights were brightly lit, and Yu Ming was sitting there like a grandpa with the Yu family. Qin Wushuang, Qin Feng's father and son with the rest of the Qin family, holding tools, stood respectfully at the side. Uncle Fu was knocked to the ground and then tied up again by the Qin family's people. In front, the Qin family's ancestral home had been destroyed quite a bit. Qin Zhan's parents' anger had been dug up, and the coffin had been overturned, with the skeletons exposed. 4 to 5 hours had passed since the digging of the grave, and the news had already spread throughout Shangnan and also in Yunzhou. However, Qin Zhan still did not appear, which made the Yu family gradually lose patience. On the back mountain, Wang Shanha and Lin Wanner were always watching every move below. What's going on? Why hasn't that little brute Qin Zhan shown up yet? The Yu clan's man frowned, obviously feeling dissatisfied with this. Qin Feng hurriedly explained, "My lord, wait a little longer. I dare to guarantee with my head that if Qin Zhan is still alive and knows that we dug up his parents' grave, he will definitely show up." Qin Feng, you're shameless. Your father and son don't deserve the surname Qin. Although Uncle Fu was severely injured and controlled to the side, he still loudly reprimanded Qin Wushuang, Qin Feng's father and son. The father and son ignored it at all, and were even dreaming beautifully, fantasizing about borrowing the Yu family's hand to completely eradicate Qin War as a potential threat, as well as the Yu family's current opposition. From completely controlling the entire Qin family, they were even able to receive support from the Yu family. My lord, I suggest that we continue digging the grave and take out the remains of Qin Zhan's parents and flog them, Qin Feng proposed. Hearing this, the only ones left in the Qin family all revealed odd expressions. It was already inhumane to be forced to dig a grave now, but to also whip the corpses, that could no longer be called human. No matter what, Qin Zhan's parents were in charge of the Qin family during their lifetime, acting fairly and upright. Their prestige was very high. Do as you are told immediately, Yu said in a cold voice. If Qin Zhan doesn't show up again, all of you will die. Qin Feng nodded, then shouted at the few remaining Qin clan members before taking the lead and rushing towards the grave with a hoe. On the mountain, Wang Shanha and Lin Wanner inwardly hated to greet Qin Feng's ancestors. Uncle Fu was also hissing loudly, but nothing could change. Right now, everyone could only wait for Qiu Qianren and Lin Jinnan to arrive quickly so that they could protect the corpses of Qin Zhan's parents. Qin Feng was unusually crazy, venting all his grievances against Qin Zhan on Qin Zhan's parents' corpses, only to see that he directly dug open the coffin, took off his pants, and was about to defecate on the remains of Qin Zhan's parents. This scene caused Uncle Fu to close his eyes in humiliation. Family master, ma'am, the old slave is ashamed of you. Old man deserves to die. Old man is incompetent. Wang Shanha and Lin Wanner on the mountain also really couldn't stand to watch, clenching their fists tightly. In their hearts, they cursed Qin Feng for simply being worse than even an animal. And at this moment, the unconscious Qin Zhan finally saw a ball of light in front of him, like there was a golden dragon flickering in the darkness. Ah! He roared as a line of tears streaked out from the corner of his eyes. In the next moment, his entire body violently opened his eyes, and the dragon pearl behind him erupted with a brilliant light that illuminated the hazy night. Qin Feng, cripes nigga! Qin Zhan roared as his body quickly flashed with a radiant light before he recklessly rushed down the mountain amidst the shock of Lin Wanner and Wang Shanha. Qin Zhan, Wang Shanha and Lin Wanner were shocked, not realizing that Qin Zhan had suddenly awakened at this time. The duo shouted and followed suit, rushing down the mountain. What person? At the ancestral land below the mountain, the Yu clan's experts were the first to see this scene and stood up. Qin Wushuang, Qin Feng's father and son, and the others also stopped. The moment they saw Qin Zhan appear, they were a little surprised, but it instantly turned to surprise. Qin Zhan, you finally managed to come out. Qin Feng laughed playfully. Bastard, dog scum, I'm going to kill you. Qin Zhan roared angrily. At that time, he had let Qin Wushuang, Qin Feng and his father and son off the hook and only wasted their dantian. But he didn't expect the father and son to be so lacking in morals, insulting his parents' corpses. Qin Zhan, you're less complacent. Today the Yu family's bigwigs are present. You're dead, Qin Feng shouted, and his own father, Qin Wushuang, scattered their legs and would run. At this moment, Yu and the others also revealed a smile and looked at Qin War meaningfully. Kid, you really didn't die. That's good. Yu squeezed his fist full of smugness. Yu family, if I don't destroy your Yu family in this life, I will not be a human being. Qin Zhan roared angrily. Qin Wushuang, Qin War's father and son were detestable, but the Yu family's people were even more detestable. Young master, Uncle Fu shouted excitedly. Qin Zhan nodded and glanced at Uncle Fu, which made his hatred deepen. Qin Wushuang, Qin Feng, trash die for me. Qin Zhan roared as he surged his chi and charged directly at the father and son duo. The father and son ran to the Yu family and begged for help. My lord, please take action to subdue Qin War. we are willing to go through fire and water for the Yu family. However, Yu did not give a damn and kicked out, directly sending the father and son flying. Rubbish like you father and son. You don't even have the qualifications to be our Yu family's dogs. Then Yu was not in a hurry. Looking at the murderous Qinjan, he said, kid, don't worry, we won't kill you today. We want you to come with us. Qinjan did not pay attention to Yu. He looked at Qin Wushuang, Qin Feng's father and son, full of anger. Rubbish, scum. It's not enough that you dug up my dragon's spine and killed my parents, but you also want to dishonor their corpses today. I'm going to let you father and son die. Trash. Qin War's eyes were red as he ferociously slammed his fist into the father and son. The father and son's dantian had long been wasted, so they were unable to resist and were smashed to the ground by the punch. The father and son's chest ribs shattered and dented into a large chunk, spitting out blood. Spare your life. Qin Zhan, I'm your elder uncle. Spare your life. Qin Zhuan, spare my life. I won't dare to do it again. We are brothers. The father and son lay on the ground, their faces pale as they begged for mercy. Rubbish, dog scum, go to hell. I want you to go underground and apologize to our parents. Qin Zhan gritted his teeth. This time he didn't show any mercy. His palm was like a sword, directly sweeping out with a palm, slapping towards the heavenly aperture of Qin Wushuang, Qin Feng's father and son. The father and son quickly lost their voices amidst the miserable screams. Then he looked at the few remaining Qin family survivors. And you guys, these few survivors had long been terrified, trembling and kneeling on the ground. Qin War, this doesn't concern us. We were all forced, we are all family. Qin Zhan's eyes were red as he looked at his parents' corpses scattered on the ground, as well as the tombstones that had been pushed over. His murderous intent surged to the sky. Old me doesn't have family members like you. All of you go to hell. He roared, took one step and directly killed all of the few remaining Qin family members. Not bad, ruthless enough. At this time, Yu sneered and said, kid, like a man, ha ha ha. Chapter 39 Endless Venting. Yu family. Qin Zhan's eyes were red and blood was still dripping from his hands. The dragon pearl behind his back seemed to sense his strong emotions and glowed once again. This glow was very mysterious, wrapping his entire body, and this time it did not flash away. This caused Yu and the others to look surprised. Very good. It seems that the rumor that you walked out from under the dragon abyss alive is true. Looking at the strange light mass that appeared on Qin Zhan's body, Yu said with some shock, I'm going to kill all of you family. All of you go to hell. Qin Zhan roared and suddenly rushed towards Yu. Yu was very disdainful. He was a core expert of the Yu family. His strength was in the golden body segment. It was far beyond what the current Qin Zhan could challenge. He only saw that he was not panicked and did not even make a move to strike. The very moment Qin Zhan rushed towards him, a terrifying qi quickly erupted from within his body. The ground shook in the next second, and Qin Zhu's entire body was forcefully suppressed, making it difficult to advance an inch. Kid, you are nothing but a mole cricket in front of my eyes. Yu had his hands behind his back and said disdainfully, if it wasn't for the fact that I still have a great use for keeping your dog's life, I would have to skin you. You family, I'm not finished with you. Qin Zhan roared angrily, and the light emitted from the dragon pearl behind him grew stronger and stronger. His body segment aura was also getting stronger and stronger, and there was a terrifying dragon roar emitting. Only his body was cracking and blood was splattered everywhere. However, he was still tenaciously bracing his hands on the ground, to stand up, to advance, to fight for his life against Yu. Yu looked at him and said, little beast, it's useless. In front of absolute strength, even if you still have some skills, so what? Mr. Qin. At this time Wang Shanhe shouted out. His Yoke 9th stage chi energy erupted, forming a storm, suddenly launching a surprise attack. However, this still did not pose any threat to Yu, who was at the first stage of the golden body. Unconscionable. Yu did not even look at Wang Shanhe, then swung. Wang Shanhe's stored power strike was easily shattered, and his entire person was sent flying out, directly falling on the ground and spitting blood, making it difficult to get up. Yu, if you dare to touch Qin Zhan, Elder Qiu will definitely not let you go. Lin Wanner also revolved her chi and rebuked loudly. Yu was unimpressed and said, little girl, don't worry, no one will be able to protect this little brute this time, as well as your Lin family. Just wait. As Yu said, he casually grabbed his hand, and a powerful force directly grabbed Qin Zhan over. Qin Zhan could not resist at all. In front of absolute strength, even having a strong unyielding will was useless. Go! Yu gave an order and forcefully grabbed Qin Zhan to leave. Right at this moment, a majestic voice rang out in the darkness. Then, Qiu Qianrun and Lin Jinnan appeared at the intersection of the Qin clan's ancestral land one after the other. Grandpa! Elder Qiu! Lin Wanner shouted excitedly. Seeing that it was Zhou Qianrun and Lin Jinnan who had arrived, Qin Zhan's heart was relieved. On the other hand, Yu and the rest of the Yu family were all out of breath this time, with fearful and panicked looks on their faces. Let go of Qin Zhan, and I'll spare your lives. Xiao Qianren spoke directly. His voice was cold. Yu swallowed his saliva, knowing how terrifying Xiao Qianren was. Not to mention them, even Yu Qingshan and Zhao Ning together were no match. No one in the entire south was a match for Xiao Qianren, but he also knew the importance of Qin Zhan. It was about the secret under the dragon abyss. It was the person that Zhao Ning was looking for, and it was also the person that the Zhao family in Kyoto was looking for. Thinking of this, Yu also planned to take a gamble. Elder Qiao, Qin battle is a matter of great importance. It's the person that Lord Ning is looking for by name. In other words, Lord Ning came to the south for him this time. Yu explained. Xiao Qianren, Lin Jinnan was a little surprised in his heart, but right now was not the time to probe the reason. Old me doesn't want to repeat myself a second time. Xiao Qianren was domineering and full of threats. Yu was a little intimidated, but still said stiffly, Old man Xiao, aren't you really afraid of the Zhao family's side? Xiao Qianren had lost his patience at this point and stopped speaking, only to see his pale palm grabbing towards the front. A terrifying force directly enveloped all of Yu and the others. Then he took one step forward. Yu and the others were completely unable to withstand the terrifying pressure of this terrifying chi and fell to the ground. Old me wanted to give you guys a way out. You can't live with your own sins. Xiao Qianren then simply waved his hand. Yu and the others all flew out. Seeing Qin Zhan waking up unharmed, Xiao Qianren, Lin Jinnan then sighed in relief. Elder Qiao, Elder Lin, wait for me. Qin Zhan reddened his eyes as he walked step by step towards the heavily injured Yu clan and the others. Xiao Qianren, Lin Jinnan and the others looked at the dug-up grave and probably guessed what was going on, thus supporting Qin Zhan's revenge. Rubbish, Qin Wushuang. Qin Feng was forced by you to insult my parents' corpses. I'll kill you all by 1,000 cuts. Qin Zhan roared as he vented his boundless anger. He clenched his fists and rushed over to directly mount Yu in a frantic attack. Yu had just been casually struck by Xiao Qianren and had already lost his battle power. Little beast, you shall not die. Little brute, my Yu family will definitely not let you go. Yu and the other Yu family members screamed miserably, cursing continuously. Qin Zhan roared and showed his ferocious side. This wild storm-like beating and abuse lasted for half an hour, and it was only after half an hour that Qin Zhan stood up kicking heavily. His hands and face were all covered in blood, and Yu and the other Yu family members were already completely unable to see their faces clearly. The death was very miserable. Then he walked towards his parents' graves. His eyes were red, and he carefully collected his mom and dad's corpses and put them back into the coffins. Uncle Fu also crawled over at this time, old tears streaming down his face. Young master, I'm sorry, old man is useless, not even being able to protect the corpses of madam and the head of the family well. Uncle Fu, I don't blame you, it's my own uselessness. Qin Zhan's voice choked. A few years ago, his own parents fell for his eldest uncle's treacherous plan and entered the dragon abyss in order to find a way out for themselves. And now, even their resting place was disturbed. After some tidying up, Qin Zhan re-erected the tombstone. He knelt heavily on the ground and said, Dad, Mom, I'm sorry, it's me who's useless. I couldn't even protect your graves well. Dad, Mom, my son swears that he will definitely destroy the entire Yu family. The crowd stood behind them, not saying a single word, treating the Qin family's few people and the Yu few people. One could only say that they deserved to die. And at this moment, Yunzhou, the news that Yu and the others had found Qin Zhan had long been sent back. But before Zhao Ning, Yu Qingshan and the others could be happy. But before Zhao Ning, Yu Qingshan and the others could rejoice. News soon came back that Qiao Qianren and Lin Jinnan had suddenly arrived. Yu and the others all died tragically. Outrageous. Zhao Ning gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and roared, It's that old bastard Qiao Qianren again. Mr. Ning, what now? Yu Qingshan asked. Get ready immediately. I'm going to report this matter to the family hierarchy. Zhao Ning said angrily. Chapter 40, The Zhao family comes. Tianzhou. The Qin family could be said to have completely declined, and now there were only some underlings left, with basically all of the prime personnel having died tragically. After reburying his parents' corpses, Qin Zhan returned to his former hometown with Uncle Fu. The Qin family was quite alright in Tianzhou, but it couldn't be compared to those giants in the south. Now that he had returned to his familiar home, he felt a lot of emotions. Looking at everything from the past, it had changed drastically. Many times, he sometimes thought that if he hadn't given birth to the dragon's spine, perhaps none of this would have happened. His own parents were still alive, and so was the Qin family, but fate was so elusive that nothing could be changed. He asked Uncle Fu not to keep awake at the ancestral land, but to stay in the Qin family and take charge of the broken Qin family. The remaining subordinates' Qin war did not make things difficult, but let them be free. Those who were willing to stay stayed. those who weren't left, coming and going as they pleased. He himself also chose to stay in the Qin family for the time being, and this time's encounter with Yushinkong made him deeply realize how weak he was. Even Yushinkong couldn't catch a single move, and this was still based on the fact that he was protected by the power of the Dragon Pearl. Regarding Qin Zhan's thoughts, Qiu Qianren, Lin Jinnan, Lin Wan Wang Shanhe and the others all expressed their understanding. A few people also planned to stay after conferring, mainly to ensure Qin Zhan's safety. On the other hand, Yunzhou family side and Zhao Ning rarely made any movements. Of course everyone knew very well in their hearts that this was merely the calm before the storm. That night, Qin Zhan called Qiu Qianren, Wang Shanhe, Lin Jinnan, and Lin Wan inside his room. After some thought, he intended to tell the crowd everything about himself. When they heard about the secrets beneath the Dragon Abyss, the crowd was shocked to know that the Dragon Abyss Jedi, even Qiu Qianren talked about it, and Qin Zhan was indeed the only one to come out of it alive. Before the Yu clan's people died, they had said that Zhao Ning came to the south for you this time, so I guess that it should actually be for the Dragon Abyss. Qiu Qianren pondered. Qin Zhan nodded and said, I'm not even close to the Zhao family in Kyoto, so coming for me is pure nonsense. To be precise, it should be Zhao Ning who knows that I walked out alive from under the Dragon Abyss, and looking for me should be a way to pry into the secrets about what lies beneath the Dragon Abyss. In that case, it seems that the Zhao clan side in Kyoto should be sending even stronger people to the south, so we need to be prepared to deal with it. Qiu Qianren revealed a rare look of gravity. The Kyoto Zhao family, he knew very well that it was an unimaginable behemoth. Elder Qiu, Mr. Qin is the heir to the Dragon Emperor, and with the Dragon Emperor's order in hand, we are not afraid of the Kyoto Zhao family. Wang Shanhe reminded. What? Lin Wanner was dumbfounded and asked in shock. Qin Zhan, you're the Dragon Emperor's heir? Qin Zhan smiled and didn't deny it. This time, Lin Wanner was completely nonplussed, finally figuring out why her grandfather had defended Qin War so much in the first place. It turned out to be so. Actually, not only do I have the Dragon Emperor order, there is also a Dragon Pearl within my body. Qin War sighed and said directly, Dragon Pearl. The four people could not remain calm and stared straight at Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan froze, then undid the above, revealing his back. The four people took a look at all of them and sucked in cool air. Qin War's back had a shocking wound. That was exactly where the dragon spine was born in the past, but unfortunately, it was dug away by Qin Wuxuang back then. Normally, a dragon spine being dug away was equal to becoming an invalid. No one expected Qin War to become stronger instead, and many were curious. If it wasn't for that Dragon Pearl under the Dragon Abyss, my life would definitely be over. Reduced to a lifelong invalid. Qin Zhan sighed. He revolved his qi, and the Dragon Pearl fused in his back shone and emerged. Like a dream, the four people looked surprised, seeing this legendary divine object for the first time in real life. My parents traded their lives for all of this. At the mention of this, Qin Zhan was in a dejected mood. He also did not hide the fact that he had been thrown under the Dragon Abyss, and had been lucky enough not to die, and then saw the remains of his parents, including the fact that his mother was holding onto that Dragon Pearl before she died. He also told the story, hearing everyone sigh, feeling the mysterious greatness contained in the Dragon Pearl. Qiu Qianren was a little excited. Perhaps you can use the power of the Dragon Pearl to make your strength soar, Qiu Qianren suggested. Qin Zhan immediately became interested. After this incident, he was more eager than ever to become stronger. Elder Qiu, then I'll be counting on you, Qin Zhan said politely. Without hesitation, Qiu Qianren suddenly exploded all of his golden body third stage power. Lin Jinnan, Wang Shanhe, and Lin Wanner immediately retreated when they saw this. His body surged with a layer of golden body protection astral qi. Then Qiu Qianren signaled Qin Zhan to run his qi to make the Dragon Pearl react. Then feeling the terrifying power contained within the Dragon Bead, Qiu Qianren made an instant decision and controlled the power of the Dragon Bead to surge madly towards Qin Zhan's body. In an instant, the entire house was illuminated all of a sudden. A terrifying aura appeared in shock, but it quickly disappeared again. Along with the disappearance of the golden light, Qiu Qianren and Qin Zhan arrived in a mysterious space at the same time. This place was filled with all sorts of terrifying energies, and it was as if the two were about to have their bodies disintegrated into the most primitive particles. And at this moment, to Lin Jinnan, Wang Shanhe, and Lin Wanner outside, the house was silent and nothing was heard. Through the window, only Qin Zhan and Qiu Qianren could be seen sitting cross-legged on the ground, their eyes tightly closed, maintaining a customary posture of not moving at all. Time passes very quickly. When the east reveals the white of the fish belly, Qiu Qianren and Qin Zhan still maintain that posture motionless, as if a statue. Lin Jinnan, Wang Shanhe, and Lin Wanner guarded the outside of the house and did not go forward to disturb them. And at this moment, Jiangnan Yunzhou, Zhao Ning, with the many executives of the Yu family, stood at the entrance with great vigor, ready to greet the top dignitaries coming from the Zhao family in Kyoto. At noon, a helicopter glittering with golden light appeared over the Yu family's villa complex. Zhao Ning took a deep breath with the Yu family's crowd, looking very humble. The helicopter let out a loud roar, and it didn't take long before it docked in front of the Yu family's gate. Layers of red carpets had been laid out long ago, and the hatch opened. A majestic and domineering middle-aged man walked down from above. "See you, Mr. Mirror." Zhao Ning immediately led the Yu family to kneel down and chanted in unison. The name of the person who came was Zhao Mirror, a veritable core person of the Zhao family in Kyoto, and his status was far beyond what Zhao Ning could compare to. "Be excused," Zhao Mirror said casually. "Many thanks, Mr. Mirror," Zhao Ning and the others responded. Before they all rose, "Zhao Ning, this time, you did a good job, and when you return, the family will surely reward you," Zhao Mirror said with satisfaction. "Thank you, Mr. Mirror, my subordinate will definitely work harder." Zhao Ning was overjoyed. "Alright." Zhao Mirror didn't talk nonsense and directly said, "Where is the kid who walked out alive from the dragon abyss now?" Chapter 41, The Miserable Lin Family. "Mr. Mirror, that Qin Zhan is currently in Shangnan Tianzhou, and Zhou Qianren, including Lin Jinnan, are there to protect him? So that's why I'm bothering you to come in person," Zhao Ning said truthfully. "Lin Jinnan?" Zhao Jing recited. "Mr. Mirror, this person is the person at the helm of the Lin family in Yunzhou, and for many years, he has been relying on Zhou Qianren's protection to oppose the Yu family that our Zhao family supports," Zhao Ning explained. Zhao Jing pondered, disdain spreading across his face. "A mere Lin family, you guys can just go and exterminate it later. As for this old fellow, Zhou Qianren, this seat has also heard of him. This person is rumored to be an old part of the Dragon Emperor in the past. Mr. Mirror, if it wasn't for Zhou Qianren's obstruction, why would you need to come here? My subordinates would have already taken care of it," Zhao Ning instigated from the side. Zhao Mirror nodded and said, "Immediately notify Zhou Qianren in my name that he shall not intervene in this matter and bring that Qin Zhan to Yunzhou. Otherwise, the day this seat comes in person will be the day when blood flows in Tianzhou. As you command," Zhao Ning joyfully responded, and then immediately instructed the Yu clan's people to do so. Soon, Zhao Ning's side led Yu Qingshan's group of people straight to the Lin family. Just now, Zhao Jing had personally given his word, so it was as easy as a slap in the face to exterminate the Lin family now. At the same time, the Yu family had also transmitted Zhao Jing's meaning directly to Tianzhou through their channels, and at this moment, in Tianzhou, the Qin family, Zhou Qianren and Qin Zhan still hadn't woken up and remained in that position, and the entire inside of the house was filled with a frightening energy. Soon after, Lin Jinan received a message from the Lin family members. Elder Lin's face changed drastically, his murderous aura rushing to the sky. "Grandpa, what's wrong? Elder Lin, did something happen?" Lin Jinan said angrily. "The Yu clan has already launched an attack on our Lin clan, and Zhao Ning has personally gone there as well." "No way. Wanner, you stay here with Elder Wang. Grandpa will immediately return to Yunzhou." And just as the three of them were discussing, an underling of the Qin family ran in trembling. "Elder Lin, Elder Wang, Miss Lin, news just came in from Yunzhou. The great man of the Zhao family is personally coming, ordering old man Xiao to bring the young master to Yunzhou immediately, or else the day he comes to Yunzhou in person will be the day when blood is spilled." When the three of them heard this, they immediately felt their heads to be huge. Not to mention Zhao Jing, even Zhao Ning was enough to crush them. "Grandpa, what should we do?" "Elder Lin, we have to think of something." Lin Wanner and Wang Shanha were extremely anxious. At this rate, the Lin family was afraid that they would truly be doomed. "Wanner, Elder Wang, you guys stay here. Old me will return to Yunzhou immediately." Elder Lin was very anxious. Dropping these words, he didn't care so much and directly walked out. And at this moment, the Yunzhou Lin family was facing a massacre. The Lin family's experts had come out in full force to lose their death resistance, but they were facing the Yu family's experts plus a Zhao Ning pressing the battlefield. The two were simply not on the same level, and there was hardly any suspense. In less than half an hour, the Lin family's blood flowed into rivers, and their experts were slaughtered. "Master, it's almost over. It's a pity that old bastard Lin Jinan and Lin Wanner aren't here," a Yu family expert said. "Poof," Yu Qingshan said sinisterly. "Remember, leave a few alive first. That old thing Lin Jinan will instantly rush back to Yunzhou even if he knows he's sending himself to his death. We just need to wait here." The flight time from Tianzhou to Yunzhou was about 2 hours. 2 hours later, the Lin family completely ceased to exist. The villa complex was all burned down, except for the few survivors that Yu Qingshan had deliberately instructed to be left behind. Even the subordinates of the Lin family were all killed, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a river of blood. In response, Zhao Ning and Yu Qingshan and the others felt nothing, and at this time, The helicopter chartered by Elder Lin Jinan also entered the airspace over Yunzhou. The old man's heart was burning with anxiety, and he had long since clenched his fists. When the helicopter passed over the Lin family's villa complex and looked at the smoke and fire below, the Lin family's old master's qi and blood attacked his heart, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. He knew that the Lin family was finished. Then he urged the helicopter to quickly hover down, and when it was still several meters from the ground, Elder Lin jumped down. "Yu Qingshan, take your life!" Elder Lin roared as his strength of the second stage of the golden body erupted and he directly rushed over. The Yu family's experts immediately stepped forward and tried to block. However, Elder Lin was a martial artist at the same stage as Yu Qingshan, and the Yu family's ordinary experts simply couldn't stop them. Elder Lin swept out a fist with hatred, directly sending several Yu family experts flying. Instantly rushing up to Yu Qingshan, Yu Qingshan appeared unimpressed and said, "Lin Jinan, you've really come after all. Yu Qingshan, I'll fight you." Lin Feng, that, what are you going to fight with Lao Fu with? If it wasn't for Zhou Qianren, your Lin family would have been destroyed long ago. Yu Qingshan clenched his fists. A powerful qi energy erupted from his body and stalemated with Lin Jinan. Both of them were at the second stage of the golden body, and it was impossible to tell the winner from the loser in a short period of time. At this time, Zhao Ning snorted coldly and suddenly struck out. Only a casual point from Zhao Ning's hand was seen, breaking the stalemate. Elder Lin's entire body was sent flying out by the point, and a bloody hole appeared in his chest. "Old man, will you be allowed to act recklessly in front of me?" With his hands behind his back, Zhao Ning looked at the corpses all over the ground and commanded, "Kill, leave no one behind." "Stop, Zhao Ning, you beast, you shall not die," Elder Lin roared, continuously spitting out blood as he staggered up from the ground, frantically rushing over to try and stop it. However, he was instantly suppressed to the ground, unable to move at all. Zhao Ning was at the third stage of the golden body, which was enough to easily suppress him. "Old man, don't worry, I won't let you die for the time being. When that old piker Zhou Qianren arrives, you'll all be on your way together." After saying that, Zhao Ning raised his hand and waved it, and a huge force directly knocked Elder Lin unconscious. And at this moment, Xiangnan Heavenly Prefecture, Zhou Qianren and Xinjiang finally awoke from their marvelous state. In their place, the entire house collapsed and shattered into pieces. "Not bad, the dragon pearl is truly marvelous." Zhou Qianren sighed as he looked at the refreshed Xinjua. Xinjiang ran his qi and realized that he had directly broken 2 shackles overnight, which was too exaggerated. "Many thanks to Elder Qiu. No need to thank me," Zhou Qianren said seriously. "The dragon pearl is too mysterious. The power contained within it is too strong for me to harness. I just helped you refine it a little bit." Of course, such a huge Li, Xinjiang, Elder Qiu, Lin Wanner and Wang Shanha hurried over. Seeing Lin Wanner with a sobbing voice and Elder Lin wasn't there, Xinjiang and Zhou Qianren's first reaction must have been that something had happened. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Xinjiang asked. "Grandpa, the Lin family, our Lin family is finished." Grandpa rushed back, Lin Wanner said anxiously. Then Wang Shanha immediately added once more, telling about the Yu family's move against the Lin family and the fact that the Zhao family had come with a big shot and issued a warning. "Elder Qiu, let's go to Yunzhou," Xinjiang said firmly as he clenched his fists and a brilliant golden light emitted from his body. Zhou Qianren nodded his head, and even though he was a bit weak, he still agreed in a single breath. "Elder Wang, wait." At this time Zhou Qianren suddenly shouted. Zhou Qianren then when Xinjiang took out the Dragon Emperor order and handed it over to Wang Shanha, then instructed Wang Shanha to immediately go find help. Chapter 42, A Clean Slate. Yunzhou, Lin family. The Lin family, which used to be able to compete with the Yu family, was now history, with large swathes of the villa complex burned down. All the family members, men, women and children, even the servants who didn't have much to do with the Lin family were killed. Today, only Elder Lin Jinan was left alone and still alive, but he had long since been severely injured by Zhao Ning and suppressed aside. The Yu family was known for their domineering and cruelty, mercilessly killing everyone. Looking at the bloodstains and corpses all over the place, Elder Lin was overcome with grief, crying until he was powerless and roaring until his throat was hoarse. At this moment, someone from the Yu family came to deliver the news. "Mr. Ning, Master, we just received a message from Zhou Qianren's side, saying that if Elder Lin is still alive, he asked us to be merciful. It indicates that he and that Xinjiang are on their way to Yunzhou." Hearing this, Zhao Ning and Yu Qingshan simultaneously got down. "Zhou Qianren, this old man has finally conceded defeat." "Ha!" Zhao Ning clenched his fists and said smugly. "Mr. Ning, that little brute Xinjiang once walked out of the dragon abyss alive, and still has significant value now. After its value is drained, can we hand this little brute over to our Yu family to deal with?" Yu Qingshan requested. Zhao Ning thought for a moment and said, "This matter depends on what Lord Mirror wants." Alright, since that old thing Cho Qianren is already on his evil way to Yunzhou with the little beast Qingzhan, with this matter settled, we need to immediately go and resume our orders with Lord Mirror. After saying that, Zhao Ning instructed Yu Qingshan to bring the severely injured elder Lin along with him before returning to the Yu clan. At the Yu family, Zhao Ning respectfully reported the situation to Zhao Jing. Zhao Jing had his hands behind his back, and his face couldn't hide his excitement. There were many legends of the Dragon Abyss Jedi, but no one had ever been able to walk out of it alive since ancient times. Now that someone had actually walked out of it alive, there was a great deal at stake. Not only was it rumored that under the Dragon Abyss was a place where true dragons resided, it was about the Dragon Pearl, and perhaps there were many unknown secrets buried. If this matter was done well, he would also be rewarded by the Zhao family's senior management. About 2 hours later, Qin Zhan, Zhou Qianren, and Lin Wan-er arrived in Yunzhou by helicopter. The first place the trio went to was the Lin family. When the three of them got down from the helicopter, a glance showed that there were debris everywhere, as well as corpses all over the place. Lin Wanner's entire face was pale and her body was shaking. Qin Zhan immediately supported her when he saw this. Looking at this miserable scene, his heart was filled with killing intent. You family, Zhao Ning. Qin Zhan supported Lin Wanner, while extending a hand to cover her eyes, not tolerating her looking at this scene on the ground. Go to the Yu family. Xiao Qianren's murderous aura also rose to the sky at this moment. At the Yu family, Zhao Jing, Zhao Ning were waiting for the arrival of Zhou Qianren and Qinzhan. It didn't take long for Qinzhan, Zhou Qianren, and Lin Wan-er to arrive at the Yu family. Zhao Jing brought Zhao Ning and Yu Qingshan and the others out in person. With regards to Zhou Qianren, Zhao Jing spoke wildly with his mouth and didn't take it seriously at all. But in reality, he was still quite scornful inwardly. Elder Qiu, since you gave your face and brought someone with you, there's no need to say anything. Zhao Jing slatted his face and looked at Qinzhan, who was standing with Zhou Qianren. Leave this Qinzhan to us, the rest has nothing to do with you, Zhao Jing said, while signaling Yu Qingshan to bring up the severely injured Lin Jinan. Grandpa, Elder Lin. Lin Wanner and Qinzhan looked at the blood-covered Elder Lin and cried out in worry. You guys take this old man away. Zhao Jing was quite dry and ordered Zhao Ning to let go of Elder Lin. Lin Wanner ran up despite everything and assisted the severely injured Elder Lin. Yu Qingshan, Zhao Ning, old me will fight you. Return the lives of my Lin family members. Even though Elder Lin was severely injured, his boundless hatred caused him to hiss as hard as he could. Zhou Qianren glanced at the towering Zhao Jing, then at the smug Zhao Ning and Yu Qingshan and the others. Never at any time had he been so furious. He clenched his fists and said in a cold voice, Qin War won't be handed over to you. The Yu family as well as Zhao Ning must be paid in blood today. Elder Qiu, Yu Qingshan was full of energy at the moment, and said with disdain, I'm afraid I can't do what you want with Lord Mirror here today. Zhao Ning did the same, saying disdainfully, Zhou Qianren, do you really think that you, the number one person in the south, are invincible? Making an enemy of my Zhao family? How do you want to die? Asshole. Zhou Qianren angrily rebuked. Zhao Ning, Yu Qingshan, you have indiscriminately killed innocent people and slaughtered the innocent people of the Lin family. Today, old me must do justice for heaven. Ha! Zhao Jing spoke up at this moment. He sneered. Zhou Qianren, did this seat give you face? Zhao Jing, I advise you to behave yourself. Don't take your own life. Zhou Qianren said in a cold voice. Old man, don't know how to behave. Zhao Jing said irritably. Today this seat would like to see how many kilograms you, the number one person in the south, the old part of the Dragon Emperor, actually have. As they spoke, both of them simultaneously erupted with chi energy, and a golden body shield appeared on their bodies at the same time. Both of them were at the 5th stage of the golden body, but Zhou Qianren was already in his old age while Zhao Jing was still in his middle age. In terms of qualifications, Zhao Jing was actually superior to Zhou Qianren. Seeing that Zhao Jing and Zhou Qianren were directly fighting, Zhao Ning stepped forward. He looked at Qinzhan with a cold smile and said, Kid, let's see who else can protect you now. Qinzhan did not panic and was very calm and collected. He knew that even if he tried his best, he would not be able to play any role in front of Zhao Ning, a powerhouse of Yu Qingshan's segment. Where is Yu Xingkong? Qinzhan had another plan in mind, and in the face of Zhao Ning's approaching steps, he suddenly shouted. Yu Qingshan sniffed and said, Little brute. What, old man? Last time, Olmi was not in good shape and lost miserably at the hands of Yu Xingkong. Today, I'm going to wipe out my past shame and defeat your Yu Xingkong in public. Qin War roared. Little brute. Just by you. Are you worthy? Yu Qingshan said sarcastically. Qinzhan didn't talk any nonsense. His chi energy exploded, and after Zhou Qianren's help that night, he had already broken 3 shackles. This made Zhao Ning, Yu Qingshan and the others feel a bit unimaginable. A few days ago it looked like Qinzhan was still just a section of the yolk, but a few days later he had actually broken 3 of the yolks. You Xingkong, dare you roll out and fight with me? Little beast, noisy. Yu Qingshan snorted coldly and was about to pin down Qinzhan. Qinzhan didn't panic and said angrily, "Old beast, I know what you guys want to know. I'm warning you, if you dare to move, I'll immediately kill myself on the spot, guaranteeing that you guys won't learn anything. Be honest and let Yu Xingkong roll out. After the battle, I will tell you all the evil you want to know." Yu Qingshan and Zhao Ning glanced at each other before making a compromise. Yu Qingshan then signaled with his eyes for the Yu clan's personnel to go ahead and inform Yu Xingkong to come out. Not long after, sure enough, Yu Xingkong came, learning that Qinzhan hadn't died, was alive and kicking again, and had unbelievably reached the 3rd stage of the yoke. To be honest, even though Yu Xingkong was going to be higher than the top, he was still shocked. "Kid, you really surprised me a bit." Yu Xingkong backed his eyes and sized up the refreshed Qinzhan, saying, "But since you are determined to bring shame upon yourself, then I will fulfill you once again." Qinzhan clenched his fists, facing this strong man of the same age group. This time he would snowball his previous shame and prove himself. "Yu Xingkong, if I lose to you again this time, I don't need you to say much. I, Qinzhan, will kill myself on the spot." "Very well, this young man will see today what secrets you, someone who once gave birth to the dragon's spine and walked out alive from under the dragon's abyss, have." Yu Xingkong's eyes also lit up with battle intent, becoming more and more curious about Qinzhan. Chapter 43, Prove Yourself. The 2 of them quickly erupted their chi. One was at the 5th stage of the yoke and the other was at the 3rd stage of the yoke. From the bright side, Yu Xingkong was still in an absolute crushing position. However, Qinzhan's chest was in control as his body was glowing violently. The dragon bead emitted a cloud of luster, wrapping his body in a sacred look. Zhao Ning and Yu Qingshan and the others didn't intervene, but let the 2 fight it out. On the other side, Xiao Qianren and Zhao Jing didn't directly make a move. Both of them were competing with their hands behind their backs in terms of chi. At their level, if they fought with all their might, the destructive power they caused would be amazing. From afar, Xiao Qianren and Zhao Jing looked like 2 small golden suns, emitting a golden luster. Lin Wanner helped Elder Lin Jinan to the side and looked at the Yu family with hatred. "Come on!" Qinzhan shouted and took the lead. He cupped his fists and rushed towards Yu Xingkong as lightning. Yu Xingkong snorted coldly, his movements still simple and dashing, only to see him slap his palm in the air towards the charging Qinzhan, the powerful chi force cracking the ground. It seemed like he was going to stage the same scene as last time again, to slap Qinzhan directly out of the sky and directly slap him half dead. But this time, Qinzhan obviously that would not let him have his wish. "Yu Xingkong, this time I will definitely trample you under my feet in a dignified manner." Accompanied by Qinzhan's shout, he clenched his fists, and his body's strength was quickly raised to the extreme. He smashed up towards the palm that slapped down head-on. With a loud boom, the ground that Qinzhan was fighting on quickly cracked apart. His witness feet bent, nearly being directly suppressed. However, he resisted, and his berserk power erupted, impacting Yu Xingkong. Yu Xingkong felt his palms tingling and raw as his entire body was bounced away. After one move, Yu Xingkong was shocked. This time, Qinzhan only retreated a few steps, while he himself retreated a few steps. Yu Xingkong clenched his fists, revealing a look of surprise as he looked at Qinzhua, whose aura was getting stronger and stronger. "Kid, you are indeed surprising." Yu Xingkong's face finally revealed a look of movement as he said, "No wonder my brother fell into your hands." Qinzhan snorted coldly. This time he also felt his power. His physique increased exponentially. Although Yu Xingkong was still at an advantage, it would never be the same as the first time when he almost slapped himself to death with one palm. "Yu Xingkong, don't worry, you will soon follow in Yu Xingshu's footsteps. Kid, do you think you can fight me just because you've broken through to the 3rd stage of the yoke?" Yu Xingkong clenched his fists. It was clear that this time he was going to get real and no longer hold back. With that, Yu Xingkong completely erupted his full strength. Powerful chi energy fluctuations formed a terrifying energy storm, a brain all surging towards Qinluo. Qinzhan also didn't dare to have any drop of caution, pinching his fists, urging the dragon pearl, erupting in a ball of radiance. As the dragon pearl's radiance surged, the pressure from Yu Xingkong decreased by a lot. Just at the same time, Yu Xingkong transformed into a streak of shadow and charged straight over. Qinzhan clenched his fists and roared as he synchronized to meet them. The 2 of them quickly fought together in a difficult battle. Zhao Ning, Yu Qingshan, and the others were dumbfounded. The more they watched, the more shocked they felt in their hearts. Surprisingly, they all coincidentally had the thought that Yu Xingkong might actually lose. "This little beast is so evil," Yu Qingshan said in a cold voice. Zhao Ning nodded and said, "It seems that there is indeed a heavenly secret hidden beneath the dragon abyss that created this little beast." And Yu Xingkong similarly had this thought. The battle had come to this moment. he realized that not to say whether Qin Zhan could defeat him or not, but at least there was no way he could defeat Qin Zhan himself right now. Qin Zhan got more and more courageous, and his body didn't know how many punches he had received in a short period of time. The punches reached the flesh, but Qin Zhan was like an undefeatable little strong man, completely ignoring it, and Qin Zhan's confidence was even stronger at this moment, because he had sensed that Yu Xingkong's battle power was decreasing. Yu Xingkong, today you and I will both split the victory and death. Qin Zhan roared. His aura shook as blood dripped from his body. Yu Xingkong at this moment also didn't have that lofty, imposing look from before. He was in a very sorry state, and some wounds appeared on his body in multiple places. Qin Zhan, Yu Xingkong felt a huge threat and roared angrily, charging over once again. Seeing that the situation had become completely wrong, Yu Qingshan was somewhat unable to sit still. As he continued to watch, he realized that Yu Xingkong had already fallen behind, and if he didn't intervene, he was afraid that not only would Yu Xingkong's reputation for a lifetime be ruined, but his life would also be in danger. Xingkong, stand down. At this time, Yu Qingshan couldn't hold back any longer, and with a shout, his qi energy exploded about to intervene. Qingshan stopped, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said sarcastically, "Old thing, is there no one left in your Yu family? Can't afford to lose? Little brute, sharp-tongued, you won't be allowed to be reckless today," Yu Qingshan angrily rebuked. He. Qingshan looked at Yu Xingkong and said sarcastically, "Yu Xingkong, it seems that I still think highly of you." Yu Xingkong's face was ugly at this moment, and he understood in his heart that if he continued to fight, he would definitely lose. As the number one person of the young generation in the south, he certainly had his own arrogance. "Grandfather, you step aside." After thinking for a moment, Yu Xingkong still shouted in a very manly manner, "No nonsense." Yu Qingshan was very strong and domineering, saying, "There is no need to risk a fight to the death with this dying little beast. This little beast would have died countless times already if the Zhao family hadn't kept it to learn the clues of the Dragon Pearl from him." And at this time, Zhou Qianren and Zhao Jing's contest had also reached its end. The ground within a 20-meter radius around the duo all cracked, and the space almost don't be pulled out of shape, with both of them taking several steps back at the same time. It was clearly a tie. "Old man, the fist is afraid of the young, even if you are tied with this seat, but can you alone stop us?" Zhao Jing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said in a cold voice. Zhou Qianren similarly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said disdainfully, "Zhao Jing, there are many things you don't realize. I'm afraid that if you guys want to touch Qingzhan today, you won't be able to yet." Zhao Ning. Zhao Jing stopped talking nonsense and commanded, "Immediately arrest that kid." As ordered, Zhao Ning answered and sneered as he walked towards Qingzhan. Zhou Qianren wanted to go and stop him, but with Zhao Jing in front of him, he simply couldn't do it. Qingzhan didn't resist, because he knew that even if he did, it was pointless. The difference in strength level was too great. "Little beast, honestly explain everything under the dragon abyss," Zhao Ning threatened. Qingzhan snorted coldly and pretended to cooperate, saying, "Bastard, what do you want to know? Say, what exactly is under the dragon abyss?" Zhao Ning asked. Qingzhan laughed and asked in return, "Do you really want to know? Say," Zhao Ning threatened. Qingzhan spread his two hands and said, "There's your mom dancing with her clothes off down there." Chapter 44, Dragon Emperor Warlord. Little brute, you're ing looking for death. Originally, Zhao Ning and the others were still listening sideways and couldn't wait to get an answer from Qingzhan. Unexpectedly, they were teased by Qingzhan. Enraged, Zhao Ning grabbed Qingzhan with a big hand and directly grabbed him over, squeezing him in his hand. The powerful qi energy caused Qingzhan to sweat profusely, making it difficult for him to breathe. "You dare to trick us?" Qingzhan was not flustered and said angrily, "So what if I am just fooling you? If you're capable of killing me, come on, I'm a son of a if I blink. If you don't dare to kill me, your whole family is a son of a little beast, you want to die." Zhao Ning was unusually annoyed by Qingzhan's scolding, and his killing aura was steaming. However, he really didn't dare to kill Qingzhan, so he could only endure it and keep threatening. "Little brute, you have guts. I can't kill you now, but I didn't say I can't torture you," Zhao Ning said, revealing his cruel side, pinching Qingzhan with one hand and continuously releasing qi pressure to crush his bones alive. Qingzhan screamed out in pain, but his eyes were firm and unyielding, not giving in the slightest. "Rubbish, come on, I can carry it. Little brute, let's see if your mouth is hard or your bones are hard." Zhao Ning had also completely come to his temper, making sure that he wouldn't get Qingzhan killed on the premise that the bones in his body were breaking inch by inch. Lin Wanner, Elder Lin wanted to come and help when she saw this, but she couldn't move. Zhou Qianren's side was also being pestered by Zhao Jing, and there was no way he could come over to help. At this point, everyone knew that they could only wait for Wang Shanhe's side to find help. Qiu Qianren looked on as he continued to spit out blood and his bones continued to crumble with a crisp ringing sound. He was unusually angry. Zhao Ning, I'm warning you, if Qin War dies, your Zhao family will be buried with him. Poof. Zhao Jing was unimpressed and said, Old man, take care of yourself first. Today, you and I are only tied, but what you've done lies against my Zhao family. Just wait, turn around and my Zhao family will definitely send out strong men to make you look good. Don't know how to die. Qiu Qianren roared angrily and swept his fist over. When he, Qin Zhen, and Lin Wanner hurried over from Tianzhou, they arranged for Wang Shanhe to go forward to find reinforcements. As long as they took the Dragon Emperor's order, they went forward to find Gao Wuyo, the former war general of the Dragon Emperor in Kyoto. Gao Wuqiu would definitely rush over to rescue him. Gao Wuqiu, that was one of the Dragon Emperor's 4 great war generals of the past. Powerful. Even in today's Kyoto is also the existence of a giant. It was only that Tianzhou was a long way to fly to Kyoto, and then it was a long distance to return to Yunzhou from Kyoto. Moreover, Wang Shanhe's identity was not enough, so he was afraid that it would be difficult to see Gao Wuyo directly. However, it was expected that with the Dragon Emperor order in hand, Wang Shanhe should be able to improvise. With Zhao Ning's inhumane torture, Qin Zhan's chest ribs were hardened by his crushing. However, Qin Zhan was indeed tough and did not give in to weakness from start to finish, constantly breaking into curses to irritate Zhao Ning. And right at this moment, the roar of a helicopter came from the sky above, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone looked up and saw that a helicopter was rapidly circling down towards the side. Doubts flooded everyone's mind. Who could the visitor be? As the helicopter was still 10 meters away from the ground, a silhouette that was covered in golden astral body aura leapt down. The silhouette exuded a terrifying killing aura. People of the Zhao family, who dares to touch Qin Zhan? The silhouette let out a thunderous roar that directly shook down a portion of the surrounding buildings in a terrifying manner. Hearing this voice, Qin Zhan, Lin Wanner, and Qiu Qianren all breathed a sigh of relief. In their hearts, they understood that this should be the help Wang Shanhe had found. As expected, the silhouette was like lightning, instantly arriving in front of Zhao Ning. Zhao Ning didn't even have time to react first as his body flew out uncontrollably. Then, a man of extraordinary valor appeared in everyone's line of sight. Lord Gao. Qiu Qianren revealed a joyful expression and shouted excitedly. The name of the man who came was Gao Wuyo, the 4 great warrior generals under the Dragon Emperor's command in the past, with a powerful and terrifying strength that was still above Qiu Qianren. Gao Wuyo just swept his eyes at Qiu Qianren and then looked at Qin Zhan. That excitement was still hard to hide despite his best efforts to conceal it. Qin Zhan? Gao Wuyo shouted excitedly. Qin Zhan nodded. He didn't recognize Gao Wuyo, but he also understood that Gao Wuyo was definitely one of his own. At this time, the helicopter also stopped, and Wang Shanhe walked down from above. Seeing this scene, the one with the most ugly face was Zhao Jing. When he saw that the person coming was actually Gao Wuyo, his entire body was bad. Zhao Jing. Gao Wuyo glanced at Qin Zhan's injuries and swept his eyes over the entire crowd before he rushed at Zhao Jing with a roar and angrily said, Get over here. Zhao Jing involuntarily winced. He recognized Gao Wuyo and knew the other party's origin and strength. That was an existence that even the core powerhouses of the Zhao family had to fear. He didn't expect that Gao Wuyo would suddenly visit the south in person, and he glanced at Qiu Qianren, thinking that Qiu Qianren had invited him. Zhao Jing was inwardly in a state of confusion, no longer having the same aura as earlier. He honestly walked over. At this moment, Zhao Ning also slowly climbed up from the ground, with a look of shock on his face as Yu Qingshan and the others assisted him. Elder Gao, why have you come? Zhao Jing's voice was small. Kneel down. Gao Wuyo roared with a murderous aura. Zhao Jing didn't dare to say anything, and despite his inner unwillingness, he honestly knelt down. It's kneeling to Qin War, Gao Wuyo said angrily. Now Zhao Jing and the others were confused. Kneeling down to Gao Wuyo was fine. It wasn't a disgrace, but kneeling down to Qin Zhan, this was never acceptable. Senior Gao, what are you? You. Zhao Jing just wanted to open his mouth to explain, but Gao Wuyo directly kicked down and roared. Do you want me to say it a second time? Zhao Jing swallowed his saliva and said boldly, Senior Gao, what is your relationship with this person? This person is the person our Zhao family is looking for. If you don't believe me, I will immediately inform the family hierarchy. Ha! Gao Wuyo sneered and suddenly struck out. A terrifying force erupted and directly enveloped Zhao Jing. Zhao Jing's face changed drastically, feeling the threat of death. Ah! Senior Gao, spare my life. Senior Gao, you can't kill me. Without any hesitation, Gao Wuyo clenched his fist and Zhao Jing's body directly exploded into a bloody mist. Now everyone was shocked. Zhao Jing was the core person of the Zhao family. He also possessed the strength of the 5th stage of the golden body just like that he was killed. Zhao Ning and the Yu clan's crowd's legs went soft and shivered in fear. Gao, Lord Gao, Zhao Ning couldn't hold on any longer and directly knelt down. Gao Wuyo's killing intent boiled over as he stared at Zhao Ning and said, "Rubbish, you guys have a lot of guts." He then casually grabbed Zhao Ning directly through the air. "Gao, Lord Gao, spare my life. Our Zhao family has always been in good company with you. Why are you doing this? What I do? Is it the turn of goods like you to know?" Gao Wuyo's fingers pinched, and Zhao Ning also turned into a cloud of blood mist on the spot. The entire process was clean, domineering, and decisive, easily and directly killing the two of them, Zhao Jing and Zhao Ning. Gao Wuyo then eased his attitude. He looked at Qin Zhan and couldn't hide his excitement as he said, "Dispose of these people as you wish, do whatever you want, apart from any problems, I will help you out." Qin Zhan froze and looked at Zhou Qianren. Only then did Zhou Qianren smile and walk over to explain. "Qin Zha, he is Lord Gao, one of the 4 great warlords under the Dragon Emperor's command." Qin Zhan was shocked, secretly saying that he was one of the 4 great war generals under the Dragon Emperor. No wonder his strength was so terrifying. Casually pinching his fist directly killed Zhao Jing, who was at the 5th stage of the Golden Body. Chapter 45, Who Harmed the Dragon Emperor? Late generation has met Lord Gao. Qin Zhan behaved very politely and clasped his hands. Gao Wuyo had long been unable to bury the excitement in his heart as he looked at the young man in front of him who was only 18 years old. When Wang Shanha rushed to Kyoto in 100,000 fires and wanted to see him at all costs, he was still puzzled at the time. But the moment Wang Shanha took out the Dragon Emperor order, Gao Wuyo's entire body was about to jump up and down. Then Wang Shanha introduced the situation in a long speech. Without any hesitation, Gao Wuyo immediately brought Wang Shanha straight to the southern cloud state. The Dragon Emperor was a monument and myth in their hearts, although he had disappeared for 50 years. As the Dragon Emperor's former warriors, they had never given up on searching for the Dragon Emperor, and now that Qin Zhan was holding the Dragon Emperor's order, no one knew what it meant better than him. "Don't be polite," Gao Wuyo said excitedly. On the way here, Wang Shanha had already informed him in detail about everything that had happened. Therefore, Gao Wuyo's knowledge that Qin Zhan was the Dragon Emperor's heir was absolutely not to be disclosed to the public for the time being. "Senior Gao, allow me to deal with this group of you family scum first," Qin Zhan said, and then directly walked towards Yu Qingshan. At this moment, Yu Qingshan was kneeling on the ground honestly with the Yu family's people, not daring to utter a single breath. Zhao Jing, Zhao Ning were all dead, and the Yu family had lost their reliance. "Yu Qingshan, blood debt is paid in blood," Qin Zhan hissed as he clenched his fists. "Spare my life, Mr. Qin, spare my life, I swear, the Yu family doubtfully will never dare to be your enemy again. Spare my life." Yu Qingshan and the others knelt on the ground, begging for mercy in fear. Qin Zhan snorted coldly, then looked at Elder Lin. The only 2 people left in the Lin family today were Lin Jinan and Lin Wanner, and everyone else had been driven to extinction. Elder Lin rushed over with red eyes, holding up his severely injured body. "Yu Qingshan, you have done many evil deeds and slaughtered my Lin family's entire clan. Today, I will likewise slaughter all of your Yu family." But at this time, Elder Lin was too severely injured to do so at all. Therefore Qin Zhan looked at Zhou Qianren and said, "Elder Qiu, this matter still needs to trouble you." Zhou Qianren nodded as his golden body 5th stage chi surged, suddenly enveloping all the Yu family's experts. Everyone in the Yu family was unable to resist and were all suppressed to the ground, unable to move. Then, Elder Lin used his chi energy with hatred and directly killed the leader, Yu Qingshan. In order to save time, Zhou Qianren let out a cold snort, and his chi energy was once again strengthened by a lot. The people of the Yu family, regardless of their strength level, were unable to withstand it, and they exploded and died on the spot. In an instant, there were screams everywhere, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. In less than 10 short minutes, all of the Yu family's experts were forcibly suppressed to death. The remaining Yu family subordinates and the like, Qin Zhan, Zhou Qianren, Elder Lin did not catch all of them, but let them flee away. Soon, only Yu Xingkong was left in the entire Yu family. Yu Xingkong looked at all of this numbly, with anger, unwillingness, and fear in his eyes. "Qin Zhuan, what are you going to do with this person?" Zhou Qianren looked at Yu Xingkong and then asked. Qin Zhan pondered for a moment and looked at Yu Xingkong. The 2 of them had just engaged in a life and death battle, but in the end, they were intervened by Yu Qingshan without dividing the winners and losers. At this moment, he saw some fear within Yu Xingkong's eyes. Qin Zhan shook his head and said, "Yu Xingkong, go away. I'll let you go today and not kill you." Faced with Qin Zhan's decision, a few people were a little surprised, but they didn't say anything. Yu Xingkong also froze for a moment before leaving quickly and unwillingly. After dealing with the Yu family, Zhou Qianren led the crowd to the Qiu mansion, seeing that there were no more outsiders. At this point, Gao Wuyo couldn't hold back any longer. He clasped his hands together and with great excitement, he directly knelt down towards Qin Zhan and shouted, "Mr. Qin, Qin Zhan didn't dare to be arrogant and immediately supported Gao Woyo, saying, "Senior Gao, you mustn't be like this. You can still call me Qin Zhan just like Old Man Xiao, Old Man Lin, Old Man Wang and the rest of them. Mr. Qin, seeing the Dragon Emperor's order is like seeing the Dragon Emperor. Please forgive us for being late to save you." Gao Woyo was just as excited in his heart. "Senior Gao, there's really no need to be so polite." Qin Zhan sighed. "I'm sure Elder Wang's side has told you the cause and effect of the matter. You are all former strong men. Without your help in the future, I'm afraid that my late generation won't be able to shoulder the Dragon Emperor's last orders before he dies." Qin Zhan, there's no need to be presumptuous, Gao Woyo said very approvingly. The fact that the Dragon Emperor chose to pass on the Dragon Emperor order to you means that you are his heir apparent. His old man must have seen something in you. The Dragon Emperor will never make a mistake. You will definitely become a new martial artsmith in your future. Not bad. Qiu Qianren also sighed. In time, this land might be trampled under your feet. After all these experiences, Qiu Qianren, Lin Jinnan, and Wang Shan he felt that Qin Zhan could not be viewed with common sense. In their opinion, Qin Zhan had managed to counter-kill Yu Xingshu, who was at the third stage of the yoke, when he was still at the first stage of the yoke. Now, the third stage of the yoke is directly facing the fifth stage of the yoke of Yu Xingkong. If not, Yu Qingshan intervened in the middle. According to the trend at that time, Yu Xingkong also want to drink hate. This kind of situation, even if Qiu Qianren has seen a lot of knowledge, has never seen. Qin Zhan smiled embarrassedly. It was true that he was a bit pretentious, but as he walked out of the heavenly state and came to the cloud state, gradually realized that this world is big, and even more so, there exist many geniuses who are more prominent than himself. After a few people had some small talk, Gao Woyo burst out with important information. The Dragon Emperor had disappeared for 50 years, and now he had gotten the definite news from Qin Zhan that the Dragon Emperor had completely fallen. But just what kind of person could have imprisoned the Dragon Emperor under the Dragon Abyss? It was truly puzzling. 50 years ago, the Dragon Emperor was already in existence that stood at the peak of the martial arts world, and it was difficult for him to meet any rivals when looking at the entire Xia kingdom. However, Qin Zhan clearly remembered the Dragon Emperor's sad words at that time. It was indeed someone who had imprisoned him under the Dragon Abyss, and those people were thieves who wanted to steal the entire Xia kingdom. Qiu Qianren knew nothing about the powerful person behind that curtain, but Gao Woyo, who was one of the four great warlords, had to know more. The old man from the Zhao family is a major suspect. Gao Woyo voiced his opinion, but it's impossible for the Zhao family's old antique alone to shake the Dragon Emperor. Perhaps there are other strong people behind him who have joined forces. Senior Gao, Qin Zhan said after pondering. According to what the Yu family's people said before they died, this time, the Zhao family's people suddenly came to the south in order to pry into the secrets of the Dragon Pearl, and after learning that I've been to the Dragon Abyss and came out alive, that's why they haven't been able to kill me. From this, it seems that the Zhao family's people must know something. Qin Zhan's words were deeply shared by everyone, but the Zhao family, as the number one family in the Xia kingdom, had many experts. This time, when Gao Woyo strongly beheaded two strong Zhao family members, the Zhao family would definitely make a move. The matter of the Dragon Emperor's order should be kept strictly confidential. If someone dares to plot against the Dragon Emperor, I, Gao Wujiu, even if I have to fight for my life, I will uncover these black hands behind the scenes. Qin Zhan, I'm afraid the South can't stay any longer. Are you willing to go to Kyoto with me? It would be good to have a caretaker. Qin Zhan thought about it and didn't refuse. Within the foreseeable range, the Zhao family would definitely launch an operation. With his current strength, if he didn't have the protection of powerful people like Gao Woyo and Qiu Qianren, he wouldn't even know how to die. Chapter 46, Traveling to Kyoto. Kyoto, Zhao family. As the number one family in the Summer Kingdom, with an inheritance of over 1,000 years, there were many experts within the family. The rolling cluster of villas was at least 10 miles long, and here resided the core strongest members of the Zhao family. And at this moment, inside a villa located in the center of the villa cluster, the Zhao family's top powerhouses were gathered together, and every now and then, gusts of murderous aura emerged. Leading the group were three old men, also known as the Zhao family's three famous brothers, known as the Zhao family's three elders, Grand Master, Second Master, Third Master. The facts are conclusive. Zhao Jing and Zhao Ning were both killed by Gao Woyo, and currently, according to reliable information, it's related to a young man called Qin Zhan. Below, a core senior member of the Zhao family reported loudly. What? Gao Woyo has always been close to our Zhao family. How could he suddenly do this? There must be something fishy about this matter. Grand Master, Second Master, Third Master, we should immediately summon Gao Woyo here for questioning. There was a lot of discussion below the Zhao family. angry and surprised at the same time about Gao Woyo going to the south and killing 2 experts of the Zhao family. Gao Woyo had a great reputation in Kyoto, and as one of the 4 great warlords of the former Dragon Emperor, his personal combat strength was also top-notch. Other than the 3 Zhao family elders, no one at the top of the hierarchy present dared to say that they could securely defeat him. Humph. The Zhao family's 3rd master snorted coldly and said with murderous intent, "Now that my Zhao family has become the number 1 family in the Xia kingdom, Gao Wujiu doesn't know how to honor his reputation and dares to execute my Zhao family's people. No matter what reason this person is in, he must be severely punished." Lao San, the 2nd master of the Zhao family, was relatively calm and said, "Gao Wuyo's strength isn't weaker than ours. Besides, this person is an old part of the Dragon Emperor. Although the Dragon Emperor has been missing for decades, his influence is still there. On top of that, quite a few strong people in Kyoto had once been favored by the Dragon Emperor. If we rashly make a move against Gao Wuyo, I'm afraid that it will cause a chain reaction." Second brother, how hard could it be? Zhao family's 3rd master and confidently said, "If we 3 brothers make a move, killing Gao Wuyo is just a piece of cake. Besides, the big deal is to just ask the old ancestor to come out." Seeing the inconsistency in the attitude of the 2nd and 3rd masters, the Zhao family's eldest master dryly coughed, and only then did the 2 of them quiet down. "Second, 3rd, you all have a point in what you said." The Zhao family's eldest master pondered. "Gao Wujiao dared to kill my Zhao family's people must be given an account, but the reason behind it must be investigated clearly. Also, the search for the Dragon Pearl as explained by the old ancestor is the most important thing for the moment." On the other hand, Gao Wuyo brought Qiu Qianren, Qin Zhan, Lin Zhennan, Lin Wanner, Wang Shanha and his group to Kyoto as well. For martial artists, Kyoto was indeed a paradise for practicing martial arts. It was a place where most of the resources of the entire Xia kingdom were gathered, and martial arts was prevalent. Everywhere on the streets were martial artists, and the peak powerhouses of the martial arts world were basically gathered in Kyoto. Gao Wuqiu arranged for everyone to temporarily live in the Gao family residence. As a big man in Kyoto, Gao Wuqiu's status and strength needed no doubt. Looking at the prosperous and quiet Gao family residence, even Qiu Qianren was a bit envious. At the same time, because of Qin Zhan's sake, Gao Wuqiu was very generous to tell the truth about his own martial arts experience. This held great value for Wang Shanha, Lin Zhennan, Lin Wanner, and Qin Zhan. Sure enough, as soon as a few people arrived in Kyoto, the Zhao family immediately sent someone to invite Gao Wuqiu to come. Gao Wuqiu was not a wimp, and immediately went to the appointment, accompanied by Qiu Qianren. Lin Zhennan stayed at the high-price residence to recuperate from his injuries, and Wang Shanha also stayed here to practice hard. Qin Zhan and Lin Wanner planned to go out for a walk. It was their first time in the capital. The 2 of them walked aimlessly on the bustling streets of Kyoto. As noon approached, the 2 originally planned to find a restaurant nearby to eat. Right at this moment, a young man and woman ran over with frightened faces. This young man and woman were covered in blood and had some wounds visible to the naked eye. Just as Qin Zhan and Lin Wanner were in a daze, several black sedans quickly rushed over behind them. The sedans quickly stopped, their doors opened, and a group of people walked down from above. At the head was a middle-aged man with a cold face. "Can't you keep running instead? Let's see where you guys can run to," the middle-aged man at the head said while ordering his men to quickly surround the young man and woman. "Pang family, I, Zhang Chang, will not let you go even if I become a ghost." Seeing that he couldn't run away, the young man simply stopped running. Clenching his fists, he blocked the girls together. "He, kid," the middle-aged man at the head of the group said disdainfully. "In that case, let your brother and sister duo not even be ghosts. Bring them back and hand them over to the young master to dispose of." Soon, several people rushed over together, erupting a wave of chi to suppress the injured brother and sister duo. "Brother," the girl looked to be similar in age to Qin Zhan and Lin Wanner, her face terrified. "Sister," the young man glanced at his sister, and the brother and sister looked at each other as if they had made some major decision. Suddenly, they only saw the brother and sister holding hands, then running their chi, madly rushing towards the iron pillar on the side. "Want to die?" The middle-aged man at the head didn't panic when he saw this, and with a cold snort, a chi energy erupted from within his body, directly calming the 2 siblings. "Zhang Chang, Zhang Yu, remember, Ding Xiao didn't let you die. You can't die yet, understand? Bastard!" The young man called Zhang Chang's eyes were red as he roared. As he spoke, the middle-aged man stomped on Zhang Chang's body, then lifted Zhang Yu up with a smooth hand. "How dare a small Zhang family go against our Chang family? Ha! Chang Guang!" Zhang Chang was trampled under his feet, clenching his teeth as he cursed angrily. "Our Zhang family's ancestor once followed the Dragon Emperor. You guys are committing an act of extermination today, and in the next dynasty if the Dragon Emperor returns, he will surely exterminate your entire Chang family." The middle-aged man, Chang Guang, laughed disdainfully and said, The Dragon Emperor has disappeared for decades, and has long been dead. Ha! Still want to expect the Dragon Emperor to return? Oh, don't worry, even if the Dragon Emperor is really still alive, your Zhang family will never see it. And at this moment, Qin Zhan and Lin Wanner, who had been watching, were somewhat unable to sit still. Originally, the two of them were not clear about the situation and wanted to see what was going on. When they heard this young man called Zhang Chang mention the Dragon Emperor, Qin Zhan directly stood out. Release them! Qin Zhan shouted and walked out, staring at Cheng Guang. Cheng Guang looked up with a glance and saw that Qin Zhan's hair hadn't even grown, and said disdainfully, "Who the hell are you? Mind your own business and get out of the way immediately. Blocking our Cheng family's business. Do you want to die?" Qin Zhan snorted coldly. He had just come to Kyoto and was still not too clear about the forces of the major families in Kyoto. However, he had just heard Zhang Chang say that the Zhang family's ancestor had once followed the Dragon Emperor, so he had to stand out no matter what. "I don't know if your Cheng family is the Cheng family. Immediately release them for me." Chapter 47, something big seems to be happening. Hearing Qin Zhan's arrogant and confident words, the Cheng family and the others were still frozen. They also mistakenly thought that Qin Zhan and Lin Wanner were the sons, young masters, of whichever big family in Kyoto. After all, in a place like Kyoto, resources were highly concentrated. It wasn't ruled out that one could run into top-tier bigwigs from time to time while walking down the street. After all, Qin Zhuo looked young and also had the strength of the third stage of the yoke, especially Lin Wanner, the #1 beauty of the South. Even in Kyoto, her posture was also a sight to behold and her temperament was extraordinary. "Dare I ask your name?" "I am Cheng Guang of the Cheng family." Cheng Guang revealed his family name. Although the Cheng family was not comparable to a first-rate family in Kyoto, it was definitely among the best of the second-rate, especially since many people knew that the Cheng family was none other than the present-day Zhao family, the #1 family in the Summer Kingdom. Your ing def ah, it's all been said. I don't care which family you're from, release them immediately. Qin Zhan felt that this Cheng Guang's strength should be about the same as his own, maybe slightly stronger, and he also brought several men behind him. If he did it rashly, he estimated that there was no way to have an overwhelming advantage in a short period of time, so it would be better to fake a tiger and deter the other party first. But Cheng Guang is not stupid. In Kyoto, this boundary to mix eyesight is very important. Seeing that Qin Zhan has always refused to reveal his family, plus Zhang Chang, Zhang Yu's siblings, that is the Cheng family's great young master Chen Bing personally ordered to eliminate the roots of the people. Therefore, Cheng Guang was not polite anymore and said, "Since you refuse to talk, then please better not meddle in your own business or else you'll get into trouble." Ha! Qin Zhan clenched his fists. Suddenly his strength of the third stage of the yoke erupted, and the dragon pearl behind his back fiercely flashed with a luster. "Either release the person and roll immediately, or I'll settle you." Cheng Guang was still the first time he encountered Qin Zhan, who did not follow the rules, but sensed a dangerous aura on Qin Zhan's body. "Young man, you'd better not mind your own business. These two people are the remaining members of the Zhang family and were ordered to clean up by our young master. Offend our young master. You." Just as Cheng Guang was still bringing out his own young master to scare Qin Zhan coldly and directly struck out. He stored up his strength and slammed his fist down towards Cheng Guang, and Cheng Guang flew out directly under the pain. Cheng Guang never dreamed that this teenager in front of him would directly strike at himself. "Remember, my name is Qin Zhan." Cheng Guang was only at the third stage of the yoke, and was violently struck by Qin Zhan, directly seriously injured, lying on the ground and starting to spit out blood. A few of his men ran over to help him up as he clenched his fists and stared angrily at Qin Zhan. "Alright, Qin, you're right, this isn't over. You wait." Scram! Cheng Guang and the others couldn't eat Qin Zhan's identity, and when they saw that something was wrong, they had to leave immediately. Seeing the Cheng family's people leave, Qin Zhan and Lin Wanner also immediately went forward to help Zhang Chang, Zhang Yu's brother and sister up. "Mr. Qin, the kindness of saving their lives is unforgettable." The two siblings were filled with gratitude. Wiping the blood from their bodies, they were about to kneel down for Qin Zhan. "Brother, there's no need to be like this." Qin Zhan immediately supported the two and laughed. "This place isn't safe, seeing as those people just now shouldn't let up. Let's quickly leave." Lin Wanner reminded from the side. Soon, the few people arrived at another restaurant. The brother and sister duo simply washed and cleaned up for a moment or two, and then devoured the food. After a meal, the brother and sister once again thanked Qin Zhan and Lin Wanner profusely. Through understanding, they learned that the two were from the Kyoto Zhang family. The Kyoto Zhang family did once follow the Dragon Emperor, and was originally respected, and although the family did not have any great ambitions, they were still enjoying themselves in Kyoto, the land of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Not long ago, the Cheng family suddenly made an excuse to make trouble for the Zhang family. The Cheng family is a second-rate family in Kyoto, among the best, the power far more than the Zhang family. in addition to the Chang family in Kyoto behind the Zhao family backing. Therefore, in one night, the Zhang family was brutally destroyed, and the whole family was slaughtered. Only the brother and sister escaped, but for days, they have been hiding and being hunted by the Chang family. The two siblings hadn't eaten for 3 days, and today they had planned to venture out to get something to eat, but they were unexpectedly discovered by the Chang family's eyes and ears. Fortunately, they ran into Qin Zhan and Lin Wanner on their way to escape. Mr. Qin, Miss Lin, a great favor is not appreciated, but the Chang family's sudden move against our Zhang family should be aimed at eradicating all people and forces related to the Dragon Emperor. We must leave immediately, or else we will definitely implicate you. Saying so, the brother and sister duo were about to bid farewell and leave. Brothers, wait a moment. Qin Zhan called out to the brother and sister duo. The information received from the brother and sister duo here was indeed a bit strange. The Dragon Emperor had once guarded the Xia Kingdom and was at the peak of martial arts, although he had fallen under the Dragon Abyss, but this matter was only known to a very few people. Besides, people such as Qiu Qianren, Wang Shanhe, and Yao Wuyo were all related to the Dragon Emperor. They had always been loyal to the Dragon Emperor, so how could there suddenly be a force that wanted to take action against all the people and forces related to the Dragon Emperor? In that case, wouldn't Gao Wuyo, Qiu Qianren, and Wang Shanhe all be in danger? Moreover, a mere Chang family, although it was also a second-rate top in Kyoto, it shouldn't have the guts to do that. I heard Qiu Qianren once say that the Dragon Emperor's 4 great generals in the past were all formidable existences. If the Chang family did this, wouldn't they be afraid of the wrath of the 4 great war generals, and those powerful people who were loyal to the Dragon Emperor? Thinking of this, Qin Zhan only expressed his doubts, but did not reveal his identity. Even if you guys leave, I don't think the Chang family's people will let me go. AI. Zheng Chang felt guilty and said, Mr. Qin, truth be told, my grandfather mentioned a word about it before he died in battle. The Chang family is also acting under orders, and mostly under the orders of the Zhao family. We want to go forward and tell Mr. Shui about this matter immediately. Which Mr. Shui? Qin Zhan asked. Zheng Chang hesitated and said, It's Shui Feng, the beloved disciple of Elder Tianji, the Dragon Emperor's former subordinate. Qin Zhan and Lin Wanner were a little surprised when they heard this. They had heard old man Tianji mentioned by Gao Wuyo, saying that this person was both good and evil, and they were currently not clear about his stance. Qin Zhan had wanted to persuade the siblings, but he didn't know how to open his mouth. Moreover, he had a hunch that Zhang Chang, Zhang Yu and the siblings should still have some important things to hide. However, he didn't pursue the matter, but instead, he kindly reminded, Brother, I don't know much about the Dragon Emperor's matter, but when the Zhang family was annihilated, why didn't Elder Tianji and his disciple Shui Feng come to their aid? That we are not sure about. Zheng Chang was straightforward, but his attitude was equally clear. This matter is only clear when we meet Elder Shui, and if we don't inform him before it's too late, I'm afraid that anyone who has ever had a relationship with the Dragon Emperor will be in danger. Qin Zhan thought for a moment, then said, How about this, brother? We are fine anyway. Why don't we accompany you to find Shui Feng? Otherwise there is no guarantee that your brother and sister won't fall into the hands of Chang's family again. Chapter 48 Difficulties. In the face of Qin Zhan's goodwill, the two siblings, Zhang Chang and Zhang Yu, hesitated for a moment before agreeing. The 4 of them then cleaned up a bit and immediately restaurant, intending to go directly to Shui Feng. Kyoto was very prosperous, and its city was so large that it was claimed that no rain had ever covered the entire Kyoto. The pattern of the rich in the east and the rich in the west, and the poor in the south and the poor in the north accommodated an endless number of people converging here. Elder Tianji used to be an old part of the Dragon Emperor and lived in the eastern part of the city. The current location of the few people was in the west of the city, so they had to go through a certain distance to reach it. In order to avoid any complications, the 4 of them were very careful, but unexpectedly, not long after leaving the restaurant, they were still discovered by the Chang family's people. This time, the leader was a young man in his 20s, and the Chang Bing from earlier followed behind. Seeing that young man, Zheng Chang and Zhang Yu's siblings' faces suddenly changed, looking terrified. Young Qin, that man is Chang Bing, the young master of the Chang family. Zheng Chang said, Young Qin, why don't you take Miss Lin and leave quickly? Once you fall into Chang Bing's hands, life is worse than death. This man is an animal, a demon. Although Zhang Yu was fearful, he still looked out for Qin Zhan and Lin Wanner. Qin Zhan smiled and didn't care. On this journey, killing his way out from Tianzhou, his own cousin, Li Shui, the Yu family twins, including Qiu Qianren's beloved disciple, Chu Nanfeng, he had seen all kinds of people. If I leave, won't you all be dead? Saying that, instead of running away, Qin Zhan strutted directly towards Chang Bing and the others. Young master, that was that man just now. Chang Wang saw Qin Zhan, then said loudly. Chang Bing nodded with a cold face. To be able to mix in Kyoto, being careful was a mandatory lesson, or else you might kick the can down the road if you weren't careful. Chang Bing gazed coldly at Qin Zhan, then asked, "You are Qin Zhan, aren't you?" "I, Chang Bing." Qin Zhan snorted coldly and said, "Don't know, never heard of it." Chang Bing's face changed slightly as he continued, "Dare I ask which great god young Qin is worshipping?" Qin Zhan couldn't help but snicker in his heart. It seems that people in Kyoto are more cautious. "Does it matter to you which great god I worship?" Hearing Qin Zhan's reply, Chang Bing could no longer hold back a bit. In his opinion, knowing that Chang Guang was his man, and was under his orders to arrest Zhang Chang, Zhang Yu's brother and sister, Qin Zhan still dared to make a move to stop them. His first impression was that Qin Zhan had a background. However, through his investigation, there was no one of the younger generation in Kyoto named Qin Zhan. However, for the sake of insurance, so Chang Bing was still patient and wanted to figure it out. "Qin War, do you think that this young man doesn't dare to do anything to you? Come on if you're capable." Qin Zhan was unceremonious. It wasn't that he had a brutal attitude, but what attitude towards what? From Zhang Chang, Zhang Yu's siblings, he had long known that this Chang Bing was exceptionally cruel. Therefore, there was no need to treat this person politely. Moreover, even if he was polite, the other party would not let it go. In that case, there's no point in talking about it. "It's fine if you want to talk. Get out of the way immediately and don't block our path." Ha! Chang Bing couldn't hold back completely at this time, the muscles on his face twitching. In Kyoto, as long as he didn't kick the iron plate, no one dared to talk to him like this. "Listen, this young man doesn't care what your origin is. If you dare to block and dare to hit my Chang family's people with your hands, this young man will make you look good today. I'll wait." Qin Zhan responded forcefully. As he spoke, the two were about to make a move. This Chang Bing's strength was at the 5th stage of the yoke, similar to Yu Shinkong from before. Therefore, Qin Zhan was not afraid of it. Moreover, apart from a Chang Guang who was at the 3rd stage of the yoke, this Chang Bing did not bring out any strong men from the Chang family, so it seemed that this person was very confident. However, in Chang Bing's opinion, Qin Zhan was 2 segments lower than himself, which was enough to take him down easily. In an instant, Chang Bing's chi energy erupted. The bones on his body emitted a crisp ringing sound, wanting to instantly suppress Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan sneered disdainfully. He sensed that if it came to real battle power, this Chang Bing was afraid that he was still inferior to Yu Shinkong. Facing the pressure of chi energy that erupted from his opponent, a light quickly emanated from his back, helping him to dissolve that pressure. Then he clenched his fists, a cold smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. "Is that all you're capable of?" Qin Zhan said sarcastically. Chang Bing was surprised and a bit puzzled. There was clearly a difference of 2 levels, but Qin Zhan seemed completely unaffected by him. "If you dare to interfere in my Chang family's business, then there is only one outcome: death." Chang Bing shouted and suddenly blasted his fist down towards Qin Zhan. "Young Qin, be careful." Zhang Chang and Zhang Yu shouted worriedly. They also saw that Qin Zhan's segment was clearly inferior to Chang Bing. Moreover, Chang Bing was well known and had a great reputation within the 2nd generation circle in Kyoto. However, the next moment the siblings realized that they were overthinking it, only to see Qin Zhan harden his front side and fiercely blast a fist against it. In an instant, both of their fists blasted against each other. A ball of light violently erupted from Qin Zhan's body, and at that moment Chang Bing was directly sent flying, while Qin Zhu simply took a few steps backward. This exaggerated scene stunned everyone. "Young master!" Chang Guang and the others immediately ran over to check Chang Bing's injuries. Chang Bing stood up from the ground with great difficulty, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth as he felt raw pain in his fists. He looked at Qin Zhan in shock and disbelief. "What a ing waste!" Qin Zhan taunted. Chang Bing shook out his fist, a murderous aura appearing inside his eyes before he yelled, "Call someone immediately." Hearing that the other party was going to call someone, Qin Zhan stopped babbling now. He directly rushed over and launched a powerful attack on Chang Bing. After a few simple punches, Chang Bing was completely unable to resist. He then grabbed Chang Bing's neck and backhanded a few slaps down. "Do you believe that I will directly kill you?" Chang Bing had a tough attitude and said angrily, "If you dare to kill me, I guarantee that you won't see the sun tomorrow. Try it then," said Qin Zhan as his fingers exerted force and pinched Chang Bing, making it difficult for him to breathe. "Young master, let go. Let go of our young master immediately." Chang Guang and the others surrounded and yelled at Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan snorted coldly and glanced at Zhang Chang. "Zhang Yu brothers and sisters," remembering what the siblings had said about Chang Bing's cruel atrocities, "old me hates being threatened the most." As he spoke, Qin Zhan no longer hesitated and pinched with force. Kaboom! A bone-clear sound rang out. Chang Bing's neck lolled. His eyes widened, not believing to his death that Qin Zhan had just directly pinched him to death. You killed our young master. Ah, how dare you kill our young master!" Cheng Guang and the others were scared less. They didn't expect this teenager to be so decisive and ruthless, not being threatened at all, killing whenever he said he would. Do you all want to die too? Scram at once. Qin Zhan roared, threw away Cheng Bing's corpse as he shouted out Lin Wanner, Zhang Cheng, and Zhang Yu and left in a long walk. Chapter 49, The Cheng Family's Rage. Kyoto, Cheng Family. Several people from Changguang were kneeling on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. On the ground lay Cheng Guang's dead body, and Cheng family head Cheng Guoqing brought the family's top brass to sniff out the news. Who did this? Who killed my son? Cheng Guoqing roared like a lion. A murderous aura rushed to the sky and filled the entire house. Family Master. Spare your life. Family Master. It was done by a person called Qinzhan, together with those two remaining members of the Zheng family. Cheng Guang shivered and told what happened. Rubbish, trash, rubbish, go bury my son with him. Without saying a word, Cheng Guoqing slapped out a palm with his backhand, directly slapping the several people kneeling on the ground. Cheng Guang, to death, no matter who it is, I want him in pieces. I want to use his head to give worship to my son. Cheng Guoqing's eyes were red, his face grim as he continuously roared. Family Master, calm your anger, a senior Cheng family member reminded in a low voice. Family Master, it is imperative that we immediately capture those two remaining members of the Zheng family to silence them. Otherwise, once we allow those two remaining members to publicize the matter, I'm afraid that it will bring calamity to our Cheng family. Yes, family head, the young master's revenge must be avenged, but cutting off the roots is the most important thing at the moment. Hearing the family hierarchy exhort, Cheng Guoqing clenched his fists and immediately calmed down despite his murderous anger. The Cheng family was ordered to launch a targeted killing of the forces related to the Dragon Emperor in the past, although it was said that they were following orders. If they really messed up big time, it wasn't impossible for the Zhao family behind them to cross the river and unload their weapons. Dragon Emperor had once stood at the peak of martial arts and had many followers. The most famous ones were the four great warriors of the past, and the elder Tianji. The Zheng family, as a family that was once related to the Dragon Emperor, the Cheng family was ordered to exterminate the family with lightning speed this time. The only thing that allowed Zhang Cheng and Zhang Yu, the brother and sister duo, to escape was that their own son had been on a huge hunt to find them. Unexpectedly, it would turn out to be such a result. Cheng Guoqing was furious, but he also knew that what the others were saying was right. Family Master, according to the news that came back, the Zheng family brother and sister duo should have gone to Elder Tianji's place to ventilate. Our Cheng family should immediately intercept them halfway. If Elder Tianji finds out, I'm afraid that our Cheng family will be in great trouble. Cheng family experts spoke out to warn him, and Cheng Guoqing's face turned blue. Then he waved his hand and said, immediately give Binger a good burial while mobilizing people to immediately arrest that little brute called Qinzhan. As for the Zhang family siblings running to Elder Tianji's to report the news, there is no harm in doing so at this time. Saying that, Cheng Bing directly took out his cell phone and made a call. Young Shui, something happened to Cheng Bing, he was killed. Shui Feng on the other end of the phone was obviously a little surprised when he heard this, then asked, who did this? Xiao Shui. According to the news we just got, it was a young little brute called Qinzhan who did it. That little brute is now with the Zhang family siblings and is heading towards Zunshi's place. Alright, I know. Cheng Guoqing hung up the phone and casually crushed it to pieces. When the Cheng family executives heard this, they were all overjoyed, not realizing that the family head Cheng Guoqing was actually in league with Elder Tianji's disciple Shui Feng. At the same time, Qin Zhan, Lin Wanner, Zhang Cheng, and Zhang Yu had arrived at Shui Feng's residence in the eastern part of Kyoto. Along the way, the two siblings hadn't reacted yet and were incredulous that Qin Zhan had directly defeated and killed Cheng Bing Yoke 5th stage with Yoke 3rd stage. Alright, you siblings don't worry about it. I haven't put a mere Cheng family in my eyes yet. It's important to do the right thing. Qin Zhan smiled and looked up at the mansion in front of him to remind him. Only then did Zhang Chang and Zhang Yu come to their senses. The four of them arrived at the entrance of the mansion. Zhang Chang walked towards the front and said to the Shui family's subordinate, hello, I'm Zhang Chang of the Zhang family, and I have a very important matter to inform Lord Shui. The Shui family's subordinate looked up at Zhang Chang, then at the three people standing behind him, Qin Zhan, Lin Wanner, and Zhang Yu, and a cold smile flashed across the corner of his mouth. Zhang Chang didn't notice it, but Qin Zhan, who had been carefully observing, had keenly captured it. But for a moment, he couldn't figure out what was going on, so he didn't say anything. Wait a moment, Shui Xiao will be right out. Sure enough, as soon as the words of the subordinate of the Shui mansion fell, a young man in his 20s inside the house quickly walked out. This person was dressed in white and possessed the strength of the 6th stage of the yoke, and was none other than Elder Tianji's disciple, Shui Feng, Lord Shui. The moment Zhang Chang saw Shui Feng, he was thrilled beyond words and immediately knelt down. Seeing his brother like this, Zhang Yu also immediately followed suit and knelt down. Lord Shui, you have to do right by our Zhang family. The Chang family suddenly attacked a few days ago, slaughtering our Zhang family up and down. Only my sister and I were left to escape. Before my grandfather died, he said that he wanted us to escape at all costs to tell the news to Elder Tianji. This is a purge launched against everything related to the Dragon Emperor in the past. Zhang Chang knelt on the ground and said all in one breath. Who knew that Xue Feng had a cold face and simply responded, "Got it." He then looked at the siblings and said, "Anything else?" Zhang Chang paused, then said in a very low voice, "Lord Shui, there is also the fact that all of this was secretly instructed by the Zhao family." Xue Feng was unimpressed, then said coldly, "I will tell Master his old man about this matter." Lord Shui, Zhang Chang continued, "Just now, thanks to Young Qin's help, or else our brother and sister would have escaped death, and it would have been impossible for us to come to you alive to call this news to you. But Young Qin has already killed Chang family's young master Chang Bing just now. The Chang family will never let it go. So I want to ask you if you can mediate a bit from this." Ha! Hearing this, Xue Feng finally couldn't help but sneer. He glanced at Qin Zhan and Lin Wanner, especially after seeing Lin Wanner's white skin and stunning aura with a convex front and curved back. He unabashedly revealed his greed. "You guys don't have a lot of guts. Chang Bing is a member of Kyoto's second-generation gang. If you kill him, even if I can take care of the Chang family, the group of second-generation gang won't let you go." Lord Shui, "What then?" Zhang Chang asked fearfully. Xue Feng was very sinister. With a twinkle in his eye, he said, "In this case, you guys wait here. Master has explained. Remember not to clash with the members of the second-generation gang. However, you Zhang family members have also followed the Dragon Emperor before. Since you're here, this young man naturally won't stand idly by. You guys wait here for a while. Someone will come to meet you later to take you to a safe place." Hearing Xue Feng say this, Zhang Chang, Zhang Yu's siblings were finally relieved. Xue Feng was the disciple of Elder Tianji. His status was above the Chang family, so the Chang family naturally had something to worry about. It was just that Qin Zhan could see a hint of clues at this time. He had a very bad impression of this Xue Feng. He always felt that this person was insidious and cunning. Most likely there was some kind of conspiracy. Chapter 50, they're all in on it together. May I ask who's coming to meet us in a moment and to which safe place? Qin Zhan couldn't help but open his mouth and ask. Xue Feng glanced at Qin Zhan. Seeing that Qin Zhan only had the strength of the third stage of the yoke, he did not place it in his eyes. However, just a moment ago, he received a call from Chang Guoqing, the head of the Chang family. Knowing that Chang Bing was killed by this Qin Zhan in front of him, Chang Bing, whom he knew, had been following the second-generation gang leaders in Kyoto. Although he was only at the fifth stage of the yoke and was not as strong as himself, he was by no means a waste of space to be able to enter the second-generation gang of Kyoto. How could a martial artist of the third yoke stage kill Chang Bing? This made Xue Feng feel a bit puzzled. But right now, Qin Zhan asked this sudden question. Xue Feng coldly said, "Don't ask more than you should. Just wait, can't I even ask?" Qin Zhan felt more and more that this Xue Feng was odd, and continued. Seeing that Qin Zhan and Xue Feng's tone was getting more and more out of place, Zhang Chang was afraid that the two of them would clash and hurriedly came to round up the scene. "Young Qin, we'll just listen to Lord Xue's arrangements." Qin Zhan sighed, feeling somewhat speechless, but without substantial evidence, he couldn't say anything. However, thinking about it, Xue Feng was only the disciple of Elder Tianji. Elder Tianji had once followed the Dragon Emperor as well, and his status and strength was not as strong as the four great war generals. Now that he himself had the backing of Gao Wujiao, one of the four great war generals, he was not afraid of Xue Feng at all. Lin Wanner also foolishly stood out and persuaded. "Qin War, Zhang Chang has a point. We just came to the capital of the capital and are unclear about many things. It's better to listen to Lord Xue's safety." Ha! Xue Feng laughed coldly, always staring at Lin Wanner, saying, "What is this young lady's name?" "Hello Lord Xue, my name is Lin Wanner." Lin Wanner responded politely. "Miss Lin, why don't you get acquainted and reward me with a meal tonight?" Xue Feng completely treated Qin Zhan as heir, not good enough to skeptically launch an invitation to Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner was a bit uncomfortable, and with a faint smile, she politely refused. "Lord Xue, no, I'm afraid I'm not available tonight." As she said that, Lin Wanner didn't forget to look at Qin Zhan. This scene was of course all seen by Xue Feng. In front of a stunning beauty like Lin Wanner, a man's face is most important. Miss Lin politely rejected me because of him? Lord Xue, you've misunderstood. This has nothing to do with Qin Zhan. Ha! Xue Feng was unimpressed and said, "It doesn't matter if it's related. After all, a person who is about to die." At these words, Qin Zhan's heart shook as he immediately asked, "What do you mean? What can this young man mean?" Xue Feng said in a cold voice, "You killed Chang Bing. Is it hard to believe that you still want to see tomorrow's sun?" Ha! Qin Zhan also laughed disdainfully and said, is that so? In that case, I feel a little scared. Poof. Xuefeng coldly grunted. Kid, you don't need to be shady in front of this young man, soon you'll know. The water in Kyoto is very deep. It's not something a foreigner like you can grasp. Fine, I'll wait. Qin Zhan was unimpressed. Right at this moment, a black sedan drove over quickly. The sedan came flying and stopped at the Shui mansion's entrance, and 4 middle-aged men came down from the car. These 4 middle-aged men had a calm pace and extraordinary aura, and they were strong martial artists at first glance. Seeing these 4 middle-aged men, Xuefeng smiled even more sinisterly. The 4 middle-aged men were respectful towards Xuefeng. After getting off the car, they walked over together and shouted in unison, Xue Xiao. Xuefeng nodded slightly and said, the people are all here. Remember, do it cleanly and don't leave any tails. Don't worry Xiao Xue. The 4 middle-aged men had a murderous look on their faces. Then Chi-Chi looked at the 4 of them. Qin Zhan, Lin Wanner, Zhang Yu, and Zhang Chang. Zhang Chang was still dumbfounded at this time and didn't realize the seriousness of the problem, and said in surprise, Lord Shui, the 4 seniors are appreciated. Ha! The 4 sneered with a murderous aura. Then they looked directly at Qin Zhan and said angrily, little brute, you are Qin Zhan? You're so damn bold. How dare you kill our young master? Today, I must pluck your skin and draw your tendons. Hearing this, all of a sudden, several people all understood. You're from the Chang family. Zhang Chang and Zhang Yu's siblings shouted, Lord Shui, this? Qin Zhan shook his head breathlessly, looking at the panicked brother and sister duo, and spat, alright stop shouting. The moment I came, I had a feeling that something wasn't quite right with this dog pussy. Poof. Xuefeng also stopped pretending at this time, staring at Qin Zhan, saying, kid, you have a cheap mouth. Don't worry, come over here today. You will definitely regret coming to this world. Zhang family siblings, and this little brute called Qin Zhan are at your disposal. Lin Wanner stays. Alright, young Shui. The 4 people from the Chang family responded, all revealing killing intent. These 4 were the core experts of the Chang family, and their strength segments were at least from golden body. Therefore, Qin Zhan did not have any intention of making a move, knowing that forcing a move was tantamount to asking for pain and humiliation. Take the remaining members of the Zhang family along with this little brute. A man shouted, slow down. Qin Zhan shouted without fear and said, just a few of you scumbags want to move, lousy? Little brute. You they seek death. The 4 members of the Chang family had long wanted to break Qin Zhan into pieces, not realizing that at this time Qin Zhan would still dare to be so arrogant. Little trash. You have quite a lot of guts. We'll make sure you regret being a human being and make you kneel in front of our young master's grave for eternity to thank us for your sins. After saying that, one of the people's human energy violently erupted, forming a golden body shielding astral aura. Obviously, these 4 people from the Chang family were indeed golden body stage martial artists. Seeing this, Zhang Chang, Zhang Yu's siblings immediately knelt down and knelt in front of Xuefeng. Although the 2 siblings were somewhat not quite clear-headed, they were indeed kind-hearted. Lord Shui, these matters have nothing to do with young Qin. Miss Lin, I implore you to help. Lord Shui, please, we are willing to die. Get up. Qin Zhan saw the siblings kneeling down and begging bitterly, and shouted, wake up. Xuefeng, this scumbag has clearly colluded with the Chang family for a long time. What are you guys still begging him for? Then Qin Zhan stared at Xuefeng and said sarcastically, you are at least a disciple of Elder Tianji. Both Elder Tianji and the Zhang family are related to the Dragon Emperor. Are you not afraid that this dog scum who eats his way out of this world will be caught in the east and die without a burial place? He. Xuefeng laughed disdainfully and said, kid, you know quite a lot, but it doesn't matter. As long as we solve you guys, no one will know about these things. Good. Very good. Qin Zhan was enraged. He hated traitors the most in his life. There was no doubt that Xuefeng was the outright traitor. I'll make sure you kneel on the ground and apologize. Kid, you're so tough-mouthed. You still dare to speak out of turn even when you're on the verge of death. Xuefeng was unimpressed. The reason why he did this was naturally planned. With that, Xuefeng winked at the 4 members of the Chang family, signaling the 4 to act immediately. Chapter 51, Making a Phone Call. Facing the imposing Chang family's 4 great experts, Qin Zhan was not nervous at all. He stood in front of Lin Wanner and Zhang Yu, Zhang Chang, and confronted the 4 great experts. Xuefeng, and you 4 stinking brutes of the Chang family, if I lose a single hair of sweat today, all of you will be unable to eat. Believe it or not, little brute, no matter what your origin is, you killed our young master. Our Chang family will definitely make you pay for your blood. Little brute, you don't have to pretend. There's no one like you in the Kyoto circle, even if there is someone like you. So what? My Chang family is not someone to be messed with. The Chang family's 4 great experts were also at the golden body level, so they weren't that easily intimidated. Moreover, the Chang family now had the Zhao family as their thighs behind them, and now they also had Xue Feng to back them up. Even if Qin Zhan really had a background, they weren't afraid. Ha! Qin Zhan smiled disbelievingly and said, "Believe it or not, if I make a phone call, you guys will immediately kneel down honestly? Little beast, less nagging today you're dead." The Cheng family's 4 great experts snorted coldly. On the contrary, it was Xue Feng who saw that Qin Zhan wasn't afraid at all, and that expression didn't look like he was faking it. His heart also began to mutter, could it be that this kid is really something? However, on second thought, there was no one surnamed Qin in the Kyoto second generation gang. Qin War, are you trying to scare this young man? Bastard, Qin Zhan sarcastically said. Whether it's a scare or not, I'll know with a single phone call. Saying that, Qin Zhan directly pulled out his cell phone. In this situation, no matter how heaven-defying he was, it was impossible for him to single-handedly challenge the Cheng families for golden body stage powerhouses, so just directly call and inform Gao Wuyo, who was also a big shot in Kyoto. That is by no means something that the Cheng family can touch. Even Elder Tianji is still a notch behind. Seeing that Qin Zhan did not hesitate to pull out his cell phone to make a call, Xue Feng and the 4 geniuses of the Cheng family all froze in their hearts. At the same time, a thought popped up. Could it be that Qin Zhan really had an origin? Especially seeing Qin Zhan's confident and emboldened appearance didn't seem like he was faking it. Zhang Chang and Zhang Yu also froze, their hearts flooded with doubts. Only Lin Wanner knew the details, and like Qin Zhan, she wasn't worried in the slightest. The phone call quickly went through, but it was always beeping, with no one answering at all. Now, Xue Feng and the 4 experts of the Cheng clan, who were still a bit uncertain, immediately burst out laughing. He, little beast, you continue to pretend. Let's see how long you can pretend. Little brute, fight. I want to see what you're really about. The 4 Cheng family experts laughed coldly, as if watching a trick as they watched Qin Zhan perform. Xue Feng also laughed and said in a cold voice, not very old, but a dog's guts. Qin Zhan ignored it, and in his heart, he was getting a little anxious. Seeing that Gao Wuyo's phone couldn't get through, he began to switch to Qiu Qianren's phone to call. Qiu Qianren's phone was similarly beeping. No one answered. Could it be that something has happened to Elder Qiu? Elder Gao? Qin Zhan was vaguely uneasy in his heart. Before he and Lin Wanner had come out, Gao Wuyo and Qiu Qianren had gone to the Zhao family's appointment. However, with Gao Wuyo's status, the Zhao family would definitely not dare to mess around easily. Kid, what? Are you trying to tell us that the phone can't be reached? Xue Feng mocked to his heart's content. Qin Zhan felt his face was a little shineless, and then he could only call Wang Shanhe. This time, Wang Shanhe quickly answered the phone. Elder Wang, immediately bring an expert to the Shui mansion in the east of the city. The faster the better. After briefly explaining a few sentences, Qin Zhan hung up the phone. Ha! Xue Feng still didn't think so and said, Kid, in that case this young end would like to see who you call for help. Soon you'll know. Qin Zhan similarly sneered. In this way, Xue Feng gave an order and drove the 4 of them, Qin Zhan, Lin Wanner, Zhang Chang, and Zhang Yu, into the Shui mansion. Xue Feng wasn't that old, but he was loved by Elder Tianji. This could be seen from the fact that Elder Tianji had specially allowed him to open his mansion to meet the government. After entering the Shui mansion, Xue Feng stood with the Cheng family's 4 great experts and stared coldly at the 4. With the rapid passage of time, about half an hour or so had passed. Sure enough, the sound of a car's horn came from outside the Shui mansion. Then only Wang Shanhe and an old man were seen walking in quickly with hurried faces. Wang Shanhe was at the 9th stage of the yoke, a strength that was better than nothing in front of the strongest members of the great families in Kyoto. But Ningbo, who came with him, was only a servant in Gao Wuyo's residence, but his strength was not to be underestimated, and had already reached the 2nd stage of the golden body. Of course the main thing was that the status grade was different. Mr. Qin. As soon as Ningbo and Wang Shanhe came in, they saw Qin Zhan, Lin Wanner, Zhang Chang, and Zhang Yu surrounded in the center. Moreover, at a glance, it looked like the 4 people of the Cheng family were raging, with a murderous aura vaguely churning from their bodies. Ningbo was furious on the spot, then asked, Mr. Qin, Miss Lin, you guys aren't hurt, right? Fortunately okay. Qin Zhan laughed. Elder Wang, Ningbo has troubled you two to make a trip. No trouble, no trouble. Ningbo knew Qin Zhan's identity. If a hair of sweat was missing from this, Gao Wuyo would definitely directly bulldoze the entire Cheng family. The Cheng family, and Mr. Shui right. Seeing as Mr. Qin, Miss Lin and the others are not injured, the old slave won't bother with you today. Release them immediately. Ningbo's aura was very strong. The 2nd stage of the golden body was about the same as these 4 people from the Cheng family, but there was no advantage in a pair of 4. Old man, what are you? This little brute killed our Cheng family's young master, and this is how he wants to leave? Old fellow, since you're with this little brute as well, then simply stay. The four members of the Chang family didn't recognize Ningbo, nor did they know Ningbo's identity, but seeing that Ningbo's strength segment was the same as theirs, they didn't put it in their eyes at all. Ningbo didn't lash out on the spot, but instead looked at Shui Feng and asked, Sir Shui, as the disciple of Elder Tianji, are you also going to mix with the Chang family's people to the detriment of Mr. Qin? Uncle Ning, you're mistaken. Xinjian stared at Shui Feng and said, this dog scum has long been in cahoots with the Chang family, and he's even backing up the Chang family's people. I see. Ningbo had a stern face and said, Mr. Shui, the old slave advises you to behave yourself, or else Elder Tianji won't be able to save you. Shui Feng wasn't stupid. Hearing Ningbo say this, he was also guessing Ningbo's identity. What are you? You know my master? Ningbo snorted coldly and said, I'm nothing but an old servant in Lord Gao's residence. Gao, Lord Gao. As soon as Ningbo's words fell, all of a sudden, the Chang family's four great experts' faces turned ashen, their hearts violently sucking in cool air. Shui Feng also felt a million shocks, but he wasn't that afraid. Gao Wuyo was one of the four great warlords under the Dragon Emperor in the past, and his master, Elder Tianji, was likewise an old part of the Dragon Emperor. They were all his own people in a way. Moreover, Ningbo was only a servant of the Gao mansion, but he was Elder Tianji's beloved disciple. His status class was different, so it's Elder Gao's old servant, Ningbo. After Shui Feng was shocked, he asked in a fairly polite manner, then this little brute Qinjua? Shui Feng, watch your words. Ningbo was instantly furious and warned, Mr. Qin is Elder Gao's guest of honor. Chapter 52, A Violent Beatdown. You're saying that this person is Lord Gao's guest of honor? Shui Feng had a face of not wanting to be first. Gao Wuyo was one of the four great warlords under the Dragon Emperor in the past. What kind of status and position was that? Even the major top families in Kyoto had to be courteous. How could such a noble big brother cite an 18-year-old shackled third-stage martial artist as a VIP? Oof. Ningbo warned, why doesn't Mr. Shui believe it? Shui Feng swallowed his saliva, suddenly feeling that this was a bit difficult to handle, especially since the Chang family's four great experts were dumbfounded. If this was true, the Chang family would definitely not be able to avenge the death of the Chang family's great young master, Chang Bing, for nothing. Even if they were to lend the Chang family 10 guts, the Chang family wouldn't dare to make a move against Gao Wujiao's VIP. Therefore, the four members of the Chang family could only look to Shui Feng for help. Shui Feng also understood the stakes. He had a secret deal with the Chang family. In other words, there was a deal with the Zhao family behind the Chang family. Regarding the matter of the Zhao family secretly ordering and instructing a family like the Chang family to start clearing the people and forces associated with the Dragon Emperor in the past, Shui Feng had known about it for a long time. Moreover, he was secretly helping out. But of course, all of this was carried out without the knowledge of his master, Elder Tianji. Therefore, the Zhang family was suddenly exterminated overnight, and the Tianji elder had no knowledge of this. The fundamental reason for this was that his own precious disciple Shui Feng was secretly deceiving him. At that moment, Xinjian and Lin Wanner were not good enough for him to deal with. But the two siblings, Zhang Chang and Zhang Yu, absolutely could not leave and had to be eliminated and silenced. Since you said that he is a guest of Elder Gao, then forget it. Shui Feng made a decision after thinking about it. But this young man reminds me that he killed the young master of the Chang family, Chang Bing, who is a member of the Kyoto Second Generation Gang. You know well who the leader of the Second Generation Gang is. Even if it's the face of Lord Gao, the other party might not give it. Ningbo's face was expressionless as he said, thank you for reminding me, Mr. Shui. Elder Gao has his own arrangements for these matters. After saying that, Ningbo was about to lead Xinjian and Lin Wanner, Zhang Chang, and Zhang Yu to leave together. Seeing this, the Chang family's four great experts became anxious and immediately shouted, Young Shui. Shui Feng nodded and shouted, wait, what else does Mr. Shui command? Ningbo asked. Shui Feng let out a cold snort and glanced at Xinjian, while also revealing a look of extreme disdain for Lin Wanner, and said, they can leave, but the Zhang family siblings must stay. Mr. Shui, forgive me for speaking frankly, they are Mr. Qin's friends, naturally, asshole. Before Ningbo could finish his sentence, Shui Feng angrily rebuked, then casually slapped down a slap. Old slave, have you forgotten your own identity? Aren't you just a dog lackey of the Gao mansion? What are you posing in front of this young man? Ningbo received a slap and didn't dare to say anything. In terms of status, he was indeed just a lackey servant of the Gao mansion, naturally not as good as Elder Tianji's personal disciple. Get lost immediately, Shui Feng said angrily. Then the Chang family's four great experts also walked up. For letting Xinjian go despite their 100,000 unwillingness in their hearts, there was nothing they could do. However, the Zhang family siblings definitely had to be left behind to silence them. At this time, Qin Zhan couldn't bear it anymore. He walked directly to Xue Feng. What the are you pretending again? Xue Feng said with the same displeasure. Don't think you're marvelous just because you're a guest of Lord Gao. How about I'm just terrific? Qin Zhan was not afraid in the slightest. Xue Feng's yoke 6th stage was indeed 3 small stages beyond his yoke 3rd stage. But if it really came down to a bloodbath, Qin Zhan was still very sure of himself inwardly. Ningbo, do it for me. I'll take responsibility for anything that happens. Qin War shouted at Ningbo. Okay. Ningbo was waiting for these words from Qin Zhan. His identity couldn't afford to mess with Xue Feng, but Qin Zhan's status could ignore Xue Feng, even if Elder Tianji came. Mr. Xue, I'm offended. Ningbo revealed a bad smile as his golden body 2nd stage aura erupted in an instant, suppressing towards Xue Feng. Xue Feng was furious and roared. Old slave, you dare to make a move against this young man. Ningbo coldly snorted without nagging, and threw down a backhanded slap. Ah, dog lackey. You want to die. Old lackey, this young man wants your evil dog life. Xue Feng, who had received a solid slap, became enraged and cursed at Ningbo. Qin Zhan watched from the sidelines and commanded, Uncle Ning, feel free to do it and beat this trash until he shuts up. Ningbo nodded and fired left and right. In less than a few short minutes, he directly beat Xue Feng to a pulp, and his teeth were all smashed out several times. This time, Xue Feng was much more honest, his eyes gushing with rage inside. Do it for this young man. Xue Feng yelled at the 4 men of the Cheng family as well. However, the hearts of the 4 men of the Cheng family were shaken and hesitant. Xue Feng as Elder Tianji's disciple naturally ignored Ningbo, a servant of the Gao mansion, but they couldn't. Rubbish, what are you guys afraid of? 4 against 1. If something goes wrong this young man resists. Xue Feng cursed. Qin Zhan sneered, looking at the 4 members of the Cheng family who didn't dare to make a move. He threatened, you Cheng family better be honest. Cheng Bing deserves to die. Up to this point, I may still be able to give your Cheng family a way out. Qin War. Xue Feng gritted his teeth. What's the point of calling your father? Qin Zhan disdainfully said. You think you're great just because you're Elder Tianji's disciple? Believe it or not, I'll directly kill you? Cursed mud horse. Xue Feng completely lost his temper and cursed. Although his own master was not as good as Gao Woyo, they were both big brother level characters. If he were to discuss the closeness and proximity of the relationship, he didn't believe that his own master-disciple relationship with Elder Tianji was inferior to Gao Wuzhou's relationship with Qin Zhan. Damn, mouth is still hard right. This time, Qin Zhan didn't let Ningbo take action. Instead, he signaled Ningbo to suppress Xue Feng first, and personally take action himself. Soon, Ningbo just surged with a wisp of qi, directly shocking Xue Feng in place and unable to move. Then Qin Zhan rushed over and kicked Xue Feng to the ground. Then he smoothly rode on top of Xue Feng's body and swung his big ear and smacked it towards his face that had long swollen up. Are you still screaming? Give me some honesty. I'm not finished with you. Xue Feng, rubbish, if you're capable of fighting alone. One-on-one huh? Qin Zhan hit harder, punching and kicking left and right. I'll fight you one-on-one huh? Keep talking tough. Quickly inform my master. Immediately. Xue Feng screamed miserably and yelled. The Cheng family's 4 great masters didn't dare to go up and help when they saw this. After all, they couldn't participate in the fight between the gods and goddesses. But after hearing Xue Feng yelling, the 4 of the Cheng family then panicked and called to start communicating to contact Elder Tianji. It's useless whoever you call today. I'm going to see how hard your mouth is. Qin Zhan's hand was very heavy, and after the rounds of beatings, Xue Feng's bones were broken several times, and Xue Feng also showed his ruthless side. Although he couldn't move, he was screaming madly, always refusing to admit defeat. Chapter 53 Old Man Tianji. Seeing that Qin Zhan's hands were getting harder and harder, Xue Feng's mouth didn't get softer, but instead got harder and harder. Lin Wanner, Zhang Cheng, Zhang Yu, the Cheng family's 4 experts and Ningbo couldn't help but get a little worried. If things went on like this, Xue Feng would probably be killed alive by Qin Zhan. However, no one dared to go up and stop them, and in the end, it was Lin Wanner who was kind-hearted. She signaled Ningbo to quickly collect his energy so that Xue Feng could resume his actions. Ningbo, I'm afraid someone will get killed if this goes on. Ningbo nodded. No matter what, Elder Tianji was also a big shot with a big name. If Qin Zhan was allowed to literally beat Xue Feng to death alive, there would be trouble afterward. Mr. Qin, Ningbo shouted and quickly collected his qi. Qin Zhan certainly understood this, and he didn't want to cause big trouble for Gao Wuyo just after coming to the capital, so he cooperated and stood up before kicking Xue Feng off. Xue Feng was as wretched as he could be at the moment. There wasn't a single intact spot on his entire body. Qin War, this young man will kill you. Xue Feng's red eyes, his body bleeding everywhere, roared angrily as his shackle 6th stage qi erupted. Seeing this, Qin Zhui didn't care. He said in a cold voice, Xue Feng, I asked Ningbo to suppress you just for the sake of convenience. Do you really think that I will be afraid of you? Don't you want to fight one-on-one? Don't worry, I'll definitely give you that chance. Come, Xue Feng roared and was about to strike. It was at this moment that a terrifying aura appeared in the distance. Then a luxury car was seen driving over quickly. The car door opened and an old man walked down from the car. Seeing this old man, Xue Feng immediately rushed over and saluted. Master. The person who came was none other than the renowned Elder Tianji, who was also a big shot on one side. Old slave has met your lord. Ningbo also followed the luggage. Qin Zhan, Lin Wanner, Zhang Chang, Zhang Yu and those 4 experts from the Chang clan also saluted. Elder Tianji looked at his surroundings, then at his precious disciple who was beaten beyond recognition and had a few broken ribs on his body. On his way here, he already knew what had happened. Young man, even if you are a guest of Elder Gao, you shouldn't have laid such a heavy hand on my disciple. Elder Tianji was clearly upset and came up to accuse Qinzhan. However, Elder Tianji also had scruples and did not directly strike. Qinzhan arched his hands, then explained, My lord, it was your disciple Xuefeng who helped the Chang family slaughter the Zhang family's people, and the Zhang family siblings risked their lives to come and report the news, and your disciple elbowed his way out. Beating him violently is already giving you face. Senior, Xuefeng defended. This person, relying on the fact that he is a guest of Lord Gao, has no one in his sight and is spitting blood at others. My lord, Zhang Chang, Zhang Yu siblings immediately knelt down under hearing this. What young Qin said is the truth. Our Zhang family only has us siblings left now. Before our grandfather died, he asked us to make sure we tell you the news. Elder Tianji did not have any emotional fluctuations, making it impossible for people to guess what was going on inside him. Then he was only seen suddenly looking at the Chang families for major powerhouses, and the Chang families for major powerhouses were instantly creeped out, and were so frightened that they kneeled down with weak knees on the spot. Yu Chung family is so bold, knowing that someone from the Zhang family's ancestors had followed the Dragon Emperor. You still dare to slaughter the entire Zhang family. The 4 members of the Chang family knelt on the ground trembling with fear, not daring to say a single word at all. Seeing this, the Zhang family siblings were finally relieved in their hearts, and even Qin Zhan and Lin Wanner were secretly relieved, now that Elder Tianji already knew about this matter, since it was the Zhang family elder who had asked the siblings to come and ventilate the matter before he died. My lord, it was all secretly instructed by the Zhao family, Zhang Chang added. Elder Tianji nodded and said, I already know about this matter, so your brother and sister duo can go to the old man's residence for a temporary rest first. After old husband investigates clearly, he will behave himself. Then Elder Tianji glanced at his disciple Xuefeng and commanded, You first bring their brother and sister to the master's residence. As you command, Xuefeng answered. In response, Qinzhan always felt that something was wrong. Elder Tianji knew that his disciple was in cahoots with the Chang family's people, but he still allowed his disciple to take the 2 siblings away. Moreover, how to dispose of these 4 experts of the Chang family? Elder Tianji did not say a word. Dare I ask your excellency, how will these 4 people from the Chang family be disposed of? Elder Tianji waved his hand, then looked at the 4 people kneeling on the ground and said, Go back and tell the people of your Chang family that the matter will be pursued to the end by me. With these words, the stone hanging in the hearts of the 4 people of the Chang family finally landed on the ground. Knowing that they were considered to have passed the test, the 4 of them kowtowed repeatedly, then stood up and wanted to flee. Stand still. Qinzhan let out a shout and said to these 4 people from the Chang family, He spared you, but I didn't say I was going to let you go. The 4 strongest members of the Chang family froze, looking at Qin War and not daring to say anything. Looking at Xuefeng and Elder Tianji again, they seemed to be asking for help. Qin War, don't think that you're great just because you have Elder Gao backing you up. Master has already given his word. What do you want? Xuefeng said angrily. Ha! Qinzhan coldly said, The Chang family's hands are stained with the blood of the Zhang family's entire clan. How can they be let off so easily? Moreover, I killed the young master of the Chang family, and just now, the Chang family's people were clamoring to pull out my skin and draw out my tendons, so how can I let them go? Also, you're a ing scoundrel. You can't absolve yourself of the blame for the Zhang family's extermination. What do you want? Xuefeng roared. At this time, Elder Tianji's face changed slightly as he looked at Qinzhan and asked, Young man, are you teaching old me how to do things? That naturally wouldn't dare, but what I said is the truth. Qinzhan looked at Xuefeng and said, Your disciple Xuefeng united with the Chang family and overthrew the Zhang family. What do you say? Ha! Elder Tianji finally became angry and his voice began to turn cold. Kid, you beat Xuefeng to such an extent that I haven't bothered with you yet. Do you think that just because you know Elder Gao, you can leave me out of it? Qinzhan didn't wimp out in the slightest, saying, If I didn't put you in my eyes, I would have already slaughtered your precious disciple just now. Unbridled. A wisp of murderous aura unexpectedly flashed across old man Tianji's body. I will teach you a lesson for Senior Gao today, so that you won't not know the heights of heaven and cause trouble for Senior Gao in the future. After saying that, Elder Tianji decisively struck out, a terrifying aura erupting from his body. A powerhouse of this segment was by no means something Qinjun could resist. My lord, Ningbo immediately stood out and moved forward to stop. You can't strike at Mr. Qin. If Elder Gao knew about it, he would surely burst into a rage. Get lost. Elder Tianji casually waved his hand, and a powerful force of qi directly lifted Ningbo out. Old Me and Elder Gao were both subordinates of the Dragon Emperor at one time, and have many years of friendship. Now that Old Me is teaching a lesson for him to this madman who doesn't know the heights of heaven, I expect that Senior Gao won't say anything either. Chapter 54, Gao Wuzhou's Warning. Ningbo was lifted off the ground by the blow and directly spat out blood, but still struggled to get up from the ground. He was a servant, naturally nothing in front of Elder Tianji. But he, Qin Jun, was different. That was the Dragon Emperor's heir, with the Dragon Emperor's order in his hand. With this kind of status, where could old man Tianji touch the porcelain? My lord, the old slave advises you not to touch Mr. Qin, or you will regret it. Slave, noisy. Elder Tianji snorted coldly and suddenly his qi surged. In just a moment, Qinjun felt like the sky had collapsed. His body's musculoskeletal bones began to rattle, ready to shatter at any moment. With a bend in his waist, he staggered and was about to fall down. The dragon pearl behind his back glowed fiercely, helping him to dissolve and resist the powerful pressure from Elder Tianji. But the effect was minimal. Qinjun felt like he was carrying a mountain range on his back. The powerful pressure made his body almost deform. It was very painful, but he definitely couldn't die. Young and presumptuous, Old Me will teach you a lesson today on behalf of Senior Gao, so that you will learn a lesson. Under the guise of teaching Qinjun a lesson for Yao Woyo, Old Man Tianji was actually clearly seeking revenge for his disciple Xuefeng. Old man, you're less pretentious. Qinjun sweated profusely, his facial muscles twisting as he shouted angrily. Let go of me if you're capable of doing so, and let me fight your disciple one-on-one. Qinjun, keep your mouth clean. Xuefeng sneered and roared. Didn't you also let that old lackey help just now? What do you have the face to say now? Being disliked by Xuefeng like this, Qinjun was speechless for a moment. Master, this little son is mouthy and insulted you just now. He should be severely punished. Xuefeng continued to instigate from the sidelines. Elder Tianji's face clouded over as he gazed coldly at Qinjun. Can there be such a thing? Qinjun completely came on fire. He felt as if the bones in his body had been crushed a few times alive, the intense pain stimulating his nerves. Old thing, let go of the old man, or else I'll make sure that you eat your words. Little brute, you still dare to talk tough and insult the old man. Elder Tianji was also enraged by Qinjun's broken tongue. You think you can do whatever you want just because you know Elder Gao? Even if I kill you today, Senior Lord Gao will definitely not turn against me because of you. As he spoke, the qi energy erupting from Elder Tianji grew a few more points stronger. Qinjun was already completely unable to withstand it as he propped his hands on the ground and continuously spat out blood. Ningbo and Lin Wanner, Wang Shanhe were anxious, but Elder Tianji was too powerful, and was on the same level of power as Gao Wuzhou. They couldn't even get close. Ningbo quickly pulled out his cell phone to call Gao Woyo. My lord, you will regret your actions today. The phone was quickly connected and Fu Bo hurriedly told what happened here. Gao Woyo on the other end of the phone then immediately instructed Uncle Fu to throw the phone to Elder Tianji. Elder Gao. Elder Tianji shouted with a bashful face as he clamped his fingers on the phone. Old piker, do you want to die? You damn well let Qinjun go immediately. If he loses a single hair of sweat, I, Gao Woyo, will definitely kill you with my own hands. Originally, Old Man Tianji thought that Gao Wuzhou would at most greet himself. After all, the two of them were still on good terms, and they were also the same Dragon Emperor's people. But he didn't expect Gao Wuzhou to come up and storm out, directly releasing harsh words. This made Old Man Tianji's face look very ugly. His status and strength was a bit inferior to the Dragon Emperor's 4 war generals. Therefore he had to restrain his qi and let go of Qinjun. Qinjun, Mr. Qin, Lin Wanner, Wang Shanhe, Ningbo and the others immediately ran over to support Qinjun. Qinjun took a big breath of fresh air, indicating that he couldn't die yet. After recovering for a moment, he stood up and stared at Old Man Tianji, saying, Old man, it's true that I, Qinjun, am not qualified to challenge you right now, but I'll keep this debt. Sooner or later, one day, I will return it to you. The Old Man Tianji's face was very ugly at the moment, his heart speculating about Qinjun's identity. Normally, Gao Woyo would never treat a young man, even if he was a guest, with that kind of attitude. This could only mean one thing. This Qinjun was not simple. Just now, Gao Woyo's warning threat inside the phone call. Xuefeng, Those 4 people from the Chang family also heard it. It was even more difficult for them to calm down inside. This matter had gone beyond their imagination. And you, Xinjiang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Xuefeng, saying, you wait for me. Humph, Xuefeng coldly said, just wait. Even if you have an unusual relationship with Senior General Gao, so what? Let me tell you, the leader of the Kyoto second generation gang isn't afraid of Senior Citizen Gao. Just wait, kid. Xinjiang sneered and did not respond. He then looked at the Zhang family siblings and asked, are you guys going with me or with them? The siblings hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to follow Elder Tianji and Master Xuefeng. At this, although Xinjiang felt that something was wrong, people have their own wishes, so he didn't say anything. Contact me if anything happens. Dropping these words, Xinjiang and Lin Wanner, Ning Bo, and Wang Shanhai got into the car and left without looking back. After Qin War and the others left in the car, only then did Elder Tianji completely stop pretending, only to see that his face was filled with a sinister look. Then clenching his pale fists, he commanded in a murderous manner, take the people away and dispose of them immediately, leaving no survivors. Hearing this, the siblings Zhang Chang and Zhang Yu were completely dumbfounded. But before the siblings could react, the 4 strongest members of the Chang family directly struck out. Nightfall, Gao Mansion. Gao Weio, Zhou Qianran was still quite upset and threatened to go and settle the score with Elder Tianji, but was persuaded by Qin Zhan. Although he was not used to seeing Elder Tianji, this person was after all also a former subordinate of the Dragon Emperor, and his status in Kyoto was not low. On the contrary, he was very surprised that the Zhao family was secretly manipulating the Chang family to start purging those forces that were once related to the Dragon Emperor. Gao Weio, Zhou Qianran shook his head and sighed after learning about this. The 2 of them had gone to the Zhao family's appointment during the day and had almost made a move on the spot, with swords drawn. So at that time when Xinjiang called, no one answered. In the south that day, Gao Weio had directly killed Zhao Jing, Zhao Ning and the 2 of them, which made the Zhao family very upset. The Zhao family coerced them to hand over Qinzhua, which was of course impossible. Seeing Gao Weio and Zhou Qianran's faces showing concern, Xinjiang also felt it. The Zhao family might have to be even more terrifying than imagined, and that he might have already been in extreme danger long ago. On the other side, the Chang family, Xuefeng arrived in person, and Chang Guoqing brought the core Chang family executives to respectfully listen to his instructions. The Chang family's main concern right now was how to deal with Xinjiang. Xinjiang had killed the young master of the Chang family, which had made the entire Chang family very angry. But what happened today told them that Xinjiang was not something the Chang family could mess with. Young Shui, how can we deal with that Xinjiang now? Chang Guoqing asked. Xuefeng clenched his fists. His hatred for Xinjiang was no less than that of the Chang family, the second generation gang, with Gao Wujiu backing them up. The only way to deal with Xinjiang is to rely on the second generation gang. Chapter 55, The Scourge of the Redheads. On this day, Xinjiang tried to call the phone number left by Zhang Chang, Zhang Yu's siblings, realizing that he couldn't get through no matter how he called. All of a sudden, Xinjiang vaguely sensed a hint of bad news, but he didn't have a good solution for a while, so he could only tell Zhou Qianren and Gao Wujiao about this matter. For the Chang family to follow the Zhao family's orders to start purging the forces that were related to the Dragon Emperor in the past. The 2 were very angry, but this kind of big war between families, they couldn't find a reason to intervene and interfere for a while, or else it would lead to many unexpected disasters. Under Qin Zhan's pleading, Gao Weio said that he would take the time to personally ask Elder Tianji. Meanwhile, after this Zhao family appointment, Gao Weio and Zhou Qianren began to become unusually careful. Gao Weio said that he would find some time to get the remaining 3 great warlords together. In the past, the 4 great war generals under the Dragon Emperor's command, other than Gao Weio, the remaining 3 were basically in a state of retirement. Qin Zhan didn't say anything in response to this, but continued to walk through the bustling Kyoto city with Lin Wanner. Through this period of time, the 2 were the same age and had already developed some subtle feelings for each other. However, neither of them expressed it, but anyone with a discerning eye could see it. Elder Lin Jinan was very satisfied. If Lin Wanner could marry Qin Zhan, it would be the Lin family's ancestral grave smoking. This time, the 2 traveled in company to the famous Imperial Palace in Kyoto. The Imperial Palace was the residence of successive feudal emperors throughout the history of the Summer Kingdom, and nowadays it had been closed off. I heard that during the Dragon Emperor's era, the Imperial Palace was an attraction open to the public. Nowadays, it was strictly forbidden for outsiders to enter, and there were rumors that it was because the current state master of the Xia Kingdom lived inside, and that was why no one was allowed to enter. The 2 stood in front of the palace and turned around, did not find any interesting places. It was close to noon, so the 2 of them looked for an elegant restaurant nearby with the intention of eating first. But just as Qin Zhan and Lin Wanner's asses had just sat down, a group of young people soon rushed in from inside the restaurant. It looked like this group of young people were mostly in their 20s, dressed gorgeously, and very arrogant. The two of them were already not surprised by this. This way from Tianxian Nan and Yunzhou, then to Kyoto. This kind of arrogant and domineering second-generation children have seen a lot. But soon, people sitting at home, pots from heaven. At this time, someone in that group of young second-generation noticed Qin Zhan and Lin Wanner. Afterward, the group immediately got up and walked over with a sneer. Lin Wanner was a little worried. Qin Zhan saw this and comforted. "It's fine, I'm here. Beauty, could you please honor me with a meal?" A young man at the head of the group, probably in his 20s, was wearing a suit and looked a bit handsome. This young man directly ignored Qin Zhan and smiled greedily as he looked at Lin Wanner. "Sorry, not interested." Lin Wanner immediately refused. "Girl, don't be in a hurry to reject it first. That's right, this is our Duke Huang. It's your good fortune that our Duke Huang took the initiative to invite you to dinner. Don't be ungrateful." The remaining few people all playfully snorted. The young man at the head waved his hand, signaling the rest to shut up, and with a smile in the back, he continued to invite very politely. "Beauty, introduce yourself. My surname is Huang. My name is Yu. Sorry, I don't know you. Please don't hit us for dinner." Lin Wanner very stiffly continued to respond. This time this young man called Huang Yu and the rest of the people were enraged. "Who the hell do you think you are? Really think you're encrusted with diamonds? Even our Yu Shao doesn't know. Are you stupid?" Huang Yu continued to stop the rest of the people's angry rebukes. Then his attitude began to turn cold and tough. "Beauty, no one has ever dared to reject this young man in Kyoto. You are the first." Saying this, Huang Yu was about to extend his hand to pull Lin Wanner. "What are you doing?" Lin Wanner was enraged. At this time Qin Zhan also couldn't help himself. This group of people seemed to treat themselves as air and transparent from beginning to end. Lin Wanner had already clearly refused, and still dared to move her hands. "Take away your dog paws." Qin Zhan stood up with a brush, glaring angrily at Huang Yu, saying, "People have already rejected you. Why is your skin so thick? How dare you, little Yakuza? You dare to talk to Mr. You like that? Do you want to die?" Several young second generation immediately rushed at Qin Zhan and shouted. Qin Zhan ignored it and instead pulled Lin Wanner's hand and was about to leave, but was blocked by the group. Huang Yu snorted coldly and looked at Qin Zhua, saying, "Did this young man say that he'd let you guys go?" Qin Zhan also sneered and asked back, "What do you want?" Huang Yu didn't bull and said bluntly, "She stays, you kneel down." "Ha!" Qin Zhan laughed and said, "Do you think you're worthy?" Huang Yu immediately snapped his fingers and soon several young men rushed up together. These people were all the sons of nobles from prominent families in Kyoto, who spent their days loafing around and not learning. Although they were all martial artists, their strength segments were not high, probably just like Qin Zhan. Around the third segment of the yoke, dog's guts, daring to talk to you shall like this. Kneel down. Qin Zhan shook his head, and suddenly his body quickly erupted a chi energy. Then he swept his fist directly out, the powerful force blowing away all of these few young second generation that surrounded him. Being of the same shackle third stage, these loitering second generation children were completely incomparable to Qin Zhan. "Those who don't want to die, get the hell out of my way." Seeing this scene, Huang Yu couldn't help himself. He clenched his fists and stared at Qin Zhan, saying, "Kid, a little bit of skill, but in front of this young man, you can't afford to make any waves yet." As he spoke, Huang Yu's chi power exploded. Yoke 6th stage. Huang Yu was a shackle 5th stage martial artist, in line with Chang Bing. The powerful pressure of chi energy crushed towards Qin Zhan in a smooth manner, attempting to directly suppress Qin Zhan. However, Qin Zhan clenched his fists and a light immediately flashed behind him. He could completely resist the yoke 6th stage chi energy. Seeing this, Huang Yu revealed a look of surprise. He could tell that Qin Zhan was only at the third stage of the yoke, but he could actually face the pressure of his own yoke 5th stage chi directly. This young man would like to see what exactly you are capable of. Surprised, Huang Yu made a direct move, cupping his fists and slamming a quick punch towards Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan did not panic. He sensed that this Huang Yu was similar to Chang Bing who he had slaughtered earlier, so he pulled Lin Wanner with one hand. The other hand clenched his fist and blasted down head-on. Bang! Powerful chi energy collided. Qin Zhan was the first to use his body to protect Lin Wanner, while Huang Yu directly flew out. This scene stunned everyone inside the restaurant. Young Yu, are you alright?" The rest of the young second generation ran over and shouted around Huang Yu. At this time, Qin Zhan let go of Lin Wanner's hand and walked over step by step. At this moment, Huang Yu had blood spilling from the corner of his mouth and his fists were cracked, obviously not lightly injured. "Are you still arrogant now? You? Who the hell are you?" Huang Yu stood up with the help of the remaining few people. Angrily and shocked, he shouted at Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan snorted coldly and said, "Remember, my name is Qin Zhan." Chapter 56, starting to shake people. Qin War? The name Qin War was a name that Huang Yu's group of second generation had never even heard of, although Qin Zhan had just directly shaken Huang Yu out with a single punch, causing them to feel very surprised. However, this group of second generation had always been lawless and rampant, so they naturally wouldn't put a nameless person like Qin Zhan in their eyes. You damn dare to touch me. I want you to know how to write the wrong word. Huang Yu gritted his teeth and viciously threatened. You wait for me. I'll make you kneel down and give a kowtow until I'm satisfied. Qin Zhan frowned as his chi erupted and he rushed to Huang Yu with a single step. With a large hand, he directly cupped the already injured Huang Yu in his hands, one hand choking Huang Yu's throat. Still dare to scream in front of me? Let's see if your mouth is hard or your bones are hard. As he spoke, Qin Zhan's other hand cupped his fist and slammed it fiercely on Huang Yu's chest. With a kaboom sound, Huang Yu's ribs in front of his chest were shattered. The intense pain caused Huang Yu to scream repeatedly, and a mouthful of old blood sprayed out from his mouth. You, try screaming for me again? Qin Zhan had a stern face and nonchalantly slammed another punch down towards the other side of Huang Yu's chest. 2 consecutive punches went down, causing Huang Yu to suffer miserably, instantly turning into a bloody man. The few young second generation that followed him were also stunned. It was the first time they had encountered such a ruthless character like Qin Zhan. You wait. You dare to hit Yu Shao. Wait. The several young second generation retreated backward in terror, their mouths shivering as they shouted. Huang Yu completely lost his temper as he sensed killing intent from Qin Zhan's body. The other guests of the restaurant were terrified, and the restaurant owner also sniffed at this time. Seeing this scene, the restaurant owner felt a thunderous shock and his face turned pale. Huang Yu was not a small person, although the Huang family was not considered a powerful family in Kyoto. However, he himself could be said to be a person of outstanding talent, possessing the strength of the 5th stage of the yoke even at a young age. Therefore, he was able to join the Kyoto second generation gang. The Kyoto second generation gang was a circle of top second generation children, and the requirements for joining were very high. Either they were people with unrivaled talent, or they were people whose families were incomparably prominent. The leading brother of the second generation gang was also the leader of the young generation of the summer country. This person was none other than the Zhao family's supreme genius, Xiao Wuxi. Seeing that Qin Zhan didn't know how deep he was and directly beat Huang Yu, a member of the second generation gang, to this state, the restaurant owner knew it was over. He hurriedly ran over and with a plop, he knelt down in front of Qin Zhan. This gentleman, please let go. Let go of Yu Shao. Yu Shao can't be alright, otherwise you're finished and so is our restaurant. Qin Zhan was unimpressed, letting go of Huang Yu as soon as he could, then said, one person does what one person does. If you're not convinced, feel free to come at me. After saying that, Qin Zhan made a shocking move. Instead of immediately leaving with Lin Wanner, he directly found a seat and sat down as if none of this had happened. This was the second time he had heard about the circle of the Kyoto second generation gang, and he had heard Xue Feng say it before. Cheng Bing, who was killed by himself, was also a member of the second generation gang, and he had heard that the people of the second generation gang were not afraid of Gao Wujiao. This made him couldn't help but be interested. He just wanted to see what was going on with this second generation gang today. Huang Yu, right, now I'll give you a chance to call someone. Qin Zhan was not slow, taking Lin Wanner to sit on one side and wait patiently. Huang Yu had already been seriously injured at this moment. Without Qin Zhan saying so, the few second-generation sons of his men would have already called to shake people at the first opportunity. Restaurant guests at this time also all stood up and walked out. The restaurant owner can only recognize their own bad luck. Even the restaurant do not want. Followed by the crowd retreated out. The Kyoto second-generation gang is not something that ordinary people can afford to mess with. After 10 or so minutes of rest, Huang Yu recovered a bit and stood up with the help of his men. Huang Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked resentfully at Qin Zhan, saying, you have the guts to wait. The Cheng family's people are in this neighborhood. They'll be here in a while. The Cheng family? Hearing this, Qin Zhan and Lin Wanner simultaneously revealed odd expressions. What? Qin Zhan couldn't help but ask, aren't you from the second generation gang? Calling what Cheng family to come? Oof. Huang Yu was still hard, saying, Cheng family's young master Cheng Bing is also from our second generation gang. Besides, the Cheng family has experts right nearby. It's more than enough to deal with you. He. Qin Zhan couldn't help but laugh and joked. Is that so? I heard that Cheng family's young master, Cheng Bing, was slaughtered because he was too crazy. The news that Cheng Bing had been killed was naturally known to Huang Yu and the others. The entire second generation gang had long been spreading the news, and the top management of the second generation gang had recently been preparing to discuss the matter. Although the second generation gang were all a group of proud sons of heaven from prominent families, this group of people were very united. At this moment, hearing Qin Zhan talk about it, Huang Yu didn't feel anything wrong. Whoever dares to touch our second generation gang members in Kyoto, in the Summer Kingdom, there is only one outcome, and that is death. Huang Yu clenched his fists and stared angrily at Qin Zhan. The Cheng family happened to have experts doing business in the vicinity, so this was why the Cheng family's people were notified nearby to come and help. In the opinion of Huang Yu and the others, although Qin Zhan was somewhat capable, he could only die in front of the older generation of Cheng family powerhouses. Ha! Qin Zhan laughed disdainfully. Is that so? If your second generation gang is so powerful, why don't you go and avenge Cheng Bing immediately? Don't worry, the bigwigs within the gang will make a move in the next few days and will definitely find out who killed Cheng Bing, Huang Yu said in a cold voice. Qin Zhan was unimpressed and threatened. I don't want to kill anyone today. If you immediately take your people and get out now. Well, water does not offend river water. If you continue to dog bark in front of me and expect the Cheng family to come and help, you won't even have a chance to regret it later. Poof. Huang Yu was clearly not threatened and did not listen to Qin Zhan's advice. About another 10 minutes had passed when a car came outside the restaurant. From the car came down two middle-aged men, who were none other than the Cheng family's core experts, both of whom were at the second stage of the golden body. Glancing through the window, Qin Zhan realized that those two Cheng family experts looked familiar, and turned out to be two of those four experts in front of the Shui mansion before. Those two Cheng family experts rushed into the restaurant aggressively and instantly ran towards Huang Yu and the others. Young Yu, what's the situation? One of the experts asked. Huang Yu clenched his fists, then turned around and pointed at Qin Zhan, who was sitting in front of the restaurant's window, and said viciously, it's that trash who dared to make a move against this young master. You guys immediately step in and waste him to be handed over to this young master to dispose of. Okay, Young Yu, wait a moment. The two Cheng family experts answered and raised their eyes to see Qin Zhan staring at them as well. At that instant, the two Cheng family experts were as if they had seen a ghost. Their bodies shivered and their complexions turned extremely unnatural. Chapter 57, The face smashing comes too soon. Seeing the two experts from the Cheng family who had rushed here, they froze in place the moment they saw Qin Zhan, delaying their movements and looking flustered. The remaining few young second generation didn't care that much and shouted, what's going on? Do something immediately? Yusha told you guys to immediately take action to waste that kid. What are you guys still waiting for? Huang Yu also saw a hint of something wrong, but didn't think twice about it. Instead, he immediately reprimanded. Do it. The two Cheng family members were in a state of confusion in their hearts, never expecting that the person Huang Yu had told them to immediately rush to clean up was actually Qin Zhan. They couldn't wait to immediately break Qin Zhan into pieces and dismantle him, but Qin Zhan had an unusual relationship with Gao Wuyo behind him. Not to mention them, at that time, even Elder Tianji and Master Xuefeng could only choose to endure, at least so far. The Cheng family didn't dare to touch a single hair on Qin Zhan's head. Young Yu, this, you, we. The two Cheng family experts stammered and hesitated. Qin Zhan stood up at this time with Lin Wanner and walked over with a smile. Huang Yu, isn't it? Waste of a man. Give you the chance to shake people, you don't hit the ground running. What's the point of calling the Cheng family's waste of a man here? You damn it. Huang Yu's body was trembling with anger, pointing his finger at the Cheng family's two experts and said angrily, quickly give this young on. Alright, stop screaming. Qin Zhan sneered and continued, if I stand here, the Cheng family's people won't dare to touch a hair on my head. Understand? Hearing Qin Zhan say this, Huang Yu and the group of second-generation children seemed to understand something and turned to look at the two Cheng family experts who seemed to be begging for confirmation. The Cheng family's two experts also had a hard time speaking, and could only explain in a low voice. Young Yu, we can't afford to mess with him. Can't afford to mess with? Huang Yu and the others became even more curious. A thought popped up in the group's mind at the same time. Could it be that this person had a background? However, there wasn't any son of a family called Qin Zhan in Kyoto. What are you afraid of? You are doing something for this young man, doing something for the second generation gang, and if anything goes wrong, we have our second generation gang to back you up. Do it immediately. Huang Yu continued to order loudly, but the two Cheng family members were clearly not stupid. Even their family's young master, Cheng Bing, who was likewise a member of the second generation gang, had been killed. Up until now the Cheng family had no way to take revenge. Everything was waiting for Xuefeng and Elder Tianji's side to operate. In terms of taking revenge on Qin War, they were even more impatient than Huang Yu, but it was by no means now. Ha! Qin War couldn't stand to watch anymore and taunted. Bastard! I told you to stop screaming. I'll tell you what. I'm the one who killed Cheng Bing. Understand? As soon as Qin Zhan's words fell, Huang Yu and the others revealed expressions of horror. Cheng Bing and Huang Yu were on good terms, and both of them had the same strength segment, both being members of the second generation gang. They had long heard that Cheng Bing had been killed, but they didn't realize that Cheng Bing was killed by Qin Zhan. But in the face of the person who killed Cheng Bing, the people of the Cheng family actually didn't make the first move. Qin Zhan didn't care about the horrified expressions of Huang Yu and the others. Then he stretched out his finger and pointed at the two strong members of the Chang family. Flirting? What? Lousy killed Chang Bing. Doesn't your Chang family want to take revenge? Come on. Old me is standing here motionless. Hurry up and take revenge. The two Chung family experts laughed awkwardly and said coyly, Sheen, Mr. Sheen, you're joking. How could we dare to make a move against you? Very well. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Qin Zhan's mouth as he said, it seems that your Chang family still knows how to raise your head. Then he turned his words around and said, I'm ordering you two to make a move now and brutally beat up this surname Huang and this group of trash. Hearing Qin Zhu's words, everyone was stunned. The two Chang clan experts did not expect Qin War to come with such a move, and they certainly did not dare to beat up Huang Yu's group. Huang Yu and the others were even more dumbfounded. They didn't expect to call their helpers to come, but they didn't expect the helpers to see Qin Zhu and see ghosts the same way. Lao Zi said 3 times, immediately do as you are told. Qin Zhan looked at the hesitant Chung family duo and threatened loudly. 3, 2. The two Chang family experts swallowed their saliva, then glanced at each other and could only do as they were told. Otherwise, a single word from Qin Zhan could bring about the complete end of their Chang family. Mr. Qin, don't. We'll do as we're told. We'll all follow your instructions. Hearing that the two from the Chang family had agreed, it was Huang Yu and the others' turn to be dumbfounded. Damn, what do you guys want? Is your Chang family going to revolt? Huang Yu and those few young second generation yelled. The two Chang family members sighed and said, Young Yu, everyone, I'm offended. As they spoke, these two experts of the Chang family simultaneously erupted their qi. Both of them were at the second stage of the golden body, instantly suppressing the entire scene. Huang Yu and a few young second generation bodies bent over. Unable to resist, they directly knelt down. Make your move. Let this group of stupid hangers learn a lesson. Qin Zhan retreated to the side with Lin Wanner and watched the scene with interest. The two Chang family experts immediately made their move under his coercion. Ah, Chang family, I'm not finished with you. Huang Yu and the group of young second generation immediately screamed as they were beaten. In front of the two golden body second stage powerhouses, this group of people had no room for resistance. Within a short time, Huang Yu and the others were suppressed on the ground, beating their heads to death. Qin Zhan saw that it was almost time, so he ordered the two Chang family experts to stop. Then he walked over with Lin Wanner and looked at the miserable group of second generation children. Remember, my name is Qin Zhan. Today this is just a profound lesson. If there's a next time, it won't be as simple as a brutal beating. Huang Yu and the others were so enraged that they didn't dare to yell anymore, but instead helped each other to stand up. Qin Zhan. Huang Yu kicked out a large mouthful of rough air and said, We'll remember you. Just you wait. In response, Qin Zhan just laughed and did not engage in another mouth attack. He pulled Lin Wanner and left quickly and dashingly. Only after making sure that Qin War and Lin Wanner had left did these two from the Chang clan breathe a sigh of relief and rushed over to check the injuries of Huang Yu and the others. Get lost. Damn it, you Chung family, you can have balls. Huang Yu and the others were furious and cursed at the two Chang family experts. The Chang family's two experts had a hard time saying anything, so they could only explain, You Shao, you guys don't know. Qin Zhan's little brute's background is too hard. Our Chang family can't afford to mess with him at all. Damn it, there is simply no young generation named Qin Zhan in Kyoto. Huang Yu slapped down towards the face of one of the experts under his annoyance. Young Yu, what we said is the truth. If you didn't do as you were told just now, I'm afraid you'll end up like our young master. We really can't afford to mess with Qin War, and neither can you. Huang Yu had never been so humiliated before, and roared with murderous rage. This young master doesn't care what his background is. If I don't get him killed, I, Huang Yu, will write my name backwards. Immediately inform Xuefeng. Hasn't Xuefeng always wanted us to introduce him to join the second generation gang? Tell him to help us waste that Qin Zhan. This young man can guarantee the introduction. Chapter 58, A Deadly Enemy is Completely Bound. As soon as the two Cheng family members heard that Huang Yu was going to ask Xuefeng to help, they became anxious. Although Xuefeng had an unusual status and position, and his strength was also one level higher than Huang Yu's. However, because his master was Elder Tianji, the lineage of the Dragon Emperor, Xuefeng had always wanted to join the second generation gang, but had never succeeded. Previously, Xuefeng had also tried to find Cheng Bing to help vouch for the introduction, which was how he gradually became acquainted with the Cheng family. If this were anyone else, Xuefeng's background would have absolutely no problem pinpointing him, but Huang Yu and the others obviously didn't know that Xuefeng couldn't afford to mess with Qin Zhan. Young Yu, don't! The two Cheng family experts were just about to tell the truth, but they were rudely interrupted by Huang Yu. Asshole, shut up! Huang Yu slapped one of the experts on the face and viciously warned, This account, I will settle it with your Huang family after this young master cleans up that trash Qin War. Young Yu, another person wanted to persuade and remind, but was stopped by one of them. Huang Yu and the others were furious and rushed at these two men from the Cheng family to intimidate them before leaving in pairs. And at this moment, Qin Zhan brought Lin Wanner with him as if he was completely fine, and the two of them were in a great mood after leaving the restaurant. Kyoto was worthy of being the capital of Xia, bringing together resources from all over the country. Walking on the busy streets, the two of them were in a great mood. On the other side, Huang Yu's men naturally couldn't just let it go. After walking out of the restaurant, Huang Yu ordered his men to mobilize their contacts to follow Qin Zhan and Lin Wanner. At the same time, he found Xuefeng's cell phone number and made a single call. Which one? Me, Huang Yu. Xuefeng on the other end of the phone obviously froze. So it's Mr. Yu, what's the matter? Huang Yu didn't talk nonsense and said directly, help me clean up a piece of trash and I'll guarantee you entry into the second generation gang. Okay, no problem. Xuefeng on the other end of the phone didn't have any hesitation and agreed in one breath. The two of them then arranged a meeting place, after which Huang Yu hung up the phone. In this regard, Qin Zhan and Lin Wanner were completely unaware of this. In the afternoon, Qin Zhan and Lin Wanner arrived at a high-class shopping mall, which was the most luxurious mall in the entire Xia country. Lin Wanner's womanly generalization was off, and she insisted on dragging Qin Zhan to go shopping. For Lin Wanner's status, money was naturally not a problem. Soon the two came to the entrance of a jewelry store. Looking at the series of numbers marked on it, even Qin Zhan felt a bit of cold breath. Lin Wanner did not even blink when she was about to pay for the precious piece of jewelry. At this time, a beautifully dressed woman in her 20s walked over with a group of servants. This woman's figure and appearance is definitely a rare kind on earth. To be more than Lin Wanner have some mature flavor. The woman was cold and noble, and with her front and back, she also valued that piece of jewelry at a glance. And the moment the owner of the jewelry store saw the woman, he immediately ran over with a smile on his face and a charming look on his face. Miss Chi, you're here. The woman didn't look at the jewelry store owner, and an underling behind her stood out. Then he pointed his finger at the piece of jewelry that Lin Wanner had just taken a fancy to, and the jewelry store owner immediately understood and directly ran over to pack it. Miss Chi, send it to your residence later. Qin Zhan was somewhat unable to look at it. This jewelry was clearly what Lin Wanner had just looked at and was planning to pay for it. Even if this woman was powerful, she should at least say hello. I say you, this jewelry store owner is also quite interesting. Don't you understand first come first served? The jewelry is what we saw first. Even if this lady likes it, it's okay to let her have it. At least you have to say something to us. The jewelry store owner laughed and said, friends, you can change to other. This jewelry Miss Chi fancy. Sorry. Qin Zhan still wanted to say something, but was stopped by Lin Wanner. Forget it, more is better than less. Since she likes it, let her have it. Let's look at the others. Lin Wanner didn't want to cause trouble. After all, they were new to the capital, and this Miss Chi looked extraordinary. Saying that, Lin Wanner pulled Qin Zhan to leave. Who knows? One of Miss Chi's subordinates shouted, saying, stop. Qin Zhan and Lin Wanner stopped and said, what? Something else? The subordinate almost looked at the people with his nostrils, contemptuously sizing up Qin Zhan and Lin Wanner, and said, slap them. At once, a few more underlings rushed over, about to make a move on Lin Wanner. To be honest, Qin Zhan and Lin Wanner were a little confused at the same time. However, Qin Zhan still reacted quickly and shielded Lin Wanner behind him, saying, what do you want? Poof. A subordinate said, just now, this little said something about giving something to Miss Chi. She said the wrong thing, so she should be slapped. What are you still frozen for? Qin Zhan was almost laughed at by the anger. Having seen the brutal and unreasonable ones, he had not seen such a brutal and unreasonable one. You'd better keep your mouth clean for me. Qin Zhan directly erupted his chi, forming a powerful pressure that suppressed this group of subordinates. Obviously, this Miss Chi's group of people were all just ordinary people, not martial artists. Little brute, do you know what you're doing? That underling had a hard mouth and was completely unafraid of Qin Zhan. Instead, he threatened, you dare to disrespect Miss Chi, do you want to die? Qin Zhan snorted coldly, took a step out and directly slapped the face of the underling who screamed the loudest, a slap that directly sent him flying. I told you to keep your mouth clean, didn't you hear me? Qin Zhan snorted coldly and swept his eyes across the room. However, this group of subordinates seemed to be arrogant and used to it, not seeing any color of fear at all. Forget it, Qin Zhan, let's go. Lin Wanner shook her head and persuaded. Seeing that it was almost time, Qin Zhan did not want to cause more trouble and turned around to leave. Ha! At this time an obnoxious voice rang out, only to see Miss Chi, who hadn't opened her mouth just now. Speak up, what this young lady has her eye on. She doesn't need others to let it go yet. Come on people, smash it. With this Miss Chi's order, someone soon smashed the valuable piece of jewelry. Nuts! Qin Zhan was a bit speechless, not understanding what kind of drama this woman was causing. Unbridled. Kid, you dare to insult Miss Chi. clan extermination. A group of underlings hated to swallow Qin alive and yelled. Qin stopped, swept his eyes at the group of furious underlings, and threatened. What? Do you group of lapdogs want to die? Saying so, Qin once again erupted a wisp of qi. Ordinary people were as good as paper mache in front of a martial artist. They couldn't withstand it at all. Kid, don't think you're great just because you're a martial artist. You're damn dead today. You dare to disrespect Miss Qi. These subordinates were exceptionally arrogant. Even in this situation they were still yelling at Qin. Qin wasn't used to it and suddenly slapped out his palm. The powerful qi directly swept towards this group of underlings, sending them flying out en masse. Chapter 59, Big Brother's Woman. I don't care what your origins are. Be honest or don't blame me for being merciless. Qin's aura was strong as he looked at this group of disgusting lackey underlings. He didn't want to be nosy, not to mention that he was facing a woman. Who knew that this Miss Qi didn't put him in her eyes at all? Stepping on her high heels and twisting her arse as she walked over. What's your name? Qin. Good, I'll remember you. This Miss Qi sneered, then walked out without looking back. This group of subordinates got up at the sight and glared fiercely at Qin, then followed suit and ran out. The most miserable belonged to the owner of the jewelry store, who had lost both his wife and his soldiers, and his valuable jewelry had been smashed on the spot. Young man, you've made a big trouble. Hey, the jewelry store owner cried without tears, looking at Qin and Lin Wanner who were still oblivious. What? Qin asked in disbelief. Miss Qi is the woman of the second-generation Kyoto gang's big brother. Do you know that? The jewelry store owner suddenly burst out. This surprised Qin and Lin Wanner as well. However, he felt that something was not right, as he had heard from Huang Yu that the leading big brother of the Kyoto second-generation gang was Zhao Wuxi, the genius of the Zhao family. Normally, with the power of the Zhao family today, how could the family genius marry an ordinary person? You guys hurry up and get out of my place, or I'll be killed by you too. Mr. Zhao favors Miss Qi the most. That's something everyone inside the Kyoto circle knows. You just rushed Miss Qi and used force against her subordinates. Duke Zhao will definitely not let you go, so hurry up and go. Hearing this, Qin and Lin Wanner realized that, dare I say that the stunning beauty just now was only Zhao Wuxi's small goods, not the original match. And just when he was planning to leave the mall with Lin Wanner, a group of people suddenly rushed over outside the door. This group of people were extremely arrogant, instantly blasting the crowd apart and blocking Qin and Lin Wanner's path. So fast? Qin was a bit surprised, and thought that it was the henchman of that MS Qi just now, but when he took a closer look, he saw that a few people came down from the car in front of him, and they were none other than Huang Yu and the others who had been brutally beaten up by himself an hour ago. Qin snorted coldly, and then strutted over. Huang Yu and the others looked much better after some cleaning up, but their bodies were still wrapped in white sandbands. When enemies met, they were red in the eyes. Huang Yu's guys couldn't wait to eat Qin alive right away and directly cursed. Qin, if this young man doesn't break you into pieces today, torturing you to the point of begging for life and death, this young man's name will be written backwards. Huang Yu's facial muscles twisted together. It was evident that his hatred for Qin had reached its peak. Qin frowned and said disdainfully, Huang Yu, I have given you a chance. Since you don't know how to cherish it, then don't blame me this time. Qin, don't be complacent, you piece of trash. This time you're dead. Right, that's right. Yu Xiao has already told Mr. Shui to personally come out to clean you up. A few young second generation followed suit and shouted, their faces full of complacency. Mr. Shui? Qin was a bit surprised, then asked, what Mr. Shui? Rubbish, it's Elder Tianji's disciple. Shui Feng, Shui Gongzi. Huang Yu yelled, Shui Feng. Qin really couldn't help but laugh. He didn't realize that Huang Yu and these people had messed up for half a day and were calling Shui Feng to deal with him. Didn't the Chang family's people tell you what's going on? Facing Qin's question, Huang Yu and the others didn't take it seriously and didn't put it to heart. In their opinion, Shui Feng was at the 6th stage of the yoke and had Elder Tianji behind him. Elder Tianji had an unusual status in Kyoto, related to the former Dragon Emperor, and was considered a top-tier bigwig. With this status added on, it was naturally a no-brainer for Shui Feng to move Qin. What a bunch of self-seeking stinking brutes. Qin was unimpressed, looking at Huang Yu and the others with contempt. Foul brutes, do you think that what's his name Shui Feng can't do anything about me? Huang Yu's confidence doubled this time. His bottom line was full, and he said angrily, Qin, you damn well don't pretend. In a moment when Mr. Shui comes, this young man would like to see if you can still continue to be arrogant. Good, very good. Qin said teasingly, I was planning to let you trash off the hook. Since you don't take it seriously, that's fine. Learning that Huang Yu and the others had asked Shui Feng to help, Qin had nothing but cold laughter in his heart. Even the simple Lin Wanner couldn't help it. secretly sighing that this group of rich kids in Kyoto had no brains in doing things. Huang Yu's group of people were ferocious and blew away the people from the mall. Then collectively, they leaned against the limousine at the entrance, sitting and waiting for Xuefeng's arrival. Qin Zhan and Lin Wan'er also simply found a place to sit down. About 20 minutes and weeks passed before Xuefeng finally arrived. Seeing Xuefeng driving an expensive sports car, he drifted his car to the entrance of the shopping mall. Seeing that it was Xuefeng who had come, Huang Yu and the others were still very polite and gave face as they walked over to greet him. Mr. Xuefeng, wearing sunglasses, greeted with the same politeness. There is no need to be polite. You shall. Your business is my business. Okay. Huang Yu also did not talk nonsense, saying, after you help me deal with this trash, I will definitely guarantee to introduce you to join the second generation gang. Good. Xuefeng showed a great deal of vigor and answered. Then asked, Young Yu, where is that trash you mentioned? Huang Yu turned around and pointed inside the restaurant before leading Xuefeng and the others inside. Qin Zhan, you're ing dead now. Mr. Xue has arrived. Try ing talking tough again. Huang Yu rushed in and directly pointed his finger at Qin War and yelled. Xuefeng was still confident, thinking that it was just a tough guy. Huang Yu didn't have any prominent family power other than his status as a member of the second generation gang, so he couldn't afford to be offended, so he asked him to step in. Unexpectedly, when he glanced over and saw Qin Zhan and Lin Wan'er, he froze. Mr. Xue, it's that trash called Qin Zhan. Just help your brothers to waste him, the rest of the brothers will do it themselves. Huang Yu continued. Xuefeng froze in place and removed his sunglasses, revealing the scars on his face. That was still thanks to Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan also stood up at this time, and he walked over with a smile on his face. Yo, Mr. Xue, you're so powerful. Xuefeng swallowed his saliva, his face turning very ugly. Qin War, how come it's you? What's wrong? Can't it be me? Qin Zhan flirted. Mr. Xue, do you want to help Huang Yu's group of trash out? If you do, grab it. Hearing this, Huang Yu's few people were dumbfounded, and an ominous premonition began to form in their hearts. Elder Xue, you know him too? Huang Yu said with certainty. Xuefeng had some regrets in his heart at the moment, blaming himself for agreeing too hastily and not asking before agreeing. If he knew that it was Qin Zhan, he definitely wouldn't have agreed. After all, right now he couldn't afford to offend Qin Zhan, and in order to deal with Qin Zhan, only those big brothers of the second generation gang could step in. Bastard, what do you say to recognizing it? Qin War glared at Huang Yu, then looked at Xuefeng and said sarcastically, Xuefeng, what's the matter? Are you going to help them out, or are you going to get the hell out of there immediately? Chapter 60, Calling Xuefeng. Xuefeng swallowed his saliva and was embarrassed, but in front of so many people, he couldn't lose face. Although Qin Zhan had Gao Wuyao's connections, he was also Elder Tianji's personal disciple. Qin Zhua, don't be too aggressive. Ha! Qin War didn't put Xuefeng in his eyes at all, especially since the Zheng siblings couldn't be contacted in the past 2 days, which made him even more skeptical. So what if I'm just forcing you? You! Xuefeng was speechless with dislike. What me? Qin Zhan's face sank as he suddenly asked, why can't Zhang Chang, Zhang Yu's siblings be contacted? What does that have to do with me? Xuefeng said in disbelief. You and your master took the people away, and now that they can't be contacted, do you think it has anything to do with you? Qin Zhan continued to press. What does this have to do with you? Xuefeng also came into a temper and said angrily, don't think that you really don't put everyone in your eyes when you have Elder Gao backing you up. Hearing this time Huang Yu's group of people were completely scared less. Elder Gao was known to everyone to refer to Gao Wujiao, one of the 4 famous warlords under the Dragon Emperor in the past. That was a top-tier big shot. No wonder Qin Zhan was emboldened to not put all of them in his eyes. With this layer of identity in place, Huang Yu and the others immediately wimped out, knowing very well that they simply couldn't afford to mess with Qin War. Qin Zhan snorted coldly, glanced meaningfully at Xuefeng, and casually said, this matter will be discussed after I settle these little trash of Huang Yu's first. After saying that, Qin Zhan squeezed his fist, the bones on his body emitting a crisp loosening sound, causing Huang Yu's few people to immediately lose the arrogant smugness they had before. Huang Yu, how do you few trash want to die? Young Qin, I'm sorry, young Qin, it's because we have eyes that don't recognize Tai. We didn't know about your relationship with Elder Gao, please forgive us. Huang Yu's few people were also able to submit and immediately conceded, opening their mouths to beg for forgiveness. Ha! Qin Zhan sneered disdainfully. The more Huang Yu and the others were like this, the more he looked down on them. Stinking brute, just now didn't you guys threaten to torture me to death and dismantle me? Kneel down. Qin Zhan let out a roar as his chi surged. Huang Yu and the others didn't dare to say anything, and although they were reluctant, they still honestly knelt down. the opportunity was given to you guys. If it wasn't for the fact that Lousy knew Elder Gao, the one kneeling down today would definitely be me. I'm sorry, Lousy always counts when he speaks. If I said I'd slaughter you guys, I'd definitely slaughter you guys. Saying that, Xinjiang suddenly slammed his fist down towards a young second generation nearby. That second generation didn't even have a chance to resist. His spiritual cap was directly shattered and he fell to the ground dead on the spot. At this, Huang Yu and the remaining few people's legs began to shake as they frantically begged for mercy. Mr. Shui, help Sir Shui, quickly help and say something. Huang Yu was completely stunned and began to beg for mercy from Shui Feng in a sick and desperate manner. Shui Feng was also a bit speechless. He had seen Qin Zhan's ruthlessness. The bones in his own body were still raw and aching now, and this was all because of Qin Zhan's beating. However, although Huang Yu didn't have a prominent family, he was able to mix into the second generation gang by relying on his personal ability, so he also had a few tricks up his sleeve. So if he wanted to join the second generation gang, he needed Huang Yu's introduction and guarantee. Therefore, Shui Feng snorted coldly and said in a conspiratorial manner, Qin Zhan, don't say that this young man didn't remind you. How does you shall say that he is also a member of the second generation gang, so you'd better weigh it up. You want to scare me with the so-called second generation gang? Qin Zhan was unconcerned. He knew very well that he had long since made a grudge against that so-called second generation gang. You think I'm a soft-headed fool like you, afraid of that so-called second generation gang? Qin Zhan, damn you. Shui Feng's entire body trembled with anger as he roared. If you have the ability to fight one-on-one. Ha! Qin War laughed and said, Shui Feng, you'd better think clearly before saying anything. Cut the crap. You and I will fight fairly. Life and death is up to heaven. Dare you? Shui Feng said angrily. This is what you said. Are you sure? Qin War continued to ask. Qin War, listen clearly to this young man. If it wasn't for Lord Gao, you wouldn't even be as good as a dog in this young master's eyes. If you're a man, fight me in a dignified manner. Don't worry, for the sake of Elder Gao, I'll be merciful and leave you a cheap life. In the face of Shui Feng's agitation, Lin Wanna was afraid that Qin Zhan would impulsively agree in one go. After all, she was also a martial artist and knew the difference between the third and sixth stages of the yoke. Qin Zhan, don't be impulsive. Qin Zhan smiled, reassuring Lin Wanner. Then his face sank as he questioned once again. Shui Feng, I'll give you one last chance. What is the situation of Zhang Chang, Zhang Yu's brother and sister now? Ha! Shui Feng mocked. It's none of your business, and it's out of your hands. Shui Feng, it seems like you're just refusing to drink until you're punished, aren't you? Qin Zhan's tone began to turn hard as well. Qin War, just like this young master said, without Elder Gao backing you up, what are you? This young master can crush you to death with one hand. Shui Feng frantically irritated Qin War. In his opinion, his own shackle 6th stage against Qin Zhan's shackle 3rd stage was enough to easily take him down. But only if Qin Zhan took the initiative to agree to a manly duel between the two, so that even if they lived or died, Qiao Wu Jiao had no way to intervene. Alright, since you are bent on finding death, I will fulfill you today. Seeing that Qin Zhan had agreed to it in one bite, it was too late for Lin Wan'er to stop it. Good. Shui Feng smiled happily when he saw that his treacherous plan had succeeded and said, Today, all of you will be witnesses that this young man will fight Qin Zhuo and live or die by his own fate. Qin Zhan, are you ready? Qin War clenched his fists and said, Shui Feng, you chose this yourself. Don't kneel down and beg me. Ha ha ha. Shui Feng laughed as he exploded his qi. Yoke 6th stage. This age was already very strong. Don't worry, you and I will fight fairly. I won't kill you. After all, you have Lord Gao backing you up. Cut the crap. Qin Zhan also stopped babbling, and his shackle 3rd stage qi burst out in synchronization. The two of them immediately erupted in qi, forming two energy storms. Shui Feng had long been unable to hold back. In his opinion, today was a good day. Qin War had already agreed to fight with himself. Even if he wasted and crippled Qin War, Qiao Wu Jiao couldn't say anything afterwards. However, he soon realized that he was very wrong. Normally, going beyond 3 small segments was a direct second. However, Shui Feng suddenly realized that under the suppression of his powerful qi, Qin Zhan was not affected at all, only to see a quick flash of light on Qin Zhan's body. The musculoskeletal bones of his body were emitting a loosening rattle. Rubbish! Your master, Elder Tianji, was at least a strong person who had followed the Dragon Emperor? Is this the only skill you've learned? Qin War said sarcastically. Qin War, die for this young man. Shui Feng roared, unable to hold back any longer, and blasted down with a ferocious punch. Feeling his opponent's killing intent, Qin Zhuo didn't dare to be too careless. Right now, he could directly defeat martial artists of the same generation like Changbing, Yu Xingkong, and Huang Yu, who were at the 5th stage of the yoke, across 2 small stages. However, Shui Feng was at the 6th stage of the yoke. and although it was only a difference of one small stage, there was a world of difference in terms of true battle power. Chapter 61, This Kid is Ruthless. Facing Xuefeng's all-out punch blasting down, Qin Zhan did not hesitate, let alone dodge. He continued to choose hard steel, and the Dragon Pearl sensed the host's emotions and glowed violently. In the next moment, Qin Zhan clenched his fist and directly blasted against it. The two powerful chi energies collided, quickly spreading inside the mall and cracking the ground. However, there wasn't the kind of result that Xuefeng had envisioned, a fist directly suppressing Qin War. On the contrary, he felt that his arm was numb from the shock, while Qin Zhan only took a few steps backward, apparently not seriously hurt. Now Xuefeng couldn't calm down in his heart. He felt that this freshly minted teenager in front of him was very uncomplicated. At the same time, Qin Zhan was also secretly frightened in his heart, although he only had the strength of the third stage of the yoke. However, the power of the Dragon Pearl protected his body, making his physical constitution already different from normal people. Facing Cheng Bing, who was at the fifth stage of the yoke, and Huang Yu, who was at the fifth stage of the yoke, he had shaken the other party out with a single punch, causing serious injuries. However, at this moment, facing Xuefeng, with one punch against the other, he had suffered a dark loss. It was true that there was a huge difference in the true battle power caused by even just a small difference in segments. You've got two tricks up your sleeve. It's me who underestimated you. Xuefeng shook his fist, a cold smile flashing across the corner of his mouth. Qin Zhan returned the same color disdainfully. You're even more trashy than I thought. It seems that old man Tianji didn't teach you properly. Qin War, if I don't suppress you to the ground today, I, Xuefeng, am a son of a. Xuefeng was completely enraged by Qin War's words, roaring and brewing his second punch. Qin War sneered as his body glowed once again. He clenched his fists tightly. This time he chose to take the initiative to attack. Seek death. Seeing Qin Zhan take the initiative to charge at him, Xuefeng's feet shook as powerful chi surged from his body. Then he cupped his fists and smashed down with a ferocious punch in the air. Bang bang. The two men clashed together again, fist to fist. This time, Qin War continued to retreat, but Xuefeng's face clearly showed a look of pain as he also took a few steps back. If the first punch Qin War suffered a loss, Xuefeng had the advantage. Then the second punch was clearly a tie, which was very abnormal. Xuefeng's face revealed a look of gravity as he sensed Qin Zhan's unearthliness, which seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Qin Zhan sneered. He also saw Xuefeng's hesitation and indecision and said sarcastically, "What? It's only just begun and you're already wimpy?" Poof. Xuefeng's mouth was still hard, and he angrily said, "Qin War, but what wackiness do you have? In the face of absolute strength, you must be suppressed today. You rather come up with absolute strength? Less nonsense." Qin War roared out once again, initiating the attack. Soon the two trembled together again, fists bombarding each other. Qin Zhan got braver and braver, his aura getting stronger and stronger, while Xuefeng's aura was obviously getting weaker and weaker. In a short period of time at least two people continuously bombarded no less than 10 punches. After each punch Qin battle can immediately launch a fierce attack, and Xuefeng was a bit weak, gradually began to show defeat. Xuefeng himself also realized this point. The more he fought on, the more alarmed he became inwardly. If he continued to fight like this, he would probably be defeated by Qin Zhan. As the two men finally threw a punch at each other, each side retreated 5 steps. Xuefeng immediately shouted, "This is the end for you and I today. We'll fight again another day." Ha ha ha. Qin War laughed out loud and said sarcastically, "Xuefeng, you're a damn disgrace. Wasn't it you who said you wanted to fight me one-on-one and suppress me? And now you're wimpy?" Xuefeng secretly shook his fist. The tiger's mouth had cracked and blood was dripping down. "Qin War, do you really want to take things to the extreme? Do you really want to fight with losing death?" Xuefeng began to look over his shoulder for the sake of his face. Qin Zhan was naturally clear about these little tricks in his heart, but since he had already agreed to a one-on-one fight today, he certainly wouldn't miss this good opportunity. Moreover, Xuefeng had colluded with the Cheng family to lay hands on the Zhang family. The two Zhang family siblings had been lost so far, and he had a very bad feeling about it. So Xuefeng, he definitely wouldn't let go. "Xuefeng, if you're afraid of losing, immediately kneel down and call your grandfather 3 times, and I'll let you off the hook today." Deceitful. Xuefeng of course refused to do so. Roaring, his fists flung out, turning into a trail of stumps to pounce on Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan was unperturbed, his body glowing as he cupped his fists and stood still, sensing the changes in the energy around him. Just as Xuefeng slammed his fist down, he quickly threw a counter punch. The two missed perfectly with this punch. Xuefeng punched him in the chest, while he punched Xuefeng squarely in his left arm. Kabo, a sound of bones breaking rang out. Both of them flew backwards and were accompanied by a stream of blood spilling out. But this time, Xuefeng no longer had a chance. Qin Zhan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Although he was hit squarely in the chest, he still stood up. Shui Feng, however, was in a miserable state. His entire arm was shattered, and blood was pouring out. He was just about to struggle to get up when Qin Zhan didn't give him another chance, dodging and rushing over, directly stomping on Shui Feng's body. Rubbish, I told you last time. Letting Ning Bo suppress you is just a figure of convenience. Do you still really think that I can't deal with you? Qin Zhan angrily rebuked while lifting his foot and kicking down fiercely. Ah, stop, stop. Shui Feng screamed out in pain, and Qin Zhan didn't have the slightest intention of stopping as he madly kicked Shui Feng violently. The surroundings were quiet. Only Shui Feng's miserable screams could be heard, as well as the sound of bones breaking. Huang Yu and the others knelt on the ground, looking at this scene in horror, their hearts sucking in cold air. Unexpectedly, the Yoke 6th stage Shui Feng was not even a match for Qin Zhan. Only after 10 minutes of continuous beating did Qin Zhan stop. He stomped on Shui Feng, who was as good as a dead dog, and forced him to ask, "Say, how are the Zhang family siblings now?" Shui Feng was spitting out blood continuously, and many of the bones in his body were broken. However, he thought that he was at least a disciple of Elder Tianji, and Qin War would similarly not dare to kill him. Thus Shui Feng spat out blood and said, "You'll never want to know. Looks like you still have a hard mouth. Do you really think that I wouldn't dare to kill you?" Qin Zhan was also enraged, bending down and lifting Shui Feng with one hand. "Don't forget, everyone saw that it was you who wanted to fight with Lao Zi one-on-one. Even if Lao Zi slaughtered you, your master, old man Tianji, couldn't say anything. If you're capable, you kill me." Shui Feng's heart crossed, betting that Qin Zhan wouldn't dare. "I'll give you another chance. Say, how are the Zhang family siblings now? Give an honest account and I'll let a way out." Qin War also lost his patience and roared as he grabbed Shui Feng's throat with one hand. However, Shui Feng suddenly sneered, still refusing to speak. "Go to hell, trash." Qin Zhan no longer hesitated. His fingers snapped and directly strangled Shui Feng to death. At this moment, Huang Yu and the others kneeling on the ground were truly scared less. Shui Feng was Elder Tianji's personal disciple and was highly favored, and Elder Tianji's identity was not simple. I didn't expect Qin War to really dare to kill Shui Feng. "Grandpa Qin, spare your life. Spare your life, Grandpa Qin. We won't dare anymore. Spare us, don't kill us, don't." Huang Yu and the others wet their pants and kowtowed frantically. Qin Zhan looked at this group of people with contempt and said sarcastically, "What? You trash were warned a long time ago, and now it's too late. Don't kill me, Grandpa Qin, don't kill me." Huang Yu's face turned white with fear as he frantically begged for mercy. Qin Zhan looked at the group in disgust, frowned, and angrily rebuked, "Get lost. Don't let old me run into you guys again in the future." Chapter 62 Breaking the Sky. Kyoto, Elder Tianji's residence. On the ground lay Shui Feng's miserable corpse, with several people kneeling around it. Elder Tianji's face was pale, uglier than a pig's liver. A terrifying killing aura enveloped the entire villa, and this highly respected old man with an unusual status was completely enraged. "Gao Wujiu, you are bullying people too much. The old man swears that from this moment onwards, he will be cut off from you, with you and without me." Elder Tianji hissed angrily. His terrifying chi surged madly, and the few subordinates kneeling on the ground were shaken alive on the spot. His entire body twisted as he looked at his precious disciple who had long since become a corpse. Originally, he thought that he had a friendship with Gao Wuyo, and at the same time, he was an old part of the Dragon Emperor. Qin Zhan was Gao Wuyo's man, while Shui Feng was his personal disciple. A fight between the two young men would be acceptable up to a point. However, he didn't expect Qin War to come down hard and kill Shui Feng in public, which made him furious, concluding that this must have been instructed by Gao Wuyo, otherwise Qin Zhan would never have had the guts to do so. After some catharsis, Elder Tianji waved his hand and commanded, "Immediately prepare a car and go to the Zhao family." On the other side, Kyoto Public House. This was the gathering point of the Kyoto second-generation gang. Inches of land, incomparable luxury. Huang Yu's face was pale and covered in blood as he knelt on the ground. In front of him several young second generation with cigars in their mouths were embracing left and right. After hearing Huang Yu's detailed account of how Qin Zhan had killed Shui Feng and then Cheng Bing, and had humiliated and beaten him up a bit, these few bigwigs of the second generation gang were also a bit unable to sit still. Outrageous. What is this person's origin? Daring to kill our second generation gang's brothers. Tired of living, right? No matter what his origin is, if he dares to kill our second generation gang's brothers, there is only one outcome, and that is death. A few big brothers of the second generation gang began to discuss. These young second generation all possessed prominent family power, and their own strength talent was also of a very powerful kind. Yuan Shao, Gu Shao, that Qin Zhan is backed by Gao Wuyo Gao Daoran. Huang Yu knelt on the ground, and only then did he explain the bottom line of Qinjian. Yuan Chang and Gu Tang were the souls of the second-generation gang, and the two were the number one people under Big Brother Zhao Wuxie. On weekdays, they were responsible for managing the entire second-generation gang members. At the same time, the Yuan family and the Gu family that were both top-notch first-class families in Kyoto, and even in the summer country, Gao Wuxia's people. Yuan Chang snorted coldly. A hint of killing intent flashed across the corner of his mouth as he said, "So what if it's Gao Wuyo's people? Not bad." Gu Tang was similarly filled with killing intent, saying, "Others are afraid of him, Gao Wuyo, but we are not afraid. Young Yuan, young Gu, should we inform the boss about this?" The rest of the second-generation gang members asked. The two thought for a moment and said, "No need for now. The boss has been in seclusion lately. There's no need to disturb him because of this small matter. Communicate our meaning, and restrict that Qinjian to honestly come to the Jingdu public hall by himself to confess to his crime and accept our punishment, or else he will suffer the consequences." Gao Mansion. After learning that Qinjian had directly killed Xue Feng, Gao Wuyo and Zhou Qianren's first reaction was that this kid Qinjian was this ruthless. But things had already happened and people had been killed, so it was useless to say so much. But Gao Wuyo was well aware of Elder Tianji's character and style. Xue Feng, as his personal disciple, was highly favored by him and would definitely be upset if he was killed just like that. Senior Gao, Elder Qiu, we can't blame Qinjian for this matter. That Xue Feng did go a bit too far, and it's likely that the Zhang family siblings had already been subjected to his unarmed hands. Qinjian only had no choice but to lay down his cruel hands, afraid that Qinjian would be blamed. Lin Wanner helped explain. "Miss Wanner, you're thinking too much." Although Gao Wuyo was a little worried about Qinjian's safety, he didn't blame Qinjian for it. Killing is killing. Since that Xue Feng helped the Cheng family slaughter the Zhang family, he deserves to die for that. On the contrary, Qinjian, you should stay in the Gao mansion during this recent period of time, just in case. According to my observation, that group of youngsters from the second-generation gang are lawless and will most likely be unfavorable to you. Qinjian agreed with this, and he felt that the most urgent thing he needed to address at the moment was to raise his strength as soon as possible. According to his understanding, the second-generation gang's group of people were all not simple. In addition to their prominent family lineage, several people's own strength was also somewhat expansive, and it was rumored that the eldest brother, Zhao Wuxie, had already been a golden body stage powerhouse long ago. Elder Qiu, I'll trouble you more to look after Qinjian during this period of time. I see that Elder Tianji will most likely make a move this time. The Cheng family has launched an invitation to export to forces related to the Dragon Emperor at the behest of the Zhao family. The back of this matter is definitely not that simple. I need to contact the remaining three. I'm afraid I won't be able to get away recently. Zhou Qianren nodded and said, "Senior Gao, don't worry, I will definitely protect Qinjian's well-being." Soon, news came out from the Kyoto second-generation gang's side. Qinjian himself was restricted to honestly come to the Kyoto public hall to confess to his crimes, or else he would suffer the consequences. This was the first time the second-generation gang had openly issued a threat to the outside world, and for a while, it caused a not-so-small uproar in Kyoto. The news quickly reached Qinjian. Without saying a word, Qinjian immediately asked Ningbo to issue a response in his name. The response declared that the people of the second-generation gang should come if they have the ability, and not to blindly compare if they don't have the ability. Either everyone stays out of the river, or they can come directly. This response was very Qinjian, also very crazy. Directly let the second-generation gang of this group of people angry half-dead, and at the same time, Qinjian began to shut down with the help of Gao Wuyo and Zhou Qianren. After coming to Kyoto, he saw his inadequacies more and more, and at the same time, inside a secret villa in Kyoto, three middle-aged men, who were majestic and different in appearance, were sitting together with a middle-aged man who was covered in a murderous aura. These three middle-aged men were Ling Fengqian, Xiao Tianque, and Yan Nanbei, three of the four great warrior generals under the Dragon Emperor in the past, and the old man was none other than Old Man Tianji. Elder Tianji had first gone to the Zhao family on the day Xue Feng was killed by Qin War, and after plotting with the Zhao family, he had found the other three great war generals at the first opportunity. These three great generals with the disappearance of the Dragon Emperor has long been retired for many years, basically do not ask about the world, and Gao Wujiu like also opened the government to build a house, for the sudden visit of Tianji Elder, and invited the three people, only missing Gao Wujiu who had been active. They all felt a little curious. Tianji, you invited the three of us alone and only saw old Gao, is there something wrong? Ling Fengqian was the first to ask. Elder Tianji pondered for a moment and said with dissatisfaction, the three lords have been in seclusion for a long time, and they don't yet know that Elder Gao is changed. He has now gone out of his way to personally kill two powerful members of the Zhao family for a young man, and condoned harboring this young man to kill my only heir. Hearing Elder Tianji say this, The three great war generals all revealed a look of surprise. They were all former members of the Dragon Emperor in the past and had great friendship with each other. They would never do this under normal circumstances. I made an appointment to see the three lords because I want to ask the three lords to do justice. The matter between the young people is point blank, but Lord Gao condoning that young to kill my disciple is really excessive. Hearing these three great war generals sort of understood what Elder Tianji meant. In response, the three great war generals pondered for a moment and said, "In that case, let's ask old man Gao to meet us. It just so happens that we haven't seen each other for a long time." Chapter 63, The Parting of the Ways. Kyoto. Inside an upscale tea house, the four great warlords of the former Dragon Emperor, Elder Tianji, and 5 of the Dragon Emperor's old troops were reunited after many years. However, the atmosphere in the tea house was a bit tense. It was obvious that Gao Wuyo and Old Man Tianji looked at each other with displeasure. "Old Gao, we haven't seen each other for many years, and as we gather today, we can openly talk about any conflicts." The remaining 3 great war generals laughed. "Old Ling, Old Xiao, Old Yan, we naturally don't need to say much to each other." Gao Wuyo looked at Old Man Tianji and said, "It's this old man who is becoming more and more unlikable." Old Man Tianji was very upset in his heart, but his strength and status were inferior to the 4 great war generals, so he could only endure. "Elder Gao, you have not given the old man any face." "Old man," Gao Wujio said sarcastically, "if it wasn't for the fact that you also followed the Dragon Emperor back then, this seat would have exterminated you long ago, believe it or not." "Elder Gao, you're bullying people too much." Elder Tianji held back his anger, seeing that the two were getting on top of each other in a few words. Ling Fengchen, Yan Nanbei, and Xiao Tianqua hurriedly rounded up the scene. "Old Gao, Tianji, you two say one less word. We are all our own people." "Yes, we are all Dragon Emperor's old troops. All are our own people. Between our own people there are words to say." "Old Gao, Tianji, you all calm down." "Humph," Gao Wujiao coldly said. "Who is one of our own with this old guy? You guys don't know. Not long ago the Cheng family in Kyoto secretly launched a massacre against the Zheng family related to the Dragon Emperor at the behest of the Zhao family, and this old guy's precious disciple had a hand in it." Hearing this, Ling Fengchen, Xiao Tianqua, and Yan Nan all revealed a look of surprise as Chi looked towards Elder Tianji. Elder Tianji had prepared his words a long time ago, explaining, "My disciple did not have a hand in this, as Elder Gao said. He did have dealings with the Cheng family, but what does that tell us? Rather, it's you, Senior Gao, who condoned and harbored that Qin Zhan who killed my disciple in public, and haven't said a word about it until now. So it's too much of an understatement for the old man." "Old man, this seed now suspects that you also have some involvement," Gao Wuyo said directly. "Elder Gao, you must have evidence when you speak." Old Man Tianji refused to admit it. Gao Wuyo coldly looked at Old Man Tianji and threatened, "Old man, if I find out that you betrayed the Dragon Emperor, I will definitely kill you myself." Seeing that the two were still at odds and the atmosphere was very tense, the 3 great war generals had no choice but to mediate. However, the 3 great war generals all thought that Gao Wujiao was too overbearing. After all, killing a Zhao clan expert for a young man, and condoning him to kill Elder Tianji's disciple, how could this not be justified? "Old Gao, what is the relationship between that young man called Qin Zhan and you?" "Old Gao, we've known each other for many years and we know your temperament. What is that young man's origin that could make you do such a thing? Things are not what they used to be. The Zhao family is now as strong as ever. You killed 2 people from the Zhao family for that Qin Zhan. I'm afraid this matter won't be ended that easily." Gao Wuyo's face was expressionless. He knew exactly what he was doing. For the sake of Qin Zhan, not to mention killing 2 people from the Zhao family, even if he were to stab the sky through, he wouldn't hesitate. "Old Ling, Old Xiao, Old Yan, there's no need to say these things. Qin Zhan and I do have an extraordinary relationship, not to mention killing the Zhao family for him. Even if I were to turn the Xia kingdom upside down, I wouldn't hesitate to do it. As for why, you guys shouldn't ask. It's not time to tell you now. If when I'm still a brother, there are some things you guys shouldn't get involved in." Hearing such strong words from Gao Wuyo, the 3 great war generals could only shake their heads and sigh. However, since the 3 greats had come here today, they naturally wanted to resolve the conflict between Gao Wuyo and Old Man Tianji. Elder Tianji had already endured it long ago and said, "Elder Gao, could it be that you won't say anything about this when Qin Zhan killed my disciple?" "Ha," Gao Wuyo said disdainfully, "what do you want to say? It was your disciple's own fault and he was not as skilled as the others, so if he killed him, then he killed him. What more do you want to say?" "You." Elder Tianji was so infuriated that he couldn't speak. "And I'm warning you, if you dare to secretly use any means against Qin Zhan, I will definitely kill you myself," Gao Wuyo warned. "Gao Wuyo." This time, Elder Tianji completely exploded and said angrily, "You're bullying people too much. Do you think that old me is really afraid of you? I'm asking you, Are you going to disregard our former friendship for that Qin war and completely tear your face off? Old man, were my words not clear enough just now? Gao Woyo asked back. Good. Elder Tianji flung his sleeves and said, since that's the case, there's nothing more to talk about. Gao Woyo laughed and said, if it wasn't for old Yen, old Xiao, and old Ling's face, this seat wouldn't bother with you. Dropping these words, Gao Woyo whisked his sleeves away. The rest of the three great war generals could not say anything when they saw this and could only shake their heads and sigh. After Gao Woyo left, Elder Tianji continued, Three lords, just now you all saw that Senior General Gao's was too poisonous. It really bullied me too much. The three battle generals sighed helplessly and said, Tianji, things have come to this, we know clearly in our hearts which is right or wrong, but no matter what you're going to do, you still need to pay attention to your own identity. We are always our own people. We are all the Dragon Emperor's old troops. Hearing this, a cold smile flashed through old man Tianji's heart. He was finally relieved that the three battle generals had said this, which meant that the three battle generals would at least not aid Gao Woyo. Ensuring this point, he would be able to launch his revenge. On this day, the Yuan family, the Gu family and a large group of powerful families in Kyoto joined forces to put pressure on Gao Woyo. Summarizing it all up, they had one meaning, to make Gao Woyo hand over Qinzhan immediately. At this moment, Gao Woyo called Qiu Qianren, Wang Shanha, Lin Zhennan to discuss this matter. We all know very well that no matter what, handing over Qinzhan is definitely impossible. However, the Gu family, Yuan family, plus a second-generation gang, had a lot of influence in Kyoto, joining forces to apply pressure. It was indeed not easy to deal with. Qinzhuo was now in seclusion, trying to further absorb and refine more Dragon Pearl power. It seems like this old thing Tianji still won't die, stringing together so many forces to join forces to apply pressure. It must have its share of credit, Gao Woyo said in a cold voice. I'm curious, for such a big event, how could there be no movement on the Zhao family side? Lord Gao, so it seems that the Zhao family is the one who started everything behind the scenes, and now these forces are probably just pawns. Qiu Qianren analyzed. That day, he and Gao Woyo went to an appointment with the Zhao family, and almost tore their faces off in public with the Zhao family. Now the two of them felt more and more that the Zhao family must have had some involvement in the mysterious powerhouse that sneaked up on the Dragon Emperor back then. It was also after the Dragon Emperor's disappearance that the Zhao family had jumped to become the #1 family in the Summer Kingdom. At the same time, at the Kyoto public house, Yuan Chang and Gudo had gathered the members of the second-generation gang and had also called in the Chang family and many other families. They were planning to go to the Gao mansion in an aggressive manner to ask for punishment. Chapter 64, Joining Forces to Persecute. A large group of forces such as the Kyoto second-generation gang, the Yuan family, the Gu family, and the Chang family, including Old Man Tianji, collectively pressurized Gao Woyo. A large group of people went to the Gao mansion in great numbers, ostensibly to force Gao Wujiu to hand over Qinzhan. But in reality, it was clear to anyone with a discerning eye that the main target was still Gao Woyo. For these big powers, a Qin Jiashan can't change anything, nor can it turn any waves. The main thing is Gao Wuqiu. Gao Wuqiu is one of the four great generals of the Dragon Emperor in the past. His own strength was already at the top that tier, plus the residual power of the Dragon Emperor was still there. Even the first family like the Zhao family had to be afraid of 3 times. Now such a good opportunity to use this to suppress Gao Wujiu, as the major forces naturally wouldn't miss it. In the morning, a large number of people had arrived at the Gao mansion. Leading the way was none other than Yuan Chang, one of the core figures of the second-generation gang, and Gu Tang did not come. Secondly, the Yuan family and the Gu family had each sent a core expert, and a large number of people from the rest of the forces such as Chang Guoqing, the head of the Chang family, had all arrived. Elder Tianji also appeared in person, which was tantamount to publicizing the conflict between him and Gao Wujiu. Gao Woyo and Qiu Qianren, Wang Shanha, Lin Zhennan, Lin Wan'er, and servant Ning Bo were the first to walk out. The two sides of the crowd were battling each other, and the aura was tense. Gao Woyo, cut the crap, either hand over that Qinzhan today, or we will trample your Gao mansion to the ground. As the core figure of the Kyoto second-generation gang, Yuan Chang wasn't very old, but his tone was unusually rampant, and he came up to be intimidated. Gao Woyo naturally wasn't intimidated, and he acted quite calmly in the face of the raging major forces. Kid, do you want to die? Ha! Yuan Chang wasn't afraid of Gao Wuqiu at all and continued to threaten. Gao Wuqiu, this young man knows that you used to be one of the Dragon Emperor's 4 great warriors, but things are not the same as they used to be, and the Dragon Emperor has long since fallen. Giving you face and calling you Senior Gao, not giving you face? What kind of thing are you? How dare you? Qiu Qianren couldn't help but angrily rebuke. Yellow-mouthed child. Lawless, old me must teach you a lesson. Yuan Chang didn't care at all. In terms of personal strength, at his age, he was definitely inferior to old-school powerhouses like Gao Wuyo and Qiu Qianren. But today, the Yuan family and the Gu family had each sent out a core powerhouse. Senior Gao, Qiu Qianren, you guys are not taking my Yuan family too seriously. Yuan family expert Yuan Chengfeng stood out with a strong aura. Then Gu Shuweihan, an expert of the Gu family, also stood out and said, others are afraid of you, Gao Weiyo, but my Gu family has never put you in their eyes. And us, either hand over Qinzhan today, or step on the Gao mansion. Immediately following the Cheng family, there were other families, including some members of the second generation gang who followed suit and yelled. Elder Tianji also stood out at this moment and said in a cold voice, Gao Wu Jiao, I don't believe that with just you alone, you can hold back the second generation gang, the Gu family, the Yuan family, and so many other clans from joining forces. Old me advises you not to take your own life and hand over Qinzhan. Gao Wuyo gritted his teeth and said in a cold voice, old man, it's really you who is conspiring behind the scenes. Gao Weiyo, there's no need to say much. Today, we are joining forces. You'd better hand over that Qinzhan, or else we'll step on the Gao mansion. Elder Tianji swore with conviction. Today, although the Zhao family was not involved, but in reality, so many families had joined forces together to force Gao Wuyo, and the Zhao family was the final manipulator. All of you listen to this seat. Gao Wuyo was not afraid in the slightest and loudly rebuked. To think that this seat will hand over Qinzhan, there is absolutely no way. If you all are not afraid of death, just let your horses come over. I, Gao Weiyo, am not afraid of a battle. I, Qiu Qianren, am not afraid to fight. Then Wang Shanha, Ning Bo, Lin Jinnan, and even Lin Wan'er came forward. Toast the wine and eat the punishment. Among the many forces, Yuan Chang was the leader. He snorted coldly and commanded, make your move and kill whoever dares to block. Along with Yuan Chang's order, the two strongest people, Yuan Chengfeng, an expert of the Yuan clan, and Gu Shuweihan, an expert of the Gu clan, erupted their qi at the same time. The two of them joining hands was enough to block Gao Wujiao, while the Cheng family and other family experts, plus an old man Tianji was enough to easily pin down Qiu Qianren, Ningbo and the others. The battle was imminent. Gao Wuyo stood at the front, his qi surging, forming a terrifying killing machine. As one of the four great warrior generals under the Dragon Emperor in the past, he himself already possessed the top-level battle power of the 8th stage of the Golden Body. Stop! Just as the two sides were about to strike, a roar came out. Then three silhouettes quickly rushed over. The three of them were incomparably powerful as their human energy surged. The three people were none other than Ling Fengchen, Xiao Tianqua, and Yan Nanbei. The three people's human energy erupted, incomparably powerful, directly rushing to the center position, stopping the great battle between the two sides. The four great war generals had once been renowned and had a great friendship, so naturally, they worked together. If the four joined forces, then the major forces present today were no match for them, and the situation was instantly reversed. Gentlemen, have a word. If you guys insist on making a move against old Gao, the three of us can only fight side by side with old Gao. Not bad. The four great war generals will advance and retreat together. Faced with the sudden appearance of the three great war generals, the major forces on the scene were dumbfounded. Chi looked towards Elder Tianji, because Elder Tianji had clearly said, the remaining three great war generals would not help Gao Wuyo. Elder Tianji's face was also a bit ugly as he politely said to the three great war generals, Lord Ling, Lord Xiao, Lord Yen, we are not making a move against Lord Gao. We are trying to get Lord Gao to hand over that Qinzhan, and it is Lord Gao who insists on refusing to do so. Regarding these circumstances, the three of them naturally knew in their hearts. The reason why they rushed to help was indeed because the four of them had fought side by side before, and were also listed as the four great warriors under the Dragon Emperor's command. Of course, they were unwilling to see Gao Wuyo being humiliated. Old Gao, it's better to let that young man called Qinzhan come out. Yes, old Gao, you can protect him for a moment, but it's difficult to shelter him for a lifetime. Besides, if that Qinzhan is really that good, it won't do to stay under the shelter of your wings. What needs to be faced always needs to be faced. The three great war generals took turns to persuade. Their words were not unreasonable, but Gao Wuyo had his own thoughts. For one thing, Qinzhan was currently in seclusion. Secondly, with Qinzhan's current strength segment, if an older generation powerhouse made a move, he would definitely die, without even a chance to resist. Old Ling, Old Xiao, Old Yen, if when I'm still a brother, don't pursue so much. Gao Wuyo's attitude was still tough, refusing to give in, and angrily said, Qinzhuan, I definitely won't hand it over. If you guys want to make a move, just let your horses come over. Old Gao, calm down. The three great war generals were also in a difficult position. Humph. At this moment, Yuan Chang let out a word and said in a cold voice, what are you four great war generals? Times are different now. either hand over the people or go to war. The four great war generals looked at Yuan Chang oddly upon hearing this. Yuan Chang was only in his 20s, and was indeed very strong and excellent. It had already reached the limit level of Yoke 9 stages, only half a step away from entering the golden body stage. This age was exaggerated. Yellow-haired brat. Speaking out of turn, Gao Wuyo snorted coldly and was about to directly make a move to teach Yuan Chang a lesson. At the same time, Yuan family powerhouse Yuan Chengfeng stood out and said, "Senior Gao, it's not good to bully the young with the big, when my Yuan family has no one?" Chapter 65, Miss Qi steps in. Yuan Changfeng and Gu Shuihan were both top-tier powerhouses of the Yuan and Gu families, and they had come in person this time to support the scene and check Gao Wuyo. Both of them were at the 8th stage of the golden body, the same stage as the four great battle generals. "Just with your Yuan family want to stop me?" Gao Wuyo didn't put Yuan Changfeng in his eyes. They were all at the same golden body 8th stage, but their true battle strength was unknown. At least to be a war general under the Dragon Emperor, being invincible and fearless is the basic quality. "Gao Wuyo, others are afraid of you. My Yuan family didn't put you in their eyes. Today, Mr. Yuan is here in person. Do you still want to make a move against my young master?" Yuan Changfeng was equally strong, his chi surging as he confronted Gao Wuyo. At the same time, there was a Gu Shuihan next to Yuan Changfeng, which was also a top-tier powerhouse. Gu Shuihan's words were even harsher, directly sarcastically saying, "You were one of the war generals under the Dragon Emperor in the past, but now you've been reduced to making enemies of us for a young man. So far, that young man doesn't even dare to show his face. He, Gao Wuyo, Mr. Gu despises you. Put your horse's bull *********. Gao Wuyo directly rebuked angrily. "What do you know? This seat can honestly tell you that Qinjian far exceeds those so-called geniuses of your Gu family. Is that so?" Yuan Changfeng followed suit sarcastically. "If that's the case, why is he a shrunken-head turtle who doesn't dare to show his face until now? And the so-called geniuses of your Yuan clan, they're nothing but dog in front of Qin War." Gao Wuyo cursed. At this time, Yuan Chang walked out as the core figure of the second-generation gang. Even Gu Shuihan and Yuan Changfeng looked at his face. "Gao Wu Jiao, since you're blowing up so fiercely, let that Qinjian roll out. This young man can poke him to death with one finger. Believe it or not?" Gao Wuyo sneered more than once. He had already seen Qinjian's strength and talent with his own eyes. He had decapitated Yu Xingshu, a genius of the Yu clan who was at the 3rd stage of the yoke, and he had fought against Yu Xingkong, who was at the 5th stage of the yoke, and still managed to carry it off without dying. After entering the 3rd stage of the yoke, he was able to kill Yu Xingkong. When he came to Kyoto, he killed Chang Bing, who was at the 5th stage of the yoke, and even killed Xue Feng, who was at the 6th stage of the yoke. Such achievements were not even as good as theirs when they were young. Moreover, Qinjian was an exceptional genius who had once given birth to the dragon spine. If not, how could he have been recognized by the Dragon Emperor? How could the Dragon Emperor have passed on the Dragon Emperor order to him before he fell? They had once followed the Dragon Emperor and knew that the Dragon Emperor's vision would never be wrong. Qinjian didn't need anything. What he needed most today was time. A time to grow. "Kid, the day Qin War comes out of the gate will be the day you lose your reputation. Do you know that?" Gao Wuyo said sarcastically. "Ha!" Yuan Chang had a disdainful look on his face as he said, "As far as this young man knows, this person is nothing more than a yoke 3rd stage trash. Why would this young man need a single finger to destroy him?" At this moment, Ling Fengchen, Xiao Tianqua, Yan Nanbei and the three of them also heard out that Qinjian was in seclusion. Although they were puzzled by the fact that Gao Wuyo dared to make enemies of so many forces but also sheltered Qinjian. However, their stance was that they must not allow so many forces to join forces against Gao Wuyo, and that the four great warriors were of one mind. "Gentlemen, that young man called Qinjian is still in seclusion. All of you give us face. When Qinjian comes out of seclusion, he will definitely show up to give a statement." "Not bad, the three of us make a guarantee. If you all insist on doing so, then don't blame our four great war generals for joining forces again." The three great war generals also let out harsh words. They weren't helping Qinjian, but rather Gao Wuyo. The influence caused by the four great war generals joining forces was very great, simply because all four of them were once the fiercest four under the Dragon Emperor. "Do the four of you really want to make enemies of us?" Yuan Chang didn't care at all. The big deal was that with a single phone call, the Yuan family, the ancient family would mobilize some more experts to come, and if that was not possible, there was still the first family, the Zhao family. Overall strength, their side could still easily crush the four warlords. "Do you believe that if this young man makes a random phone call right now, my Yuan family, the ancient family will send more powerful people to make your four great war generals history?" Yuan Chang was indeed arrogant, directly ignoring the four major battle generals, Ling Fengchen, Gao Wuyo, Yan Nanbei, Xiao Tianqua. "You four give this young man a listen. Times have changed, and all of you should be swept away from the trash heap. The current Kyoto, and even the Summer Kingdom, including the future, will be our world. After saying that, Yuan Cheng's face sank as he instructed Yuan Changfeng beside him. Uncle Feng, immediately contact the family to send more experts. Today, this young man is going to step on the 4 warlords under this so-called Dragon Emperor. Yuan Cheng's arrogant words caused the 4 great war generals to become completely enraged. All 4 of them were not geniuses who swept across a party back then. Each of them was a protagonist within their own stories. How had they ever been so admonished and belittled by a young man? Ignorant little child. Arrogant and arrogant. The 4 were furious, but they didn't dare to take it lightly. Today was not what it used to be, and as much as they were unwilling to admit it in their hearts, the era of the Dragon Emperor had indeed passed. Especially Gao Woyo. He had long known from Qinzhan that the Dragon Emperor had fallen under the Dark Jedi Dragon Abyss. Today's Xia Kingdom was the world of the Zhao family, the Yuan family, the Gu family, and all of these powerful families were all bowing down to the Zhao family. If a Yuan family with experts came out, it was true that it would be difficult for the 4 of them to resist even if they joined forces. However, as the 4 fierce generals under the Dragon Emperor's command, they were not people who were timid and afraid of death. Looking at the sound, they saw a red sports car driving over quickly, ignoring the crowd. Just as someone was about to open his mouth to reprimand which one of them was the ungrateful one, Yuan Cheng was the first to react, only to see him honestly make way and then run his ass to the side of the red sports car. The arrogance and disregard for everything just now was completely gone. Sister-in-law. As the car door opened, a stunningly beautiful woman walked down. Sister-in-law, Ms. Che. All the members of the second-generation gang greeted respectfully, and even Yuan Changfeng, Gu Shuihan, a powerhouse of this level, and Tianji old man also respectfully took the initiative to greet. The person who came was exactly Ms. Qi Wei Qi, a woman with a hot body that exudes life-threatening temptation. In the high-level circle of Kyoto, everyone knew that Qi Wei was the Zhao family's first genius, the most favored woman of the incomparable Zhao Wuxi. Seeing that it was Qi Wei who had come, Lin Wan was also surprised. A few days ago, she and Qinzhan still had a conflict with Qi Wei at the mall. It's so lively here. What are you guys doing? Qi Wei had a noble face, and her hot body with a convex front and curved back was something that men would want to get into fifi. Sister-in-law, Yuan Cheng, as the core of the second-generation gang and Zhao Wuxi's loyal little brother, was well aware of Zhao Wuxi's favoritism towards Qi Wei. Therefore, he had great respect for Qi Wei and opened his mouth to reply. There's a little Yakuza named Qinzhan who killed our people, and we have come to force Gao Wu Jie to hand this person over. Qi Wei laughed and asked, where is that Qinzhan man? Chapter 66, The Unintelligible Woman. Sister-in-law, that little Yakuza is hiding and doesn't dare to come out. Yuan Cheng continued to reply. Qi Wei didn't pay any more attention to Yuan Cheng, but took a step towards the side of the 4 war generals. The 4 had also heard about Qi Wei and Zhao Wuxi, and had no feelings for Qi Wei's 4. Little sister, still recognize me? Qi Wei unexpectedly looked at Lin Wanner and inquired. Lin Wanner froze, nodded, and said, Miss Qi. Ha! Qi Wei laughed and asked, where is Qin War? Why didn't he come out? Miss Qi, Qin War, he's in seclusion. Lin Wanner was nervous. As the same woman she didn't understand why Qi Wei appeared at this time and inquired about Qinzhan. Okay. Qi Wei laughed and then looked at the crowd present. Although she was just an ordinary person, she had to admit that she did look pretty and also had to admit that anyone had to give her face, because Zhao Wuxi was too terrifying. This was a supreme genius who crushed all the younger generations of his contemporaries. It was also an existence that caused many old generation powerhouses to feel despair. There was once an old generation powerhouse who disrespected Qi Wei, and Zhao Wuxi personally stepped in and killed that old generation powerhouse with a single move. This battle completely established Zhao Wuxi's identity as the leader of the younger generation. Even Gao Woyo was shocked and incredulous after hearing about it at first. You all heard it. Qinzhan is in seclusion. Disperse. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Hearing Qi Wei's words, Yuan Cheng was confused and hurriedly inquired. Qi Wei couldn't see any change on her face and said lightly, I said, you all disperse. Yuan Cheng looked incredulous and asked, Sister-in-law, you know that Qin War? Sort of know him. Qi Wei didn't deny it and said, when we were at the shopping mall before, that Qinzhan even hit my lady's subordinate with his hands. Upon hearing Qi Wei say this, Yuan Cheng and the other members of the second-generation gang fumed on the spot, stating that they wanted to make Qinzhan's body broken into pieces. Who knew that Qi Wei didn't follow common sense at all and said, alright, all disperse. This young lady wants to meet him, and until then, no one is allowed to touch him. Sister-in-law, he killed our people. Yuan Cheng explained. Didn't you hear what I said? Qi Wei became a little displeased. Her tone turned cold. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. No one knew what Qi Wei meant, because Qi Wei had just explicitly said that there was a conflict with Qin Zhan. But what she said at this time was clearly to help Qin Zhan, not to mention Yuan Sheng and the others. Even the four great warlords, Lin Wanner's side couldn't figure it out. The members of the second generation gang didn't dare to disregard Qi Wei's words, or else they would be in deep trouble after Zhao Wuxi came out at that time. Young master, what should we do? Yuan Changfeng asked in a difficult manner. The other members of the second generation gang also looked at Yuan Cheng with bated breath, including Elder Tianji. Withdraw. Although Yuan Cheng couldn't figure out why, he didn't dare to offend Qi Wei, and offending Qi Wei was the same as angering Zhao Wuxi. With Yuan Cheng's order, the originally loud crowd quickly withdrew. Qi Wei looked back at Lin Wanner before revealing a meaningful smile and said, "Tell Qin Zhan to come and see this young lady after he leaves the pass, or else suffer the consequences." The crowd quickly dispersed, and Qi Wei turned around and got into her car to leave. Soon, the entrance of the Gao mansion, which was still rattling and killing just a moment ago, immediately turned quiet. Gao Wuyo led the crowd to the mansion. Qi Wei's sudden appearance was something that no one had expected. Lin Wanner and Qin Zhan encountered Qi Wei in the shopping mall, and had some conflict of the matter truthfully set out. It's better if you don't say it, but once you say it, it makes everyone confused. According to reason, Qi Wei shouldn't be helping Qin Zhan, but rather dealing with Qin Zhan. But in fact, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Qi Wei was helping Qin Zhan. But fortunately, Qi Wei's intervention had temporarily defused the conflict. At this moment, Ling Fengchen, Xiao Tianqua, and Yan Nanbei could no longer hold back. They really couldn't understand why Gao Wuyo was so protective of a young man. In response, Gao Wuyo could only say that he had no comment for the time being, which made the three of them helpless. Old Gao, this big battle is inevitable. Unless you get that Qin Zhan to come forward, a clash is still unavoidable on the day of his release. Ling Fengchen reminded. Gao Wuyo nodded and said, "I know all of this. What Qin Zhan needs most right now is time. Give him time." That group of youngsters from the second generation gang are nothing in front of him. The three great war generals looked at each other and didn't know what to say. After all, it was now rumored in the outside world that Qin Zhan only had the strength of the third stage of the yoke at best, and this strength was nothing at all among the young generation of Kyoto. I know that the three of you have your doubts, suspecting that I'm bragging, but one day you'll understand why I'm doing this. Qin battle once gave birth to the dragon spine. At these words, the three great war generals immediately stood up. Old Gao, are you telling the truth? This Qin war has really given birth to a dragon spine? Someone in this world has really given birth to a dragon spine? The three were shocked. Every martial artist knew exactly what a dragon spine meant. Cao Wujio nodded with certainty and said, "It's true, but then he was victimized by a traitor, and the dragon spine was dug up, losing a few years of his life. Otherwise, Qin Zhanjia would definitely not only have the third stage of the yoke now." Pity. The passion that the three had just ignited was instantly doused. Of course, Cao Wujio did not tell the three about Qin Zhan's encounter with the Dragon Emperor from beneath the Dragon Abyss, nor did he say that Qin Zhan was the Dragon Emperor's heir. Now the situation was unclear, although he had known the three for many years, but now no one could guarantee whether the three had changed their minds. If there was a slight mistake, not to mention letting Qin Zhan grow up, kill the traitors and guard the Xia kingdom, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to see tomorrow's sun. On the other hand, Yuan Chang was quite helpless after returning to the Kyoto residence with a group of second generation. Never thought that Qi Wei would come forward to help Qin Zhan. All the people from the Yuan family and the Gu family dispersed. Only Elder Tianji stayed behind. Gutting had also rushed to the public house after hearing about today's events, and was also incredulous when he heard that it was Qi Wei who had stepped in. "You two gentlemen, could it be that the matter of that little brute Qin Zhan is just going to be forgotten?" Elder Tianji said irritably. "Humph," Yuan Qing said coldly. "Old man, don't be so gloomy there. This young man can tell you clearly, even if there isn't that matter of your disciple Xuefeng, just for the matter of that Qin Zhan killing Chen Bing and beating and humiliating Huang Yu, this young man will definitely not let him go." Elder Tianji asked back with a stern face. "Then dare I ask Mr. Yuan, Mr. Gu, if that Qin war is in seclusion for a year and a half, or longer, what will you do?" Such a question indeed asked Yuan Cheng and Gu Tang. The two of them pondered a little. "Don't worry, we will personally go and clarify this matter with Zhao Xiao. In Kyoto, whoever dares to go against our second generation gang, no matter who they are, they will be killed without pardon." Chapter 67 Out of the Gate. Time was passing by day. The second generation gang, Yuan family, Gu family, Cheng family, and Elder Tianji's side were all keeping an eye on the Gao mansion side. Everyone was waiting for Qin Zhan to come out of the gate. Even Ling Fengchen, Xiao Tianqua, Yan Nanbei and the three of them were now interested in Qin Zhan, always keeping an eye on when he would come out of the gate. After the fifth day, Xinjiang finally came out of the gate. His entire aura had changed quite a bit again. His body was as white as jade, seemingly eliminating all impurities. Happily, this time, his progress in seclusion was equally rapid, directly breaking 2 shackles and coming to the 5th stage of the shackles. This speed was so exaggerated that it left Zhou Qianrun, Gao Weiyou, and the others dumbfounded. What an unrivaled talent! Gao Weiyou couldn't help but marvel. Zhou Qianrun also nodded and praised. I'm afraid that the Dragon Emperor's teenage years were no better. In the face of everyone's praise, Xinjiang only laughed, stating that he couldn't compare himself to a peak of martial arts like the Dragon Emperor. This journey seemed to be a smooth one, riding high all the way, but in reality, each time, he had fought for it with his own life. At this moment, Ningbo walked in to report, indicating that the remaining 3 great warriors were coming. Gao Wujiao nodded and went out to greet them along with Xinjiang and the others. As soon as Ling Fengchen, Xiao Tianqua, and Yan Nanbei saw Xinjiang, their eyes immediately glowed, surprise showing within their eyes. Old Gao, didn't you say that this kid Xinjiang is only at the 3rd stage of the yoke? Could it be that he was in seclusion for 5 days and directly broke 2 shackles? Don't you dare scare us, this is too exaggerated. The 3 great war generals were incredulous, staring at Xinjiang. This was the first time they had seen Xinjiang with their own eyes. Gao Weiyou coughed dryly and reminded, Old Ling, Old Xiao, Old Yan, the 3 of you should be polite in your attitude towards Xinjiang. Xinjiang smiled awkwardly before explaining, Elder Gao, don't say that. He then politely greeted the 3 great war generals before expressing his gratitude. After all, while he was in seclusion, a large number of forces such as the 2nd Generation Gang, Yuan Clan, Ancient Clan, and Old Man Tianji came. The 3 great war generals had also appeared in time, which still helped a lot. Kid, you don't have to be polite. We're not helping you. We're helping Old Gao, Ling Fengchen said quickly, but you brat are indeed stunning enough to be somewhat unbelievable. Xinjiang laughed and did not say anything more. Then the 3 great war generals carefully inquired about some details, and Xinjiang told them truthfully. What the 3 great war generals were most interested in was hearing that Qin War had once given birth to a dragon spine, which was later dug away. Normally speaking, was dug out. The dragon spine is not dead is already fortunate, but also can re-enter the martial arts road. Become a martial artist is rare. However, with Xinjiang as a living example in front of him, it was impossible to recognize the 3 great generals' disbelief. After feeling a lot of emotions, the 3 of them for a while also somewhat understood why Gao Weiyou had to shelter Xinjiang despite everything. This was definitely a rare genius. If given enough time to grow, he would definitely become a peak martial artist in the future. A few people lamented for a while, and then together they sat down for a meal. Ling Fengchen, Xiao Tianqua, and Yan Nanbei also spoke their thoughts. Now that Xinjiang had come out of the gate, it was believed that the outside world would soon get the news. What should be done next? Although Qi Wei suddenly appeared last time and temporarily helped, everyone knew very well in their hearts that a woman couldn't change anything. Gao Weiyou, Zhou Qianrun still said that no matter what, they would protect Xinjiang with their lives. This strong attitude caused the 3 battle generals to go into a bit of a trance. They felt more and more that Gao Weiyou and Zhou Qianrun seemed to have an abnormal respect for Xinjiang, rather than the kind of talent shyness they understood. 3 lords, you have a point. This matter must be resolved by me personally stepping forward. Staying under everyone's patronage has always fallen short. Xinjiang was full of bravado at the moment, standing up and clenching his fists. He said confidently, since that 2nd Generation Gang is going to take the lead in dealing with me, then it's just a matter of taking on the 2nd Generation Gang head-on and toughing it out. On the other side, the fruit was not as expected. The news that Xinjiang had already emerged from the customs spread quickly, and this time, Elder Tianji was still the first one who couldn't sit still, and he immediately contacted the Cheng family to personally move to the Kyoto public house. With Gao Wujiao in the room, whether it was the Tianji elder or the Cheng family who wanted to take revenge, they definitely couldn't do it, and could only let the 2nd generation help this group of heaven's proudest sons to take the lead. Yuan Chang and Gadang, the 2 core figures of the 2nd Generation Gang, had also gotten the news that Xinjiang had left the gate. However, these 2 top 2nd generation were not in that much of a hurry, as they wanted to probe Qi Wei's side first. After all, at that time, Qi Wei had said that she wanted to meet Xinjiang after he emerged from the customs. Up until now, including Xinjiang himself, he didn't know which play Qi Wei was playing. The color of the night was getting thicker. A woman wearing a duck-tongued cap, dressed in civilian clothes, came to a tea house and walked straight into a private room. Inside the private room, Xinjiang has been waiting for a long time. See, the woman walked in. He also stood up. The woman took off her duck-tongued hat, revealing her beautiful face, which was Qi Wei. Ms. Qin War, am not a big talker, but thanks for last time. Qin War was very direct. For this beautiful and seductive woman, he didn't know what the other party really wanted, but no matter what, the other party did help a great deal during his own seclusion. Chi Wei smiled and gestured for Qinjian to sit down, then stared straight at him with her eyes containing autumn waves. Brother is really capable. Qinjian froze, then asked, I don't know why MS. She wants to help me? And what is the reason for wanting to see me? Nothing much. Chi Wei smiled, then walked to Qinjian's front, her body emitting a nice scent. Sister Mrs. You alright? Qinjian's body went numb. He was only 18 years old, definitely at the age of blood and vigor, and was still a virgin to this day. Facing this beauty who was a few years older than himself and so seductive, to be honest it was indeed a bit impulsive. MS. She, if you have something to say then just say it. I, Qinjian, will definitely do my best. LOL. Chi Wei couldn't help but laugh as she continued to look straight at Qinjian. MS. She, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Qinjian felt a little unable to stand it anymore. This Chi Wei was almost as good as a vixen. Staying for one more second, he was afraid that something would happen. Stand still. Seeing Qinjian about to leave, Chi Wei shouted, Who told you to leave? Sit down. Qinjian was a bit confused, but still sat down. Little brother, you have a lot of guts. You dare to kill people from the second generation gang. Aren't you afraid of Zhao Wuxi? What's there to be afraid of? I, Qinjian, was born without fear of heaven or earth. If people don't offend me, I don't offend them. If people offend me, I don't care who they are. Chi Wei laughed and continued, Then let me tell you, Zhao Wuxi will soon be coming out of the gate as well. If he comes out of the gate, I'm afraid that even the 4 great warlords won't be able to protect you. Oh. Qinjian snorted coldly and said, So what if he's coming out of the pass? I, Qinjian, am not a vegetarian either. Chapter 68 Greening Zhao Wuxi. Chi Wei just laughed and teased, Your strength can't be compared to his. It's not even at the same level. You don't even have the qualifications to be his opponent. What makes you so confident? Qinjian was irritated by Chi Wei's words. Any man in front of a woman, especially in front of a stunning beauty like Chi Wei, must never show weakness. What you see is only on the surface. But for the sake of you helping me, if I really meet Zhao Wuxi, I'll go easy on him. Ha! Chi Wei was amused by Qinjian's words and wasn't angry. Not to mention Zhao Wuxi, the Yuan Qing under him, Guteng can defeat you with one hand. Alright. Qinjian didn't want to say any more and said, You'll know who's more powerful when the time comes. But I'm curious. You're helping me and wanting to see me just to tell me that your man, Zhao Wuxi, is very powerful, and that I, Qinjian, am not worthy of being his opponent? Hearing this, Chi Wei sighed. A touch of sadness surfaced on her beautiful face, as if she had something on her mind. I'm helping you, to see you in private. Of course it's a matter that I want you to do for me. What is it? Qinjian asked. Kill Zhao Wuxi. Chi Wei blurted out. Qinjian was completely confused and looked at this woman incredulously. You're not kidding, right? Zhao Wuxi is your man. You want me to kill your man? Chi Wei's entire face changed drastically at this time. Clenching her pink fists, she said, You didn't hear me wrong. I'm asking you to kill him and chop off his head. Qinjian's brain was a bit short-circuited for a while. Everyone knew that Chi Wei was an ordinary person except for her good looks. The reason why she had such a big face was all because of Zhao Wuxi's face. Otherwise this kind of stunning beauty would be nothing more than a plaything for a strong man. And I heard that Zhao Wuxi was quite the favorite, so I didn't expect her to want to do this. Why? Qinjian was a bit unconvinced, suspecting that there was a fraud in it. So he asked, Because I am very him, I hate to see him die earlier. I hate to see the Zhao family perish earlier. Chi Wei's emotions turned very agitated in an instant. Her beautiful face twisted together. At this moment, Qinjian was also taken aback. He sensed that Chi Wei wasn't fishing, but was serious. He could feel Chi Wei's hatred, the kind of hatred that came from the marrow of her bones. It was just difficult for him to understand and think about it. However, Qinjian did not pursue the matter. He guessed that the relationship between Chi Wei and Zhao Wuxi was definitely not that simple. This belonged to other people's privacy. He didn't have that interest in prying. Don't you want to know why? Chi Wei took the initiative to ask when she saw that Qinjian did not ask. I'm willing to listen if you're willing to talk about it, and it's fine if you're not. Qinjian returned. Ha! Chi Wei suddenly laughed to herself. Then she sat down, her eyes slightly moist. This caused Qinjian's motherly heart to flood, especially seeing a stunning beauty like Chi Wei crying in front of her. What man wouldn't pity her? He killed my whole family. He's a demon. I'm just his plaything, a canary that he keeps. Everyone outside says that Zhao Wuxi favors me, but who knows how I get by every day. I hate him, hate the entire Zhao family. Chi Wei finally revealed these unknown past events. Listening to Qinjian, I've searched for many people, but the Zhao family is now the #1 family in the Summer Kingdom, and Zhao Wuxi is the #1 genius of the Zhao family. So no one dares to make an enemy of him, and no one dares to fight against the Zhao family. And you, the first time I ran into you at the mall. You weren't afraid of my identity and dared to teach those few underlings a lesson. Later on, I heard that you killed Cheng Bing of the second generation gang, beat up Huang Yu, and killed Xue Feng. That's why I sought you out, because you're the first person I've seen who isn't afraid of Zhao Wuxi. Hearing this, Qin Zhan finally understood, so he pulled out a tissue and handed it to Qi Wei, comforting her, "Ms. Qi, not to mention helping you. Even if there wasn't such a thing as you, I think that Zhao Wuxi and I are still incompatible, and sooner or later, there will be a clash with the Zhao family as well. As long as you can kill Zhao Wuxi, I'm willing to do anything for you." Qi Wei couldn't control her excitement as she wiped her tears and ruffled her hair back. Pale skin, angelic features, a front and back figure, and that kind of temptation that had been developed. That's not necessary. All I can say is that I'm at loggerheads with the Zhao family, not to help you. Qin Zhan also said firmly. He did not deceive Qi Wei either. After knowing her for so long, Gao Weio, Qiu Qianrun unanimously deduced that amongst those who participated in the sneak attack against the betrayal Dragon Emperor in the past, the Zhao family was definitely not out of the picture. Little brother. Qi Wei suddenly resumed her previous cold and noble appearance, but there was an additional deep emotion between her brows. She stood up and walked over to Qin Zhan once again, bending down. Her snow-white peaks had a feeling of calling out to her. I have a feeling that maybe I didn't find the wrong person. Maybe only you can defeat that beast Zhao Wuxi. That's natural. Qin Zhan's heart was happy at this moment, and he said rather confidently, "It's not that I'm blowing it with you. The second generation gang, I'm definitely going to meet them this time when I'm out of the gate. As for Zhao Wuxi, others are afraid of him, but I, Qin Zhan, have never taken him seriously." Qi Wei nodded and said, "Even though I'm just an ordinary person, I've heard about Gao Wuxie. The fact that he went that far out of his way to protect you means that you definitely have secrets that others don't know about." Qin Zhan froze, and in his heart, he secretly said that this woman really wasn't the busty type, but on the contrary was very smart. But you shouldn't be too conceited. Zhao Wushan, this scum beast is really powerful. Although Qi Wei inwardly hated Zhao Wuxie and was under his cage, she also knew that Zhao Wuxie was truly extraordinary. His strength and talent were both rare and strong. Qin Zhan laughed. He certainly wasn't stupid enough to be so conceited. Strategically he defied all enemies, but tactically he would never dare to take things lightly. "Alright, what I told you today I hope you keep it a secret and don't reveal it to anyone. Also, now that you're out of the gate, those people from the second generation gang will turn on you again next. I'll find a way to help you stall for time, but you yourself have to come forward and make a stand." Qin Zhan nodded. In fact, he already had an idea in his heart. Although he had Gao Weio's backing, in Kyoto Gao Weio was not yet able to suppress the four directions. If it wasn't for Qi Wei's help this time, things were unpredictable, so he had plans in mind to buy himself more time. "Alright, I know about these things. Thanks." Qin Zhan stood up. His heart was a little numb, especially when he saw Qi Wei's steep and plump buttocks. Qi Wei also seemed to notice Qin Zhan glancing at herself from time to time. Suddenly she smiled and walked to Qin Zhua, then slowly undid her clothes. "Miss Qi, what are you doing?" Miss Qi, this is not good. I just became an adult." Miss Qi. Chapter 69, I don't have diamonds. The next day, morning, looking at the absent-minded Qin Zhan, Lin Wanner and Gao Weio, Qiu Qianren, Wang Shanhe, and Lin Jinan all revealed odd expressions. Lin Wanner was a woman after all, and women had an innate sixth sense. "Qin Zhan, what did you do last night?" Lin Wanner asked suspiciously. Qin Zhan laughed and covered up. "Nothing, just talked to Qi Wei about things and then went around." "Then why do you have a perfume odor on you? That's not very normal." "Miss Qi, a big beautiful woman and I share a room conspiracy. My body stained a little bit of her perfume flavor is not normal?" Lin Wanner obviously didn't believe it and said with dissatisfaction, "Not much, you're definitely lying." Qin Zhan's heart was in a state of flux. During this period of time, he and Lin Wanner had developed a mutual affection for each other. Yesterday, he had an indescribable thing with Qi Wei. He really couldn't resist Qi Wei's temptation, but he also didn't want to be known by Lin Wanner, or else the woman would be simply endless in her jealousy. "You honestly explain, did you do something with Ms. Qi?" Lin Wanner cupped her fists and asked very angrily. "What can I do? You wouldn't suspect that I'm having an affair with Miss Qi." Qin Zhan explained. "Miss Qi's looks and body are first class. Why would she suddenly look at me? It's not like my chicken is encrusted with diamonds." Everyone laughed when Qin Zhan said this. "Alright, Qin Zhua." Gao Weio laughed and asked, "Tell me, what is it that Qi Wei wants to see you about?" Qin Zhan didn't hide anything other than the fact that he and Qi Wei had a relationship yesterday, and told everyone truthfully. The crowd listened in awe, not realizing that there was this kind of grudge between Qi Wei and Zhao Wuxi. "So that's how it is." Qiu Qianren couldn't help but lament. "In that case, this Qi Wei is completely on our side. Not bad, indeed, Qin Zhan analyzed, but she also said that Zhao Wuxi is about to leave the gate. That group of people from the second generation gang definitely won't let up, so all she can do is try to help me stall for time. What you lack the most right now is time, Gao Wuyo reminded. I know all of this. I'd love to meet how strong this group of people from the second generation gang are. Qin Zhan was filled with confidence. Now that he was already at the 5th stage of the yoke, there wouldn't be anyone within the same segment who would be his opponent. Even if it was the current Wang Shanha, he still had the power to fight. On the other hand, the news of Qin Zhan's exit from the customs had already spread. Elder Tianji, the Chang family, and many other families gathered at the Kyoto public house. This time, Yuan Chang and Gatang, the two core personnel of the second generation gang, appeared together and gathered many experts to completely resolve Qin War in one go. Because Yuan Chang and Gatang had already secretly asked Qi Wei for advice, the answer Qi Wei gave was that she would personally accompany them. As for what Qi Wei and Qin Zhan actually talked about, no one knows, and no one dares to talk too much. There was a huge crowd of people, and there was no shortage of top experts among them. This time, Yuan Chang and Gu Tang led the way. Yuan Changfeng of the Yuan family, and Gu Shuihan of the Gu family, two core powerhouses cooperated, while Yuan and Gu's two great families had sent several additional top powerhouses, together with the Tianji elder, the Chang family, and many other famous families in Kyoto. The group of people went straight to the Gao mansion with a strong momentum. On the side of the Gao mansion, the people had already gotten the news. The four great warlords, Qiu Qianren, Lin Jinnan, Ning Bo, Wang Shanhe, Qin Zhan, Lin Wanair and the others had long since gotten ready and were waiting at the entrance of the mansion. All things must be made known today. And Qin Zhan and Qi Wei had long since secretly discussed how to buy more time. At 10 minutes past noon, a vast fleet of cars came straight towards the Gao mansion in black, and a killing intent filled the air. Yuan Chang and Gatang walked in the forefront. These two people talent strength is very strong. Is the second generation of the core of the gang, Zhao Wuxi under the young generation of the first person. Qin Zhan was also not willing to show weakness, standing at the very front, confronting the group. Kid, are you Qin Zhan? Yuan Chang was the first to speak, asking disdainfully. Qin Zhan nodded and said, not bad, it's me. You don't have a lot of guts. You dared to kill my second generation gang's brothers. No one can protect you this time. Yuan Chang snorted coldly. This time they had made enough preparations. Moreover, Qi Wei's side had clearly stated that they would not intervene again, and that they would personally come over in a while. Even if the four great warlords gathered again, they wouldn't be able to stop so many of their powerhouses from joining forces. Old me doesn't need the shelter of others. Let your horse come over if you're capable. Qin Zhan didn't put Yuan Chang in his eyes at all and provoked. Damn, sure is arrogant enough. Gudo sneered from the side. Young Gu, young Yuan, this kid is a bit evil. A few days ago, he was still at the 3rd stage of the yoke, but now he actually has the strength of the 5th stage of the yoke. Huang Yu stood out and looked at Qin Zhan incredulously as he warned. When Huang Yu said that, Elder Tianji also noticed. Ha! Yuan Chang was unimpressed and said disdainfully. Yoke 3rd stage, yoke 5th stage. There's no difference in front of this young man. You're pretty damn good at pretending. Qin Zhan looked at Yuan Chang, who didn't put himself in his eyes at all, and said sarcastically. That's what that Cheng Bing from your second generation gang said before. And you Huang Yu right? It seems that the lesson given to you last time wasn't enough. When Huang Yu heard this, he said angrily, Qin Jia, you're so ing crazy. Today is your time to die. He. Qin War smiled disdainfully. Last night from Qi Wei he already knew in detail the strength of Yuan Chang, Gut Ang and the others. These two were both yoke 9-stage powerhouses, only half a step away from crossing into the golden body stage. The same as Wang Shanha. If his pre-seclusion self had encountered these two, he would really have no chance of winning. But now, he was very confident that in single combat, Gutian and Yuan Chang might not be his opponents. Gao Weiyo, Ling Fengchen, Shao Tianqua, Yan Nanbei, the four of you listen. At this time, Yuan Chang snapped, loudly threatening, this is the last chance this young man will give you. Either get out of the way immediately, or die together. The four battle generals were not intimidated, although they knew that this time, the Gu family, the Yuan family had sent out a large number of core experts. In a real fight, they were at a complete disadvantage. However, Qin Zhan repeatedly emphasized that he had a way to defuse the situation today. Therefore, the four great warlords did not pay any attention to the clamoring Yuan Chang. It was also at this time that Qi Wei arrived in the red sports car. As soon as Qi Wei appeared, Gut Ang and Yuan Chang were all honest and went over to greet her. Sister-in-law. All the second-generation gang members saluted respectfully. Qi Wei ignored Yuan Chang, Gut Ang and the others and walked to the center of the crowd. She looked meaningfully at Qin Zhan, who also looked at her, and the two of them locked gazes. Qin Zhan in turn was a little less than forthcoming. Bullying the few with the many will inevitably result in major sacrifices. I think it's better to do it this way. Qi Wei paused, then calmly said, whether it's the Yuan family, or the Gu family and other families, or the side of the four great warlords, the older generation is not allowed to intervene. Let there be a fair duel between the young people, regardless of life or death. No one is allowed to intervene and interfere. Chapter 70 Reaching Agreement. Hearing Qi Wei say this, the four warlords, Qiu Qianren and the others wanted to immediately object. However, Qin Zhan preempted them, as this was exactly the countermeasure that Qi Wei had discussed with him last night. Although at that time, Qi Wei also felt that it wasn't right. After all, Qin Zhan's segmentation was there. But after hearing Qin Zhan's confident words, and it didn't seem like he was pretending to brag, Qi Wei still agreed. Seeing Qin Zhu's eyes revealing determination, his face was full of complacency. The four great warlords, Qiu Qianren, Wang Shanhe, Lin Jinan and the others also understood. This must have been planned by Qin Zhan and Qi Wei last night, even though they felt that this would still be a huge threat to Qin Zhan. However, they didn't say anything else, but continued to watch. Yuan Chang, Gu Shuihan, the second generation gang, right? Qin Zhan laughed and said sarcastically with great disdain. What Miss Qi said? You trash. Do you dare to agree? Rubbish, what wouldn't you dare? Yuan Chang and Gu Tang didn't even think about it and agreed in one breath. Kid, this young man has some admiration for your courage. With your strength of a mere shackle 5th stage, you dare to fight with us one-on-one, looking for death. Cut the crap. Qin Zhan's heart burst with joy as he said, let's see the truth under the hands. Gu Dian and Yuan Cheng both revealed cold smiles. In their view, Qin Zhan was equal to seeking death in disguise. Qi Wei's proposal was more favorable to them. Otherwise, if the four great warriors joined forces to fight to the death, the Gu and Yuan families would definitely have to pay a heavy price. Now that the older generation were all forbidden to intervene, it would be resolved between their youngsters. How do you look at it? This is also Miss Qi favoring them, worthy of being Zhao Wuxi's woman. Kid, how do you want to die? Guto asked teasingly. I want to die with your mom. Qin Zhan was nonchalant and directly started spewing trash talk. Guto froze, never expecting Qin Zhan to come up with such a sentence. These words immediately caused him to completely blow up. His murderous aura shook as he angrily said, this young man will definitely make you beg for your life and beg for your death. Qin Zhan was unimpressed and coldly grunted, since you trash have no problem with Ms. Qi's proposal, let's do it this way. Do you have any problems with these trash from the second generation gang? As well as the Cheng family, the ancient family, the Yuan family, and the old man Tianji? The Cheng family and some other families naturally didn't dare to agree. Cheng Bing was already the strongest of the young generation of the Cheng family, including old man Tianji. Xuefeng was his precious disciple, and the Yoke 6th stage had been killed by Qin Zhan. They certainly couldn't send out any young generation that could compete with Qin War, and all their hopes could only be pinned on this group of young geniuses from the second generation gang. Gu Shao, Yuan shall beware of deception. Huang Yu could tell from Qin Zhan's face that something wasn't right, especially when he thought of the image of Qin Zhan who had severely injured him at that time at the 3rd stage of the yoke. He always felt that this 18-year-old was not simple. Rubbish. However, Gu Tian and Yuan Cheng didn't take it seriously. Kid, don't worry, we will honor our word. Good. Seeing that his purpose was accomplished, Qin Zhan also made a wink to Gao Woyo. Gao Woyo immediately understood and stood out, declaring in a cold voice, we will never intervene in the matter of Qin War. Hearing Gao Woyo say this, the representatives of the Yuan family and the ancient family also stepped forward to state that they would not bully the small with the big. As for Elder Tianji and the Cheng family's side, despite their reluctance, they had no choice but to all take a stand. Seeing that everything was under her and Qin Zhan's planning last night, an imperceptible smile flashed across the corners of her mouth. This young lady will be a witness for you all. Whoever breaks the rules, this young lady will definitely tell Wu Xia. After Qi Wei said these words, she twisted her plump buttocks and walked off to the side. In this way, what was originally an extremely powerful force joining forces to besiege Gao Wuyo had now turned into a struggle between Qin Zhan and the second generation gang. Saying that it was the second generation gang, it was actually the entire Kyoto young generation, because the Kyoto second generation gang represented the strongest caliber of the young generation. Both sides had already reached an agreement, and it was in full view of everyone. Qin Zhan's chi surged at this moment, and he stepped out with his fists clenched. He coldly looked at the Kyoto second generation gang led by Yuan Cheng and Gutting. Now it was time to hunt and kill. Now that he had reached the 5th stage of the yoke, he was confident that he was not afraid of anyone within the yoke stage. Second generation gang, right? I heard that you are all geniuses. Who dares to come out and fight with me? Qin War's aura was very strong. His eyes flashed with endless battle intent. Huang Yu, roll out and suffer death. Qin War directly named Huang Yu, who had long been scared by Qin War. At that time, Qin War was still only at the third stage of the yoke. He was not even an opponent, let alone Qin War, who was now at the fifth stage of the yoke. Huang Yu shivered and shrunk back. He didn't want to die for nothing. Yo, didn't this group of rabble from your second generation gang threaten to do something to me? Now why doesn't anyone dare to come out and fight with me? Qin Zhan's anger was getting stronger and stronger, directly pointing grass at the Kyoto second generation gang in front of everyone. Kid, this young man has come to meet you. As expected, a person from the second generation gang soon rushed out. This person's name was Wu Zhen, and he was a famous young genius in Kyoto. In person, he was in his 20s and possessed the strength of a yoke 6th stage. Just you? You don't even have the qualifications to die at my hands. Qin Zhan looked at this Wu Zhen, who stood out and taunted rather arrogantly. This anticlimactic approach caused this group of people from the second generation gang to immediately curse. So damn arrogant. In a moment, I want you to die without even knowing how. Young Wu, don't get this scumbag killed first, torture him properly. Wu Zhen snorted coldly and looked at Qin Zhan with contempt in his eyes. Rumor had it that Qin Zhan could kill Wu Bing, who was at the 5th stage of the yoke, when he was at the 3rd stage of the yoke, tear apart Huang Yu, who was at the 5th stage of the yoke, with his hands, and violently beat Xuefeng, who had decapitated Xuefeng, who was at the 6th stage of the yoke. The rumors were all true, but Wu Zhen clearly didn't believe them. Under normal circumstances, a 6-dan yoke against a 5-dan yoke was absolutely crushing. Therefore, Wu Zhen was very confident and came up and said contemptuously, "Rubbish, today this young man will let you know how to write the wrong word. If you dare to show your wildness in front of our second generation gang, soon you will regret coming to this world." Qin Zhan sneered, clenched his fists, and said, "Idiot, you didn't do your homework before going one-on-one with me." Qin Zhan did not place this Wu Zhen in his eyes at all, as he sensed that Wu Zhen was at most similar to Xuefeng. "Go to hell, trash!" Wu Zhen roared as his yoke 6th stage chi erupted, directly crushing towards Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan shook his fist and stood still without taking it seriously at all. Feeling the onslaught of his opponent's chi, he didn't feel any pressure, only burning battle intent. The so-called second-generation gang genius, is that all you've got? Qin Zhan made fun of it. Seeing that he couldn't rely on the pressure of his chi to suppress Qin War, Wu Zhen clenched his fists, shook his feet, and catapulted himself towards Qin War. Qin Zhan was unperturbed as he cupped his fists, sensing the fluctuations of the energy around him. Just as Wu Zhen's fist slammed down, he suddenly struck out and raised his fist to blast upwards. Chapter 71, A Fistful of Shock and Awe. Fists against fists. Qin Zhan faced any opponent, never avoided. All frontal hard confrontation. The two fists clashed. Two streams of chi energy collided. An explosion occurred. The ground was directly overturned, cracked open a hole. Under everyone's gaze, Wu Zhen flew backwards and Qin Zhan did not move. This result greatly stimulated those present. It was clear that Qin had won. Ah, impossible. This young man doesn't believe it. Wu Zhen, who had been sent flying out by a shocking punch, lay on the ground and roared loudly, wanting to get up immediately but unable to do so. His entire fist cracked and he was spitting out blood from his mouth. This punch had directly caused him to lose his battle power. Bastard, I told you earlier, you didn't do your homework before standing up to duel with me. Qin Zhan snorted coldly and rushed directly in front of Wu Zhen with a flash. Then he stomped on Wu Zhen's chest. His aura was very powerful as he looked around at the second generation gang's group. Is that all the people of the second generation gang are capable of? A bunch of losers. What else to call them geniuses? Qin Zhan smoothly lifted Wu Zhen up and cupped Wu Zhen's throat with one hand. Then he took a step towards the people of the second generation gang. At this point, many people had stopped speaking. A yoke 5th stage directly defeating a yoke 6th stage martial artist with a single punch had overturned many people's perceptions. Lao Zishan was able to counterkill a martial artist of the 3rd yoke stage when he was at the 1st yoke stage, and he was able to kill a martial artist of the 5th and 6th yoke stages when he was at the 3rd yoke stage, and now with Laozi's strength at the 5th yoke stage, who within the yoke stage would dare to fight with Laozi? Qin Zhan stared at Yuan Chang, Gu Tong, and roared. This powerful aura instantly overshadowed the group of people from the second generation gang, causing the faces of this group of heaven's pride to look ugly. Before this, many people still had doubts about the rumors of Qin Zhan's battle performance, believing that it was highly likely that Gao Wuyo and Xiao Qianrun were secretly assisting him. But now that they had seen it with their own eyes, dry-flying Wu Zhen with a single punch, they had to believe it. Tianji, old man. Cheng family's face is the most ugly. Cheng Bing was a yoke 5th stage. Shui Feng yoke 6th stage. Both were killed by Qin Zhan, who was only a yoke 3rd stage at the time. Sitting in the sports car watching this scene, Qi Wei's heart revealed joy. At the same time, Ling Fengchen, Xiao Tianqua, and Yan Nanbei were also shocked. This was the first time they had witnessed Qin Zhan's extraordinary features. To be able to defeat an opponent across segments, This kind of martial artist did exist, but it was extremely rare, and none of them were bigwigs who had made a name for themselves. When they were young, they had also once managed to burst out their peak combat power under desperate circumstances, killing their opponents across a small segment. However, it would never be like Qin, giving the impression that he hadn't exerted his full strength at all, facing the Qin with his powerful aura and astonishing battle strength. At this moment, the people of the second generation gang were all incomparably furious, but no one dared to stand out. These young geniuses looked towards the leader Yuan Cheng and Gudian. Rubbish, you're really crazy. You think you can provoke our second generation gang by defeating Wujin with a single punch? Yuan Cheng couldn't hold his face at this time. If he didn't stand out to exterminate Qin, then the second generation gang would immediately become a joke, and when Zhao Wuxi came out of the gate, he wouldn't lightly forgive him. Qin War, this young man can still crush you with one hand. Gudo also stood out. The two were the number one people under Zhao Wushui. Both of them were at the limit of the 9th stage of the yoke, and half of their feet had already stepped into the golden body stage. Seeing Guting and Yuan Chang, the two core members of the second generation gang, finally unable to resist stepping forward, Qin sneered continuously. He was also aiming for these two, and just happened to use them for practice.